My father awakened the S-level magic sword Thousand Blades, and my mother awakened the SS-level profound heavy ruler. But I awakened a broken wooden sword at today's ceremony. Just as the audience below burst into thunderous laughter, suddenly, the sky above the entire city turned red, and then a red light descended from the sky and landed on me. After the red light dissipated, a phantom swordsman appeared on the awakening platform. The principal exclaimed when he saw it. It turned out to be the only hidden professional sword formation master, which means that this profession is unique in the world, with only me having it. Unless I die, there will never be another sword formation master in the world. Since I awakened a combat profession, the school also gave me a new awakening god stone. The mage maintaining the job change formation on the side shouted excitedly, "Classmate, take advantage of your good luck and draw a second time quickly." Without hesitation, I put the newly obtained godstone into the formation, and another red light flashed. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and sword lights crisscrossed. However, the card I drew did not contain a weapon, but instead, it was a swordsman soaring in the sky with a sword. After seeing this scene, the principal was about to die of excitement, because the Stone of God would only draw a profession 100% of the time during the first awakening, and in subsequent draws, there is only a very small probability of drawing a duplicate profession. Duplicate professions are not wasted, but instead are transformed into additional attributes or special skills. After the first job change, each subsequent draw of a duplicate profession will be transformed into a fate seat. Each profession has 6 fate seats, but many people spend their entire lives without drawing all 6 fates, like me, who drew a red card in a single draw. This is still the first case in the world. The formation master's eyes were red at this time, and he roared excitedly, "Classmate, continue to draw. Draw a special weapon. You are a great national treasure." I am a little confused at the moment, but I still obeyed and immediately used the newly gifted Stone of the Gods to draw again. A red light flashed, and a sword formation appeared in the sky again, followed by the phantom of a sword-wielding swordsman appearing on the awakening platform. At this moment, even the more stable formation master began to roar loudly, and Principal Ning Qin was so excited that he fainted directly. The principal went into shock. "School doctor, quickly call the school doctor." I no longer wait for the formation master to speak. Skillfully put in the Stone of the Gods. Another red light flashed. It was another destiny seat. At this point, I had already entered a state of forgetfulness, continuing to draw cards. Within 2.5 minutes, I drew 3 more times, but the result was still 3 red lights. The entire school fell into a deathly silence. Someone actually drew the only hidden profession and still got a full destiny seat. In the thousands of years of world history, such an absurd person cannot be found. This is definitely the illegitimate child of God. This exaggerated card draw made me feel like I was drawing my own lifespan. However, at this moment, there was still one more gifted Stone of the Gods to draw cards, but unfortunately, this time there was no more red light flashing. There wasn't even a golden light or a blue light. Only a white light appeared. A sword box flew out of the formation and slowly fell into my hands. Holding the sword box, I lamented, "What bad luck! I actually drew a blank." Upon hearing my words, the campus erupted in anger, and countless students began to riot. Then a music teacher activated her skill, and her singing immediately calmed everyone's emotions. As I walked back to the crowd with my sword box, Lu Ruyan immediately came up and asked me what my attributes were. Upon hearing this, I first checked my own panel. The skill sword formation was at level 1. Deploying the sword formation continuously consumes spiritual power, and increases critical damage by 100% within a radius of 10 meters. Sword writing was at level 1. Controlling flying swords to attack in midair. The first seat of the command, the effective radius of the sword formation is increased by 10 times. The second seat of the command, deploying the sword formation and sword writing no longer consumes spiritual power. The third seat of the command, continuously restore self-health within the sword formation. The fourth seat of the command, for each enemy attacked within the sword formation, other enemies within the sword formation will receive 10% splash damage. The fifth seat of the command, attacks within the sword formation will always be critical hits, and the critical hit rate is doubled to convert into critical damage, with an additional 100% increase in critical damage. The sixth seat, Sword Immortal. All attacks within the sword formation ignore enemy defense. After looking at my own attributes, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. With such a boost from the command seats, how can others still play? From the perspective of professional attributes, spiritual power is far higher than other attributes, indicating that sword formation masters lean more towards magic-based professions. After a brief thought, instead of deploying the sword formation, I directly used the sword writing skill, controlling the iron sword box to open and release an iron long sword. I took a look and saw that this iron sword only had 10 points of attack power. Very ordinary, a common equipment seen everywhere on the streets. And as the iron sword flew out, the attribute bar of the sword case changed. From the original, Iron Sword Case, 1/10, to Iron Sword Case, 0 out of 10. This meant that the capacity of the Iron Sword Case could hold 10 flying swords, so he could harness up to 10 flying swords at the same time with the Iron Sword Case. Logically, the more flying swords he harnessed at the same time, the more mental energy he should consume. And a sword array master without a life seat should only be able to harness one flying sword initially, so there was only one iron sword in the Iron Sword box. However, his natal seat too allowed him to open sword formations and imperial swords without consumption, which meant that this natal seat alone doubled his combat power by more than 10 times in the early stages. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan could not help but cry out in a dark voice of perversion. Nerd! What are you gawking at? Quickly tell me, are you able to maneuver a flying sword? At this moment, Li Shuer's voice interrupted Zhang Yuan's thinking, and with a thought, the flying sword in the air began to spin around in the air at such a fast speed that at least an ordinary person would have absolutely no chance to dodge it. Moreover, the flying sword in the air was like his hands, controlling it with no delay at all and extremely smooth. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan tested the limit distance of his imperial sword and found that the sword array had the same radius, and by the time he reached 100 meters, he would almost lose contact with the iron long sword. After testing around, Zhang Yuan ignored the envious and jealous gazes around him and nodded to Li Shuer. Well, it can be manipulated. Li Shuer rolled her eyes and said without any good humor, I've watched one of your imperial sword performances. Do I still need you to answer? I'm sorry, there's so much information about careers that I'm overly focused. Alright, nerd, quickly put away your divine power and don't expose too much. Aha! Zhang Yuan also had the same intention and took the iron sword back into the sword case, followed by carrying the sword case on his back again. Perhaps because of the 10-point strength attribute, Zhang Yuan felt little burden when he carried the sword case with ease. After carrying the sword box on his back, Zhang Yuan recalled the special image he saw when he drew the profession of sword formation master. Millions of abyssal armies were marching in the wilderness, and then swords fell from the sky all over the place, destroying the millions of armies in a matter of moments. That scene made Zhang Yuan realize that he, at a later stage, could also possess the power to defeat a nation with one. After Zhang Yuan finished drawing cards, the next students came out with quite a few combat class professions, but with the two of them, Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer, raising everyone's thresholds, everyone didn't feel much about drawing combat class professions anymore, and the card drawing ceremony ended very quickly. With 300 students, 35 students drew combat professions and 265 students drew life professions, a ratio also roughly in line with the 1:9 expectation. When the card drawing ceremony was over, Ning Qin, who had been rescued, walked up to the podium again and said a cockamamie speech to the students, and then began to talk about the main event. Students, when the card drawing ceremony is over, it means you've officially graduated from Westlake 1, but that doesn't mean you can relax. 1 month from now, it will be the annual National College Entrance Examination of the Grand Xia Empire, and students who draw either the life-type profession or the combat-type profession will be able to enter the institutions of higher learning through the entrance examination. During this period, the school will also provide you with as much help as possible. So students, bite the bullet and fight again. Improve your skill proficiency as much as you can during this month. Level up, and try to get into the university of your choice. Dismissed. After giving an impassioned speech, Ning Qin let the teachers take the students from each class back to their classrooms. However, Ning Qin had specifically sent someone to inform Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer to head to the principal's office. In the office, Ning Qin wore an anti-smile, her eyes constantly switching back and forth between Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer, as if she was viewing two unexcelled treasures. Li Shuer was stared at a bit by Ning Qin and couldn't help but say, Headmaster, if you have something to say, I'm a bit scared when you're like this. Ning Qin came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Right. It's me who was a bit out of line. I called you two over this time to ask you what university you want to take. Without thinking, Li Shuer returned. I want to go to Kyoto University. Not bad. Ambitious. Ning Qin nodded and looked at Zhang Yuan again, saying, Zhang Yuan, what about you? I have nothing. When Zhang Yuan said this, he noticed Li Shuer's threatening gaze and turned his mouth. Then I will go to Kyoto University as well. Hearing Zhang Yuan's reply, Ning Qin nodded in satisfaction. Kyoto University is the #1 ranked institution of higher learning in Daxia, and last year there were only 3 people in the entire Shihu city who got into it, and none of them in Shihu First Middle School. If their school produced 2 students who entered Kyoto University this year, it would be quite an honorable thing for Ning Qin. Ning Qin continued, This year in our school, only you 2 have the chance to enter Kyoto University, so today I'm going to give you 2 a little treat. Although Kyoto University doesn't explicitly say so, they actually have a hidden hard requirement. If you 2 want to be admitted to Kyoto University, You have to rise to level 19 within at least a month. That's the hard foundation. Li Shuer doesn't need to say much. Her elf saint is considered high level among the rare professions, and with the help of her family, she has a good chance of rising to level 19 after putting up a fight within this month. What I'm worried about now is you, Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, me? Ning Qin, not bad, although the one you drew is a hidden profession. Hidden professions only represent rarity and do not necessarily mean that they are powerful, and there have been a number of hidden professions in history that are not as strong as ordinary professions. Li Shuer, headmaster, but dumbass his profession still draws full life. Ning Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not that simple. Although the fate seat enhances the profession, the enhancement is still relatively limited. Generally speaking, 6 fate seats enhance the strength of the profession by 50%, and stronger professions enhance it by 70%. If Zhang Yuan's profession is relatively weak, a full life seat will at best be on par with some strong professions even if it boosts him. Zhang Yuan silently glanced at his own destiny panel, and it was only then that he realized that it was not everyone who was perverted. It was him alone who was more perverted. Zhang Yuan didn't say anything. Ning Qin continued. I see Zhang Yuan's profession. It should be biased towards formation master. This kind of profession is biased towards assisting, and there is a disadvantage in the early stages of practicing. So I'm worried that you won't be able to rise to level 19 within a month. Zhang Yuan, Li Shuer, who was originally full of confidence in Zhang Yuan, couldn't help but feel a bit anxious after hearing these words from Ning Qin and said, Principal, then do you have any solutions? Of course I have an idea. Why else would I have called you to? Ning Qin smiled mysteriously and said, This year, the Westlake municipal government has discovered a hidden copy in the western suburbs. Our city's high-level professionals have already gone in to investigate. The highest level of monsters in there is at level 12. The difficulty is also low, and the experience is going to be 50% higher than the general copy, which is very suitable for newbies to practice. Most importantly, after clearing the hidden copy, you will receive a God Stone. The city government intends to use this hidden copy as a newbie practicing copy for all the major high schools in our Westlake City in the future. Since this copy was only discovered a short while ago, there might be safety hazards, so this copy won't be open this year. But the government has given our school 2 spots to enter the copy. I'm going to give these 2 slots to the 2 of you. You'll first quickly train in the duplicates to level 12, and after that you'll go to the wilderness to train, and there's a high probability that you'll be able to rise to level 19 within a month. Li Shuer exulted. Thank you, Principal. Zhang Yuan, thank you. Ning Qin laughed and said, You 2 are the seeded players of our school. Don't waste this opportunity. Do your best. After that, Ning Qin instructed the 2 of them to take some more precautions. And it wasn't until after school that Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer left the principal's office. At the entrance of the school, Li Shuer stopped Zhang Yuan. Nerd, if you are worried about not practicing fast enough, I can pay for a few high-leveled professionals to take you to practice and guarantee that you will rise to level 19 within a month. Zhang Yuan laughed. Little rich girl, don't waste this money. I will think of my own way for the upgrade. Humph, a nerd is a nerd. I'm ignoring you. Li Shuer did not expect Zhang Yuan to reject her. So she angrily stomped her foot, bypassed Zhang Yuan, and walked towards a luxury car parked on the side of the road. The butler in a tuxedo and white gloves personally opened the door for Michelle Li. Li Shuer got into the car and glared angrily at Zhang Yuan, then said, Butler Su, go home. Yes, Butler Su seemed to have long been accustomed to this kind of thing and smiled at Zhang Yuan with an apology, then drove away. Zhang Yuan watched the car go away, but there was nothing to worry about. Li Shuer often played the big lady temper. Generally speaking, the next day she could adjust herself. The reason why Zhang Yuan rejected Li Shuer's goodwill was that on one hand, he was not worried about his leveling speed, and on the other hand, he also wanted to have more practical combat experience. Kyoto University, as the #1 ranked institution of higher learning in Dacia, only accepts less than 300 candidates out of several million each year, and this difficulty of tens of thousands into one is not ordinary. There's no way you'll ever get into Kyoto University if you just have the rank and you're a loser in everything else. After parting with Li Shuer, Zhang Yuan did not go home directly, but went to the weapons store in Westlake City, endured the pain of spending the New Year's money he had saved up over the past 3 years, and bought 9 iron swords of average quality to stuff the iron sword box. After that, Zhang Yuan bought another damage test wooden man and found an open space to prepare to test his skills. As he raised his hand, preparing to summon his flying sword, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Detected the host's transfer to Sword Formation Master. The achievement system has been opened. Ding! Detected that the host has reached the God level achievement 1 Draw Full Life, rewarding the awakening of the only God level talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the only divine talent, Absolute Luck, Level 1. Ding! Detected that the host has reached the God-level achievement Sword Immortal, rewarding the awakening of the only God-level talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the only divine talent, I am the Sword Immortal, Level 1. Zhang Yuan was shocked on the spot and immediately checked his talent attribute. Absolute Luck, Level 1 Lucky Max when drawing cards, limited to 10 times per month. I am the Sword Immortal, Level 1 all damage is increased by 10 times. I chow! Zhang Yuan could not help but burst out when he saw these two talents of his. I am Sword Immortal, needless to say. Pure violent aesthetics. With this talent, it is estimated that 10 levels higher than his people cannot carry his sword. Absolute Luck is even more nasty. The most important thing in this world is the card draw, and basically everything precious in the world, whether it's money, skills or equipment, can be obtained from the card draw. He's got 10 card draws per month for Lucky Maxes here. Wouldn't he just get the God Stone and get his red legendary specialized martial arts right away? 5 card draws, legendary specialized arms full refinement. Although the God Stone was rare, it was still barely possible to get one a month. In this world's card draws, apart from the first mandatory profession, there is no guarantee after that, and the probability of drawing a gold or higher quality item is frighteningly low. As soon as Zhang Yuan thought that he would be able to 6 plus 5 after 5 months, while some non-Emirates have some difficulties even 0 plus 1 in their whole life, this kind of thing is simply too beastly, unheard of, so shameless. It was only after a long time that Zhang Yuan came back from his shock, and now he could not wait to test his damage. Placing the test wooden man in the center of the open space, Zhang Yuan unfolded his sword formation and used his imperial sword. A flying sword flew out of the sword box and accurately stabbed the wooden man. -546. Hiss dash. Zhang Yuan could not help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw the virtual numbers displayed in the LCD screen on the wooden man. As far as he knew, even the fire mage, who was recognized as having the highest attack power in the early stages, at level 1, a fireball spell would only deal about 20 points of damage to the test mooks, and the fire mage wouldn't be able to put in a few fireball spells before his mental energy would be depleted. The damage of his pummel attack at this level was already able to catch up with the fireball spell of a level 10 fire mage. Moreover, the test woodman had no defense, and when a fire mage was in a real battle, the damage would still be cut accordingly, but Zhang Yuan's attack was ignoring the defense and was all real damage. What was even more exaggerated was that Zhang Yuan had only used a flying sword now. Go! This time, Zhang Yuan controlled 10 flying swords at the same time to shoot at the test woodman. -5460, over 5,000. Zhang Yuan's pupils could not help but shrink when he saw the virtual numbers appearing on the head of the test wooden man. The textbook said that bosses around level 10 had a stamina of 10,000 to 20,000, which meant that he could easily slaughter a level 10 boss with 4 attacks at most. The point is, he's only level 1 now, and the weapon he's using is only the lowest level iron sword. Pervert, it's sick. Zhang Yuan could not help but exclaim in shock. With 5,000 damage, I am afraid that the vast majority of level 30 fire mages would not be able to hit it, and that's just the damage from his level 1 plus white plate weapon. When Zhang Yuan thought of this, the corners of his mouth were as hard to suppress as AK, and he contentedly put away the test wooden man and went home with his sword case on his back. Yo, Yuanzi, back. My sister-in-law, who was practicing yoga in the living room, smiled and greeted Zhang Yuan when she saw him coming back. My sister-in-law's name is Zhang Yuya, 4 years older than Zhang Yuan, graduated from college not long ago, and is currently staying at home. She has delicate and beautiful features, a round goose face, a tear mole under the corner of her left eye, and a concave and convex figure, which made her the dream girl of many men when she was in college, before Zhang Yuan crossed over. After the host's parents disappeared together during a certain break-in copy, the host lived in his grandmother's house after that. Currently Zhang Yuan lives with his grandmother and sister-in-law, 2 little ones. Dinner time. At this moment, Grandma came out of the kitchen with chicken soup and placed it on the long dining table by the living room. Smilingly greeting Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yuya, my sister-in-law reached out to grab a chicken leg from the table, and my grandmother simply slapped it away with her chopsticks. Go wash your hands. As his sister-in-law left in aggravation, Zhang Yuan sat down obediently, but was also glared at by his grandmother. You go too. Zhang Yuan smiled sarcastically and paired up with his sister-in-law to wash their hands and get on the table together. In the middle of the meeting, grandmother suddenly asked, Yuanzi, today is the day you draw cards, right? What occupation did you draw? Zhang Yuan, Grandma, it's a combat profession. As soon as Zhang Yuan said this, grandmother's face instantly turned cold. Zhang Yuan was not surprised by his grandmother's reaction. Ever since the disappearance of the host's parents, His grandmother had always been resistant to combat-oriented professions. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Auntie hurriedly put down the chicken leg in her hand and said, "Mom, it's a good thing that Yuan Zi drew a combat class occupation. After that, if he gets into a good university, wouldn't that be a big money maker?" Zhang Yuan nodded his head. "Yes, Grandma. In the future, I will place more copies and earn money, and my family's life will be much better." Snap! Grandma slammed her chopsticks onto the table. "Why are you still eating? One by one. They don't even care about their lives for money. Why don't I just go down and wait for you guys first?" With that, Grandma got up and went back inside. Bang! The bedroom door was closed heavily, and the atmosphere in the living room grew heavier. The first time Zhang Yuan saw his grandmother get so angry, he couldn't help but ask his sister-in-law, "Auntie, isn't it possible for combat class professions to do life class work as well?" Auntie hurriedly comforted, "You mustn't. I'll whisper to you. My mom, she was an elite in the army when she was young. Back then, when my sister drew the combat class occupation, she set up a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights, and when I drew the singer, she gave me 3 days and 3 nights of stinky face." Zhang Yuan was surprised. "There's still this?" Auntie continued to whisper. "Don't look at that old hag pretending to be like this just now, but she might be stealing joy under the covers right now. Tell me, what profession did you draw? Warrior or mage? I see you're carrying an iron box, kind of like an auxiliary. It's the hidden profession. Sword formation master. A hidden profession? Emperor." My sister-in-law immediately cast an envious and jealous gaze. "Is your profession bullish?" Bullish is good. Combat professions are meant to be bullish. Quickly tell me, where exactly is this profession of yours bullish?" My sister-in-law was able to wash away the heavy atmosphere in a couple of sentences, and Zhang Yuan gradually became talkative and started to tell my sister-in-law about the awesome aspects of his profession. The rest of the night was spent with my sister-in-law's bull. Early the next morning, Zhang Yuan woke up and realized that there was an additional ornate badge at the head of his bed, and although it looked a bit old, it was quite well preserved. "It is?" Zhang Yuan picked up the badge and the attributes were displayed. Imperial Badge of Extraordinary Merit, Trinket, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Physique plus 100, Damage Reduction 10%, Level 1 available. Remarks, dedicated to the heroes who did great service to the Empire and the people. Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw the name and remarks of the badge. With that name and note, that attribute of adding 104 dimensions doesn't even matter anymore. In the Daxia Empire, there is a saying, first-class merit, take life, second-class merit, have disability, third-class merit, sweat. As for the special merit, only a war god level character could get it, and every special merit badge represented a legend. Grandma, is the god of war? Zhang Yuan was in a bit of a trance. How could he have never imagined that his grandmother, who was usually kind and gentle, was actually a war god who had made a special achievement? Zhang Yuan took his badge and went to the living room, where his sister-in-law, who was crossing her pink slippers, was eating pancakes with kanji on the dining table by the living room. When my sister-in-law saw Zhang Yuan, she immediately said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, the dog tour has risen early." Ever since she learned last night that Zhang Yuan had drawn a full life, her name for Zhang Yuan had changed from Yuanzi to Dogto. Grandma in the kitchen heard the commotion and poked her head out to look, then came out with freshly cooked pancakes and a bowl of porridge. Zhang Yuan took the pancakes and kanji handed over by his grandmother and asked, "Grandma, this badge, it's all a worthless past, so eat your breakfast, practice harder, and don't disgrace our family." Zhang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. "Grandma, you agree that I should become an adventurer? Grandma, with your profession and talent, it would be the greatest betrayal of the country and its people for me to stop you." Auntie smiled and said, "I told you, Mom, she's just a knife with a big mouth and a big heart. You just go on your adventure without worrying. I'll take care of the old lady." Grandmother gave her sister-in-law a murderous glance, then said to Zhang Yuan, "The bus from the school to pick you up is already waiting for you outside, so go quickly after breakfast. You kid has this kind of career. If you still can't get into Kyoto University, I'll break your dog's legs." Zhang Yuan immediately stood straight. "Yes, sir, chief." After carrying the sword case out the door, Zhang Yuan checked his current attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Profession, sword formation master, only. Rank, 10%. Power, 110. Agility, 105. Spirit, 130. Physical fitness, 105. Occupational special attributes, strike rate, 10%. Strike damage, 100%. Talents, absolute luck, level 1. I am the sword immortal, level 1. Equipment, iron sword case, 10 out of 10. Imperial badge of special merit. Skills, sword formation, level 1. Royal Sword, Level 1. Nemesis, 6 Fates. Wearing the Imperial Badge of Extraordinary Merit, the 4-dimensional attributes were added by 100, which was equivalent to the attributes added by a normal profession at the first 16 levels. This badge may not be useful in the later stages, but in the early stages, it's an explosive attribute for supermodels. Grandma still loves her grandson. Zhang Yuan happily collected his badge and took the school bus to the hidden copy in the western suburb. There were a total of 8 middle schools in Westlake City, and each school had 2 to 3 slots to enter the hidden copy to practice. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the entrance of the replica, there were more than 40 teachers plus students here, and Li Shuer was among them. Perhaps it was because Li Shuer was still angry. When she met Zhang Yuan's line of sight, she directly brushed her head aside and clasped her hands in front of her chest, with an attitude of not wanting to cross paths with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, however, did not care and went forward to greet him. Shuer, good morning. Humph, Li Shuer grunted. I don't want to care about you. Zhang Yuan fished out the pancake wrapped in oil paper from his arms and handed it to Li Shuer. This is the pancake cooked by my grandmother. You must not have eaten breakfast. Here you go. Michelle Li didn't respond. Don't forget it. I'm not full anyway. Nerd. Who says I don't want it? Li Shuer snatched the pancake that was going to be stuffed into her mouth by Zhang Yuan, and then added, the copy is open, and the teacher said that it is best to form a 5-member squad for this copy, so that safety can be guaranteed and the efficiency of leveling will not be low. I've already formed a team for you. 2 pyromancers, 1 warrior, plus a nurse for me. You can go straight to the copy if you come over. With the experience of this copy, we should be able to get to level 12 in a week of brushing. It's quite efficient. Zhang Yuan, silly girl. What are you looking for so many people for? Monster experience is to be shared equally. Li Shuer gave Zhang Yuan a blank look. What? You still want to go solo? Zhang Yuan, I can take you one. Li Shuer's eyes widened. You really want to go solo? Crazy, right? At this time, Ning Qin walked over. Zhang Yuan, this is not the time to play it cool. Although this hidden copy is considered a novice copy, the risk of death is too great for you to go in alone. Li Shuer, headmaster, is right. Although the group has to share the experience, the efficiency of brushing the monsters will also become higher, and the victory is safety. Nerd, you go to brush the copy by yourself. There is no nurse to add blood. It's easy to get into trouble. Zhang Yuan laughed. Don't worry. I'm not really a nerd. I'll just quit when I encounter danger. Not to mention that Kyoto University is not that good. If I can't even single brush a copy of this level, then I guess I won't be able to get into Kyoto University either. Ning Qin nodded slightly. That's not a bad thing for you to say. Those who are admitted to Kyoto University are the elite of the elite. If you feel that it's faster to upgrade your copy solo, I'll give you permission to do it solo. Li Shuer was dissatisfied. Headmaster, why did you start spoiling this nerd too? Ning Qin, after all, Zhang Yuan is a hidden profession with a full life seat. This novice copy shouldn't be much of a danger to him, and if he can clear the level solo, then he'll have a few more points of certainty of getting into Kyoto University. If you really can't brush it alone, you can just form a team afterward. There's no rush for this day anyway. When Ning Qin spoke these words, Li Shuer no longer objected. Zhang Yuan laughed. Shuer, if it's you, I can make an exception and take you. After all, Li Shuer's profession was the elf saint, and she had no means of attack in the early stages, so she couldn't be soloed. I don't give a damn. If you won't team up with me, then I'll go find a teammate. Li Shuer gave a petulant grunt and held Zhang Yuan's flapjacks as she walked towards her preformed teammates not far away and walked into the copy with them. It's good to be young. Ning Qin looked at Li Shuer's back with a smile and sighed, and then said to Zhang Yuan in a serious tone, Zhang Yuan, I can see that girl has a good feeling for you, but her background can be beyond your imagination. If you want to get together with her, you have to work hard. Thank you, Principal. Zhang Yuan flatly thanked him and entered the copy alone. Old Ning, that kid is Zhang Yuan, right? Is he going solo? The principals of the other schools came up when they saw Zhang Yuan entering the copy alone. Your first middle school is really making a fortune. A rare auxiliary and a full-life hidden profession. You're afraid you're going to produce 2 Kyoto University students this year. How come our school doesn't have this shit? In the face of a few principals boasting, Ning Qin was immediately red-faced. Luck. It's all just luck. Actually, Zhang Yuan's career strength is an unknown, and he's not too stable for the Kyoto University exam. Even if you can't get into Kyoto University, the top 3 ranked universities are still secure. And besides, your school has produced an elfin saint. Doesn't that guarantee a Kyoto University? I heard that the child who drew the elfin saint was the first lady of the Li family. This luck of the Li family is truly overwhelming. Only a few years ago a legendary profession was released, and this year a rare profession was released. By the way, have you guys read the newspaper? A level 70 boss came out of the abyss, and our vanguard team lost several of them. Alas, the abyss has become increasingly restless in recent years. The world is not at peace anymore. A couple of principals were chatting animatedly and the conversation went on and on. This time, the hidden copy was a jungle, surrounded by sky-high trees, with a number of monsters hidden in the bushes. Hidden copies for newbies. This is a copy of this world. Doesn't seem to be much different from the outside. It was the first time for Zhang Yuan to enter a copy of this world, and he was curious about everything around him. At that moment, a rabbit hopped out of the bushes. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan unfolded his sword formation, and an iron sword in his sword box immediately pierced through the berserk rabbit. Minus 996. Successfully killed berserk rabbit. Experience plus 2. Successfully killed berserk rabbit. Experience plus 2. Successfully killed berserk rabbit. Experience plus 2. When Zhang Yuan killed a rabbit, more than 10 tips suddenly popped up in a row, and the whole person could not help but be confused before reacting that it was the splash effect of Fatal Seat 4. Sword Tire, Fate 4 for each enemy attacked within the sword formation. Other enemies within the formation take 10% splash damage. His damage was far overflowing nowadays, and as long as one rabbit died within the sword formation, all the other rabbits would have to follow suit and die violently. Zhang Yuan took another look at his experience bar and it went up by 1%. Not bad, just came in and went up 1%. Following this upgrade progress, we should be able to brush straight to level 12 today. Zhang Yuan gust summoned all the flying swords and began to make a killing in the woods. Successfully killed berserk rabbit. Experience plus 2. Successfully killed berserk rabbit. Experience plus 2. A large number of hints brushed the screen as Zhang Yuan's experience bar dabbled. This leveling speed is a disgrace. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan received his first upgrade. Name, Zhang Yuan. Profession, Sword Formation Master, only. Rank, 2, 1%. Power, 120. Agility, 110. Spirit, 160. Body mass, 110. Occupational special attributes, strike rate, 11%. Strike damage, 110%. Talents, absolute luck, level 1. I am the Sword Immortal, level 1. Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10 out of 10. Imperial Badge of Merit. Skills, Sword Formation, level 1. Royal Sword, level 1. Nemesis, 6 Fates. Level up and the attributes are increased accordingly. When you go up a level, strength is increased by 10, agility by 5, spirit by 30, and physical strength by 5. The total increase in attribute points is 50. I remember the textbook said that the average profession only increases 25 attribute points when you go up a level, right? My profession's growth is so high, it's directly doubled. Zhang Yuan was quite a bit shocked when he saw his attribute growth. And that was without counting the 1% strike rate and 10% strike damage. This hidden profession, it's too awesome. As the berserk rabbits on the outskirts of the forest were slaughtered cleanly, Zhang Yuan began to push deeper into the forest, and the level of the monsters he encountered slowly began to rise. Successfully killed the black hairy pig. Experience plus 4. Successfully killed the red-eyed hyena. Experience plus 6. Successfully killed the berserk rabbit king. Experience plus 10. Zhang Yuan steadily advances. All the monsters on the road are all no suspense seconds, and still a large number of deaths. Copies of the speed of refreshing monsters is not as fast as Zhang Yuan kills. In less than an hour, a pillar of light rushed out from Zhang Yuan. Another upgrade. Add 10 points to strength, 5 points to agility and physique, 30 points to spirit, 1% to strike rate, and 10% to strike damage. Skill proficiency increased. Sword formation, level 2 unfolds a sword formation that continuously consumes mental energy. Within a radius of 20 meters, bludgeoning damage is increased by 110%. Imperial Sword, level 2 harness a flying sword and attack in the air. Power depends on the quality of the sword. Your own mental power and skill level. Skill proficiency can still be increased? Zhang Yuan realized that his sword formation and Imperial Sword levels had both increased, and immediately locked onto a level 5 Berserk Rabbit King not far away. A flying sword instantly penetrated the Berserk Rabbit King's body. Minus 1579. Successfully killed the Berserk Rabbit King. Experience plus 10. Successfully killed Berserk Rabbit. Experience plus 1. Successfully killed the Black Hairy Pig. Experience plus 4. Another series of kill boosts swiped the screen, and Zhang Yuan didn't even know where those monsters had died. Now one flying sword has 1579 damage, and 10 flying sword attacks have 15,790 damage. So don't I have the ability to kill a level 10 boss in seconds? Zhang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the damage he had done. He could only be level 3 now. His weapon was a blank slate, and his skill level was low. but his damage had already caught up to a level 40 fire mage. Even if he didn't have the 10x increase of the sword immortal talent, this occupational strength was beyond exaggerated. Unbalanced. This profession is too unbalanced. Luckily this is the only profession where I'm the only one who can bear this injustice. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but give a shout out to the other professions, tearfully shooting one of the berserk rabbit kings in his field of view, and his experience bar rose another notch. According to Zhang Yuan's current upgrading speed, in at most one day, he would be able to level up to 12 and fight through this copy. The most crucial thing was that because of the bonus of Natal Seed 2 and Natal Seed 3, Zhang Yuan's Imperial Sword did not consume his mental energy, and as he was in the sword formation, his physical strength would continue to be restored, so he could not go out to replenish his supplies at all, and save a lot of time practicing. Other people use a week to brush to level 12, and this also needs a good team configuration. Teammates cooperate well in order to be able to do it, while Zhang Yuan alone can pass this copy in one day. The gap is too big. The mandatory requirement to get into Kyoto University is level 19, but a level 12 professional can already get into a university. Level 13 or 14 will be able to pick a good 211, and level 15 will be able to get into 985. It could be said that what Zhang Yuan leveled up in a day, many students could not level up in a month. While Zhang Yuan was still killing his way through the copy, many students had already retreated from the hidden copy to receive treatment and supplies. Although the hidden copies had high experience, the monsters' attacks and defenses were also high. The students were all level 1 going in, and for a team to combine their efforts to kill dozens of berserk rabbits in 2 hours was already quite a good achievement. Several principals had by now set up a table outside the replica and were gathered around drinking tea and chatting and getting high, critiquing the students who had come out. Not bad, it's only been 2 hours, and suddenly from my school has already risen to level 2, and should be able to reach level 4 today, hopefully rushing a 985. Wang Bin from my school is also good. Still 10% experience short of level 2. Picking a better 211 won't be a problem. By the way, old Chin, it's been almost 2 hours. That single brush kid should be coming out to resupply, right? Well, should be soon. Ning Qin nodded. His eyes swept back and forth at the entrance of the copy. He was most worried about Zhang Yuan who was soloing. After all, every year there were news of students dying in the copy. He was really afraid that Zhang Yuan would fold up in this copy alone today. Generally speaking, student teams would come out to resupply in about 2 hours, and the level when they came out could also determine how fast the students were upgrading. With the experience of this hidden copy, if Zhang Yuan could rise to level 3 when he came out for the first time to replenish his supplies, then he was expected to impact Kyoto University. However, Zhang Yuan still did not come out until after all the students had exited their copies to replenish their supplies. Lei Shuer, who had also risen to level 2, wiped her fragrant sweat with a towel while walking over to Ning Qin. Headmaster, has the nerd come out yet? Wait a little longer. Ning Qin shook his head. He hasn't come out yet. It's not out yet? Li Shuer's expression changed slightly. How is this possible? It's been more than 2 hours. Hasn't he exhausted his spiritual energy? Although you can bring spirit-restoring drugs with you when you enter a copy, the number of times you can use them is limited, and once your spirit power is depleted, you will not be able to use your skills and you will have to come out of the copy to replenish them. Ning Qin, maybe Zhang Yuan's skill consumption is low. Wait a little longer. No student deaths have been monitored on the government side. Hearing Ning Qin's words, Li Shuer let out a slight sigh of relief. Silence. Suddenly, a team of loaded government troops arrived nearby and blocked off the entrance to the replica, and the students who were resupplying outside the replica whispered, not understanding what was happening. When the several principals saw this, their expressions all changed and they stood up. Bad. The captain of the government army, Xia Chaoyang, stepped forward and saluted the several principals. Sorry, the military has detected abnormal fluctuations in the energy index of this replica. We need to shut down the replica and check for hidden dangers. I'm afraid that the practicing activities of the various schools will have to be put on hold for the time being, so please take your respective students back first today. Ning Qin hurriedly said, Captain Xia, I still have a student in the copy. Can I wait for him to come out first? And students? Xia Chaoyang frowned, then glanced at his watch and would say, this energy fluctuation may be caused by an abyssal infestation. If not dealt with in time, this copy may abyssalize and cause incalculable losses to the people's property. So I can only give you half an hour. Ning Qin nodded. It's enough. My student has been in for more than 2 hours. Any more than that, he should be out in half an hour. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Shuer could not help but clench her small hand and looked worriedly at the copy blocked by the military. Nerd, you have to come out quickly. At this time, Zhang Yuan, who was being missed by the crowd, had already killed his way to the middle of the forest and his level had come to level 4. Zhang Yuan looked at his attribute panel. Name, Zhang Yuan. Profession, Sword Formation Master, only. Rank, 4, 3%. Power, 140. Agility, 120. Spirit, 220. Body mass, 120. Occupational special attributes, strike rate, 13%. Strike damage, 130%. Talents, absolute luck, level 1. I am the Sword Immortal, level 1. Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10 out of 10. Imperial Badge of Merit. Skills, Sword Formation, level 2. Royal Sword, level 2. Nemesis, 6 Fates. Over 2 hours and up to level 4. That's not a bad speed. Zhang Yuan was quite satisfied with his upgrading speed. He had thought that the further back he went, the slower he would upgrade. But in reality, he relied on the splash damage that came with Fate 6, plus the real damage of Fate 6 that ignored defense, turning the sword formation into a slaughterhouse for monsters. As long as the monster is within a 200-meter radius, it dies on refresh. The only thing that made Zhang Yuan feel unhappy was that he couldn't make the flying sword automatically seek the enemy, and he couldn't be a shirker himself. The monsters around here are refreshing too slowly, so it looks like we'll have to keep moving deeper. Zhang Yuan carried his sword case forward and had no intention of exiting the copy at all. Meanwhile, deep within the depths of this hidden copy, the level 12 boss Cyclops was huffing and puffing on a bed of stone. Suddenly, next to its stone bed, purple bubbles slowly oozed from the ground. Successfully killed the green wolf. Experience plus 15. Successfully killed the black bear. Experience plus 20. Successfully killed the tiger. Experience plus 25. Even level 10 monsters could not carry Zhang Yuan's sword, and without realizing it, Zhang Yuan had already walked deep into the forest. A golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body, rising to level 5. The 4 dimensions and blast explosive damage attributes increased. However, Zhang Yuan was slightly dissatisfied with his upgrade speed. Although the monster level increased and the experience became more after going deeper into the replica, the monster density was down. Zhang Yuan only gained 0.1% experience when he killed a tiger right now. He had to kill 1,000 tigers to level up, but the number of tigers was extremely low. He could find up to 5 a minute. Counting the other monsters, it would take him another 2 hours to get to level 6. It's been 3 hours since I entered the copy, and I'm only level 5 now. And even though the others are currently level 3 at best, I can't compare myself to them. Zhang Yuan did some silent calculations in his mind. According to the current speed, it might be hard enough for him to rise to level 12 in a day. It takes so much longer to find monsters than it does to kill them. Zhang Yuan's footsteps did not stop and he continued to go deeper into the forest and came to a cave. Inside this cave should be the boss of this hidden copy. The monsters inside the cave should all be level 12. And there might be elite monsters. Zhang Yuan pondered for a little while, then he walked in with determination. Although he was only level 5 now, 1 sword damage was already 2,000. 10 flying swords was 20,000. According to the attack frequency of once a second, plus the splash damage of the life base, even if the bosses and elite monsters were piled up inside, he could still kill them cleanly. Meanwhile, outside the copy, Xia Chayan glanced at the time and said to Ning Qin, "Headmaster Ning, I'm sorry, it's already been half an hour now. We have to close the copy." Ning Qin pleaded, "Captain Xia, can't you allow a little more time? That kid is a seedling of Kyoto University. He can't afford to lose out." "Xia Chayan, we understand your concern. But don't worry, when we remove the hidden dangers, we will continue to open the copy, and that student will be able to exit at that time." Ning Qin hesitated. "But," Xia Chayan's face sank, "Principal Ning, if you close the copy now, at most that student will be trapped inside the copy. But once the replica is abyssalized and the monsters inside run out, at that time, not only will the student in the replica die, but the people of Shihu City will also be threatened with their lives. Can you afford to take the blame?" Ning Qin's expression changed slightly. Then he sighed. "I understand. Close the copy." Li Shuer was anxious at this point. "Principal, do you really not care about the dork?" "Ning Qin, the fact that the kid hasn't come out until now means that his profession should have the means to replenish itself autonomously, and he won't be coming out anytime soon. Now letting the military shut down the copies, troubleshooting the hidden dangers, and preventing the copies from abyssalizing is the best option to help him." "Captain." At that moment, a soldier trotted over. "Something's wrong?" Xia Chayan asked in a deep voice. "What's going on?" "Instruments have detected an abyssal aura in the copy. The copy boss has been corrupted by the abyss." "Then why don't you close the copy?" "Report, Captain." "Can't close, can't close, can't turn it off?" Xia Chayan's eyes changed slightly. "It's just that the boss was corrupted. The copy hasn't been completely abyssalized. How could it not be turned off? Someone has stepped into the corrupted boss territory, and the copy is now in abyssal raider mode." Impossible. Xia Chaoyang chortled out. There's only one student in the copy right now. Level 3 at the top of the day. He can enter the boss territory? The soldier wiped his sweat and said, But the instruments can't be wrong. The Abyssal Raider mode is already on. Xia Chaoyang's face instantly became incomparably gloomy. Turning his head to look at Ning Qin. Principal Ning, what's going on with that student of yours? Ning Qin was also a bit confused at this time. I don't build it. You don't know. Xia Chaoyang's face was as gloomy as water. But at this moment, he didn't have the time to pursue Ning Qin. Turning to the soldiers and ordering, immediately evacuate the surrounding teachers and students. Dispatch the city defense forces over. And by no means let the abyssal corruption boss enter the city. The soldiers stood at attention and saluted. Yes. As Li Shuer watched Xia Chaoyang and the soldiers leave in a hurry, she hurriedly asked Ning Qin, Principal, what is the Abyssal Raider mode? At this time, Ning Qin was sad and said back, when the power of the abyss encroaches on the copy boss will be corrupted by the abyss and become the copy's only boss, with all attributes skyrocketing by at least 10 times. If the corrupted boss isn't raided within a certain amount of time, the corrupted boss will leave the copy with the copy monsters and invade the real world. So we need to send elite professionals into the abyssal copy to raid the boss before the corrupted boss invades reality. This is called the Abyssal Raider mode. Once the Abyssal Raider mode is opened, the copy will no longer be open to the public. And the raider who enters the copy and the abyssal corruption boss must divide life and death. The raider who successfully raids the abyssal boss will be rewarded handsomely. And once the raider has been killed, the abyssal corruption boss will be reinforced and immediately invade reality. Li Shuer's expression changed slightly. Abyssal Raider mode. Doesn't that mean that dull gourd he's going to fight the corruption boss? Ning Qin sighed heavily and patted Li Shuer on the shoulder. As much as I hate to say this is the first lesson that the abyss will give you. We will lose our companions at any time. So prepare yourself mentally. No way. I'm not taking it. Li Shuer was a bit flustered and immediately ran to the side, calling housekeeper Su. At this time in the copy, Zhang Yuan did not know that he was already in deep crisis and was immersed in the joy of quickly leveling up. Successfully killed the corrupted goblin. Experience plus 200. Successfully killed corrupted elite goblin. Experience plus 300. Successfully killed the corrupted giant vanguard. Experience plus 500. It's worthy of being boss territory. This experience rattles up. Zhang Yuan was already happy at this time. As soon as he entered the cave, he was shocked by the experience of the monsters inside. Although the blood of the monsters here was quite a bit thicker, it was only a matter of going from 1 flying sword to 2 flying swords, and it did not affect Zhang Yuan's leveling speed at all. In just a few minutes, golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body and he directly rose to level 6. If I had known that the experience here was so high, why would I still be out there brushing berserk rabbits? Rabbits that cute should be used for red roasting, not leveling. Zhang Yuan looked at the heads that were saving up in front of him, and his eyes were beaming with golden light. That was all white-collar experience. There were more than 100 corrupted goblins that he saw with his eyes alone. In this narrow cave, the monsters were dense and numerous, and there was no need to look for them. This was a customized leveling treasure trove specifically for him. When Zhang Yuan saw his rapidly rising experience bar, he felt that the goblins whose brain flowers were exposed were a bit cute. Copy outside. The city defense forces had already constructed a defense line at the entrance of the replica, and the soldiers were heavily armed and on standby, vowing to stop the abyssal monsters outside the defense line. The teachers and students of all the schools had already been evacuated, and only Ning Qin, relying on his old principal's 1 point of thinness, got Xia Chaoyang to promise that he could take Li Shuer to guard the back of the city defense army's battle formation until the end of the battle. Li Shuer looked at Ning Qin with tearful eyes. Headmaster, Dorky, he really won't survive? It is absolutely impossible. Ning Qin firmly shook his head. This copy of the boss territory, the monsters inside are all level 10 or above, and after being corrupted by the abyss, their attributes will even skyrocket tenfold. Zhang Yuan can't even break the monster's defense. Moreover, the process of copy abyssalization is irreversible. Until the entire copy is completely abyssalized, the abyssal corruption boss will take the initiative to attack, and by that time, there will be nowhere for Zhang Yuan to escape. Speaking here, Ning Qin looked towards the distant copy of the abyss that had turned red and lamented. That kid, he must be very scared right now. He obviously has a bright future, but he's about to be folded in the novice copy. Fate is really unfair. And at that moment, the inside of the replica cave, Zhang Yuan, who had already risen to level 9, was sitting on a chipped stone, chewing on the jerky roasted by his grandmother while maneuvering his flying sword to slaughter the monsters in the cave. He had been in the copy for 5 hours, and even though upgrading would restore his status, his stomach would still be hungry and in need of a fruitful meal. Grandma's baked jerky is delicious. but it's too dry, and I should have known to bring some water. Zhang Yuan muttered while 10 flying swords pierced the giant mage who was casting spells in the distance. Minus 23,985. Successfully killed the corrupted giant shaman. Experience plus 1,200. Successfully killed the corrupted goblin. Experience plus 200. Successfully killed corrupted elite goblin. Experience plus 300. A golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body, rising to level 10. Finally at level 10. Seeing that he had upgraded, Zhang Yuan immediately wiped the oil on his hands on the clothes of a giant vanguard whose body had not yet disappeared and checked his attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Profession, Sword Formation Master, only. Rating, 10, 2%. Power, 200. Agility, 150. Spirit, 400. Physical fitness, 150. Occupational special attributes, strike rate, 19%. Strike damage, 190%. Talents, absolute luck, level 1. I am the Sword Immortal, level 1. Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10 out of 10. Imperial Badge of Merit. Skill, Sword Formation, level 3. Unfolds a sword formation that continuously consumes mental energy, within a radius of 30 meters. Bludgeoning damage is increased by 120%. Imperial Sword, level 3 harness a flying sword and attack in the air. Power depends on the quality of the sword. Your own mental power and skill level. Nemesis, 6 fates. The two skills, Sword Formation and Imperial Sword, are both at level 3, so my damage should have increased dramatically again. Zhang Yuan realized that his Sword Formation and Royal Sword levels had increased at the same time, and immediately controlled a flying sword to pierce through a corrupted goblin. Minus 3,836. Successfully killed the corrupted goblin. Experience plus 200. Sure enough, the damage was boosted by roughly 30%. Zhang Yuan was not surprised by his current damage. He had estimated that his damage bonus was around 20% when he increased his Royal Sword level by 1 level. Counting the upgrades increased mental strength and explosive damage. A 30% increase in damage was not excessive. Now that the level has been brushed up to level 10, it's time to go meet that boss. Zhang Yuan cast his gaze towards the depths of the cave. When he was brushing the monsters in the cave, from time to time, he would hear creepy roars coming from the depths of the cave, accompanied by the ground shaking and the sense of oppression. Since this wasn't playing a game where death was literally death, Zhang Yuan didn't challenge the boss at level 6 or 7 just to be on the safe side. However, now that he had risen to level 10, his average output was close to 40,000 per second. Not to mention a level 12 boss. Even if a level 40 boss came, as long as he operated well, he could still cross the level and fuck it up. After all, he had the unreasonable Natal Seat 6, which ignored enemy defenses within the sword formation. The boss's defenses, they don't exist. Walking deeper into the cave, Zhang Yuan saw a very exaggerated big guy. That Cyclops was 10 meters tall. Its skin was a deep purple color. Its body was muscular, and it was covered with warts that were as hard as rock, like a demon's armor. All over this giant's body, he exuded a disturbing aura. Zhang Yuan felt an unspeakable terror just by looking at the Cyclops' eyes. Corrupted Cyclops King. Is this really what a level 12 boss should look like? Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that he was in the wrong movie theater, but at that moment, the Cyclops King had already discovered Zhang Yuan, and the fire of malice lit up in its eyes, filled with endless anger and tyranny as it roared angrily. A deafening sound swept over Zhang Yuan, and he almost did not stand still. It's not right. Definitely not right. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan had not learned the detection technique and did not know the specifics of this boss, so he could only try to attack with 10 flying swords first. 10 flying swords pierced through the armor on the Cyclops King's chest. Minus 38,360. Surprisingly, I didn't die. This boss's blood level isn't normal. This was the first time that Zhang Yuan had encountered a monster that could take 10 flying swords and still not die. His heart was shocked beyond measure. However, the Cyclops King also seemed to have suffered extremely heavy injuries, as the armor on its chest burst into pieces and blood flowed out. Howl! The Cyclops roared angrily as it grabbed the huge wolf tooth stick beside it and charged madly towards Zhang Yuan, its footsteps shaking the earth. Zhang Yuan did not dare to be careless and once again maneuvered 10 flying swords to attack. Minus 38,360. Not dead yet. Zhang Yuan frowned slightly and backed up while using his mind to pull the flying sword out of the Cyclops King. Although the Cyclops King was soaked with blood, it was still extremely fast, rushing to Zhang Yuan in 3 or 2 steps, and its wolf tooth stick slammed down. Bang! Zhang Yuan dodged by jumping sideways, and although he dodged the wolf fang stick, he was still blown out by the shockwave, and his blood level was instantly reduced by a large portion. What a high attack power! If I come over at level 6 or 7, I'm afraid that this splash damage can kill me. This sword formation master is really a brittle profession. But I don't believe that you can take another 10 swords. Zhang Yuan understood that he would definitely die even if he was splattered again, so he did not hesitate to control the flying sword to attack. The main event is a passionate mutual second. Minus 38,360. 10 flying swords penetrated the Cyclops' heart, and the Cyclops howled in pain, then collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Successfully killed the corrupted Cyclops King. Experience plus 10,000. A golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan directly rose to level 11. Ding! Detected that the host has reached the achievement First Encounter with the Abyss, rewarding the awakening of an advanced talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced talent, the Eye of the Abyss. Eye of the Abyss can detect objects no higher than 50 of its own level. Before Zhang Yuan could go through his attributes, a treasure chest appeared on the Cyclops King's stone bed. Treasure chest. Zhang Yuan's eyes were glowing and he immediately ran forward and opened the box. Obtaining primary skill scroll *1. Obtain God Stone *1. Obtaining profession exclusive skill scroll *1. Skill scrolls, or 2. In this world, skill scrolls were quite valuable treasures, and even beginner skill scrolls were able to go to the trading house and sell for $100,000. As for the profession exclusive skill scrolls, Zhang Yuan had never heard of them, but there was no need to even think about it. The value must be extremely high. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan directly used the primary skill scroll. The skill scroll turned into a ball of light and enveloped Zhang Yuan. Acquired skill, Toxin Resistance, Level 1. Toxin Resistance, Level 1 gain 10% Toxin Resistance. Toxin Resistance. Not bad. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The skills obtained from the skill scroll were randomized and there was a probability of failing to obtain a skill. Getting a passive skill with a primary skill scroll was already quite good. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to use the profession exclusive skill scroll again. Acquired skill, Sword Formation Space, Passive. Sword Formation Space, Passive. The sword case and flying sword can be placed in the Sword Formation Space, which can be accessed at any time within the sword formation. Sword Formation Space? What the hell is this? When Zhang Yuan saw this unknown skill, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and then he attempted this passive. Then, Zhang Yuan realized that both the sword box and the flying sword he was carrying disappeared together and were stored in the sword formation space. This is it. Zhang Yuan was a little disappointed. Although it was indeed convenient to be able to put the heavy sword case into the sword formation space, with his current strength, carrying the sword case on his back was not too much of a hindrance. If this skill just gave a convenience, then the cost-effectiveness of this profession exclusive skill was too low. Well, is not right. However, very soon, Zhang Yuan realized that something was wrong with this skill, which also had the second half of the sentence, which was taken at any time within the sword formation. Zhang Yuan immediately unfolded the sword formation, and then those flying swords appeared out of thin air within the sword formation, and then quickly disappeared again. Crap. Space-based means. Zhang Yuan was thrilled when he realized that he could indeed release and collect flying swords at will within the range of the sword formation. This could mean that when he was fighting an enemy, as long as the other party was within his sword formation, then he could completely release his flying sword behind the enemy and be an old sixth. Not bad, not bad. Worthy of being a profession exclusive skill. This is like my trump card skill. Zhang Yuan changed his previous disgusted face and was very satisfied with his new skill. It's been a rewarding trip. Zhang Yuan contentedly stuffed the God Stone into his pocket and started sweeping the remaining monsters in the cave. The Stone of God had to be used in the Star Array of Fate, and right now, Zhang Yuan didn't have the money to buy a destiny compass made by a Grand Array Master that could be carried around, so he could only go to the Adventurers Guild to pay a certain commission and use the public Star Array of Fate to draw cards. After Zhang Yuan killed the corrupted Cyclops King, no more monsters were refreshed in this cave, and Zhang Yuan spent half an hour sweeping through the monsters and managed to rise to level 12. Before leaving the copy, Zhang Yuan checked his current attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Profession, Sword Formation Master, only. Rank, 12, 8%. Power, 220. Agility, 160. Spirit, 460. Body mass, 160. Occupational special attributes. Strike rate, 21%. Strike damage, 210%. Talents, Absolute Luck, Level 1. I am the Sword Immortal, Level 1. Eye of the Abyss. Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10 out of 10. Imperial Badge of Merit. Skills, Sword Formation, Level 3. Imperial Sword, Level 3. Sword Formation Space, Passive. Toxin Resistance, Level 1. Nemesis, 6 Fates. Perfect. It's perfect. Zhang Yuan looked at his current attribute panel and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Now all he had to do was to go to the Adventurers Association to draw cards and get an exclusive weapon. Then he would be flying high. Zhang Yuan smiled broadly and walked into the duplicate teleportation exit that appeared behind the treasure chest. A moment later, in the empty treasure chest deep in the cave, a wisp of purple smoke flew out and gradually coalesced into a black shadow, staring grimly at the gradually closing copy teleportation exit. Level 10 soloing a level 12 corrupted boss. Humanity has actually produced such a genius. We must find a way to strangle it in the cradle. The black shadow said eerily and dissipated into smoke. On the other hand, Zhang Yuan, who was targeted by the abyss, was unaware of it at this moment. Outside the replica, Xia Chaoyan led the city defense team to stand by, but the abyssal monsters were slow to come out of the replica. It's been 3 hours since the replica started abyssalizing and that kid is actually still alive. Xia Chaoyan couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the abyssal monster when he saw that it was slow to come out. The fact that a novice can survive 3 hours in an abyssal copy is enough to show that it's an elite among elites. And if you train it properly, you'll surely be able to become a high-level combatant in the Empire. Unfortunately, with the replica completely abyssalized, the boy must die. Captain, someone's coming out. All troops on alert. Xia Chaoyang shouted out sternly, and the soldiers raised their guns and aimed. As long as Xia Chaoyang gave the order, they would deliver the fiercest attack on the abyssal monsters. Zhang Yuan stepped out from the glow and was stunned when he saw the large number of blackened gun muzzles in front of him. Wait! Don't do it! Ning Qing dashed out of the crowd. He's my student. Students? Xia Chaoyang froze and quickly stepped forward to ask Zhang Yuan, how did you come out? Zhang Yuan simply replied back, if you kill the boss, won't it come out? Kill the boss, won't it come out? These words caused the brains of both Xia Chaoyang and Ning Qing to stop thinking for some time. In the next second, Ning Qing immediately applied a detection spell on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Formation Master, Level 12. Ning Qing's heart jumped violently, full of unbelief. You, 12 are level 12? Thinking that he had misread the situation, Ning Qing threw another detection spell at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Formation Master, Level 12. Now, Ning Qing was completely confused. Generally speaking, those who could rise to level 12 on their own within a week had a high probability of getting into exam Kyoto University, but those who had risen to level 12 on their own within this one day, Ning Qing had never even heard of. It's a pity that the monsters inside don't refresh after killing the boss, or else the level could be higher. Zhang Yuan sighed regretfully, not feeling that he had done anything extraordinary. However, both Ning Qing and Xia Chaoyang's faces turned green. Xia Chaoyang put her hands on Zhang Yuan's shoulders and asked excitedly, classmate, you raided the abyssal boss all by yourself? Zhang Yuan was surprised. Isn't this copy boss for people to raid? As for being so excited? Xia Chaoyang, Ning Qing. It was only then that the two realized that Zhang Yuan didn't even know that the copy had been abyssalized and thought that he was raiding an ordinary hidden copy. Xia Chaoyang twisted his head to look at Ning Qing and questioned, Principal Ning, is it true that you didn't teach the students about the abyssal copy? Ning Qing scratched his head. Isn't that a college course? Who would have thought that a high school student would be raiding an abyssalized copy? After all, the students only started drawing cards to transfer when they were close to graduating from high school, with low levels, few skills, and weak battle power, not to mention raiding a corrupted boss with attributes strengthened by more than 10 times. Even a normal boss would have to be practiced for at least a week before they could be raided. And that's only if the team is properly configured and the players work well together. As for the level 12 abyssal corruption boss, it would take a level 20 elite team to raid it. This kind of newbie soloing an abyssal corruption boss like this is unheard of. Numb. Xia Chaoyang and Ning Qing. All of them were numb. Principal Ning? Seeing the shocked look on Ning Qing's face, Zhang Yuan thought that he might have made the process too plain, and couldn't help but say seriously, actually, that boss wasn't very good. The blood volume was more than 10 times that of the regular bosses, and I had to put in a bit more effort. The corners of Ning Qing's mouth twitched. Is it just a little more effort? At this moment, Xia Chaoyang came back to his senses, immediately hooked Ning Qing's shoulder to the side, whispered, Old Ning you see we are so many years of friendship, you promised me a thing. Ning Qing, what is it? Xia Chaoyang, why don't you just don't let that kid take the college entrance exam? I'll write a letter of recommendation and send it directly to the army. The military special cultivation, out is the treatment of the division level. Isn't it better than going to Kyoto University? Ning Qing immediately blew his beard and glared, saying angrily, Xia Chaoyang, it's not easy for my school to produce such a seedling. You're going to dig up my roots, aren't you? With Zhang Yuan's talent, once he entered the army and was specially cultivated by the military, his identity would definitely be kept secret, so that all of Zhang Yuan's honors and achievements afterward would not be able to be tainted by Shihu No. 1 Middle School. On a smaller scale, Westlake No. 1 High School has one less student admitted to Kyoto University this year. On a larger scale, the loss of Zhang Yuan is a living signboard as publicity. The student population of the first secondary school in Westlake will definitely be greatly affected. In the long run, the development of the school will do more harm than good. Xia Chaoyang hurriedly said. Old Ning, you can't say that. Entering the army is contributing to the country. You have to have a bigger pattern. Ning Qin, don't come to this set. That kid got into Kyoto University. In the future, no matter whether he is an adventurer raiding the abyssal copy, or into the army to protect the country, it is the same as contributing to the country. Besides, how to choose is that kid's freedom. It shouldn't be our decision. Seeing Ning Qin's attitude so firm, Xia Chaoyang smiled sarcastically and said, Old Ning, I'm just saying, you have a bad heart. Don't be so excited. You're right. It's up to that kid to decide what to choose. We can't force him to choose. Ning Qin pointed to his own eyes with both fingers, and then pointed to Xia Chaoyang, these eyes of this old man of mine will be watching you all the time, so you can't make any small moves these days. Xia Chaoyang smiled and returned. Don't worry, Old Ning, I definitely won't force that child. After saying that, Xia Chaoyang turned back and gave Zhang Yuan a subtle smile. Then he lifted his guard and left with his troops. When Ning Qin saw Xia Chaoyang's appearance, he knew that Xia Chaoyang would definitely make a small move and hurriedly asked Zhang Yuan, Zhang Yuan, you must be taking the exam for Kyoto University, right? Nerd, are you okay? Did you hurt anything? Without waiting for Zhang Yuan to reply, Li Shuer ran over and shoved a bottle of red pill to Zhang Yuan. This is my healing potion. You drink it first. Advanced healing potion? When Zhang Yuan saw the advanced healing potion that Li Shuer stuffed over, the corner of his mouth twitched. Little rich woman. I'm afraid that even a level 60 adventurer wouldn't want to use this medicine, right? Besides, I'm not injured right now, so take it back. The market price of this high-level healing potion was $100,000 a bottle, and it could directly restore a level 60 adventurer's blood level to full, which was quite precious. Take it if you're given it. Li Shuer forcibly shoved the advanced healing potion into Zhang Yuan's arms and whispered again. I'm sorry. Zhang Yuan froze. Why are you suddenly saying sorry to me? Li Shuer, I shouldn't have abandoned you and teamed up with the others. And you wouldn't have been alone in the abyssal copy today if I was behind you. Zhang Yuan, however, smiled and said back. Luckily I didn't take you with me. If there was someone to share the experience, it would be hard enough for me to rise to level 12 today. You. Li Shuer was instantly infuriated and raised her fist to punch Zhang Yuan. But as soon as she thought of the possibility that Zhang Yuan might have been injured, she put her fist down again and just glared hatefully at Zhang Yuan. I'm ignoring you. Putting down her harsh words, Li Shuer turned away and walked towards Butler Su, who was standing not far away. Butler Su smiled as he watched the huffing and puffing Li Shuer walk towards him, saluted slightly and said, Miss, it's fortunate that Zhang Yuan came out on his own, or else if he used that treasure on an outsider, the family head would have to peel my skin. Oomph, that nerd doesn't deserve that kind of good stuff. Butler Su, let's go. Yes, ma'am. Butler Su helped Li Shuer open the car door and once again cast an apologetic smile at Zhang Yuan in the distance. Zhang Yuan watched Li Shuer leave in her car before looking at Ning Qin. Principal, you said before that Shuer's family background is quite terrifying, right? Ning Qin nodded. Not bad, to be honest. I was surprised when Li Shuer came to study in our school. Zhang Yuan, that's right. Ning Qin was surprised. To what? Zhang Yuan just smiled faintly and replied back. Headmaster, not only do I want to get into Kyoto University, I also want to get in as the top student in the country. Ning Qin jolted. Meanwhile, Li Shuer was sulking in the car. Butler Su noticed Li Shuer's expression and laughed. Miss, I think you should be happy. Li Shuer pouted. What am I happy about? That nerd can't say anything nice at all, thanks to me worrying about him so much. Butler Su laughed. Miss, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that you should be happy for his excellence. Rising to level 12 on the first day on his own. That's a genius among geniuses. Michelle Li retorted irritably. What's it to me if he's good? Butler Su, the family head, he is very high on geniuses. Especially geniuses among geniuses. The talent that Zhang Yuan has shown today. I think it must have been enough for the family head not to object to your relationship with him. Miss, Li Shuer immediately blushed red and smoked. Butler Su, you, what did you say? Who's going out with that nerd? Ha ha ha, just pretend I didn't say that. Butler Su laughed openly when he saw Li Shuer's reaction. He had watched Li Shuer grow up and treated Li Shuer as his own daughter, and he had been secretly observing Zhang Yuan for 3 years. At least, he was quite satisfied with Zhang Yuan as his son-in-law. On Li Shuer's way home, Zhang Yuan had already bid farewell to Ning Qin and arrived at the Adventurers Association in Westlake City. After professionals register as adventurers, they can take on quests and earn bounties at the adventurers guilds in various cities across the country, both large and small, and this is the main source of income for adventurers. Within the Adventurers Association, besides the quest hall where quests were released, there was also an extremely important facility, the Great Summer Empire Exchange. The exchange was opened by the Adventurers Association in conjunction with the official Dacia Empire. In the exchange, as long as one was a citizen of the Dacia Empire, not only could one freely buy and sell equipment and materials, but one could also directly give things to the exchange for consignment, and buyers from all over the country could see the consignments. The consignment shop has everything, even unbound stones of God. However, generally speaking, those unbound God stones would be bought the moment they hit the shelves, and the average person wouldn't be able to grab them. And the star formation of fate that Zhang Yuan was going to use was at the exchange. This was the first time Zhang Yuan walked into the exchange, only to see a large number of separated single rooms inside. It was said that in the old days, there were no single rooms in the exchange, and all transactions took place in the halls. And in those days many customers were targeted after purchasing large quantities of materials, and once the customer left the exchange they would be robbed. Later, the exchange built these trading single rooms to protect the privacy and security of its customers, and all the customers' transactions were known only to the customers themselves and the exchange. And after the exchange introduced trading single rooms, there were instantly 80% fewer robberies across the country, and the effect was immediate. Zhang Yuan found a single room that no one was using and placed his palm on the palm print recognition area on the door of the single room. Beginning of identification. Authentication successful. Citizen of the Dacia Empire. Zhang Yuan. Membership level 1. The palm print recognition area turns green and the single room door opens. Zhang Yuan walked into the room, which had a chair, as well as a magic crystal ball specially made by an alchemist. Zhang Yuan followed the instructions and placed his hand on the magic crystal ball, and a virtual screen appeared in front of his eyes with a large number of items being sold, whether it's weapons and defenses, or potion materials. There's everything. Zhang Yuan took out the advanced healing potion given by Li Shuer and said to himself, "Little rich woman, this advanced healing potion is a waste for me to use. I'll use it to exchange it for money. You shouldn't mind, right?" With that, Zhang Yuan selected consignment and then placed the advanced healing potion on the shelf in front of the magic crystal ball. A green light swept by and a new pop-up window popped up in front of Zhang Yuan. Advanced healing potion. Appraised value is 100,000. Is it on consignment or exchange direct purchase? If it was a consignment, the price would be set by Zhang Yuan himself, and the exchange would only charge a 5% handling fee, but it would take time to sell it. If it's an exchange direct purchase, the exchange will usually buy it at 80% of the market price, with the benefit of immediate payment. Currently, all of Zhang Yuan's New Year's money had been taken to buy iron swords, and his commission for using the star formation of fate was not enough, so he could only choose to buy direct from the exchange. With a flash of light, the advanced healing potion disappeared and Zhang Yuan's exchange account had an additional balance of 80,000. But it's so dark, it made me 20,000 in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yuan looked at his account balance and could not help but spit out a sentence. There was no worry about selling just needed items like healing potions, and if Zhang Yuan wasn't in a hurry, he wouldn't have chosen to buy direct from the exchange. With the money, Zhang Yuan directly spent $1,000 to purchase the right to use the star formation of fate once, as Zhang Yuan's account was deducted by $1,000. The setting table in front of the magic crystal lit up and a small star formation of fate emerged. The spell formation used inside the destiny compass that could be carried around was said to be the small destiny star formation. This kind of small fate star formation card drawing effect is the same as the large fate star formation, and the secrecy and convenience are excellent. As long as you have the fate compass with you, then after getting the God Stone, you can draw cards anytime, anywhere. However, the destiny compass was extremely expensive. Even the cheapest one cost $1 million. Not something an ordinary combat professional could afford. This formation master is just making money. Zhang Yuan let out a heartfelt sigh before taking out the Stone of God and putting it into the Destiny Star formation. The God Stone dissipated into points of light, and a large number of cards rolled through it before the spell glowed red. Sure enough, talent works. Absolute luck, level 1 lucky max when drawing cards, limited to 10 times per month. Zhang Yuan's eyes glowed as he stared straight at the spell formation, incomparably eager to know what he had drawn. A card with a crimson sword on it flew out from the spell, and then the card dissipated into red light, and the entire spell was lit up with a red aura. Then, a sword with a reddish body and a dragon pattern on the sword slowly rose from the spell formation. The raging aura swept out in all directions. Highest heaven, divine sword red sky, exclusive first order plus 1000 attack power. plus 50% bludgeon rate, plus 200% bludgeon damage. Auto protect owner, holder immune to psychic attacks, no equipment level restriction. Remarks, one of the 10 great sword weapons, protects the Lord and cleanses the world. A perverted smile appeared on Zhang Yuan's face. This equipment, it can be described as the violence of violence, the perversion of perversion. I'm afraid that the weapons used by those god-level professionals are just like that. The effect is too explosive. He now has more than 4,000 damage with an iron sword with an attack power of 10, and now Red Sky's attack power of 1,000, plus 50% bludgeon rate and 200% burst damage, counting the bludgeon conversion of the lifeblood. Zhang Yuan did some rough calculations, and he poked with Red Sky for close to 700,000 damage. Level 12, 700,000 damage. What kind of concept is that? This would be a fucking overinflated intensity. Garbage game if you put it in a game. But, it's reality. Zhang Yuan, after being excited and thrilled, quickly calmed down again and hurriedly put the Red Sky into the sword formation space to use it as a base card, which usually did not see people easily. After all, he was only level 12 right now, and if he let other high-level professions find out that he had a divine artifact on him, his life would definitely be in jeopardy. The piker is not guilty of a crime. This is true no matter what world you are in. After calming down a little, Zhang Yuan bought another map of the outskirts of the city and some dry food to store in his storage space, and after sending a message to his sister-in-law that he would not be going tonight, he headed straight out of the city. Storage space is a special space that everyone gets only after drawing a card and transferring to a new job. People can put their various things in the storage space, but the storage space capacity is limited, and if you want to increase the space capacity, you can only rely on leveling up. With the newly acquired artifact, Zhang Yuan was excited to practice leveling and planned to practice outside the city. Passing through the western suburbs, you came to the western city gate, which was guarded by level 20 or above guards on a daily basis. Since Zhang Yuan had already reached level 12, the city gate guards did not stop him. They just registered Zhang Yuan's information and then agreed for him to go out. Outside is not like inside the city. Not only are there many monsters, bandits are also quite rampant, and it will soon be nighttime and the monsters will become even more ferocious. So be careful yourself and don't lose your little life. The guards at the city gate kindly instructed Zhang, so they let Zhang Yuan pass. Thanks a lot. Zhang Yuan thanked the city gate guards and stepped out of the city gates, and he was officially in the wilderness. A cold wind blew in his face, causing Zhang Yuan to shiver. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the sky has dimmed quite a bit, and the air is filled with a depressing and austere atmosphere, which can't help but make people's spirits tense up. This was the first time Zhang Yuan had come to the wilderness, and as he looked around, it was all dilapidated. It was then that he got a solid sense that he had traveled to another world. The peaceful life inside the city made him feel not much different from before, but after coming to this wild place with weeds and barren trees, he realized that the outside of the city and the inside of the city were simply two extremes. The state, it protects people too well. Zhang Yuan walked forward for some distance and then looked back, realizing that behind him was already shrouded in mist, and he could no longer see the city walls of West Lake City. It's true what the book says, the wilderness is covered in mists, and if you don't have a map, I'm afraid you'll be lost in the wilderness forever. Zhang Yuan took out his map and chose a suitable practicing spot and rushed over there. The location that Zhang Yuan chose this time was a goblin gathering. The monster level was at level 15 to 20. The experience value given by these monsters was high enough and they were densely distributed. Relying on the splash damage of Fatal Throne 4, it was easy to kill one and kill a large number of them. After arriving at his destination, Zhang Yuan used his new talent, Eye of the Abyss, on a kobold more than 10 meters away. Kobold Pioneer, rank, 15, power, 220, agility, 30, spirit, 10, physical fitness, 90, skill, axe swinging, a level 15 goblin vanguard with a large, ugly and hideous-looking body, carrying a huge axe with a notched blade that looked quite appalling. Ordinary detection spells can only detect objects whose level is not higher than one's own. This Eye of the Abyss can detect objects no higher than 50 levels above one's own. It's worthy of being a high-level talent. Zhang Yuan sighed heartily at how good the Eye of the Abyss was, so he unfolded his sword formation and used the skill Imperial Sword. An iron sword appeared out of nowhere and pierced through the Goblin Vanguard's head. Minus 4,484. Successfully killed Goblin Vanguard. Experience plus 300. Obtaining Kobold Bones. There were other kobolds within range of the sword formation, but only one kill message appeared, indicating that the monsters here had a blood level of 448 or more. Also in the wild, killing monsters will drop materials that can be taken to the exchange and sold, which are needed by alchemists and apothecaries. Selling wildlife materials is also a source of income for combat class professions. Sure enough, the era of a single iron sword killing a large number of people in seconds has passed. Zhang Yuan sighed with emotion and turned to using the 10 iron swords to brush the monsters. Successfully killed Goblin Vanguard. Experience plus 300. Successfully killed Kobold Scout. Experience plus 500. Successfully killed Goblin Warrior. Experience plus 200. Get Kobold's Bone asterisk 36. Kobold's Crystal asterisk 1. A large number of kill alerts began to swipe the screen. Ha! It actually dropped crystals. Zhang Yuan's eyes could not help but light up when he saw an extra gray stone in his storage space. Killing monsters had a probability of dropping monster crystals, which were essential materials used to make skill scrolls and high-level potions, and were of precious value. Even level 15 goblin crystals could be sold for $1,000 apiece. No wonder everyone wants a combat class profession. With this kind of earning speed, even if you only kill kobolds, earning tens of thousands of dollars a month is easy. Zhang Yuan gathered his emotions and started to go deeper into the goblin residence to quickly practice leveling. At this rate, it won't be a problem to level up to 13 in one night. Suddenly, a feathered arrow came from behind, and red sky appeared behind Zhang Yuan, cutting that feathered arrow in half. Attacked! Zhang Yuan received the reminder and turned to look, only to see two men walking out from the woods, one holding a bow and arrow, obviously the one who had just sneaked up on him. The other man had a dagger in his hand and looked like an assassin. Zhang Yuan immediately used the Abyssal Eye. Sun Teeth, Archer, level 20, Ho Mingtat, Assassin, level 20. Two level 20 professionals with fierce faces that looked like they had killed a lot of people. Why did you sneak up on me? Zhang Yuan asked in a cold voice. Just now. If it wasn't for Red Sky's Lord Protector passive, he would have been at least seriously injured. Dead people don't need to know the reason. He Mingda sneered. His body disappeared into the dark shadows and rushed towards Zhang Yuan. Skill, transportation to the shadows. A hint of killing intent flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Although he had not killed anyone yet, it did not mean that he would let the other party go when someone else had put a knife on his neck. Several iron swords appeared out of thin air and quickly plunged into the shadow on the ground. But the shadow in the ground was like a swimming fish in the water, briskly dodging Zhang Yuan's attacks and coming behind Zhang Yuan. Skill, Deadly Strike. He Mingda unleashed his skill, and the poison-hardened dagger stabbed at Zhang Yuan's heart without hesitation. Thumbs up. Those iron swords that had been inserted into the ground appeared behind Zhang Yuan again at some point, directly poking He Mingda into a hedgehog. Successfully killed He Mingda. Acquired equipment hardened dagger. The kill prompt appeared, and He Mingda, who had been stabbed into a hedgehog by 10 iron swords, fell to the ground and died violently on the spot. Sunya's face changed drastically and he immediately drew his bow and fired. The bowstring vibrated and a feathered arrow was shot out, turning into 3 halfway, blocking Zhang Yuan's path of retreat. Skill, Triple Shot. Zhang Yuan remained motionless, and those iron swords that were stuck in He Mingda's body disappeared out of thin air and appeared halfway again, cutting off Sunya's 3 feathered arrows. What kind of skill are you? Sunya was shocked by Zhang Yuan's tactics. He did not understand why a level 12 novice was able to kill his level 20 companion in seconds and easily defuse his attacks. Why are you trying to kill me? Zhang Yuan's tone was icy cold, and having killed someone once, he now had some fury in his eyes. He had purposely turned off the splash damage of the Fate Seed in order to figure out the reason, just to prevent Sun Tooth from dying a violent death out of thin air. Sun Teeth didn't reply. He threw a smoke bomb and bounced to the tree to escape, but just as he jumped onto the branch, an iron sword broke through the air and chopped the branch off. Bang! Sun Tooth fell heavily to the ground, and 10 iron swords fell from the sky, giving Sun Tooth a human stroke and pinning him to the ground. Sun Teeth was pissed on the spot. Don't kill me! Zhang Yuan, last chance. Why did you kill me? Sun Teeth replied with a sobbing voice. Wang Hu. It was Wang Hu who paid us to kill you. We were just paid to do the job. Wang Hu. Zhang Yuan's face instantly grimaced when he heard this name, although he and Wang Hu had conflicts, but that was only some friction in the school. He never thought that Wang Hu was so vicious that he wanted to buy a murderer. Sunya trembled and begged for mercy. Big brother, I've said everything I know, so just treat me as a fart and let me go. Zhang Yuan calmed down, swept a glance at the kobolds not far away, and with a flick of his mind, he faintly said to Sun Teeth, get lost. Thank you big brother. Sun Tooth immediately rolled and fled towards the distance, and Zhang Yuan casually impaled the kobold not far away with his 10 iron swords. Successfully killed Goblin Warrior. Experience plus 200. Successfully killed Sun Teeth. Obtained Goblin Bones. Obtained equipment Emerald Green Bow and Arrow. Zhang Yuan walked to Sunya's body and did not find any wounds on Sunya's body. It looked as if he had died suddenly. Fatal splash damage also allows you to select the splash target individually, and it's a godly skill to kill people by this, with no wounds appearing on the outside. After Zhang Yuan experimented with the effect of his life seed on Sunya, he dragged Sunya's corpse to the site of Himingda, and went to the vicinity to lure some wild wolves over and watched as the wolves parted with the two men's corpses. Now that it's done, it has to be done thoroughly, while leaving no trace. After the wolves finished partaking of the corpses, Zhang Yuan smoothly converted the wolves into his own experience again before he started to check the two pieces of equipment he had obtained. Hardened dagger, silver grade plus 100 attack power, plus 10% damage from assassin skills, with poison attribute damage, available at level 20. Emerald green bow and arrow, silver grade plus 80 attack power, plus 10% damage from bow and arrow skills, comes with the skill triple shot, available at level 20. Both pieces of equipment had good attributes, and selling them for $100,000 wouldn't be a problem. In this world, precious weapons come with ranks, from low to high, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and divine weapons. On top of that, there were profession-exclusive weapons that could only be obtained from card draws, like Zhang Yuan's Divine Sword Red Sky. Generally speaking, the attributes of an exclusive weapon of first rank are above epic and below legendary, and with the increase of refinement, the equipment attributes will continue to rise until it is fully refined and becomes a divine weapon. Due to the special nature of the exclusive weapon fitting the profession, after the exclusive weapon is fully refined, it is still worth more than a normal artifact. These two pieces of equipment are useless to me, so I can go back and sell them for some money to ease the financial pressure. Zhang Yuan put away his equipment and went deeper into the forest, entering the depths of the Goblin clan's compound. It was already dark, and a thick fog had arisen around them, and the roar of beasts appeared from time to time around them, and the air seemed to be filled with the smell of danger. The wilderness at night is several times more dangerous than during the day. At night, most of the professionals would choose to station their camps in a safe area or retreat back to the city, with the exception of perverts like Zhang Yuan. Soon, a kobold with red glowing eyes appeared within Zhang Yuan's field of vision. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss. Goblin Axeman. Rank, 20, Power, 600, Agility, 50, Spirit, 20, Body Mass, 220, Skills, Axe Swinging, Berserk. It's worthy of being a night monster. Its attributes are quite a bit higher than the average level 20 monster. No wonder the textbooks keep reminding that if you're practicing in the wilderness, it's best to go back to the city before the sunset day. Zhang Yuan sighed and controlled the 10 iron swords together to result in the elite Goblin Axeman's life. Successfully killed Kobold Axeman. Experience plus 1000. Successfully killed Kobold Archer. Experience plus 1200. Successfully killed the Wolf. Experience plus 50. Get Kobold Bone asterisk 10. Kobold Eyeball asterisk 3. Wolf Skin asterisk 20. A series of kill prompts appeared, and Zhang Yuan's experience rose by a small amount. Not bad. The experience here is quite a bit higher than the novice hidden copy. We might be able to ascend 2 or 3 levels in one night today. Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with the experience provided by these monsters and kept going deeper and deeper into the forest, slaughtering the monsters in the forest. In less than an hour, a golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body. Zhang Yuan had risen to level 13, and his spiritual power had reached 490 points. Zhang Yuan, who was originally a bit sleepy, was instantly refreshed after the upgrade. I didn't realize that upgrading not only restores status, but actually sweeps away even fatigue. Zhang Yuan was so energized that he killed all the way to the depths of the forest and came to a huge blue vortex. A copy? When Zhang Yuan saw the copy deep in the forest, he could not help but stare and took out his map to compare it. The map doesn't mark this place as having a copy. This should be a newly appeared hidden copy. Looks like I'm in luck. The government and the Adventurers Association have a policy that whenever a professional discovers a new copy of the wilderness and reports it, the Adventurers Association will reward them with money and contribution. Money naturally goes without saying. Contribution is a very important thing. The higher a professional's contribution, the more privileges they can unlock in the Adventurers Association. For example, the Imperial Exchange. Right now, Zhang Yuan could only purchase some primary materials and equipment. When his contribution was high, the membership level of the exchange would be raised accordingly. Then the more things he could purchase. Generally speaking, professionals would not just enter a new copy after discovering it, and would need to wait for the Adventurers Guild to send professionals to grade the copy before considering whether or not to enter. After all, the level of the duplicate was unknown, and in case the duplicate found was a high-level duplicate, it would be tantamount to sending a low-level professional in to die. However, Zhang Yuan had a new idea. After all, this was a new copy and the first pass reward was quite rich. If he waited for the Adventurers Guild to rate the copy before challenging it, It would be the same as giving the reward to the Adventurers Guild. I wonder if the Eye of the Abyss can probe for copy information. Zhang Yuan put away the map and tried to use the Eye of the Abyss towards the hidden copy in front of him. Copy of the Forest of Shadows. Rank, 15. Difficulty, normal hard nightmare /? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw that there was a question mark in the copy information given by the Eye of the Abyss. He was aware that the wild copy had difficulty options, but he didn't realize that this copy had a hidden difficulty. A level 15 copy. I should be able to solo it now. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to test the waters by going to nightmare difficulty first. After all, this is not a game. If you die in a copy, you really die, and it is not a sensible choice to rashly challenge the hidden difficulty. Please confirm whether to choose nightmare difficulty? Confirmed. Zhang Yuan was teleported into the copy and entered an unknown forest. Shadow Forest copy. As its name suggests, the copy of the forest is gray and dark. The forest has a dense fog. The visual distance is less than 20 meters. The entire copy was filled with a depressing atmosphere, and a faint odor of blood hung in the air. A copy of the Forest of Shadows. There was only one path under Zhang Yuan's feet, leading deep into the forest, but because of the thick fog blocking his vision, Zhang Yuan did not know what was waiting for him ahead. This atmosphere is truly absolute. I'm afraid that many timid professionals will immediately quit when they see this environment. Zhang Yuan could not help but shiver and first controlled the iron sword to explore the path in front, making sure that there were no traps before he started to advance. Knock! Zhang Yuan had not gone far ahead when the ground suddenly shook and a 4 to 5 meter tall black shadow appeared in the thick fog ahead. Zhang Yuan immediately used the Abyssal Eye. Phantom Forest Giant, Enhanced Elite. Rank, 15. Power, 1000. Agility, 100. Spirit, 30. Body Mass, 1000. Skills, Tremor Attack. Stone Throwing. It's worthy of being an elite monster in a nightmare copy. A level 15's attributes are so much higher than a level 20 kobold outside. Strength affects attack power and blood quantity. Physique affects defense power and blood quantity. This monster's strength and physique are both in the thousands. A proper high attack and high defense blood cow. However, with 1,000 strength and 1,000 physique, and a blood level of around 20,000, it couldn't yet carry the attacks of 10 iron swords. Zhang Yuan controlled 10 iron swords to attack the monster. Minus 48,238. The Phantom Forest Giant's chest was pierced through by 10 iron swords, and he collapsed on the spot, dissipating into black smoke. Successfully killed the Shadow Forest Giant. Experience plus 2000. Obtained Giant's Heart *1. Giant's Nail *1. A level 15 monster has 2000 experience. That's several times higher than the same level. A trace of excitement flashed in Zhang Yuan's heart as he received the prompt. He killed one monster here equal to several outside. And again, in seconds, which wasn't slow. It might be a good idea to practice in this copy. Continuing to delve deeper into the copy, Zhang Yuan encountered several more Phantom Forest Giants and easily took them down. His experience soaring. During this period, Zhang Yuan also encountered other monsters, but their attributes were not much different from the Phantom Forest Giant, and they were also killed in seconds. Zhang Yuan just pushed his way across, and when he came to the deepest part of the copy, his experience bar had already reached 70%, and his upgrade speed was perverse. In the depths of the spectral shadow forest, there was a gray altar, and there were quite a few corpses hanging from the withered trees around the altar, making the overall environment quite bloody and bizarre. There were tons of candles on the altar, and in the center of the altar there was a scarecrow tied to a cross that looked like the boss of this copy. The Phantom Scarecrow. Use the Eye of the Abyss. Phantom Scarecrow, Leader. Rank, 16. Power, 0. Agility, 0. Spirit, 10,000. Physical, 0. Skills, Mental Storm. Death Curse, Revival, Spirit of 10,000. When Zhang Yuan saw the attributes of the boss, a perverted smile appeared on his face. The attributes of this boss were certainly terrifying, and the average team would probably be easily destroyed in a group if they didn't know what was going on. But Zhang Yuan had the specialized Martial Red Sky, and one of Red Sky's passives. The holder is immune to psychic attacks. It could be said that Zhang Yuan's specialized martial blood grams the spiritual boss. The Phantom Scarecrow was motionless on the altar, looking harmless. Zhang Yuan was not soft and immediately controlled the iron sword to attack. The Phantom Scarecrow's strength and physique were both 0, so it should be easy to kill in seconds. However, when Zhang Yuan pierced the Phantom Scarecrow with his iron sword, the kill prompt did not appear. A circle of green light lit up on the Phantom Scarecrow's body, and the wounds on its body disappeared. Skill Revival? Seeing this, Zhang Yuan tried to attack a few more times, but the Phantom Scarecrow would still revive and could not be killed. It's confirmed to be a mechanic monster now. There should be other ways to kill it. Zhang Yuan gave up physical strikes and focused on the altar. Noticing that there were 4 thick candles on the 4 corners of the altar's edge. Could it have something to do with those candles? Zhang Yuan tried to extinguish a candle, and the phantom scarecrow then suddenly let out an ear-piercing scream. Skill, Mental Storm. Terrifying wind waves spread out in all directions, and Qishao immediately coalesced a red barrier around Zhang Yuan, blocking the attack of the phantom scarecrow. Spirit-based attacks really don't work on me. When Zhang Yuan saw that the phantom scarecrow attacked after he extinguished the candles, he realized that he was on the right track and immediately went to extinguish the other candles. For every one Zhang Yuan extinguished, the phantom scarecrow would unleash a mental storm. When Zhang Yuan extinguished the last candle, the phantom scarecrow did not unleash a mental storm, but instead began to continuously twist and scream, and then exploded. A death ray was shot at Zhang Yuan. Skill, Death Curse. 1 minute without being purified. Immediate death. The red sky passive was activated, blocking the last blow of the phantom scarecrow. Successfully killed the phantom scarecrow. Experience plus 20. 000. Acquired equipment Cursed Necklace. The kill prompt appeared, but Zhang Yuan still had palpitations in his heart. If he didn't have a passive that was immune to spiritual attacks, then if he wanted to pass this copy, a professional with purification skills like a paladin or a priest would have to be present, or else he would surely die once he was hit by the death curse. If we write up this information as a guide and give it to the Adventurers Association, we should be able to exchange it for a lot of money and save a lot of people. Zhang Yuan silently made a note of this matter before checking his newly acquired equipment. Curse Necklace, Special Jewelry Spirit plus 500. Holder gains the skill Spiritual Storm while suffering from Spiritual Curse. Strength minus 250. Physique minus 250. No equip level limitation. Remarks, one of the 3 pieces of the curse. Mental Storm, unleash a wide-range mental howl that deals 10 times its own mental power to each enemy. Cursed Necklace, the attributes added and deducted are quite exaggerated, and there is no equipment level restriction. It's special equipment just like Red Sky. Zhang Yuan was a bit torn when he saw the attributes of the Cursed Necklace. His royal sword damage was related to his mental power, and once this 500 mental power was added, it was equivalent to raising his attributes by 17 levels. And that skill Spiritual Storm also made up for his lack of group attack shortcomings. Granted, he has splash damage from Fatal Seat 4, but the splash damage is only 10%, and by the time the monsters come up in blood later in the game, his splash damage is a bit underwhelming. Even now, his single splash damage couldn't take out elite monsters in seconds anymore, but group attack skills are different. The effect of his Fate Seat 4 is that for every enemy attacked within the sword formation, the other enemies will receive 10% splash damage. Which means that the more enemies he attacks with his group attack skills, the higher the stacked splash damage will be. Over 10 enemies, the splash damage directly exceeds the damage of the skill itself. Mental Storm was a godly skill for him to clear out stragglers in a wide range. However, this deduction of 250 strength and constitution was also quite annoying. He now had 230 strength and 165 constitution. Wearing this necklace, his attributes were directly deducted into a negative number. He might be cursed to die on the spot. He would have to be at least level 30 and beyond if he wanted to wear this cursed necklace. No, this necklace's spiritual curse should be considered a spiritual attack, right? Zhang Yuan suddenly noticed the blind spot. This cursed necklace would curse the bearer, while his specialized martial Red Sky was able to make him immune to mental attacks. According to the performance of Red Xiao just now, the Spirit Storm and Death Curse of the Phantom Scarecrow are both useless to him, and it is reasonable to say that the spirit curse of this cursed necklace should also be able to be cancelled out by Red Xiao. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan immediately decided to try wearing the necklace, and if it didn't work, then removing it would be. Putting on the cursed necklace, Zhang Yuan only felt a coldness in his neck and his vision became much clearer. Other than that, he had no other sensation. Zhang Yuan immediately checked his attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Profession, Sword Formation Master, only. Rank, 13, 82%. Power, 230. Agility, 165. Spirit, 990. Body mass, 165. Occupational special attributes, strike rate, 22%. Strike damage, 220%. Talents, absolute luck, level 1. I am the Sword Immortal, level 1. Eye of the Abyss. Equipment, Iron Sword Case, 10 out of 10. Divine Sword Red Sky. Imperial Badge of Special Merit. Cursed Necklace. Skills, Sword Formation, level 3. Imperial Sword, level 3. Sword Formation Space, Toxin Resistance, level 1. Mental Storm. Nemesis, 6 Fates. Mental Strength increased by 500. Strength and Constitution did not decrease. Correct guess. A specialized martial is worthy of being a specialized martial, immune to psychic attacks. Wouldn't that mean I can wear cursed equipment regardless of negative effects? When Zhang Yuan saw that red sky could really cancel out the negative effects of the cursed necklace, he was immediately refreshed. You know, that cursed necklace has a note that it's one of the cursed three-piece set. He didn't even know how strong he could be if he collected the cursed set and gained powerful bonuses while ignoring negative effects. While Zhang Yuan was excited, a brand new treasure chest also appeared in the center of the altar. Zhang Yuan went forward and opened it, and the treasure chest lit up with colorful light. Obtain God Stone *1. First pass through the Nightmare level Phantom Forest copy. Extra bonus equipment Cursed Ring. First pass reward. Zhang Yuan's eyes could not help but light up when he saw the first pass reward. The God Stone was a reward that everyone would receive for their first time through a copy, and Zhang Yuan was not surprised by this. But this copy's first time through reward actually gave him a cursed equipment, which was really an unexpected pleasure. With excitement, Zhang Yuan immediately checked his harvest. Cursed Ring, Special Trinket Spirit plus 500. Holder suffers a spiritual curse. Agility minus 250. Physique minus 250. No equipment level restriction. Remarks, one of the three pieces of the curse. Sure enough, it's a suit. Seeing the effect of the cursed ring, Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to equip it, and the red sky passive was triggered to counteract the negative effect of the cursed ring. The spirit attribute went straight to 1490, which was already the attribute of a mage after a level 30 transfer. The last piece of the cursed three-piece set should be obtained by going to the hidden difficulty of this copy. Zhang Yuan had now gotten 2 of the 3 pieces of the curse set, so there was no reason not to get the last one. What's more, he also tinkered this copy boss and can completely pass without injury. Sorting out the loot, Zhang Yuan left the copy and returned to reality, then did not hesitate to challenge the copy again. Please confirm whether to choose. Difficulty? Confirmed. Zhang Yuan was once again teleported into the copy and found that the environment of the copy was not any different from when it was in nightmare difficulty. However, before Zhang Yuan could advance, an ear-piercing and incomparable scream suddenly came from the depths of the forest, and the red sky passive was directly triggered. It's a mental storm from the Phantom Scarecrow, worthy of hidden difficulty, just came in and was attacked by the boss's spirit attack. Then again, is the attack range of that Phantom Scarecrow that big? Zhang Yuan muttered to himself as he unfolded his sword formation and used his flying sword to explore the path, steadily advancing. He had already cleared nightmare difficulty once, but it was not guaranteed that there would be a new mechanic in hidden difficulty, so it was better to be careful with everything. Soon enough, Zhang Yuan encountered the first giant, and he did not hesitate to use the Eye of the Abyss on the monster. Phantom Forest Giant Warrior, Enhanced Elite, Rank, 15, Power, 2000, Agility, 200. Spirit, 60, Body Mass, 2000, Skills, Axe Swinging, Trampling. Compared to the monsters in Nightmare difficulty, the attributes of the giants in this hidden difficulty were directly doubled. This hidden difficulty is really dangerous. If I get hit a little bit, I guess I'll be directly killed in seconds. Anyway, let's try the newly acquired skills first. Zhang Yuan stepped back a distance to keep his distance from the monster before using his newly acquired skill. Mental Storm. A sharp whistling sound erupted from Zhang Yuan's necklace, and Zhang Yuan's spirit instantly consumed 500 points as a terrifying mental storm swept out in all directions. 2610480. A string of terrifying damage numbers appeared from the head of the not-too-distant Phantom Forest Giant Warrior, and the giant bled from all 7 of its orifices on the spot, falling straight to the ground. Successfully killed the giant warrior of the Phantom Forest. Experience plus 4000. Successfully killed the giant vanguard of the Phantom Forest. Experience plus 5000. Successfully killed the Phantom Mage. Experience plus 8000. Get Giant Heart *10. Giant's Nail *12. Giant's Bone *10. Phantom Crystals *1. In an instant, a large number of kill prompts swiped the screen, and a golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body, rising to level 14 on the spot. Hiss dash. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw his experience skyrocket like a rocket launch. The effective range of the mental storm is actually the same as the range of his sword array, and also the same as the Imperial sword skills. Eat the storm explosion damage bonus, plus the talent 10 times increase, the damage of the life seed 4 stacked. Once the skill was out, not a single living soul would be left behind within the 300-meter radius of the sword formation. Mental storm might be a good powerful wide-range group attack skill for other mages, and not worth as much as the mage's own forbidden spells. However, when this skill was placed on Zhang Yuan, with the damage stacking of Fatal Seat 4, this skill directly became a nuclear explosion, not only spiritual storm. Any group attack skill placed in Zhang Yuan's place would be a strategic level forbidden spell. Imagine if at a later stage, The radius of the sword array expands to thousands of meters and tens of thousands of meters. Then come a spiritual storm. Every additional enemy within the range of the sword array, the damage will be stacked by 10%. In the middle of the sword array, for fear that the gods will have to be rolled to death by the storm. The only disadvantage of this skill is that it consumes mental energy. I have 15-20 points of mental energy now, and I'm only able to use it 3 times, and if I use this skill to practice, unless the enemy density is very high, the cost effectiveness is not as good as if I were to use my royal sword to make a few more pummeling attacks. After seeing the power and consumption of the spiritual storm, Zhang Yuan did not intend to continue using the spiritual storm in this copy and used his flying sword to open the way. Although the attributes of the hidden difficulty monsters had been enhanced a lot, under the characteristic of Zhang Yuan ignoring the enemy's defense, those monsters still couldn't carry Zhang Yuan for a few swords and couldn't even get close to him. Zhang Yuan practiced as he advanced, and when he arrived near the altar deep in the spectral shadow forest, he had already risen to level 15. I didn't expect this copy's hidden difficulty to become my mecha for leveling instead. Zhang Yuan saw the scarecrow in the center of the altar and was just about to use the Eye of the Abyss on the scarecrow when a large number of purple bubbles suddenly appeared in the altar. That scarecrow suddenly twisted weirdly, opened its bloody mouth, and sent out a mental storm that was several times stronger than before. Aha! The ear-piercing scream of the scarecrow set off a horrifying wave of sound that lifted the ground around the altar, and even though Zhang Yuan was protected by the red sky, he was still shaken back by the wave of sound by several steps. Zhang Yuan immediately used Eye of the Abyss on the scarecrow. Corrupted Abyssal Scarecrow, Lord. Rank, 16. Power, 0. Agility, 0. Spirit, 200. 000. Physical, 0. Skills, Mental Storm. Death Curse, Revival, 200. 000 Spirit? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw the boss's attributes. No matter how perverse this hidden difficulty is, it shouldn't boost the boss's attributes by 20 times, right? This level 15 copy. I'm afraid that if a level 30 elite team came over, if they were unprepared, they would all have to be instantly exterminated, right? No. Corrupted Abyssal Scarecrow. Isn't that the same as that corrupted Cyclops King from before? I'm in Abyssal Raider mode again? Zhang Yuan's expression instantly became incomparable when he realized that the Scarecrow's name had changed this time. Didn't they say that the probability of a copy being abyssalized is less than 1%? It was only the second day after his transfer, and he had only challenged a total of 2 copies, only to have both copies abyssalized? Is this bad luck or luck? Zhang Yuan was unlucky, but the good thing was that this boss only had mental attacks, not to mention a 20 times increase in mental power. A 200 times increase would make no difference to him. Tidying up his mood, Zhang Yuan immediately went to extinguish the candles around the altar as he had done when raiding the nightmare difficulty. There were 8 candles around the altar this time, and every time Zhang Yuan extinguished one of them, the corrupted Abyssal Scarecrow would howl twice, and that unpleasant and ear-piercing scream shook Zhang Yuan's head numb. When Zhang Yuan extinguished the last candle, the corrupted Abyssal Scarecrow kept screaming and twisting and finally exploded. Boom! The dark death ray rushed towards Zhang Yuan, and the red sky passive was activated once again, blocking the Scarecrow's death curse. Successfully killed the corrupted Abyssal Scarecrow. Experience plus 40. 000. Acquired equipment Cursed Bracelet. As the kill alert sounded, the obnoxious screaming finally disappeared. Phew! Finally over. Not to talk about the damage. That noise pollution is not something anyone can stand. Zhang Yuan watched the Scarecrow turn into ashes and breathed a long sigh of relief. But before he could inspect the loot, purple smoke rose from the altar once again and a terrifying aura filled the air from the altar. And, when Zhang Yuan saw the altar change, he immediately retreated backward and kept his distance from the altar. A mere level 15 human can actually defeat my masterpiece, so I really can't keep you. A dark shadow rose out of the altar and eventually turned into a demonic mage wearing purple vestments, holding a staff in his hand, and having a head with twin horns and fangs. The hidden boss of this copy? Zhang Yuan's eyes stared slightly when he saw the demon mage appear, and he immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on him. Unable to detect target. Undetectable? When Zhang Yuan received the response from the Eye of the Abyss, his pupils contracted violently, and his heart set off monstrous waves. His abyssal eyes could detect objects no higher than 50 above his own level, and now that he couldn't detect this demon mage, wouldn't that mean that the other party was a level 65 or higher monster? This was definitely not a boss that should appear in a level 15 copy. Abyssal boss. At this instant, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered a news story he had read from the newspaper his grandmother had ordered a while ago. A vanguard team with an average level of 70 failed to raid an abyssal copy, leading to the exodus of a level 70 abyssal boss, and that level 70 abyssal boss is currently nowhere to be found. Can't be that unlucky. Remembering that news, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt his mouth dry and looked at the demon mage in front of him, asking tentatively, "Are you an abyssal boss?" The demon mage sneered, "That's right, I am the spirit archmage from the abyss, Odysseus, who infiltrated the Grand Xia Empire on the king's orders to abyssalize all the rookie copies and erase all the ungrown geniuses of your human race. Human teenager, it's your fault for acting too dazzling, otherwise I wouldn't have risked being discovered and made a move myself." Odysseus, mage of the abyss. Zhang Yuan's expression suddenly became subtle when he heard Odysseus' words. "You're a spiritual archmage?" Odysseus seemed to be very proud of his abilities, and after Zhang Yuan asked, he proudly said, "I have specialized in spiritual spells since my birth, just so that I would have more means to torment the souls of your human race. Not long ago, a level 70 elite team from your Great Xia Empire was tortured to death by my spiritual attack spells, and I'm still high as hell when I think of the agonizing pain in their souls before they died." "So it is," Zhang Yuan nodded, and the divine sword Red Sky silently appeared behind Odysseus, directly piercing through Odysseus' back. 2097480. A string of terrifying numbers appeared from Odysseus's head, and Odysseus scattered on the spot as smoke, then quickly coalesced again not far away, and at that moment, the smile on Odysseus' face had transformed into a look of fear. "Impossible! How could you possibly break through my defense? How much blood do you guys have?" Seeing that there was little sign of Odysseus' breath dropping, Zhang Yuan once again controlled Red Sky to attack. Red Sky disappeared out of thin air and appeared out of thin air behind Odysseus. Another successful sneak attack. "No! It can't be! It can't be!" Seeing that he was injured, the whole demon was going crazy as he stared at Zhang Yuan dead in the face and growled, "How can you, a level 15 guy, hurt me? What kind of skills do you have? I will make you my slave." Skill, soul control. Energy surged from Odysseus' staff and an invisible mental fluctuation attacked Zhang Yuan. The Red Sky passive was activated, and the red barrier blocked Odysseus' attack. At this moment, the smile on Odysseus' face shifted to Zhang Yuan's face. "Invalid? Why is it invalid? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Seeing that his skills did not work on Zhang Yuan, the whole person completely lost his mind and started to throw skills at Zhang Yuan madly. Mental Storm, Soul Flame, Death Curse, Soul Poison, Soul Blast. Odysseus used all his strength against Zhang Yuan, and all those spirit spells that could kill a level 70 professional in seconds were thrown at Zhang Yuan, who was only level 15, like they were not worth any money. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, stood firm in the midst of the raging wind and rain of mental attacks, constantly using Red Sky to sneak attack Odysseus. It didn't matter how much blood Odysseus had, he could always stab Odysseus to death, sword by sword. Why are my skills ineffective against you?" Odysseus was in a state of madness, roaring his heart out, his eyes red. This guy really doesn't learn any other spells at all. Zhang Yuan could not help but spit in his heart even when he saw that Odysseus only had spiritual attacks, and at the same time, his heart palpitated. Fortunately, the one who had targeted him was an abyssal mage specializing in spirit spells. If other abyssal demons had come over, he was afraid that he wouldn't even know how to die. As Odysseus threw all his skills for a round and consumed most of his mental power, he gradually calmed down and realized that Zhang Yuan had the divine skill of being completely immune to mental attacks. "Zhang Yuan, you are really lucky that it was me, Odysseus, who met you. If it was another abyssal demon who found you, you would definitely not have survived today." After calming down, Odysseus' tone became incomparably grim, and no longer had the hysteria he had just had, as he faintly said, "Just let you live for a while longer. When the other abyssal demons break through the blockade, you will definitely die. Are you trying to run away?" Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. "I'm curious, as a level 70 abyssal demon, getting your ass killed by a level 15 human, can you really hang around in the abyss? You?" Odysseus' mood that had just calmed down shook again as he forced down the anger in his heart and gave Zhang Yuan a deep look. "Zhang Yuan, you wait for me." Zhang Yuan laughed lightly. "I will wait and see." Red Sky pierced through Odysseus' chest, and Odysseus dissipated into black smoke. Successfully repelled the abyssal demon Odysseus. Experience plus 200,000. Ding! Detected that the host has reached the achievement Facing the Abyss, rewarding the Awakening Advanced Talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced talent, Fearless Body. At the same time, a treasure chest appeared in the center of the altar and opened automatically, flashing with golden light. Obtain God Stone *1. Obtain Primary Skill Scroll *10. Obtaining Profession Exclusive Skill Scroll *1. Successful first pass of the Hidden Difficulty Phantom Forest copy. Additional bonus equipment Cursed Heart. A series of information appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, causing Zhang Yuan to be a bit dazzled and compelled to check his attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Profession, Sword Formation Master, only. Rank, 16, 23%. Power, 270. Agility, 190. Spirit, 1590. Body mass, 190. Occupational special attributes, strike rate, 25%. Strike damage, 250%. Talents, absolute luck, level 1. I am the sword immortal, level 1. Eye of the abyss. Fearless body. Equipment, iron sword case, 10 out of 10. Divine sword red sky. Imperial badge of special merit. Necklace of the damned. Ring of the damned. Skills, sword formation, level 3. Imperial sword, level 3. Sword formation space, toxin resistance, level 1. Mental storm. Nemesis, 6 fates. Spiritual attributes are riding high. When Zhang Yuan saw his 4-dimensional panel, he could not help but sigh. Now he was even more of a mage than a mage. Only after checking the attribute panel did Zhang Yuan notice his new talent. Fearless body. Fearless body, 80% damage reduction. Raider? When Zhang Yuan saw the talent description, he was directly scared out of his accent. What's 80%? Adding the 10% reduction from the Imperial Extraordinary Merit badge that Grandma had given him, his damage reduction went straight to 90%. How different is that from being injury-free? Originally he soared array division this profession. Brittle skin is the biggest shortboard. Now this fearless body directly to his biggest shortboard complement. So that he became a bucket profession. No cracks. It's too sick. After checking his talent, Zhang Yuan went back to check the equipment in his storage space. Ring of Curse, special jewelry spirit plus 500. Holder suffers a spiritual curse. Strength minus 250. Agility minus 250. No equipment level limit. Remarks, one of the 3 pieces of the curse. As expected, the same increase of 500 spirit power. Equipped with my spirit attribute breaks through 2000. Other mages of the same level as me, their spirit power is estimated to be only 300 or 400. Right? This is too exaggerated. Zhang Yuan put on the cursed ring and then focused on another piece of equipment in the storage space. That was the reward for the first pass of the hidden difficulty copy. The cursed heart. Cursed heart. Cursed effects applied to oneself are transformed into positive effects. Hiss dash. Zhang Yuan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The curse effect turned into a positive effect? Wouldn't this mean that all the negative effects of his cursed trio had become positive? In order to verify his guess, Zhang Yuan took the cursed heart out of his storage space, and then the cursed heart transformed into a ray of light, entered Zhang Yuan's chest, and disappeared. Zhang Yuan then felt that his physical abilities had become much stronger. He immediately checked his 4-dimensional attributes and found that his strength, agility and constitution had each increased by 500 points. This is now really needier than a knight, faster than an assassin, more damaging than a mage, more powerful than a warrior. And the key is that it has 90% damage reduction. Zhang Yuan looked at his level 16 4 dimensions and was tempted to cross his arms and say, "What do you mean? Invincible in the same class? This is invincibility at the same level." After checking the talents and equipment, Zhang Yuan began to organize the other loot. 2 god stones. That's 2 specialized martials. And this one was worth more than all of his other gains today combined. 10 elementary skill scrolls. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to take them out and use them. However, there is a probability of failing to gain any skills by using a primary skill scroll, while there is also a possibility of gaining duplicate skills by using a skill scroll. If the proficiency of the duplicate skill is not enough, the skill scroll to get the duplicate skill will be converted into skill proficiency. But if the proficiency of the duplicate skill is full, then the skill scroll is equivalent to a waste. Zhang Yuan slammed 10 primary skill scrolls down, and apart from the ones that failed to be used, none of the other new skills were available. But instead, he raised the Toxin Resistance skill to level 5. Toxin Resistance, level 5 gain 50% Toxin Resistance. Although I didn't gain any new skills, the 50% Poison Resistance passive is still good luck. Zhang Yuan was not too disappointed. After all, it was only a primary skill scroll, which could only allow the user to awaken skills below level 20, and it could only be public skills. Awakening resistances and the like was a probable event. Of course, it was also possible for a primary skill scroll to awaken career-exclusive skills, but that depended on luck. Obviously, Zhang Yuan's absolute luck, a talent, could not be used for skill scrolls. After using the primary skill scroll, Zhang Yuan then focused all his attention on the profession-exclusive skill scroll. The last time he used his exclusive skill scroll, he awakened the sword formation space, completely changing his means of attack. Although the skill, sword formation space, did not increase any attributes, the actual increase in battle power given to Zhang Yuan could not be measured by data. Let's hope we get a power skill this time too. Zhang Yuan secretly prayed for a moment before using the occupation exclusive skill scroll. Acquired skill, attribute transformation. Attribute conversion, level 1 within the sword formation. Spiritual energy can be converted into strength, agility, and physique attributes, with a conversion increase of 1x. Converting properties? When Zhang Yuan saw his new skills, he could not help but be confused. How come the skills of sword formation masters are all such brain burners? It was not easy to understand just by reading the text introduction. So Zhang Yuan immediately tried to use the sword formation attribute conversion to try to convert the spiritual attribute into the power attribute. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan realized that his strength attribute had directly soared from 760 to 2840, and he instantly felt that he could now punch a cow to death. After that, Zhang Yuan converted his mental power into the agility attribute, and his agility soared from 680 to 2760, and he felt like he could run faster than a car again. In the end, Zhang Yuan converted his spiritual power into his physical attribute, and his physical attribute soared from 680 to 760, and he felt as if he had turned into a wall that was impenetrable. Nice. Not bad. Within the sword formation, a single thought can enable the mental attribute to be able to freely convert to other attributes. This is definitely a divine skill in actual combat. Zhang Yuan was quite satisfied with his newly awakened profession exclusive skill, and the most important thing was the second half of the attribute conversion sentence, where the conversion increase was 1x. This was no nonsense. It meant that in the future, when his skill level increased, the increase multiplier would follow. His spiritual attribute was already high, and then 10 times converted into power. TSK. That scene dare not think. Even though this copy trip had many twists and turns and was targeted by an abyssal demon, as far as the results are concerned, it's a bumper harvest. Zhang Yuan left the copy with satisfaction and realized that the sky had already brightened, and at that moment, the hidden difficulty of the copy had disappeared into thin air and could no longer be selected. It seems like that hidden difficulty was specially prepared for me by the abyssal mage. In order to deal with me, it really went through a lot of trouble. Zhang Yuan spat at Odysseus and did not choose to continue practicing deeper. Instead, he returned to the city and went straight to the Adventurers Association. After a day and night of fighting, his storage space was on the verge of being filled with various monster materials, and he needed to go to the exchange to empty it and exchange it for money. At the same time, he had to report the Ghost Forest copy at the first opportunity in exchange for the Adventurers Association's contribution, so that he wouldn't be cut off by other professionals. Most importantly, he had 2 God Stones and could come to 2 more draws. Returning to the Adventurers Association, Zhang Yuan walked to the reception desk. A sweet-looking young girl with a professional smile on her face asked in a nice voice, "Hello, how can I help you?" Zhang Yuan opened the door. "I found a new copy in the wild." "Okay." The young girl immediately registered the information on the computer. "Please log in your information over here. The Adventurers Association will confirm the information of the duplicates and issue the rewards to you within 1 working day." Zhang Yuan asked again, "By the way, I heard that after the discovery of the new copy, the first person to clear the nightmare level difficulty and submit a guide to clear it can get an extra reward, right?" "Yes, sir. When the Adventurers Guild grades the replica, you can try to raid the replica if you have the right level. I've already cleared the nightmare difficulty of that copy. Can I just submit the raid?" "Can." "You say what?" After the young girl subconsciously replied, she froze for a moment and looked at Zhang Yuan with an incredulous expression. "You have already cleared the nightmare difficulty of the new copy?" This year, there are actually quite a lot of people who discover new copies, but the ones who discover new copies rush to challenge the copy nightmare difficulty without waiting for the Adventurers Association to determine the level, and come back alive. That's really a long time to live. After all, everything is unknown about the new copy, and no one is too old to live. Exactly. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's affirmative answer, the young girl was in a trance for a moment before she came back to her senses and hurriedly said, "Please wait for a moment. I will go and inform the manager." Now this was a situation that was beyond her ability to handle as a receptionist. Not long after the young girl left the reception desk, a middle-aged man wearing a black formal dress with a white shirt and black vest, a greasy hair and stubble walked out. "Hello, my name is Lianping. I'm the manager of the Adventurers Association Westlake chapter." Lianping quietly used the detection technique on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Formation Master, Level 16. A Level 16 Sword Formation Master? Lianping was stunned. Although Zhang Yuan's profession was unheard of, a nightmare copy that could be cleared by a professional of this level should be around level 8 to 12. This kind of leveled copy could still be used as a novice copy to train students if it was within the city walls, but if it was in the wilderness, it wouldn't be worth much. After all, newbies don't go to the wilderness, and the professionals who can go to the wilderness can't use a level 12 or lower copy. However, a replica is a replica, and according to the association's rules, even for a level 1 replica, The Adventurers Association must keep a record of it and monitor the replica's energy index at all times to prevent the replica from abyssalizing. A series of thoughts flashed through Lianping's mind. Then with a smile on his face, he politely said to Zhang Yuan, "Let's talk inside?" "Okay." Zhang Yuan smiled back and similarly used the source of abyss on Lianping. Lianping, Fire Magician. Level 40. A fire mage advanced to the level of a magician is a strong person. Zhang Yuan silently confirmed Lianping's strength and followed him to the manager's office. Lianping opened the refrigerator. "What to drink?" "Coke." "I'm sorry, I don't have any here, so get yourself what you want from the fridge." Lianping poured himself a glass of brandy, sat down with the wine in his hand, leaned against the back of his chair, and leisurely said, "Tell me, where is the copy you found, and the specific information about the copy?" Zhang Yuan was only here to get the rewards and did not care about Lianping's attitude as he replied, "The new copy location is in the depths of the Goblin Forest 10 kilometers away from the West City Gate. It is a level 15 hidden copy." "A level 15 hidden copy?" A hint of surprise flashed in Lianping's eyes. "I heard from the receptionist. Didn't you cheat the nightmare difficulty of that copy?" "Zhang Yuan, is there a problem?" Lianping swept another glance at Zhang Yuan's level, then asked, "Then how come you're the one who came to report the copy information? Where are your teammates?" "Zhang Yuan, I swiped it single-handedly." "Single brush?" Lianping sat up slightly straighter, his expression quite serious. "You continue." Although he had never seen the profession of sword formation master, a level 16 professional was able to solo a level 15 nightmare copy, so the sword formation master was guaranteed to be a rare level hidden profession, or possibly even legendary level. It has to be taken seriously. "Zhang Yuan, the name of the copy is called Spectral Shadow Forest Copy. The copy of ordinary monsters is mediocre. Strength and physique is around 1000. It's easy to solve. The key is the copy of the boss. That's a spiritual attribute specialization boss. Spiritual attribute is at 10,000. Other attributes are 0. Lianping's expression grew more and more wonderful when he heard these words from Zhang Yuan. "You said that the strength and physique of the level 15 normal monsters in the replica is as high as 1000, and that the spiritual attributes of the replica bosses are even up to 10,000? Zhang Yuan, why? Is there a problem?" Lianping held his forehead. "Child, do you know that there is a penalty for lying about the information of a copy? 10,000 spiritual attributes. This can catch up with many level 30 or 40 bosses, not to mention whether or not a boss with this kind of attribute would appear in a level 15 copy. Even if it did, how did you single-handedly brush past it?" "Zhang Yuan, if you don't believe me, you can send a team to confirm it first. Also remind you that it's best to have a priest or paladin in the team. The boss has a revival skill. It can't be killed by conventional means. You have to extinguish the 4 candles around the altar, and after the candles are extinguished the boss releases the death curse. So if there's no purification skill in the team, it's extremely easy to reduce the number of members." Lianping's expression became serious when he saw Zhang Yuan's words. "I will arrange for a team to determine the level of the replica, and if you are not lying, this could be a special replica opened up by the abyssal monsters, and the Adventurers Guild will give you a generous reward. Please don't leave the Adventurers Association until the copy information is confirmed." "Zhang Yuan, no problem. I happen to be making a trip to the exchange. Make yourself at home and excuse me for a moment." Lianping nodded slightly to Zhang Yuan and left the office in a hurry. If the copy information brought by Zhang Yuan was true, then the level 70 abyssal boss that escaped a few days ago had a high probability of straying to Shihu City, and it was not a coincidence that the previous novice copy was abyssalized, and it was highly likely that the newly discovered hidden copy would be abyssalized as well. The consequences are unimaginable if you don't get your abyssal copy rated in time. This is the kind of thing that has to be reported to the association's top brass. Zhang Yuan did not realize that he had dropped an information bomb, and while thinking about what rewards he would get, he walked towards the exchange to sell materials, as well as by the number of times he could use the Destiny Star formation. 2 stones of God in exchange for a red sky refined 3rd grade, which was already comparable to a legendary grade weapon. It is said that legendary weapons can even bring some unexpected benefits to the equipper. However, legendary equipment was a secret to every professional, and Zhang Yuan did not know what that benefit was. Of course, he'll find out soon enough. Once again arriving at the exchange, Zhang Yuan skillfully walked into a single room and opened the trading panel. This time, Zhang Yuan was not in a hurry to use the money, so he consigned all the materials in his storage space at the market price, and once the materials were sold, the exchange would automatically credit the money to Zhang Yuan's account after deducting the handling fee. The 2 pieces of silver equipment that killed the goods were sold for 100,000 yuan, and the scattered materials added up to 20,000 yuan, making 120,000 yuan in this one day. The combat profession really makes money only the consumption is also big. Although Zhang Yuan had more than 100,000 incomes after selling his equipment materials, but in reality, a primary skill scroll would cost 100,000, and he had used 10 primary skill scrolls in one go last night, and ended up with a 50% poison resistance passive. This combat profession makes money fast, but it also spends money like water, and that money has to be spent. Generally speaking, every professional could learn 3 profession-exclusive skills and 5 generalized skills before advancing to level 30, and a professional who wanted to obtain new skills could only rely on skill scrolls. Once a professional has advanced in a level 30 profession, he or she can no longer use primary skill scrolls. As such, a professional who wanted to pursue the cap would have to fill up 3 exclusive skills and 5 generalized skills before level 30, and the number of primary skill scrolls this would require was a rather terrifying number. Zhang Yuan's current savings were a drop in the bucket compared to the amount of money he needed to consume. Of course, now was not the time to think about this. Zhang Yuan spent $2,000 to purchase the right to use the star formation of fate twice and prepared to draw cards. Refined 3rd rank red sky. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhang Yuan could not help but feel excited when he saw the light lit up on the shelving table and a small star array of fate emerged, and he immediately took out the 2 stones of God together and put them in. Second straight draw. As the 2 stones of God dissipated into points of light in the star formation of fate, a large number of cards rolled through them, and then the spell glowed red. 2 red cards with crimson swords on them flew out and finally transformed into 2 divine swords. Red sky. Without waiting for Zhang Yuan to operate, the Excalibur red sky in the sword formation space automatically flew out and fused with the 2 newly drawn Excaliburs red sky. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the red sky, and it was as if Zhang Yuan heard the sound of a dragon's roar. The patterns on the body of the red sky sword became even more refined, and the sword began to light up with a faint glow. Divine Sword Red Sky, exclusive 3rd order plus 3000 attack power, plus 70% strike rate, plus 400% strike damage, forced to change to 1 point if the holder's life value goes to 0, 1 time per month. Automatic protector. Holder is immune to psychic attacks. No equipment level limitations. Artifact quest, raid 10 copies of the Abyss, 0/10. Remarks, one of the 10 great sword weapons. Protects the Lord and cleanses the world. Artifact quest? After reading the perverted attributes of the red sky after refining it to the 3rd level, Zhang Yuan was attracted by the phrase artifact quest at the bottom. This was the first time he had ever seen an artifact quest, and raiding 10 copies of the Abyss was no easy task. Ordinary professionals wouldn't see 10 abyssalized copies in more than a decade, let alone raiding them. However, the higher the difficulty of completing the mission, means the more generous the mission rewards, and just by looking at the attributes given by Qishao, one could guess that the mission rewards could never be gouged. It looks like we'll have to run specifically towards the abyssalized copies from now on, and complete the artifact quest as soon as possible to unlock the quest rewards. Knock knock. At this time, a knock came from the door. Zhang Yuan put away the red sky and went out, only to see Lianping looking at Zhang Yuan with a smile on his face. Zhang Yuan froze. You guys finished measuring so quickly? Lianping accompanied with a smile. We have indeed discovered the copy you mentioned and have sent people to seal off the surrounding area. Zhang Yuan, in that case, can we give the reward? Lianping, we've already distributed the rewards. You can look at your account with the Adventurers Association. Zhang Yuan immediately opened the panel to check. Name, Zhang Yuan. Contribution, 10,000. Adventurers Guild rank, Silver Adventurer. Membership level, 2. The rewards are so generous? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw that not only did he have 10,000 contribution points, he had also become a silver level adventurer and his member level had reached level 2. After a professional registers with the Adventurers Association, he or she will rely on contribution to rate the adventurer's rank, which are 7 ranks from low to high: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, epic, legendary, and godly. The higher the rank of the adventurer, the higher the rank of the quests they can receive. And it is said that the Adventurers Association will also give out a monthly stipend to adventurers once their rank reaches the platinum level. It also goes without saying that the membership level of the exchange is not necessary, and after level 2 you can already buy the Destiny Compass. The main thing was that Zhang Yuan hadn't even bothered to register as an adventurer until now. Lianping laughed. I'm sorry, I was the one who took the liberty of registering you as an adventurer, mainly so you could get all the rewards. Zhang Yuan, it's not a big deal to help me register as an adventurer. I'm planning to do so afterward anyway, but I'm curious, why is the reward so generous? As far as I know, a level 15 copy is only 1,000 contribution degrees, right? Even with the addition of raids, how can it not reach 10,000, right? In the Adventurers Association, there were quite a few things that money couldn't buy, and the only way to purchase them was to rely on contribution. It was said that in the black market, the price of a little contribution was even speculated to $100 in cash. This was equivalent to Zhang Yuan reporting a copy and the Adventurers Association directly rewarding him with $1 million. Lianping, about that, let's go to the office and talk about it in detail. In fact, your reward can be more than that. More? Zhang Yuan was immediately interested and followed Lianping back to the manager's office. As soon as he entered the office, Lianping took out a bottle of ice cola from the refrigerator and placed it in front of Zhang Yuan, smiling. Feel free to drink. There are still a lot in the refrigerator. Not enough for me to ask someone to go and buy it again. Seeing the ice cola in front of him, Zhang Yuan could not help but ask Lianping, just tell me what you have to say. I'm a bit uncomfortable with you. Then I'll be blunt. Lianping smiled at Zhang Yuan. We found out that the Spectral Shadow Forest copy has been abyssalized and has been successfully rated. I've heard that you've successfully rated the abyssalized novice hidden copy solo before. So was the abyssalized Phantom Forest copy also rated by you solo? With a confused look on his face, Zhang Yuan asked rhetorically, could it be someone else's raid? When Lianping saw Zhang Yuan's serious eyes open, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch and reminded, there is a clearance record for the copy. Currently the clearance record for the Phantom Forest copy is only for you. Is there more to this? Zhang Yuan did not blush or jump. Oh, then I forgot to mention that copy did abyssalize. The corrupted scarecrow was very strong. I got through it by a fluke. Is it really a fluke? The corner of Lianping's mouth twitched as he added. Actually, we also detected traces left behind by the abyssal archmage Odysseus in the replica. That level 70 abyssal boss, who seems to have been the bottom boss after that replica abyssalized. Cough. Zhang Yuan coughed. Actually, I was about to say that Odysseus is also very strong, and I defeated him by a fluke. Not big brother. Lianping finally couldn't hold himself back. He scurried up and stared straight at Zhang Yuan, his tone urgent. A level 70 boss. That was a level 70 abyssal boss that massacred our entire Dasha Vanguard team. What kind of fluke did you get in order to defeat that monster at level 16? Zhang Yuan, technically, it's level 15. Lianping opened his mouth as if he wanted to spit out some impolite words, but in the end, he swallowed those words back, mindful of his status. Calming his emotions, Lianping re-squeezed a smile on his face and asked Zhang Yuan, can you tell us how you defeated that abyssal boss? Don't misunderstand me. I have no intention of prying into the secrets of your profession, nor do I have any ill will towards you. It's just because I desperately need the information on that abyssal boss for the Great Xia Empire and our association. Don't worry, as long as you can provide any useful information about Odysseus, both the Great Summer Empire and the Adventurers Association will pay you extremely handsomely. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and decided that it was better to reveal some information about Odysseus. Although he would be exposing his ability to be immune to psychic attacks by doing so, the country and the Adventurers Association would also be able to help him share the vast majority of the pressure by him handing over the information about Odysseus. Odysseus was clearly a highly intelligent creature, and the reason he had failed last time was because his ego and spirit-based spells had led him to only know spirit-based spells. Once Odysseus went back to learn the skills of other attributes and then came back to his door, Zhang Yuan felt that it would be difficult for him to survive on his own. Better yet, the state can get rid of Ortiz before he makes a comeback. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan said, I have the skill of being immune to spirit-based attacks, while Odysseus only knew spirit-based spells at that time, so he could not do anything to me. Lianping nodded. Well, this intelligence of yours also verifies the higher-up speculation about that abyssal boss. At that time, our Vanguard team was annihilated because the team wasn't equipped with spiritual defense equipment. Zhang Yuan, this information of yours is very useful. Is there any other information about Odysseus? Zhang Yuan. Odysseus was ordered by the king to infiltrate the Grand Xia Empire. He wants to abyssalize all the novice copies in order to wipe out all the ungrown geniuses of the human race. As soon as Zhang Yuan said this, Lianping's expression changed slightly and he said in shock, are you sure? Zhang Yuan, Odysseus said it himself. And the reason why he wanted to take a shot at me was also because I single-handedly raided an abyssalized copy. So he wanted to kill me before I grew up. Lianping's pupils shrunk slightly as he lost his voice. So that's why. No wonder the probability of abyssalization of novice copies everywhere has increased tremendously. So it turns out that that group of monsters from the abyss are trying to dig up the roots of our Grand Xia. This matter must be reported as soon as possible. He seemed to have thought of something and could not care less about Zhang Yuan as he stormed out of the office. After a while, Lianping came back in a hurry and said excitedly to Zhang Yuan, my boy, this time you really made a great achievement. Elder Bai he wants to see you and give you a reward in person. Elder Bai? Zhang Yuan stared blankly. You're not talking about that legendary archmage, Adventurer Association President Bai Zhanghua, are you? Bai Zhanghua was a top powerhouse of the Grand Xia Empire, who had once blocked an abyssal army at the entrance to the abyss with the power of one man. His strength was incomparably strong, and he was a figure that had been written into the textbooks. Zhang Yuan had often heard about Elder Bai's deeds ever since he crossed over. That's right, it's Elder Bai, President Bai. Lianping excitedly patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. You are really developed. Ordinary people really don't have the chance to meet his old man. Zhang Yuan was puzzled. He's in West Lake City? His old man can be anywhere. Just go over there and find out. Lianping did not explain too much and brought Zhang Yuan outside a hidden room. Elder Bai is inside. Go in. You're not going in? Zhang Yuan turned around and asked. Lianping laughed. This is your reward. I'm not going to go and join in the fun. Elder Bai is generous, so feel free to mention any requests you have. Just go. When Zhang Yuan saw that Lianping said so, he pushed the door directly into the house. Inside the door was a simply decorated and brightly lit room, in the center of which stood an old man in white vestments. Strangely enough, Zhang Yuan could not perceive anything when he was outside the door, but as soon as he entered the house, he felt an incomparably terrifying aura from the old man's body, which made it a bit difficult for him to breathe. President of the Society of Adventurers. The oppressive force that this old man gave him was even stronger than even the level 70 abyssal boss Odysseus. Almost subconsciously, Zhang Yuan summoned the red sky to protect himself while using the eye of the abyss on the old man. Unable to detect target, without any surprise, Zhang Yuan could not get any information about the old man. The response was great. Bai Zhanghua smiled at Zhang Yuan with satisfaction. Young people nowadays seldom have your kind of vigilance. Seeing that Bai Zhanghua had withdrawn his aura, Zhang Yuan also withdrew his red sky in a smooth manner and saluted Bai Zhanghua. Greetings, Elder Bai. That sword you used just now, it's your specialized weapon, right? Bai Zhanghua asked smilingly. Exactly. Zhang Yuan answered frankly. By this time, there was no use in hiding it. I heard that when you drew a card to transfer, by virtue of one draw you drew a full life hidden profession, and this is only the third day of the transfer. You drew a specialized martial. Child, your luck is really against the sky, Elder Bai. It's all just luck. It's not worth showing off. Luck is part of strength, and I do wish the country had more people as lucky as you. Bai Zhanghua was more and more satisfied with Zhang Yuan. Smoothly grabbing his hand into the void, a bottle of ice cola appeared out of thin air. I heard Lianping say that you like to drink cola. This is a drink that I have specially commissioned to be refined for you. Try it? Thank you, Elder Bai. Zhang Yuan nonchalantly took the Coke and opened the cap and gulped it down. Take a divine cola. 4-dimensional attributes permanently plus 10. It is. Zhang Yuan looked at Bai Zhanghua with a shocked face when he saw that his 4-dimensional attributes had been permanently increased by 10 points. Oh, a little meet and greet. I hope you like it. Bai Zhanghua smiled, then added, I specially teleported here this time for two things. For one thing, it's a reward for you. The information you provided was quite important, and you could be said to have saved the lives of many young men in disguise. Secondly, I'd like you to join the Abyssal Raiders team. Abyssal Raider team? Zhang Yuan froze. Bai Zhanghua introduced. In recent years, the trend of abyssalization of copies everywhere has become more and more serious, and the number of elite professionals in charge of raiding abyssal copies has been stretched to the limit. So we, the Adventurers Association, have established an abyssal raiding group. When you join this group, we won't force you to go on missions. We'll just pull you into a special chat group. That chat group will keep updating information on the abyssalization of copies from all over the world. And group members from all over the world can temporarily team up in the group to selectively challenge the abyssal copies. And after the challenge is successful, the Adventurers Association will give out extremely generous rewards to the raiders. I see. Zhang Yuan nodded his head slightly. He already had the artifact quest of raiding the abyssal copy. This abyssal raiding group was really considered to be trying to doze off to get a pillow. However, he was in no hurry to agree at this point and continued to ask. The members who can enter such a group should all be high-level elite professionals, right? Why did you choose me? Bai Zhanghua laughed. Oh, child, although you hide it well, the aura you emit is very powerful. I can feel that many level 30 advanced professionals are not your opponent. If it is a life and death fight, even the level 40 Lianping outside the door will die under your sword. Am I right? Zhang Yuan. Bai Zhanghua continued. With your strength, it's more than enough for you to join the Abyssal Raider team. Of course, I'll give you an extra bonus if you agree to join the Abyssal Raiders team. Zhang Yuan, okay, I promise. Good boy. Good. Seeing that Zhang Yuan agreed so readily, Bai Zhanghua also appreciated Zhang Yuan's character more and more. Since that's the case, let me give you the reward first. First, There is the reward for providing key information about Odysseus, 10 primary skill scrolls, and 100,000 points of contribution from the Adventurers Association. With a flash of light in Bai Zhangguo's hand, 10 primary skill scrolls appeared. Zhang Yuan's pupils shrunk, not expecting the reward to be so generous. 10 primary skill scrolls, that's 1,100,000 contribution points, worth even more tens of millions. Elder Bai, isn't your reward too generous? Bai Zhangguo waved his hand and laughed. Not much, not much. Compared to the loss your intelligence saved the country, this little thing is just a drop in the bucket. Also, I have something else for you. With that, Bai Zhangguo handed a crystal ball the size of a ping-pong ball to Zhang Yuan. This is your reward for agreeing to join the Abyssal Raider team. After that, if you are in danger, as long as you crush this crystal ball, I will instantly appear beside you and help you unconditionally once. Zhang Yuan was shocked. Crush this crystal ball and you will appear. Elder Bai? Oh, sure. Even if that Odysseus finds you again, all you have to do is crush this crystal ball, and Odysseus will only have one way to die. Many thanks to Elder Bai. Zhang Yuan excitedly accepted the crystal ball. With this life-preserving talisman in place, the next time the abyssal boss came to his door again, he would have enough backbone to deal with it. Bai Zhangguo added, about joining the Abyssal Raiders group. Li Anping pulled you into the group. I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Zhang Yuan, goodbye. Elder Bai, child, cheer up. The future is yours. Bai Zhangguo smiled gratefully. Then a white light lit up under his feet and his entire body disappeared. Space spells? Seeing that Bai Zhangguo had already teleported away, Zhang Yuan muttered a chant and pushed the door out. Outside the door, Li Anping had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw Zhang Yuan come out, he immediately stepped forward and said, Elder Bai has just sent me a message saying that we'll add a friend, and pull you into the Abyssal Raiders group's chatting group later on. Zhang Yuan took out his communicator and friend Li Anping. Trouble. No trouble. Li Anping had a bright face at this time. Thanks to your blessing, I have the opportunity to communicate with Elder Bai. After that, if you have any needs in Shihu City, just mention them to me, and I can do what I can do for you. Zhang Yuan, there's really one thing I want to trouble managerly with. Can I exchange my association contribution for a destiny compass for card drawing? Without the destiny compass that he carried with him, he had to make a special trip to the exchange every time he drew a card, which was extremely troublesome. The bottom line is that privacy is also a big issue when it comes to drawing cards on the exchange. It was fine if he drew a specialized weapon once or twice, but if he drew a specialized weapon every time, he would be targeted sooner or later. One must know that every time the specialized martial arts came out, the commotion was quite large, and anyone with a slightly higher spirit in the vicinity would be able to keenly perceive that someone had drawn the specialized martial arts. Sure, no problem. Li Anping smiled back. With your current contribution, you can completely purchase the top quality destiny compass. All you have to do is open your mouth. No matter what kind of destiny compass, I will be able to immediately warehouse and transfer one over for you. Zhang Yuan, just give me the cheapest destiny compass. Those so-called high compatibility destiny compasses are nothing more than craftsmanship done in a fancy way, and then some monks or Taoist priests are found to open the light, thus giving the card drawers the illusion that if they draw cards with such high compatibility compasses, they will have better luck. Zhang Yuan did not need these fancy metaphysics. He is, in himself, absolutely metaphysical. Seeing that Zhang Yuan only wanted the cheapest destiny compass, Li Anping did not continue to sell it and laughed. That's right, you're still in the novice stage. The contribution should be spent on the blade of the sword. There's no need to get those fancy things. After saying that, Li Anping took out a plain compass with a small spell formation engraved in the center from his storage space. Although this compass looks overly plain and simple, the destiny compass has all the functions it should have. This is the cheapest destiny compass. The market price is 1 million, or 10,000 contribution degrees. I'll give you a discount. 8,000 contribution degrees to transfer to you. Thanks. Zhang Yuan did not care if this destiny compass was second-hand or not, and after transferring 8,000 contribution degrees to Li Anping, he said goodbye to Li Anping and left the Adventurers Association with the destiny compass in his hand contentedly. Just after leaving the association's gate, Zhang Yuan's communicator received an invitation message from Li Anping. Clicking on the confirmation, Zhang Yuan entered the chat group of the Abyssal Raiders group and received a bunch of messages. Luo City West Mine Abyss copy. Missing a level 45 nurse. Nearby interested brothers and sisters me. A copy of the Forest Abyss in the eastern suburb of Shin City. A level 50 violent mage. Fishman Island in the East Sea has been abyssalized. A level 60 paladin is coming, requiring a full set of epic equipment, preferably with shelter and purification skills. As soon as Zhang Yuan entered the group, He felt like he had entered some kind of food market. Extremely uncomfortable. Shouldn't this Abyssal Raiders group be solemn and sacred? Filled with elites who are ruthless and don't talk too much? But now that I look at it, it's pretty much the same as a normal field copy. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a real-time updated map of Abyssal copies from all over the world in the group, and that the required level of professionals was quite high, Zhang Yuan even suspected that he had entered the wrong group. Bunny, at Genko, yo, there's a new guy. Say hi to everyone. Suddenly, a person with a pretty imperial sister avatar, LD called Bunny at Zhang Yuan. Yuanzi is the nickname of Zhang Yuan's social account. In this Abyss Raiders group, everyone's information is kept secret and no one knows who is who unless they meet offline. Zhang Yuan did not want to cross paths with these strangers too much and directly changed his status to stealth. Then he tapped on the map to check if there were any suitable abyssalized copies for him in the vicinity of Shihu City. The only 2 abyssal copies near West Lake City are already showing up for rating, and they're still the ones I've rated. So it looks like don't think about rating the abyssal copies for a short period of time, and focus on practicing leveling and getting into Kyoto University first. Zhang Yuan did not find a suitable abyssal copy near Shihu City and had just exited the group chat when he received another private chat from Rabbit. Little brother, I see you LP address in West Lake City. I happen to be in the neighborhood. Why don't we make an appointment offline? I have a surprise waiting for you. Oh. Zhang Yuan swept a glance at the private chat message, and then he directly hacked the Rabbit. The Abyss Raiders group was also a mixed bag. He didn't trust anyone in it, and after that, even if he had to raid the Abyss copies, he wouldn't give his back to strangers even if he risked a solo brush. One never knows if a teammate who fights together will stab you in the back. Putting the Rabbit's message behind him, Zhang Yuan then left the city once again. This time, however, he didn't go to the West City Gate, but instead rushed towards the East City Gate. There is a Rakshasa River on the east side of Shihu City, and there is a level 20 field copy on the side of the river, which is a treasure trove for Shihu City's professionals to brush their equipment materials, and it is also the best practicing location for Zhang Yuan at the moment to be able to directly brush up to level 19 in that copy. Unsurprisingly, after leaving the East City Gate, Zhang Yuan walked all the way east for a few kilometers. Since the Rakshasa River copy was the hottest copy in Shihu City, Zhang Yuan had not encountered a few wild monsters along the way, all of which had been cleared by the professionals. The copy portal was on a flat area by the river, and many professionals were guarding the entrance to the copy, either waving flags or holding up signs, and as far as the eye could see, they were all recruiting teams of teammates. Normal difficulty. For short, get in the car and go. Normal difficulty. Short of a nurse. Equipment and materials equally divided. Come quickly. Hard difficulty. Healer and mage both. Come on a meat shield profession. Nightmare must pass team. Get a support, preferably a formation master. The entrance to the replica was as lively as a food market, and Zhang Yuan walked straight to the replica teleportation door to check the information about the replica. This level 20 copy is divided into 3 difficulties: normal, hard and nightmare. Generally speaking, normal difficulty can be easily cleared with 1 output, 1 meat shield and 1 nurse. Difficult difficulty requires 4 people to form a team. The milk shield must stand in 2 positions, the remaining 2 positions either double output, or an output plus a support. As for the nightmare difficulty, generally is to be on the 5-member team. Meat shield nurse essential. The output should also be at least 2. The last position must be an auxiliary to the teammates to apply gain, as well as to the monsters to apply mitigation. Otherwise the meat shield cannot carry. While Zhang Yuan was checking the information of the copy, someone came up and struck up a conversation. Brother, do you want to brush the copy together? I see your profession. You should be an assist. We are just short of an assist. Our team fights nightmares. Gear by roll points. Materials split evenly. Coming or not? Although Zhang Yuan was only level 16, the profession of sword formation master was quite conspicuous and everyone could realize that Zhang Yuan was not simple. After all, one wouldn't come to the Rakshasa River replica at level 16 without 2 brushes. Nah, I don't like grouping. Zhang Yuan simply refused the group invitation, chose nightmare difficulty, and directly teleported in. He's in the copy. Level 16 and entering a copy alone? He's so cocky? Even if it's a normal difficulty copy, he's still looking for death, right? Heh, is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Just wait, it's only an hour. Let's see if he can come out alive. As Zhang Yuan entered the copy alone, many people outside the copy revealed playful smiles. Most of the professionals here were level 20 plus veterans who were well aware of the difficulty of the Rakshasa River copy and did not believe that Zhang Yuan could single-handedly brush the copy alone. At this moment, outside the crowd, a woman in an assassin's suit sat on a rock, tossing the dagger in her hand while looking playfully at the copy teleportation port. What an interesting fellow. Perhaps he's the one I'm looking for. As soon as Zhang Yuan entered the copy, he was teleported to the bottom of the river and his head was wrapped in an air-filled bubble. And in front of Zhang Yuan, there was a huge underwater palace with some shrimp soldiers and crab generals guarding the entrance of the palace. There's only a limited amount of air in the bubble, and it looks like there's only enough for an hour. So either get through in an hour, or reserve the air to get back to the entrance. Time is running out. Zhang Yuan instantly understood that there was a time limit for this copy and immediately walked towards the underwater palace in front of him while using the Eye of the Abyss on the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the entrance. Shrimp soldiers, elite, rank, 20, power, 1500, agility, 2000, spirit, 500, body mass, 1000, skills, intimidation, lashing, water bombing, crab general, elite, rank, 20, power, 3000, agility, 500, spirit, 500, body mass, 1000, skills, intimidation, pinning, ramming, 2 elite monsters with attributes already higher than even a level 10 boss. No wonder Nightmare has to be a team of 5 and needs assistance. Or else with this power of the shrimps and crabs, a level 20 knight wouldn't be able to carry it with a single strike. Knowing that time was running out, Zhang Yuan did not waste any time and directly unfolded his sword formation and used Red Sky to harvest the lives of the 2 elite monsters. Successfully killed shrimp soldiers. Experience plus 3000. Successfully killed the crab general. Experience plus 3000. Get shrimp tail *1. Get crab pincer *1. Easily killing the shrimp soldiers and crab generals guarding the door. Zhang Yuan walked into the palace and found that inside were more shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Skill, Mental Storm. Seeing a large number of monsters gathering in the hall, Zhang Yuan directly used the Mental Storm, and all the shrimp soldiers in the palace hall died violently. A large number of experience prompts swiped the screen, and Zhang Yuan's experience bar directly rose by 20%. Yes, Zhang Yuan saw the monsters disappearing as quickly as they were eliminated, and his mood inexplicably cleared up as he continued to go deeper into the copy. However, there were 3 pathways in this palace, and each pathway had a large number of forks, so the large palace was as complicated as a maze. Zhang Yuan turned around inside for half an hour, killing many shrimp soldiers and crab generals, leveling up to level 17, but still not finding the boss room. This won't work. Once the air runs out and I haven't found the boss yet, I'm afraid I'll be suffocated alive. This copy has existed for many years. There should be a complete copy map on the market, so we'll come back to the challenge when we get the map. Zhang Yuan did not continue to go further in order to play it safe, but returned the same way back to the entrance of the replica. Do you give up the challenge copy? Yes. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to choose to abandon the raider copy at this time and teleported out. As Zhang Yuan appeared at the duplicate teleportation port, he instantly attracted the attention of many people around him. This kid actually came out alive. Can't it be that he really soloed his copy? He went in for just over 40 minutes. How can he pass the copy? I reckon he can't even beat the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the entrance. He is definitely trying to save face, and he has been hard at the entrance for such a long time before he came out. It's really a swollen face. Nope. Quickly look at his level. He's already level 17. This must have killed a lot of monsters. He must have gotten lost in the palace and had no choice but to exit. Really? This kid is really capable of soloing a copy. This Rakshasa River copy is indeed complicated. Back then I also got lost when I went down the copy for the first time. A few more copies would be good. Zhang Yuan did not care about other people's comments as he walked towards Westlake City. This kind of field copy was different from the novice copy in that it had an exclusive cooldown for each difficulty, and the cooldown for the nightmare difficulty was 6 hours, so he had plenty of time to prepare what he needed to use. Suddenly, a woman stopped Zhang Yuan's way and asked, "Did you just solo the nightmare difficulty?" Zhang Yuan swept a glance at the woman dressed as an assassin. Then he went around her and continued to move forward. The woman laughed. "I have information about the hidden boss of the Rakshasa River here. Are you interested?" Zhang Yuan's footsteps lurched as he looked back at the woman. "Hidden boss?" The woman swept the surroundings, turned her sword, and said to Zhang Yuan, "It's crowded here. Let's talk somewhere else." Zhang Yuan used the Eyes of the Abyss on the woman. Guan Xin, Shadow Assassin, level 22. After confirming the other party's occupation and level, Zhang Yuan then nodded his head and said, "Good." Guan Xin twirled his sword with a smile and led Zhang Yuan to a deserted place and stopped. "This is the place." As the words fell, Guan Xin suddenly disappeared in place. Assassin skill, stealth. In the next second, Guan Xin appeared behind Zhang Yuan, but before she had the chance to activate her skills, an iron sword appeared out of nowhere and was placed on her neck. So fast, Guan Xin's eyes flashed with horror when he saw the iron sword on his neck. Zhang Yuan turned around, calmly looked at Guan Xin, and said indifferently, "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I guarantee that in the next second, your head will fall to the ground." Guan Xin quickly stabilized her mind, put the dagger away and laughed. "Don't be paranoid. My sister just wants to try to see if you're qualified to be on a team with me or not. If I take a loser to raid the hidden boss, we might as well lose our lives in there. Zhang Yuan, but from what I've seen so far, you're more like a waste instead." The corner of Guan Xin's mouth twitched. "You guy, you're not very old and your mouth is quite poisonous." Zhang Yuan took the iron sword back into the sword formation space and said, "Straight to business. What hidden boss? Is Westlake City teeming with guys of your character?" Guan Xin muttered in a low voice, then took out a coral key. "This is the key I popped when I killed the Rakshasa River copy boss. It's able to open a hidden door, and inside there's a level 30 humanoid hidden boss. That hidden room limits 2 people to go in, and the average level must be below level 20. Zhang Yuan laughed coldly. "The room is limited to 2 people. The average level must still be below level 20 while the boss is level 30. Where is there such a copy? This is not the way to cheat a fool." Guan Xin laughed. "That's where you're out of touch. This kind of situation is actually quite common in the legendary trials." Legendary trials? Those are hidden quests spread all over the world. As long as you complete the content of the trial, you will receive extremely generous rewards, the least of which is a piece of epic equipment. And if you're lucky, you can even obtain special skills, or awaken talents. How do you know all this? Looking at you, you should have just graduated from high school, right? The legendary trial is a mandatory course in every college. You'll know when you go to college. Zhang Yuan asked again. "Then how are you sure I can help you defeat that hidden boss?" "Intuition." Guan Xin pointed to her head smilingly. "I've always had good intuition. I feel that if I team up with you, I'll definitely be able to pass the level." Zhang Yuan shook his head. "I don't like to take risks. This is not a good enough reason for you, dorky guy." Guan Xin couldn't help but spit at Zhang Yuan, then took out a scroll and handed it to Zhang Yuan. "Nu, if you take this, you're always willing to try with me, right?" Zhang Yuan took the scroll and checked the information. Return scroll, can be used in the copy to forcefully detach from the copy and return to the nearest main city. A return scroll? When Zhang Yuan saw what Guan Xin handed over, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He has seen this thing in the exchange. A sheet of $100,000. Expensive. I did not expect this Guan Xin out so generous. Guan Xin, however, did not put the city return scroll in her eyes at all and said, "Now that you have the city return scroll, you can immediately teleport back to the city when you are in danger, and your safety is guaranteed, so you should always be willing to give it a try, right?" Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and also felt that this was also an opportunity. Nodding his head, he said, "Okay, I can team up with you to raid the hidden boss, but I just came out of nightmare difficulty, so I still have to wait for 6 hours. This doesn't matter la. I have props to eliminate the copy cooldown CD." Guan Xin sent out a team-up invitation to Zhang Yuan. "Don't worry, even though you're only level 17, we'll split the loot equally." Seeing that Guan Xin said so, Zhang Yuan did not say anything else and accepted the group invitation. Returning to the Rakshasa replica teleportation port with her, Guan Xin stood at the duplicate teleportation port and took out a talisman-like object, and when that talisman flashed a light, Zhang Yuan received the duplicate confirmation message. "The captain will challenge the nightmare difficulty of the Rakshasa River copy. Is it confirmed?" "Confirmed." Zhang Yuan did not hesitate and teleported into the copy with Guan Xin. Guan Xin turned her head to Zhang Yuan and said, "It's time-consuming for the 2 of us to fight these elite monsters. I know a path that can avoid the majority of the elite monsters and lead straight to the boss room. There's no need. Break through head-on. I'll practice on the way." Zhang Yuan said indifferently and walked straight towards the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the door. "You're crazy, aren't you? You'll die if you break through head-on," Guan Xin shouted in a hurry. Zhang Yuan did not respond and summoned 10 iron swords to instantly second the shrimp soldiers and crab generals at the entrance, walked into the hall, and used spiritual storm. Boom! A terrifying storm swept out in all directions, and then Guan Xin saw a large number of kill prompts, and his entire body was confused on the spot. This, she walked into the palace in a daze, her mind blank as she looked down the empty halls. "Where's the weirdness?" Guan Xin pursed her lips and asked Zhang Yuan, "What have you done? Brush up." The way Zhang Yuan answered as a matter of course gave Guan Xin a suffocating feeling of wanting to spit very badly, but not being able to find any points to spit. Zhang Yuan turned around and urged, "What are you still waiting for? Lead the way. I don't have a map." Oh. Guan Xin came back to her senses and immediately walked to the front, choosing the door in the very center of the hall. On the way to the boss room, Guan Xin's entire body was wooden. all the elite monsters she encountered along the way. There was not a single one of them that was not killed by Zhang Yuan in seconds. Is this really the kind of attack you should have at level 17? Guan Xin couldn't understand that with the blood level of those elite monsters, even if she used her highest single damage skill, she couldn't manage to kill them in one hit. But Zhang Yuan, it looked like he was using his Pu attack. And the scariest thing was that his Pu attack seemed to come with splash damage. Suddenly, Guan Xin felt that her rare profession was a beggar profession compared to Zhang Yuan's sword formation master. With Guan Xin leading the way and Zhang Yuan killing in seconds, it took the two of them less than 10 minutes to arrive outside the room of the copy boss. Guan Xin stopped outside the door of the boss room and instructed Zhang Yuan. I know you have high attack power, but inside is ultimately the final boss of a level 20 nightmare difficulty copy. I know its weaknesses, so help me pull for a bit and I'll go around the back. We have limited time. There's no need to go through all this trouble. Zhang Yuan interrupted Guan Xin's words and directly pushed open the door, only to see a big snake over 10 meters long lying inside. Use the Eye of the Abyss. Rakshasa King Snake, Chief, Rank, 20, Power, 3200, Agility, 4200, Spirit, 2000, Body Mass, 6000, Skills, Whip, Bite, Beware of Venom, Venomous Attack. Zhang Yuan murmured. 6000 Physique. Guan Xin rushed to catch up. I said you don't want to be impulsive. This boss has a high attack, and the blood is especially thick. Your small body can't carry it for a moment. Red sky. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and waved his hand. The red sky appeared out of thin air, transforming into a red light that pierced through the head of the Rakshasa King Snake. Before the Rakshasa King Snake could even react, it let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. Successfully killed the Rakshasa King Snake. Experience plus 42,000. Guan Xin obtains the equipment Rakshasa King Snake Skin Armor, Rakshasa King Snake Tooth Venom Blade, and Rakshasa King Snake Crystal Core. Guan Xin's mouth twitched when she saw the kill prompt in the panel. Seconds? Guan Xin stood in a daze, looking at the empty boss room in a trance, thinking she was dreaming. Zhang Yuan turned around and said, the duplicate equipment and materials were dropped in the captain's storage space, so according to the agreement, we are splitting it equally, right? Yes. Guan Xin subconsciously nodded and took out the equipment and materials that the boss had exploded. Rakshasa King Snakeskin Armor, Gold Grade plus 200 Defense, plus 200 Agility, plus 20% Toxin Damage, Level 20 available. Rakshasa King Snake Tooth Poison Blade, Gold Grade plus 200 Attack, Attack with Poison Attribute, Assassin Damage Skill plus 20%, Level 20 available. Rakshasa King Snake Crystal Core, Poisonous Attribute Material. After checking the equipment information, Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, none of these equipment are of much use to me. Guan Xin proposed, I didn't contribute to this copy, so it's reasonable to say that the equipment should all be given to you, but I do want these equipments. Why don't I offer money to buy these two pieces of equipment according to the market price of gold equipment? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. How much? Guan Xin, a gold level equipment. The market price is 1 million to start. These two pieces of equipment looks like a set. The price is even higher. That crystal core is also a pricey material. A set of packing down. I'll give you 5 million, how about it? 5 million? Zhang Yuan was confused on the spot. So much? Seeing that Zhang Yuan did not agree, Guan Xin thought that Zhang Yuan was too little, and added, I didn't bring much change out this time. If you are too little, let's add a friend after we go out, and I will remit 2 million to you afterwards. Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and shook his head. When I say an equal share, it is an equal share. One piece of equipment belongs to me. One piece of equipment belongs to you. The crystal cores we will be half each. All of them will be discounted. You can just give me $2.5 million. Put. Guan Xin snorted out a laugh. You're really a weirdo. You don't want the extra money you've been given. Zhang Yuan returned flatly. This is the principle. Besides, when we agreed to share the loot equally, I never thought that you could contribute. Can't you spit something nice out of your nerdy mouth? Guan Xin's head was full of black lines and she couldn't help but spit at Zhang Yuan. Then said, 250% is not good to hear. After we get out of the copy, I'll transfer 3 million to you. Okay. After the two of them reached an agreement, Guan Xin was the one who took out the coral key and walked to the back of the copy teleportation exit, ruffling the water plants covering the wall. A coral door appeared in the sight of the two men. Guan Xin inserted the key into the coral door, and with a clicking sound, the coral door slowly opened. The strange thing was, obviously they were now at the bottom of the river, but there was not a single drop of water behind the coral door. All the water was isolated by an invisible force outside the door, where it seemed to be another world. The moment the coral door opened, Zhang Yuan received a prompt. The Rakshasa King's dojo is ahead. The copy restricts the individual's highest level to no more than 25, and the team's average level to no more than 20. Will you challenge it? Guan Xin turned around and asked. Inside is the hidden boss. Are you ready? Get in. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Guan Xin confirmed the challenge, and the two of them were directly teleported into an empty dojo. In the center of the dojo sat a humanoid monster wearing a villainous mask and red armor, and beside him lay an unsheathed sword in silence. Noble, proud, stately, the monster exuded an aura of a king all over its body. Poltergeist in temple that plays tricks on monks and has a taste for their food. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss on it. The Rakshasa King, hidden leader, rank, 30, power, 10,000, agility, 10,000, spirit, 10,000, body mass, 10,000, skills, one flash of the sword, king's pressure, indestructible will, his dash. When Zhang Yuan saw the attributes of the Rakshasa King, he could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Not only was it a four-dimensional attribute that was up to 5 digits, but that Rakshasa King's skills, too, looked quite tricky. Zhang Yuan turned his head to Guan Xin and asked, "You've challenged this boss, right? Do you have any information?" Guan Xin replied, "I've only challenged it once as well, and only got past its first stage. In the first stage it won't use a weapon. In the second stage it will use a weapon, while the desire to attack and speed increase dramatically, and it locks up blood in each stage, so it doesn't look like it can be killed by inflicting damage. Is the mechanism weird?" Zhang Yuan nodded his head slightly. He had encountered the Phantom Scarecrow before and was considered to have some understanding of mechanism monsters. He was not surprised to learn that this Rakshasa King was a mechanism monster. "I'm going to test the waters, and you're going to skim around." When Zhang Yuan stepped into the dojo, the Rakshasa King, who had been keeping his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and stood up, and it was then that Zhang Yuan realized that the Rakshasa King was more than 3 meters tall, and the sense of oppression was extremely strong. Red Sky. Zhang Yuan unfolded his sword formation and summoned the red sky behind the Rakshasa King, piercing through the Rakshasa King's body. The Rakshasa King fell to its knees on the spot, and then a blazing flame ignited around it, its entire body skin becoming crimson, and it stood back up again, while drawing its sword out of its scabbard. Phase 2. That's stage 2? Guan Xin saw that Zhang Yuan had knocked the Rakshasa King down to stage 2 in a single strike, and his little mouth opened wide in shock. You know, she had previously relied on her skills in this dojo to grind the Rakshasa King alive for an hour before grinding it down to stage 2, and as a result, Zhang Yuan had knocked the boss out of stage 2 with a single pummel? This huge gap left her with no place to go. Seeing that the Rakshasa King had entered the second stage, Zhang Yuan did not give it a chance to attack and once again controlled the red sky to stab at it, but at that moment, a sword light flashed, and the red sky was unexpectedly flicked out by the Rakshasa King with its sword. Blocked my attack? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. It was the first time he had encountered a situation where his attack was bounced off. Watch out. It's going to use a skill. Guan Xin did not seem to be surprised by this situation and immediately reminded Zhang Yuan. At that moment, the Rakshasa King suddenly turned into a red light and rushed to Zhang Yuan. Skill, sword one flash. The Rakshasa King swung his sword and chopped at him, and red sky immediately appeared in front of Zhang Yuan, unfurling a red barrier and bouncing away the Rakshasa King's attack in time. Dang! The sound of dual swords colliding rang out, and the Rakshasa King made a perfect retreat, easily dislodging the force of Qi Xiao's counterattack, and conversely, Zhang Yuan, who was being protected by Qi Xiao, lost quite a lot of physical strength. Even though Red Sky had the protector passive, it only protected Zhang Yuan from stiffness and would not cut the damage of the attack. Even though Zhang Yuan's talent plus equipment could manage to reduce 90% of the damage, his physique was only 705, and with the Rakshasa King's strength of 10,000, even if it was 10% of the damage, the pressure he endured wasn't small, and he couldn't take more than a few hits. However, Guan Xin, who was outside the dojo, after seeing Zhang Yuan resisting the Rakshasa King's blow, but not even taking half a step back, even more, his heart set off monstrous waves, staring at Zhang Yuan with an unbelievable face. This guy, in the end, what kind of pervert is he? Even if the damage is high, how come the defense is still so high and comes with a hegemonic body? It was important to know that even if she was level 22 and was touched by the Rakshasa King, even if she was able to borrow the technique to flick her knife to unload most of the damage, her stamina would instantly bottom out and she would have to use the return scroll to escape. However, Zhang Yuan, at this moment, looked like he was fine. Is this guy really level 17? Just as Guan Xin was shocked, Zhang Yuan suddenly asked her, Guan Xin, Do you know why the boss bounced off my attack? Seekin snapped back. You don't know perfect block? Perfect block? That's a high-level technique to deal with physical attacks. It requires finding a break in the moment the enemy's attack arrives and then defending against it. As long as you can succeed, you can evade the damage of the attack and even inflict stalemate on the enemy. Similar to the bullet reversal in video games? Zhang Yuan had played a lot of video games, and he understood Guan Xin's statement in a nutshell. Guan Xin nodded. That's right, but the prerequisite for a perfect block is that it can only be defended instantly. So the benefits of this technique are huge, and so are the risks. Once the perfect block fails, one will receive full damage. When I dealt with the Rakshasa King in the first stage, I was using perfect block to slowly grind it to death, but in the second stage it was so fast that I would just die if I was touched, and I didn't dare to try perfect block. While Guan Xin was speaking, the Rakshasa King once again unleashed the sword one flash, instantly arriving in front of Zhang Yuan and swinging his sword to chop. Red Sky. Zhang Yuan immediately controlled Red Sky to block in front of himself and attempted a perfect block. However, the speed of the Rakshasa King was too fast for Zhang Yuan to react at all and the block failed. Dang! The Rakshasa King slashed his sword fiercely at Zhang Yuan, who suffered pain and could only summon other iron swords to force the Rakshasa King back. At the same time, Zhang Yuan controlled 10 flying swords to attack the Rakshasa King, but all of them were perfectly blocked by the Rakshasa King. Guan Xin saw that Zhang Yuan couldn't take the Rakshasa King either, so he couldn't help but say, "Why don't we retreat first and discuss our countermeasures before we come back to challenge? Do you have any healing potions?" Zhang Yuan suddenly asked Guan Xin. Healing potion? Guan Xin froze, then took out 3 bottles of intermediate healing potion from her storage space and threw them to Zhang Yuan. This copy allows the use of 3 bottles of potion, but I will be killed by the boss in seconds, so I won't be able to use this potion. So what are you doing here? Zhang Yuan, this Rakshasa King should only be defeated with a perfect block. I can resist his attacks a few times and would like to try. With his current physique, he was able to resist 3 strikes from the Rakshasa King, and with the Fate Seed 3's continuous blood recovery passive, he was able to resist 4 attacks. A bottle of intermediate stamina potion could directly restore his stamina to full. 3 bottles of intermediate stamina potion would be 12 times. Plus he could still resist 2 more times now. That would be a total of 14 chances. If Zhang Yuan could get the hang of perfect blocking within 14 attacks, then this hidden boss might not be impossible to pass. Guan Xin was shocked to see Zhang Yuan trying to perfectly block the Rakshasa King's second stage attack. Perfect blocking is related to strength and agility. The Rakshasa King is very fast. Can your agility keep up with it? I have my own way. Zhang Yuan briefly replied back, and then used attribute conversion to convert all of his mental power onto strength and agility. In the next moment, Zhang Yuan's spiritual attributes went to 0, and his strength and agility attributes changed to 1845 and 1770 respectively. All the flying swords crackled down. Zhang Yuan could no longer control the flying swords, but he felt that his strength and speed had increased drastically. Zhang Yuan gripped the red sky sword, stared at the Rakshasa King not far away with full concentration, and murmured, "Now that little master I have turned into a warrior. Come on." The Rakshasa King seemed to have sensed Zhang Yuan's battle intent and also pulled a sword flower to face Zhang Yuan in an offensive stance. I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, but Zhang Yuan felt that the Rakshasa King under the evil ghost mask suddenly smiled. Skill, sword one flash. The Rakshasa King used his skill again and rushed towards Zhang Yuan as a red light. Can see. Zhang Yuan, whose strength and speed had increased greatly, was barely able to capture the Rakshasa King's movements and attempt a perfect block. Failure to block. The Rakshasa King stabbed Zhang Yuan with his sword, and Zhang Yuan's stamina was immediately reduced to only 1/3, and then the Rakshasa King gracefully retreated again, pulling away from Zhang Yuan. Indeed, Zhang Yuan saw that the Rakshasa King withdrew with a single blow, further confirming the speculation in his heart. This hidden boss is a trial, and the trial is about perfect blocking. A moment later, the Rakshasa King unleashed his skill again, and Zhang Yuan once again attempted to block perfectly, still failing and bottoming out on stamina. Zhang Yuan immediately pulled out a bottle of intermediate healing potion and drank it. His stamina was restored to full. Again, the Rakshasa King unleashed his skill once again, and Zhang Yuan once again attempted a perfect block. One of the swords flashes and fails to block. One of the swords flashes and fails to block. In the dojo, the Rakshasa King was like a stern master, while Zhang Yuan was the defiant disciple, and the two of them kept repeating one move after another. Guan Xin outside the dojo had been completely dumbfounded. She had not expected at all that Zhang Yuan, who was only level 17, was actually practicing perfect blocking using the Rakshasa King. Dang! As Zhang Yuan drank the third bottle of intermediate healing potion, Zhang Yuan finally managed a perfect block and bounced the Rakshasa King's sword away. Zhang Yuan seized the opportunity to lift the attribute conversion and controlled the red sky sword to pierce the Rakshasa King's chest. A red light passed through the Rakshasa King's body, and the Rakshasa King's blood bar bottomed out, kneeling on the spot. When Guan Xian saw that Zhang Yuan had managed to hit the Rakshasa King and was pleasantly surprised, but before she could congratulate him, the Rakshasa King violently erupted in extremely strong pressure and shook Zhang Yuan back. Skill, undying will. Skill, King's mighty pressure. The entire dojo began to shake violently as the Rakshasa King suddenly roared and reared up, its heavy armor falling off to reveal a scarred, muscle-exploding upper body. The Rakshasa King raised its arm, and the greatsword that had fallen into the distance swiftly flew back into its hand while a blazing flame ignited from the sword. 3 more stages? Guan Xian saw that the Rakshasa King was back on his feet again. His expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly shouted to Zhang Yuan, "Zhang Yuan, if you really can't do it, just use the scroll of returning to the city. The number of times for this challenge is unlimited. There's no need to give away your life here." However, Zhang Yuan did not respond to Guan Xian as he looked straight into the eyes of the Rakshasa King under his evil ghost mask, already understanding that this third stage and the last trial of this legendary trial, strength, skill, and the courage to die. However, Zhang Yuan, who had the red sky sword's death-exempt passive, was simply fearless. "Come on." Zhang Yuan grinned. This time he did not use attribute conversion again. Instead, he collected all the flying swords into the sword formation space. After practicing many times, he had already figured out the trajectory of the Rakshasa King's attacks. Even if you can't see the Rakshasa King's movements, through the skill backboard, control the timing, as well as by feeling perfect block. At this time, the Rakshasa King set up his stance, and then he turned into a red light and rushed to Zhang Yuan, waving his sword down. 9 iron swords flew out in front of Zhang Yuan, and one of them happened to hit the Rakshasa King's break and bounced the Rakshasa King's sword away. Red sky. A red light flashed through the heart of the Rakshasa King. Successfully killed the Rakshasa King. Experience plus 100,000. Acquired equipment Rakshasa King mask. Obtain Rakshasa King's heart *1. Complete the legendary trial and gain the skill, blocking intuition. Ding. Detected that the host has reached the achievement first legendary trial, rewarding the awakening of an advanced talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced talent, I am a legend. At the same time, the treasure chest from the hidden copy clearance appeared in the center of the dojo. Over. Guan Xian looked at the plethora of prompts that flashed across her panel, and her entire body was still a bit confused. Although this legendary trial was completed by Zhang Yuan alone, they were in a group, and Guan Xian had similarly gained the basic experience reward, as well as blocking intuition, a divine skill. At the same time, because she was the captain, the equipment and materials gained from defeating the bosses were put into her storage space. Guan Xian slapped her face to calm herself down, and then took out the equipment and materials she had obtained. Mask of the Rakshasa King. Epic summons the Rakshasa King to fight in concert, and when the Rakshasa King is killed in battle, he will recover himself in the mask. Heart of the Rakshasa King. Epic material. 1 epic equipment. 1 epic material. Guan Xian couldn't help but exclaim in shock when she saw the 2 items that the Rakshasa King had exploded. There was no need to mention the epic equipment. Each piece was precious, and the epic level materials, which were necessary for divine level forging masters to forge legendary equipment, were even more priceless. While Guan Xian was checking out the equipment materials, Zhang Yuan was also checking out his newly acquired talents and skills at this time. Blocking intuition. Passive. The first block must be a perfect block. I am a legend. If there is a legendary trial in the duplicate, the props to open the trial will definitely be dropped after passing the duplicate. A passive conceptual divine skill that when used well is equivalent to being completely immune to a single physical attack while still being able to deliver a powerful blow to the enemy. A top-tier talent that carries with it equates to not missing out on any legendary trials in the future. A great harvest. Zhang Yuan could not stop smiling when he saw his new skills and talents. At this moment, Guan Xian walked up and handed both the Rakshasa King mask and the Rakshasa King heart to Zhang Yuan, saying, "Zhang Yuan, you take it. This battle was completely passed by you alone. Both of these epic level items should logically be given to you." Zhang Yuan swept a glance at the Rakshasa King mask and the Rakshasa King heart, but in the end, he only took the Rakshasa King mask. As I said, since we agreed to share it equally, everything should be shared equally, not according to contribution. Guan Xian was surprised. Do you have any idea how much an epic level item is worth? This Rakshasa King's heart, at least, is tens of millions. Zhang Yuan firmly shook his head. 100 million should also go to you. This is the principle, and it has nothing to do with the amount of money. Moreover, without the hidden key you provided, as well as the information about perfect blocking and the 3 bottles of healing potion, it is impossible for me to defeat the Rakshasa King. You guy, I really underestimated you. The way Guan Xin looked at Zhang Yuan at this moment had completely changed. Previously, when Zhang Yuan insisted on an equal share of the gold equipment, she still felt that just the price of the gold equipment was not enough to shake Zhang Yuan's principle, and now that Zhang Yuan was even splitting the epic level items equally, it made Guan Xin recognize Zhang Yuan once more. It is important to realize that even many close friends or couples will stab each other in the back over an epic piece of equipment. Thinking of all this, Guan Xin shook his head and smiled, taking the Rakshasa King's heart back into his storage space and said, "In that case, I'll be obliged. I have to say, you're a bit of a nerd, but you're pretty reliable. Thanks for the compliment." Zhang Yuan put away the Rakshasa King mask and walked towards the treasure chest in the center of the dojo. Just now it was the reward for defeating the boss, while this treasure chest was the reward for completing the Rakshasa River copy. The equipment and materials gained from defeating the bosses are distributed directly to the team leader, who then distributes them, but the treasure chest rewards for the first time you clear a copy are unique to each person. Guan Xin had already cleared the Rakshasa River copy, so this time the treasure chest was exclusively for Zhang Yuan. Open the treasure chest. Obtain God Stone *1. Obtain Primary Skill Scroll *5. As Zhang Yuan obtained the rewards, the treasure chest in the dojo disappeared. The copy teleportation exit appeared, and the two teleported out. Outside the duplicate, Guan Xin took a satisfying breath of moist fresh air. Then she directly transferred 3 million to Zhang Yuan's exchange account and laughed. This is really a pleasant cooperation. Let's comms add a friend, and work together again when we have the chance in the future. Later, Zhang Yuan did not promise Guan Xin and directly quit the team without looking back. Hey, you just took the money and left. Is that how you treat women? When Guan Xin saw Zhang Yuan leaving without saying hello, he was furious and just wanted to chase after Zhang Yuan to ask for an explanation. But then he stopped and watched Zhang Yuan leave. You kids surely will take the Kyoto University exam, right? Oh, you can't escape my sister's clutches. Guan Xin laughed softly, twirling his fingers around his dagger and whistling as he left in the other direction. After Zhang Yuan and Guan Xin parted ways, they went straight back home. On the one hand, he was already level 18, and it was only the 3rd day of the transfer. Next he would be able to rise to level 19 in a month even if he fished for 3 days and sunbathed for 2 days. Practicing leveling was no longer the most important thing for him at the moment. On the other hand, he had been out for several days, and although the rapid upgrades had made him feel no fatigue whatsoever, he hadn't even bathed yet after several days of battles in a row, and his body already smelled. Grandmother and sister-in-law were not at home, so Zhang Yuan washed up at home and changed into a set of clean and fresh clothes before sitting on the sofa in the living room and taking out the destiny compass, as well as 15 skill scrolls. I didn't expect to get another god stone so soon. If this trend continues, I'll be able to get a full-rank specialized martial before the college entrance exam, Zhang Yuan chanted, but he did not rush to draw a card. Instead, he used the primary skill scroll first. 15 skill scrolls slammed down. Repeated skills are acquired and skill proficiency is increased. Toxin resistance, level 10 gain 100% toxin resistance. This, 6. When Zhang Yuan saw that he had slammed down 15 primary skill scrolls and as a result, he had leveled up his poison resistance, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch, unable to figure out just how afraid of poison he was. It's just that, only repeating the awakening of one skill is, in a sense, a blessing. Zhang Yuan laughed helplessly and picked up the destiny compass again, taking out the newly obtained God Stone again. Although Zhang Yuan had drawn cards quite a few times, this was the first time he had used his destiny compass to draw cards, and he was inexplicably a bit excited at this moment. A refined 4th rank red sky is already considered a divine weapon, right? Zhang Yuan muttered and placed the Stone of God into the destiny compass. The compass began to rotate. The spells on the compass lit up, countless cards rotated in the spells, and finally a red card flew out. Come out, my red sky, Zhang Yuan shouted in a neutral manner, and then a blue-colored sword flew out from the card. A large amount of water vapor surged around, and Zhang Yuan seemed to hear the sound of waves. Divine Sword Zhanlu, exclusive 1st rank plus 1000 attack power, plus 100% damage. Auto Protect owner? Holder is immune to water attribute attacks. No equipment level restriction. Remarks, one of the 10 great sword weapons. Protects the Lord and cleanses the world. Zhang Yuan froze on the spot when he saw the new handful of specialized martial arts. It turns out that specialized weapons can be more than one? When Zhang Yuan saw that his newly drawn specialized martial arts also had the same remarks of the 10 great sword weapons, he suddenly had a frightening conjecture. He has 10 handfuls of specialized weapons. Other professions only have one specialized weapon, and I've never heard of anyone having plural specialized weapons, whereas I can have 10. Then, at a later stage, when all 10 of my specialized martial arts are fully refined, wouldn't that mean I could have 10 divine weapons at the same time? Zhang Yuan's breath hitched quite a bit when he thought of this possibility. As long as it was a divine weapon, it had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. And even for those professionals who had stepped into the divine level, those who possessed a divine weapon were a very small number. The potential of this hidden profession paired with absolute luck is just too great. Knock knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Yuan immediately put Zhanlu into the sword formation space and went forward to open the door, only to see Xia Chaoyang standing at the door with a smile on his face. I remember you. You were that captain of the guards at the time. Zhang Yuan recognized Xia Chaoyang at a glance and then said, "Sorry, I have decided to take the Kyoto University." "Don't worry, I am not here to stop you from going to Kyoto University." Xia Chaoyang smiled at Zhang Yuan. "When I went back that day, I reported your situation to the Supreme Command, and the chiefs took you very seriously, and after 3 days of meetings one after another, they decided to make an exception and let you enter the Subterranean Dragon Detachment as a supernumerary member, so that you can continue to take the exam for the university." Subterranean Detachment? That's a secret special forces unit in our country, and those who make it into the Subterranean Dragon Detachment are the best of the best. Zhang Yuan, what are the benefits of me joining the Subterranean Dragon Detachment? Xia Chaoyang, as long as you join the Subterranean Dragon Detachment, then the military is your biggest background. Looking at the whole of Daxia, no one will dare to bully you. In addition, the military's various resources will be tilted in your favor. And after that, not only will you be able to enjoy the resources of Kyoto University, but our military's unique copy resources, equipment, and various types of intelligence, you'll be equally qualified to obtain. You are currently the first person to have access to both university and military resources. Zhang Yuan, and what do I need to do? There was no free lunch in the world, and since the military had given him the appropriate benefits, he also needed to take the appropriate responsibility. After all, the Daxia Defense Force was not a private force. Its duty was to defend the country. Xia Chaoyang, this I do not hide from you. You joined the Subterranean Dragon Detachment. You need to carry out the military's mission. Of course, after all, you are still a novice. The military is still to cultivate the main. The early stage is basically a training mission. It will not affect your identity as a student of Kyoto University. Even in the later stages, as a special soldier, the military will not assign you ordinary missions, and you will become a sharp knife of the empire. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment. Then he remembered his grandmother's badge of exceptional merit. If it was grandma, she would have wanted him to serve his country. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Okay, I agree to join the Subterranean Dragon Detachment. Good boy. I knew you'd say yes. Xia Chaoyang instantly became excited and heavily patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder, adding, by the way, in order to join the Subterranean Dragon Detachment, in addition to having a recommendation from the commanding general, you also need to pass the Subterranean Dragon Detachment's trial. These days you practice well. When you reach level 15, I will take you to the Subterranean Dragon trial. With your strength you will definitely pass. After that you will officially join the Subterranean Dragon Detachment with the rank of Major. Zhang Yuan, then I can already go to the trial. You're at level 15 already? Xia Chaoyang couldn't help but stare. Weren't you only level 12 the day before yesterday? Afterwards, Xia Chaoyang threw a detection spell at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Formation Master, level 18. 18 levels? Xia Chaoyang's eyes were almost glazed over. How did you do it? One should know that even Kyoto University, which was ranked number 1 in Daxia, required its students to rise to level 19 within a month, while Zhang Yuan had risen to level 18 within 3 days. This is simply something that has never been done before. Zhang Yuan calmly replied, I raided another abyssal copy and gained quite a bit of experience. Then I cleared the nightmare difficulty Rakshasa River copy, so I rose to level 18. The person who raided the Phantom Forest Abyss copy was you? Xia Chaoyang seemed to have heard something extraordinary. His eyes glazed over. I heard that the level 70 abyssal boss Odysseus didn't appear in that copy and was repelled. Could that be your doing as well? Zhang Yuan was surprised. I've already reported this to the Adventurers Association. Don't you know? The Adventurers Guild and the Defense Force are 2 different units, and we don't share all intelligence. Xia Chaoyang explained to Zhang Yuan, then held his forehead with his hand. No, I have to slow down. This news of yours is too powerful. Xia Chaoyang took a few steps back and forth in the doorway, then said to Zhang Yuan, I have to report this matter to the commanding general's office. You wait for a while. Excuse me. After saying that, Xia Chaoyang was in a hurry to leave. Not long after, Xia Chaoyang hurried back again and said to Zhang Yuan with an excited face, Zhang Yuan, great thing. The god of 10,000 battles wants to see you in person. You and I will go to the military district. 10,000 battle god? Zhang Yuan froze. Who? You don't know the god of war, Wan Chagan? Xia Chaoyang froze, then returned. He is a legendary figure in our great Xia Empire. Not only is he the highest leader of our defense force, he is also a god-level warrior. There are no more than 10 people in the great Xia Empire who have a higher status than him. That's a proper big shot. Even I've only seen him on news broadcasts. He's the idol of all our soldiers. Oh, let's go then. Zhang Yuan nodded his head slightly, but he did not have too many mood swings. With the profession of sword formation master, he was confident that he could climb to the top of the world in the near future. When Xia Chaoyang saw that Zhang Yuan's expression did not change much, he could not help but admire Zhang Yuan a few points more in his heart, and then he drove Zhang Yuan to the City Defense Force residence in Shihu City. Wan Chanan had already teleported from Kyoto to Westlake City through a teleportation array and was currently waiting in the Westlake City Defense Force command. At this time, the City Defense Force was on exceptionally tight guard. Xia Chaoyang led Zhang Yuan through the heavy guard posts to the outside of the commanding general's headquarters, only to see two soldiers with upright posture standing outside the door. Zhang Yuan probed with his eyes of the abyss and found that the two soldiers at the entrance were both level 60 elite professionals. What a big row! Zhang Yuan let out a sigh of emotion in his heart. At this moment, Xia Chaoyang came forward to make a military salute and reported in a loud voice. Reporting to the chief, Zhang Yuan has been brought. Bring him in. A neutral voice came from the commanding officer. Xia Chaoyang suppressed the excitement in his heart and whispered to Zhang Yuan, Kid, let's go in. This is a great chance for you. Make good use of it. Aha! Zhang Yuan calmly nodded his head and walked into the command headquarters, only to see several soldiers in dark green uniforms standing inside. One of them, a middle-aged man, exuding an unparalleled aura of terror all over his body. The first time Zhang Yuan saw that middle-aged man, he knew that he was Wan Chahan, and his strength was not below Bai Zhanghua. I'm afraid that the abyssal boss Odysseus is here, but he can't take a slap from Wan Chanan, just by turning around. Wan Chanan's stern gaze made Xia Chaoyang, who was on the side, go weak in the knees. When Wan Chanan saw that Zhang Yuan was stalwart, he nodded slightly. Not bad. As soon as the words fell, Wan Chanan suddenly raised his hand and a stern long sword appeared out of thin air, transforming into a golden light and stabbing at Zhang Yuan, a terrifying might sweeping out in all directions. Red sky. Zhang Yuan lightly spat out, and red sky appeared out of thin air. Skill, blocking intuition. Dang! Wan Chanan's sword was flicked away by red sky. A deathly silence fell over the command. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, including Wan Chanan. No one could have imagined that Zhang Yuan, who was only level 18, would be able to block Wan Chanan's attack perfectly. It's too nifty a stretch. Zhang Yuan, you. The face of Xia Chaoyang on the side was pale as he stared straight at Zhang Yuan, his brain going blank. At this moment, Wan Chanan was also a bit tense. He originally wanted to test Zhang Yuan's reaction. If Zhang Yuan could be a titan and not change his color, he would go along with the situation to praise Zhang Yuan twice and give rewards to brush up Zhang Yuan's goodwill. However, he never expected that his sword would be picked off by Zhang Yuan, even though Wan Chanan knew that Zhang Yuan must have used some kind of skill that was bound to block perfectly. But now that so many subordinates were watching, it was impossible for him to find a remedy for himself. Ahem. Wan Chanan coughed twice to ease the embarrassment and nodded to Zhang Yuan. Good boy. You are really good. You actually managed to block this sword of mine. No wonder old Bai. He appreciates you a lot. I just used skills that are bound to be successful in blocking. It was all a fluke. Nothing much. Zhang Yuan slightly saluted and replied back in an unassuming manner. So it is. Xia Chaoyang, who was on the side, let out a huge sigh of relief when he heard Zhang Yuan's words. Wan Chang'an's great image in his mind nearly collapsed. At this time, the others in the command also had a look of sudden realization on their faces. That being said, if it was not for the skill, Zhang Yuan would not have been able to block Wan Chanan's sword at all. When Wan Chanan saw that Zhang Yuan took the initiative to explain and help him get back his face, he was more and more satisfied with Zhang Yuan. He immediately took out a pair of boots from his storage space and handed them to Zhang Yuan. Even though you blocked a sword of mine by your skills, your performance has far exceeded my expectation. These boots have followed me for many years. I will give them to you now. When the others around saw that Wan Chanan actually gave that boot to Zhang Yuan, their expressions all changed and they were shocked. Chief, that is, it's my decision. Keep your mouth shut. Wan Chanan interrupted the others and then said, I'll go out. I'll talk to this child alone. When the people saw Wan Chanan say so, They did not say anything more, but only cast envious glances at Zhang Yuan, and then they exited the command headquarters together. Zhang Yuan took the boots and checked the information. Boots of wind riding, legendary strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, spirit plus 1000, physique plus 1000, wind attribute damage reduction 50%, equipper gains the skill wind riding, available at level 15. Walking with the wind, after using the skill, the movement speed is increased by 100%. Legendary equipment? When Zhang Yuan saw the attributes of the boots of wind riding, his pupil shrunk slightly and he looked at Wan Chanan with a shocked expression. This is too expensive. Wan Chanan waved his hand and laughed. It is an equipment I got early on. It has accompanied me for more than 20 years. Nowadays I have long since stopped using it. Giving it to you will, on the contrary, allow it to shine again. This is a piece of my heart, so don't reject it. This, well, Zhang Yuan was no longer polite, and immediately put on the boots of wind riding, and immediately felt that his entire body was much lighter, as if he could jump to the sky with a single bounce. It's not bad. It suits you. Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan smilingly and continued. Zhang Yuan, do you know why I want to see you personally? Zhang Yuan, isn't it because of Captain Xiao's report? Wan Chang'an, that was only one aspect of it, though not the main reason I decided to meet you in person. There are other reasons? Zhang Yuan froze. Wan Chang'an said in a deep voice, your grandmother was my teacher, and your parents, at one time, were also my subordinates. Zhang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. There is such a thing? I've never heard grandma talk about it. Wan Chang'an, after her old man retired from the military, she stopped talking about military affairs, and since your parents disappeared, she is even more reluctant to even see my face. It's not just you. The vast majority of people in the military department today don't know that I once had a teacher. But that's not what I'm going to tell you today. What I'm going to tell you is about your mom and dad, my parents. Zhang Yuan's heart stirred, although he had not seen the host's parents since he crossed over. Because of the host's influence, he also had some kind of strong feelings for the veiled parents. He was an orphan in his previous life, and in this life, he longed to have loving parents as well. Wan Chang'an nodded slightly and said, your parents used to be the elites of the subterranean dragon detachment as well. They had an accident during one of their raids on the abyssal copy and disappeared in that regard. We once sent troops to search around that copy for a whole month, but there was no trace of them. Zhang Yuan looked back. This I know. Wan Chang'an added, but lately, we've had news about your parents. Found them? Zhang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Wan Chang'an nodded. Well, someone found them on the front line of the abyss, but they seem to have turned into abyssal bosses. My parents turned into abyssal bosses? Zhang Yuan's surprise turned into shock on the spot. Wan Chang'an, currently I haven't told my teacher about this matter, but I feel the need to tell you about it. Now that the abyss is becoming more and more agitated, this matter of your mom and dad turning into an abyssal boss is extraordinary, and perhaps it will also involve you. Zhang Yuan fell into deep thought and then said to Wan Chang'an, Chief, can I ask you for one thing? If there is any news about my parents, make sure to tell me at the first opportunity. Wan Chang'an, well, that's exactly what I want to do. But I hope you won't tell teacher about this. I'm afraid that when she hears about this, she'll rush straight to the front line of the abyss, now that it's not peaceful over there. And teacher, she's no longer fit to fight. Aha, Zhang Yuan nodded his head. Well, enough of the personal stuff. Let's get down to business. Wan Chang'an took out another set of special dark green military uniform from his storage space and handed it to Zhang Yuan. I originally wanted to personally try to see if you are qualified to join the subterranean dragon detachment, but from what I can see now, it seems that there is no need to try. This is the uniform of the subterranean detachment. Try it on. Aha. Zhang Yuan took the uniform and quickly changed into it. Zhang Yuan, who already had a straight posture, became even more heroic after putting on the military uniform. Nice. Wan Chang'an nodded in satisfaction and suddenly shouted in a serious voice. Major Zhang Yuan. Here. Zhang Yuan stood straight and returned forcefully. When Wan Chang'an looked at Zhang Yuan, who was standing straight, it was as if he saw those two of his once proudest subordinates. He couldn't help but put a smile on the corner of his mouth and said gently, welcome to the subterranean dragon detachment. Wan Chang'an teleported away with his own personal guards after granting Zhang Yuan his military rank. As the commander-in-chief of the Grand Xia Defense Force, Wan Chang'an was so wrapped up in important matters that it was already the limit for him to take a small amount of time out to meet with Zhang Yuan. After Wan Chang'an left, Xia Chaoyang took Zhang Yuan to eat in the army canteen, while introducing Zhang Yuan to the army and the many benefits of the soldiers. When Xia Chaoyang spoke about the skill training center, Zhang Yuan was especially curious and asked, what is the skill training center? The skill training hall is a place for our soldiers to level up their skills. The efficiency of practicing skills in there will increase drastically. The skill training hall is a unique facility for our army. It's not available anywhere else. Upgrading skills? A trace of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He was already level 18, but the two skills, sword formation and imperial sword, were still only at level 3, and he didn't know when it would be time to ascend to the next level. If the skill training center was able to raise his skill level, it would be another great leap in his battle power. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to ask, "Can I go to the skill training center?" "Of course you can. This is supposed to be your welfare," Xia Chaoyang smiled. "But we only have the primary skill training gym on our side. At most, we can quickly raise your skill level to level 5. If you want to use a more advanced skill training gym, you will have to go to Kyoto's Subterranean Dragon Detachment to report for duty. It's great to be upgraded to level 5. Zhang Yuan was pleasantly surprised and returned. "My current skill is only at level 3, and it will be another big boost when it is raised to level 5. "Well then, I'll take you there when we're done eating." "Okay." Zhang Yuan swept away the food from his plate like a windstorm, and then he followed Xia Chaoyang to a separate cubic building. Xia Chaoyang turned to Zhang Yuan and said, "After you go in, the skill training hall will teleport you to a separate confined room, and you won't be able to get out until the training is completed or you give up. You have to be mentally prepared for this, but you don't have to worry about what you eat or drink. The training hall is fully equipped with nutritious meals prepared by specialists every day." "Thanks for informing." Zhang Yuan thanked Xia Chaoyang, and then he couldn't wait to enter the skill training hall. When the soldier outside the skill training hall saw Zhang Yuan go in, he smiled and asked Xia Chaoyang, "Captain Xia, guess how long that kid can last in the training hall?" Xia Chaoyang stretched out 5 fingers and said confidently, 5 days. The soldier was surprised. He's still a student, right? Wouldn't a person really go crazy after 5 days in that hellhole? Xia Chaoyang smiled faintly. He is the future hope of our empire. This point of ability is still there. If you don't believe me, then how about we make a bet? Bet on it. While Xia Chaoyang was betting with the soldiers, Zhang Yuan had teleported into a small room of 50 square meters. The space is not too big and not too small. Enough for training. "Welcome to the Primary Skills Training Center. Would you like a customized training package?" As soon as Zhang Yuan entered, he heard an synthesized intelligent female voice. "And customized training packages?" A trace of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Everything here was new to him, and he immediately answered yes. Then, Zhang Yuan felt a strange wave of light scanning his body once. Scanning complete. Currently upgradable skills are sword formation, level 3. Sword royalty, level 3. Attribute conversion, level 1. 16 hours of training per day. Estimated upgrade time is 20 days. Do you want to start training? So long? When Zhang Yuan heard the time needed to upgrade his skills, he finally understood why Xia Chaoyang suddenly mentioned a mouthful of food and drink in the training hall. The emotional battle line was drawn so long. Zhang Yuan pondered a little for a moment. There were still 27 days before the National College entrance examination. He was now level 18. Even if he trained in this training hall for 20 days, he still had a week to level up. Even if he kept soloing the Rakshasa River copy, it would be enough to level up to level 19. As for the content of this 16-hour daily training, with his current mental power of over 3,000, it shouldn't be difficult to stick to it. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan took out his communicator again and sent messages to both his grandmother and sister-in-law, explaining his current situation and that he would not be returning home for 20 days. After all, he wasn't alone, and if he suddenly disappeared for 20 days, his grandmother and sister-in-law would be worried. After checking in with his family, Zhang Yuan chose to start training. The next moment, a training wooden man rose from the center of the room. Training begins. First use the skill sword formation, then use the skill royal sword to attack the wooden man. Repeat 100 times. As Al voice gave the training program, Zhang Yuan also started to unfold the sword formation, summoning 10 iron swords from the sword formation space and attacking the wooden people in the room. I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, but Zhang Yuan felt that he was more comfortable using his royal sword skill in this room than when he was outside. Soon, the 100 training sessions were completed, and Zhang Yuan tried to maneuver the iron sword once again and found that it was a little smoother. It really seems to be more efficient than training in the wilderness. Zhang Yuan tasted the sweetness and was instantly energized as he started practicing his skills continuously. The intensity of the training in the skill training hall was far greater than what Zhang Yuan thought. When he finished the first day of training, his entire body was about to pass out of exhaustion. He didn't even have the strength to wash up and directly fell into a deep sleep. Although the training here was intense, but the results were also pleasing. It was only on the first day that Zhang Yuan's royal sword skill level rose to level 4. Early the next morning, Zhang Yuan, who was still in a beautiful dream, was woken up by a basin of cold water. and then he was shocked to see that a mechanical arm grasping a water basin was sticking out from the ceiling of this training hall. The second day of training begins. Use the royal sword skill to attack the woodman 1,000 times. Listening to the emotionless owl voice and looking at the wooden man that appeared in the center of the room, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but say, "Is this a skill training hall or a prison?" Owl's voice sounded again. "Please start training within 10 seconds. Otherwise it will be considered as abandoning the training. And this skill training center will be closed and no longer open to you. Who's giving up? I'm still on the verge of leveling up my skills here." Zhang Yuan was immediately aroused by his competitive spirit and directly summoned his flying sword and began to repeat the training with high intensity. During these 20 days, Zhang Yuan ate, drank, and breathed in this training hall, ate when he was hungry, slept when he was tired, and continued to train when he woke up, constantly mechanically repeating the skill practice and improving the skill proficiency. As Zhang Yuan's skill level continued to rise, he gradually realized that nothing could be achieved overnight. Even if he had powerful professions and skills, the only way to become stronger was to keep training. Gradually, Zhang Yuan became addicted to practicing his skills. 20 days passed in a flash. Zhang Yuan ran out of shadows in the room and finally stopped sharply in the center of the room and pressed the button in the middle. Congratulations on completing this training package. This skill training center is no longer able to upgrade your skill level. If you wish to continue upgrading, please go to the Advanced Skill Training Center. Owl voice rang out, and Zhang Yuan smoothly checked his skill information. Skill, Sword Formation, Level 5. Unfolds a sword formation that continuously consumes mental energy. Within a radius of 50 meters, bludgeoning damage is increased by 140%. Imperial Sword, Level 5. Harness a flying sword and attack in the air. Power depends on the quality of the sword. Your own mental power and skill level. Attribute conversion, Level 5. Within the sword formation, spiritual energy can be converted into strength, agility, and physique attributes, with a conversion increase of 5 times. Phew, finally over. Zhang Yuan saw that all 3 of his skills had risen to level 5 and revealed a relieved smile. He had actually used 3 days to level up the skill levels of sword formation and imperial sword to level 5, and the rest of the time he spent practicing the skill of attribute conversion. And for him to practice this skill, he would have to work out intensely, the equivalent of a strengthened triathlon in a training gym every day. Zhang Yuan didn't have any abs on his abdomen before he went into the skill training center, and when he came out, he already had a 6-pack. The intensity of this training can be imagined. When Zhang Yuan left the training hall, he only saw a bunch of soldiers surrounding him outside, and all of them looked at him with admiration. Seeing this kind of formation, Zhang Yuan could not help but stare at Xia Chaoyang, who was also waiting outside, and asked, "What is this situation? Why are you all here?" At this moment, Xia Chaoyang could not help but give Zhang Yuan a thumbs up. "Kid, you're really bullish. To be able to stay in the training hall for 20 days. Zhang Yuan was surprised. What's wrong with staying for 20 days? Isn't that a training package customized by the system? Xia Chaoyang, however, looked at Zhang Yuan like a freak and said, "Do you know that before you? The longest training record of this training hall was 7 days. You're a big bully, you know that?" Zhang Yuan, huh? It was only after Zhang Yuan heard Xia Chaoyang's words that he realized that he seemed to have done something extraordinary. But he'd stuck around, so there was no point in talking about it anymore. Zhang Yuan changed from his military uniform back to his daily clothes, bid farewell to Xia Chaoyang, and then rushed towards the copy of the Rakshasa River in the east of the city without a moment's pause. Now that the college entrance exam was just a week away, he had to get to level 19 before the exam, otherwise he wouldn't even be qualified to take the Kyoto University exam. Zhang Yuan once again came outside the Rakshasa River copy, but he saw Li Shuer standing at the entrance of the copy. Zhang Yuan immediately went up to greet him. "Shuer, you're also here to brush the Rakshasa River copy? Nerd, I've waited for you." Seeing Zhang Yuan finally appear, Li Shuer immediately cupped her pink fist and hammered Zhang Yuan's chest. "What have you been doing these days? How come I couldn't contact you? And I couldn't find you when I went to your house? I inquired for a long time before I learned that you had appeared in the Rakshasa River copy. I'm going to go work on my skill level." Zhang Yuan did not say anything about his joining the subterranean dragon detachment, blurring the topic and turning back. "What are you looking for me for?" Li Shuer gave Zhang Yuan a complaining look. "Can't I find you if there's nothing to do? After so many days, you didn't even give me a call? I thought you were concentrating on leveling, so I didn't bother you." Zhang Yuan made up a lame excuse. "Never mind. You nerds couldn't have made up a better excuse." Li Shuer rolled her eyes and didn't dwell too much on this matter, turning to ask, "How are you practicing your grades these days? Do you have the confidence to get into Kyoto University?" When Zhang Yuan heard these words from Li Shuer, he obediently used the eyes of the abyss on her. "Cheryl Li, Elfin Saint, level 16. Seeing Li Shuer's level, Zhang Yuan could not help but say, compared to me, you should be more worried about yourself, right? There are still 7 days to go before the college entrance exam. How come you're only level 16? I'm practicing hard on my own. My level is already high. Okay, I'd like to see how many levels you are. Li Shuer glared at Zhang Yuan and then threw a detection spell at him. Level 18? Li Shuer opened her mouth wide and looked at Zhang Yuan with an unbelievable expression. I hummed and hawed and practiced before I got to level 16. How did you get to level 18? Zhang Yuan said back. Is it hard? A few single swipes of the nightmare copy is enough. You, Li Shuer immediately had a head of black lines, then said, well, I should have known that talking about practicing in front of you is just making a fool of yourself. Zhang Yuan, so, you purposely waited for me at the entrance of this duplicate. You wouldn't have come over just to examine my leveling situation, right? Of course not. I'm not idle enough to do that. I'm looking for you mainly because I want to take you to a secret copy. A copy of the secret realm? Zhang Yuan was surprised. What is that? Li Shuer, that's different from the naturally born field copy. The secret copy is a special artificial copy created by people at great cost. All the monsters in that copy are created artificially. Our college entrance exam in 7 days is actually taking place in a mega-sized copy of the secret realm. Zhang Yuan, so, you brought me to the secret realm copy mainly to simulate the college entrance exam? That's one of the reasons, Li Shuer patiently explained. There's another more important reason. The other day the Ministry of the Army announced a new policy. The students in our class can join the military special forces while taking the university entrance exams to get trained by the military resources. You know, the military department holds a lot of resources that even Kyoto University doesn't have. If we can get trained by the military, our future is unlimited. This time, the secret realm copy is actually an examination by the military department, aiming to screen out the outstanding students. It is said that the students with the best performance even have the chance to join the legendary subterranean dragon detachment, and all the major clans are fighting for a spot to take the exam, and it took me a great deal of effort to get you a spot to enter the secret realm replica. When Zhang Yuan heard these words from Li Shuer, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. So that secret copy, is it the trial for the subterranean dragon detachment? Li Shuer patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. You shouldn't have too much pressure. Although the subterranean dragon detachment is hard to get into, I'm sure you'll be able to get in. Zhang Yuan looked at Li Shuer's encouraging eyes and really did not want to hit Li Shuer's face, so he could only say, although the military department's policy is tempting, our focus should be on ascending to level 19 now, right? Otherwise, you won't be able to attend the Kyoto University that you've been longing for. You don't have to worry about this. The monsters in the secret realm copies also have experience, and it's also extremely lucrative. Speaking of this, Li Shuer punched Zhang Yuan's chest heavily again. You nerd. When did you become so maudlin? Even if we fall short and fail to pass the subterranean dragon detachment's trial, there will still be a lot of experience in that secret copy. Isn't it better than you brushing the wild book here? Zhang Yuan, actually, Li Shuer interrupted. It's settled. That secret copy will open soon. We'll rush over there now and consider it as practicing. Li Shuer did not wait for Zhang Yuan to speak and immediately dragged Zhang Yuan into Butler Su's car parked on the side of the road. Butler Su, depart. Yes ma'am. Butler Su smilingly looked at the two people who were jostling in the back row through the rearview mirror, then started the car and rushed to the location of the secret copy. The entrance to the secret copy this time was in the Cloudsea Manor at the top of Cloudsea Mountain, north of West Lake City. When Butler Su drove up, there were already quite a few luxury cars parked in the parking lot outside of Yunhai Manor, and almost all of the celebrities in Shihu City who had children in this year's college entrance exams had come here. Zhang Yuan swept the luxury cars in the parking lot once and couldn't help but ask, isn't the military ministry's policy for the whole country? How come all the cars here are from West Lake City? Li Shuer, there are many separate spaces in the secret realm copy. We are only the entrance to the copy of the West Lake City chapter. Other cities also have their own secret realm copy entrances. Simply put, when we go in, we're in different spaces of the same copy, the same as lasagna, and the same with that mega secret copy used for the high school, with separate spaces for each province. Although the spaces are different, the content of the test is the same. So let's just focus on rating our own copies. Zhang Yuan nodded. I see. I have been taught. Hearing these words from Zhang Yuan, Li Shuer instantly puffed out her chest proudly. Humph. There is a lot more that this young lady knows. If you don't understand anything, just ask. Butler Su, miss. The secret realm copy will open soon. Don't be late. Oh yeah. It's almost too late. Li Shuer came back to her senses and immediately pulled Zhang Yuan out of the car. And after the two of them did their identification at the gate of the manor, they entered the wide courtyard. At this moment, In the center of the courtyard, there was a blue vortex that was not much different from the entrance to the field copy. At this time, there were already quite a number of students waiting outside the replica, and Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss to roughly check it out, and the levels were basically all above level 16, and there were even students who were already level 19. It's all elite. Soon, Zhang Yuan saw a familiar figure and his eyes instantly went cold. Wang Hu, who was not far away, also noticed Zhang Yuan, and a trace of surprise could not help but flash through his eyes, as if he was surprised by the fact that Zhang Yuan was still alive. However, soon, the surprise in Wang Hu's eyes turned into provocation as he grinned while making a provocative move of wiping his neck at Zhang Yuan. Wang Hu. When Zhang Yuan saw Wang Hu's provocative action, he marked Wang Hu as a dead man in his mind. Previously, he was too busy practicing and cultivating his skills to take revenge on Wang Hu, but now that Wang Hu was jumping up and down in front of him, he had managed to evoke his killing intent. However, now that there were many people here, and Wang Hu's elders might still be nearby, it was not wise to make a move at this time. Zhang Yuan skillfully concealed his killing intent and restored his calmness. Now that his sword formation was able to cover a 500-meter radius, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future to slaughter Wang Hu unknowingly. Zhang Yuan, look, the secret realm copy is open. Lei Shuer, who was beside him, pulled Zhang Yuan, who looked back to the copy teleportation entrance in the middle of the courtyard, only to see the copy teleportation entrance lit up with a light. A majestic voice then rang out. This secret copy is a team copy, and those present at the trial will be randomly grouped according to their respective professions to form a 4-person squad of output. Meet shield, nurse, and auxiliary. Attention! This secret copy is able to use their respective equipment, but not any props, including and not limited to potions and game props. We will rate you based on your performance in the copy, and those trialists with a rating of S rank or above will join the Subterranean Dragon Detachment as supernumerary members. This copy can be withdrawn at any time, so let's all play it safe and, finally, good luck. As the words fell, the light mass of the duplicate teleportation entrance grew brighter and brighter until it enveloped everyone in the courtyard. In the next moment, Zhang Yuan realized that he was transported to the entrance of an underground palace. Along with him at the entrance, there was Lei Shuer, a night-dressed woman with a tall figure, and Wang Hu, who was holding a staff. Nerd, we are actually on a team, yeah. Seeing that she was actually on a team with Zhang Yuan, Lei Shuer laughed so hard that her eyes curved into crescent moons. This seems to be the first time we've been on a team, right? Looks like I'm being used as a secondary. Zhang Yuan looked at the team configuration and immediately understood his position in the team. However, Zhang Yuan was not surprised by this. After all, he was the only hidden profession, and outsiders did not understand the characteristics of his profession. The name of his profession, Sword Formation Master, was also easily confused with Formation Master, and it was normal for him to be treated as a support by everyone. At that moment, the tall woman walked up, looking a bit shy, and whispered softly, "My name is Miao Shulan, level 17, Sacred Shield Knight. Zhang Yuan, level 18, Sword Formation Master. My name is Lei Shuer, I'm level 16, and my occupation is Elven Holy Maiden." The three introduced their identities to each other, at which point Wang Hu suddenly spoke. "TSK, it's really bad luck. I'm a level 19 fire mage. How come I'm on a team with you? A waste of an auxiliary? It seems like this trial is definitely hopeless." The moment Wang Hu opened his mouth, he was provocative and arrogant, completely not putting Zhang Yuan in his eyes. When Lei Shuer heard Wang Hu's voice, the smile on her face collapsed and she said unhappily, "Wang Hu, why are you everywhere? Don't think that I don't know that your level is completely dependent on the senior professions taking you up, right? You're the one dragging your feet." Wang Hu, however, snorted. Family background is also a form of strength. Moreover, haven't you guys heard the rules? A squad only has one output, and without me in this squad, you guys can't even kill monsters. Why don't you let that punk Zhang Yuan assist in killing a monster and try? I'm afraid the defense won't even break. Lei Shuer scolded angrily. "You fart." Miao Shulan, who was on the side, saw that the gunpowder flavor in the team was getting thicker and thicker, and hurriedly stood out to round up the situation. "Don't make a noise. This secret copy is required for the team to cooperate to pass the level. Both output and assistance are indispensable. I would suggest that we should put down our grudges first and cooperate to pass the level." Saying that, Miao Shulan looked at Wang Hu again and pacified. "Master Fa, calm down first. We can rely on your output for this copy. You're a generous person. Or else take us to brush up on the book." "Ha, want Master to take him a loser? No way." Wang Hu laughed out coldly as he ignored Miao Shulan's plea and said to Zhang Yuan, "Zhang Yuan, either you quit the copy now, Then I can take Shuer to pass the secret realm copy, or we can all swing together. When Miao Shulan saw Wang Hu's lack of oil and salt, a trace of anger couldn't help but well up in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it again. In order to participate in this secret realm copy trial, she had set off alone from the borderland county and traversed a mountain range littered with level 30 wild monsters before she managed to arrive in Shihu City, just to make a big splash in the secret realm copy. And yet, I didn't realize that I had met such disgusting people before I even started. She despised guys like Wang Hu who got the better of her, but Wang Hu was the only output in the team right now, and if he swung for the fences, it would be basically hopeless for them to pass the secret copy, and everyone would be eliminated in the end. Thinking of this, Miao Shulan could only force down her anger and said to Wang Hu in a nice voice, "Little brother, even if you are a noble master of the law, I heard that the monsters in this secret copy are very high in intensity, and it's really hard for us to advance without the aid of plane control." But Wang Hu didn't care at all. "Master will just say it straight. My rank is already enough to take the Kyoto University. I'm not interested in this trial at all. If it wasn't for my father forcing me to come, I wouldn't even be here." Now Master put his words here. Either Zhang Yuan he himself get lost. Anyway, I am a level 19 pyromancy, also learned rare skills. Output is enough. As long as there is a nurse and meat shield, pass the secret copy easily. Either that, or I'll just quit my copy and all of you will have to be eliminated. Zhang Yuan spoke. Since that's the case, then get yourself out. You're telling me to get lost? Wang Hu looked at Zhang Yuan with an astonished expression. Are you not clear about the situation? I'm the indispensable output of this team, while you auxiliary are just dispensable trash. Li Shuer immediately sided with Zhang Yuan and said to Wang Hu, I also suggest that you get the hell out of here right away. This team might even advance faster without you. I've changed my mind now. When Wang Hu saw Li Shuer say the same, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Then he looked at Miao Shulan. Miao Shulan, stand aside with me. I can take you through. I'm a level 19 mage. As long as you are able to hold up at the front, I'll be able to completely kill all the monsters. Hearing Wang Hu's words, the corner of Miao Shulan's mouth twitched and she fell silent. In the end, she finally couldn't help herself and directly punched Wang Hu down. You're really a fucking level 19 brainwashed. My mom is really fed up with it. If you want to brush this copy, brush it. If not, get out. Don't gabble here like a granny. Make a lot of noise. Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer were startled when they saw Miao Shulan's sudden outburst. The contrast between the before and after of this woman is just too great. You dare to hit me? Wang Hu looked at Miao Shulan with a shocked expression. Do you know who my father is? What do I care who your father is? You're just a punk-ass brainiac. Miao Shulan cursed out angrily and fiercely drew her own knight's greatsword. My old lady hates dudes like you who fool around based on your family's power. Get out or I'll chop you to death. When Wang Hu saw Miao Shulan draw her weapon, he was startled and hastily wiggled his butt to retreat, saying angrily, Zhang Yuan, Miao Shulan, you wait for me. Master will get you all killed when he gets out. Putting down his harsh words, Wang Hu then directly disbanded the group and exited the secret copy. Bah! It's really bad luck to meet this kind of wimpy, stupid, rotten bastard. Miao Shulan spat, then looked at Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer sympathetically. You guys are really unlucky to be targeted by that kind of rotten bastard. If it were me, I really couldn't stand it for a day. Li Shuer nodded. That's right. If it wasn't for my dad stopping me, I would have wanted to find someone to teach that bastard a lesson. Miao Shulan sighed. Alas, it's clear that before I came out, my teacher had specifically instructed me to control my temper and never get into trouble. But it turned out that I broke just after I came. His name is Wang Hu, right? I'm kind of tied up with him. So before I go back to the county town, I'll clean him up for you guys. Hearing these words from Miao Shulan, Zhang Yuan shook his head and laughed, then said, we have already wasted too much time on that fool. Let's go. Miao Shulan froze. Where to? Li Shuer laughed. Of course I'm going to brush up on my copies. Just the three of us? Miao Shulan looked hesitant. We can't pass without the output. Can we? I am the output. Zhang Yuan said and walked straight into the passageway of the underground palace, while Li Shuer followed without hesitation. Miao Shulan saw the two men enter the book, but also thought that they had come anyway. No matter what, they had to give it a try. Anyway, with her around, no one would be in danger. Wait for me. Let me go ahead and drive. Miao Shulan gave chase. Once the three of them entered the underground palace, they proceeded slowly through a narrow tunnel. Miao Shulan walked at the forefront with a large shield on top of her head and said to Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer, I heard that the monsters in this copy are all at level 20 and have high attack power, so there is no danger for you guys if you hide behind me. Li Shuer laughed as she held the elven staff. Don't worry, Sister Miao. I'll definitely milk you properly and definitely won't let you drop to half-blood. Then please. Miao Shulan nodded and said to Zhang Yuan again. If you encounter a monster, you'll put me on status. I have 2 attack skills, and if you have a bonus attack, I should be able to grind the monster to death. Zhang Yuan, I don't have gain skills. No? Miao Shulan froze. Then said, then it's fine for you to reduce monster defense. Zhang Yuan, I don't have a mitigation skill either. What about control? Neither. Miao Shulan was dumbfounded and looked at Zhang Yuan with a surprised face. Then what is your auxiliary skill? Zhang Yuan, didn't I say so? I'm the output. Impossible. This secret copy has a rule that a squad can only have 1 output, and that fire dog has already rolled out. Maybe it's because I'm a hidden profession that made the examiners misjudge. I can't believe there's such a thing. A hint of surprise flashed in Miao Shulan's eyes. Although it's still difficult to advance without assistance, at least they can fight. Li Shuer laughed. It's fine. I'm half an auxiliary. I can fight. At that moment, a 2-meter-tall headless armor rushed out from the shadows and swung his greatsword to slash. Look out! A light flashed in Miao Shulan's eyes and he immediately used taunt on the monster. Bang! The monster's big sword slashed onto Miao Shulan's shield, but Miao Shulan didn't move at all. At this time, Li Shuer also reacted and was about to add blood to Miao Shulan, who immediately said, there's no need for milk now. Save your spirit first. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss towards the monster. Headless Horseman, Elite, Rank, 20, Power, 1800, Agility, 1200, Spirit, 800, Body Mass, 1000, Skills, Punching, Slashing, a level 20 elite monster with 1800 strength. The level 16 Miao Shulan was able to resist this level of monster without getting injured, so it was obvious how high the defense was. Zhang Yuan's mind moved and an iron sword flew out from the sword formation space and stabbed at the headless armor. Minus 38,963. A string of terrifying damage numbers flew out, and the headless horseman died violently on the spot. Successfully killed the headless horseman. Experience plus 2,000. Get armor fragment *1. Miao Shulan was still putting herself on status when she suddenly saw the kill prompt and her entire body was startled. What just happened? Li Shuer also widened her eyes at this moment and looked at Zhang Yuan with an unbelievable expression. Nerd, you're so fierce? Although she knew that Zhang Yuan was powerful, this was the first time she had seen Zhang Yuan's attack power with her own eyes. It's all just base fucking. Move on. Zhang Yuan smiled back, now that his spirit was already as high as 3160, and both the sword formation and royal sword skills had reached level 5. The damage had long since had a qualitative change. If he equipped his 3rd rank Red Sky and 1st rank Shunlu, the damage could even go up to 20 million. However, after all, this secret copy was a trial, and the trialist's rating was related to his performance in the copy, so Zhang Yuan had to keep it in check. Otherwise, he could have cleared the entire palace of monsters just by relying on the life seed splash, and by that time, neither Li Shuer nor Miao Shulan would have had a chance to perform, and their ratings would definitely be low. When Miao Shulan saw that Zhang Yuan's attack power was so perverted, her originally lost emotions immediately rose high. Great, Zhang Yuan, you have enough output, and Shuer has enough milk. Then even if there are 3 of us, we can still pass the secret realm copy. Zhang Yuan laughed. Let's speed up our pace and make up for all the time we lost just now. Yes, the 2 women responded in unison, speeding up their advance. Miao Shulan topped the front, Li Shuer was in the center on status, and Zhang Yuan was in the back mending minions as the 3 of them pushed their way across the underground palace. It didn't matter what kind of elite knights, stone goblin statues, elemental mages, all the monsters were killed in a crunchy mess. If Zhang Yuan had not intentionally allowed those monsters to get close enough to attack in order to highlight the importance of Miao Shulan and Li Shuer, I am afraid that the 2 women would not even be able to see the shadows of the monsters. Li Shuer didn't expect brushing copies to be so easy at all. When she was alone in a wild team, the pressure of healing was quite high, and she always needed to keep her spirit taut to prevent someone from being killed by monsters in seconds. She'd had to lose half her life to swipe a copy before, but now, she only needed to throw in some token healing to keep Miao Shulan's bloodline above the safe line at all times. At this moment, Miao Shulan also felt the same as Li Shuer. She had never seen a guy as raw as Zhang Yuan. Soon, the 3 of them brushed the deepest part of the underground palace and came outside the boss room. After killing her all the way over, Li Shuer had risen to level 17, Miao Shulan had reached level 18, and Zhang Yuan was less than 10% of his experience bar away from rising to level 19. It was awesome, Miao Shulan exclaimed, her face full of excitement. So this is what it feels like to be taken by a big brother. It's just going to be awesome. Li Shuer also said, Nerd, if I had known that you were so fierce, why would I still be humming and hawing to go leveling? Wouldn't it be better if you took me? Zhang Yuan laughed bitterly. Don't forget, you too, this copy is for a trial. and although I have tried my best to put it away, I have a feeling that if this goes on, you two won't be able to score too high. It was only when she heard these words from Zhang Yuan that Miao Shulan reacted. Right, oh, we are taking an exam, not practicing. What should we do then? Zhang Yuan, I have an idea. The boss room is just ahead. I'm not going to make a move, so the two of you will first hold out under the boss attack for half an hour. Brush up on all your stats, and then I'll tackle the boss. Right, oh. Miao Shulan came to a realization and gave Zhang Yuan a thumbs up. You're so smart. You actually thought of this trick. Li Shuer also perked up. In that case, nerd, you can just watch from the sidelines. The two of us are not vases. After saying that, Li Shuer and Miao Shulan then pushed open the thick door together and entered the boss room. In the center of the room, there was only a giant knight statue that was over 10 meters tall, and next to it was a huge stone sword, statue of the Night King. And the moment the trio entered the room, the eyes of the giant knight statue instantly lit up with red light, and the large statue instantly moved. Use the Eye of the Abyss. Statue of the Night King, Chief, Rank, 21, Power, 5000, Agility, 3000, Spirit, 1000, Body Mass, 6000, Skills, Trample, Earthquake, Self-Healing, Huge Statue, Terrifying Attributes. The moment the Night King moved, Li Shuer and Miao Shulan instantly felt an unparalleled pressure. The Night King statue raced forward. Miao Shulan didn't hesitate to step forward and raise her large shield. I'll go to the top. Shuer, give me status. Yes. Li Shuer chanted finally, and light after light flashed across Miao Shulan's body, directly increasing her physique by 50%. Miao Shulan immediately used the taunt skill. Bang! The Night King statue swung its huge stone sword and slashed violently on top of Miao Shulan's large shield, and the floor that Miao Shulan stepped on immediately crumbled. But Miao Shulan was like a rock at this moment, not moving at all. Li Shuer immediately threw a continuous heal at Miao Shulan, and soon Miao Shulan's strength was fully restored. Share, good job. Miao Shulan loudly praised Li Shuer, and then used the skill Sacred Charge on the Night King statue. Miao Shulan's whole body lit up with golden light, and the whole person was like a brute bull, and even directly knocked the Night King statue over on the ground. Dang! The huge statue of the Night King fell heavily to the ground, and the entire boss room shook several times. Sacred Shield Knight is a rare profession just like the Elven Holy Maiden, and the shield Miao Shulan is holding doesn't look like ordinary equipment, and with the two of them combined, it's estimated that they'll be able to resist even level 30 bosses, and this boss can't hurt them. When Zhang Yuan saw the performance of the two women, he completely put down his heart and honestly acted as a spectator beside him, feeling the fish with peace of mind. Meanwhile, in a special room in the Secret Realm copy, there stood several middle-aged men with majestic expressions and thick auras. Several people were wearing the instructor uniforms of the Subterranean Dragon Detachment, and their levels were all above level 70. They were the examiners in charge of this Subterranean Dragon Detachment trial. You guys, check it out. There's an interesting group showing up over in Westlake City. An instructor zoomed in on the screen of Zhang Yuan's trio raiding the copy boss, and the instructors came over. How come there are only 3 people on this team? I tuned into the background and the mages on this team quit early. They just pushed their way to the boss room on a team of 3. Interesting, a team with no output can push their way to the boss room so quickly. It looks like they're not simple. What professions are they? Elven Holy Maiden, Holy Shield Knight, and another one is, Sword Formation Master. This seems to be a new profession, right? But why do I feel like I've heard it somewhere? Didn't the god of 10,000 battles personally go to Westlake City not too long ago to recruit a student into the Subterranean Dragon Detachment? And that student's profession was a Sword Formation Master, a unique hidden profession. I didn't expect this kid to participate in the Secret Realm copy trials as well. I've heard before that he single-handedly raided 2 abyssal copies. Now it's the right time to try out his strength and see if the rumors are true or not? Several instructors were discussing and their gazes were on Zhang Yuan, but they had all waited for more than 10 minutes and had not seen Zhang Yuan make a move, so all of them revealed a puzzled look. What does this kid mean by not making a move all this time? This isn't the way to touch a fish, is it? He should at least give his teammates some status. Both of those girls' combat sense is quite good, and after resisting the boss's attacks for so long, their stamina is still quite healthy, so if they are properly cultivated, they can produce 2 strong players. Seconded, the 2 of them can be considered for recruitment into the Subterranean Dragon Detachment. It's that Zhang Yuan kid who keeps touching the fish and can't see the strength. Wait a little longer. After all, this kid is the one the 10,000 battle god has his eye on. Maybe he's holding back some big move. The instructors had wanted to see what Zhang Yuan was capable of, but they were attracted by the bright performances of Li Shuer and Miao Shulan, and they had given the 2 women high evaluations. The group of instructors watched for another 10 minutes or so, but Zhang Yuan still had no intention of making a move. I can kinda see that this guy isn't holding back his big moves at all, and he doesn't have the ability to assist. He's afraid that he wasn't brought all the way there by those two girls. I'm afraid there's an element of fakery in this matter of solo rating an abyssal copy. I didn't realize that the God of War also had times when he looked away, and actually recruited a name-dropping brat into the subterranean dragon detachment. When this trial is over, report Zhang Yuan's situation to the commanding officer. Our subterranean dragon detachment can't recruit this kind of waste. On the contrary, those two girls are quite good. They were still a bit rusty in their cooperation before, but now they are getting more and more in tune with each other, and they are malleable enough to be recruited into the subterranean dragon detachment. When the group of instructors saw that Zhang Yuan had touched the fish for more than 20 minutes, they expressed their disappointment in Zhang Yuan and at the same time felt sorry for the two girls. It's such a shame that they can push their way to the boss room without output, but unfortunately the boss has self-healing skills, so with their milk shield's output ability, they won't be able to kill the boss and won't be able to get the rewards. Two rare professions meeting two oddball teammates. What bad luck. Let's make it up to them when the trial is over. At this time, Zhang Yuan and the copy estimated the time and felt that it was almost time, so he said to Miao Shulan and Li Shuer, who were struggling to fight in front of him, "It's almost time. You guys get out of the way and leave the next one to me." "Yes." The two women replied back in unison and immediately withdrew to the sides. The hatred of the Night King statue was immediately transferred to Zhang Yuan and ran wildly towards him. Zhang Yuan unfolded his sword formation and red sky appeared next to him before transforming into a red light that penetrated the head of the Night King statue. Successfully killed the Night King statue. Experience plus 30,000. Boom! The Night King statue collapsed and dissipated into black smoke. In the special room, the instructors looked at each other, and they all fell silent. What just happened? An instructor was the first to speak, and then the crowd turned their gazes to a middle-aged man whose profession was a formation master. Just now, Zhang Yuan had obviously used a formation-type skill, so perhaps the formation master could see something, but at this moment, the formation master also had a bitter smile on his face. I didn't see clearly what formation he used, but he was in the formation just now, and he used what seemed to be an ordinary attack. The universal attack killed the boss in seconds? Could it be that he hadn't been storing up his power for the previous 20 minutes or so? An instructor exclaimed in shock. His formation unfolded instantly. That much I can still see. Crap. This kid is a bit perverted then. Level 18 kills a level 21 boss in seconds. So we were the ones who looked away. Since this kid has the ability to kill the boss in seconds, why did he touch the fish for almost half an hour? Hardly let us watch the boss knock those two girls' turtle shells for half an hour. The formation master was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "I guess he should be afraid that he kills too fast, and his two companions do not have the opportunity to perform, so he is touching the fish." As soon as these words were uttered, the instructors all fell silent. Now that they thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. If Zhang Yuan had come up for seconds, they wouldn't have been able to spot the flashes of Li Shuer and Miao Shulan. At this time, Wan Changkong appeared in this room, and the instructors immediately saluted Wan Changkong. "Good day, Chief." Wan Changkong laughed. "I heard that brat Zhang Yuan also came to participate in the trial, so I came over to see. How is the trial going?" Several instructors had told what had just happened. "Did you intentionally give your teammates time to perform and then kill the boss in seconds?" Wan Changkong looked at the three people in the light screen who were distributing the boss loot, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Adjust the copy parameters and refresh a level 30 boss for them." Level 30? The instructors changed color. An instructor worried. "Chief, would a level 30 boss be too dangerous for them? You should know that the difficulty of this secret copy is the default nightmare difficulty, and a level 30 nightmare difficulty boss is usually to be rated by a team of 5 with an average level of 35. Zhang Yuan's squad currently consisted of just 3 people, and the highest leveled Zhang Yuan was only level 18. Even if the strength of the hidden profession of sword formation master was against the legendary profession, there was no way that he could absolutely not win against a level 30 boss. Wan Changkong, however, laughed. "Don't worry, not only has that kid Zhang Yuan forced back the abyssal boss Odysseus, he was even able to block my sword perfectly, and I even felt that the level 30 boss level was a bit low." That kid blocked the chief's sword? The shock on the faces of the crowd was even more intense. Even they could not block a single sword of Wan Changkong. What kind of pervert was Zhang Yuan? Just do as I said. Refresh a level 30 boss and put them on difficulty. Yes, we'll give Zhang Yuan's squad additional level 30 bosses here. While the 3 of them, Zhang Yuan, were distributing the rewards for their copies, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in the boss room, and then a boss identical to the Night King statue stepped out from the curtain of light. "Warning, strong enemies are coming. Don't be careless." Warning words appeared in the trio's panel, and a hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. There's actually a new boss? Miao Shulan immediately raised her large shield in front of the two of them. Who cares how many bosses there are? With Zhang Yuan's output you have. Kill as many as come. As the words fell, Miao Shulan used the taunt skill directly on the new boss. The new boss immediately swung his stone sword to slash at Miao Shulan's large shield. Boom! Terrifying waves of air swept out in all directions, and Miao Shulan was shaken back a few steps, her stamina instantly reaching below half-blood. This intensity isn't right. Miao Shulan's eyes changed slightly when she saw her stamina see red. Just as she was shocked, a green light suddenly lit up on her body, and her nearly bottomed-out stamina was instantly replenished. Miao Shulan turned back to Li Shuer, who was wielding her staff, and immediately gave her a thumbs up. Shuer, good job. Li Shuer laughed. Don't worry, Sister Miao. I have plenty of milk. I'll make sure you're fine. And just then, the new boss's hatred suddenly shifted to Li Shuer, raising his stone greatsword and slashing at her. Caught off guard, Li Shuer's face turned pale as she saw the giant sword coming and was unable to dodge in time. Don't even think about going over there. Miao Shulan bellowed and used the skill Sacred Charge, holding up his large shield to knock the new boss off course before taunting the boss again. Bang! The new boss's stone greatsword slashed at Miao Shulan's great shield once again, but this time Miao Shulan used some sort of overbearing skill and hardened herself against the new boss's strike. Shuer, don't be afraid. I'm here. Heal me. Li Shuer reacted and quickly threw healing at Miao Shulan, while continuously applying statuses that increased her defense and toughness. This boss isn't right. Zhang Yuan, who was at the very back, saw that Miao Shulan and Li Shuer were fighting so hard, so he immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on the new boss. Statue of the Night King, Chief, Level 30, Power 10,000, Agility 5,000, Spirit 2,000, Stamina 12,000, Skills, Trample, Earthquake, Self-Healing, a level 30 boss? When Zhang Yuan saw that the level of the Night King statue had changed to level 30, and looking at the attributes it was still nightmare difficulty, the first thing that came to mind was the Abyssal Invasion. Get out of the way. You too. Zhang Yuan let out a stern cry and immediately urged Red Sky to shoot at the Night King statue. The red light struck through the statue's chest, successfully killed the Night King statue. Experience plus 70,000. A golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body as he rose to level 19. Seconds. Still seconds. The instructors were also shocked that their jaws were about to drop to the ground when they saw a level 30 nightmare difficulty boss being killed in seconds by Zhang Yuan's pooch. I'm afraid that even legendary level professions can't do this kind of intensity. The sword that Kid Zhang Yuan is using, it should be a specialized martial art, right? This attack power is too perverse. Even if he has a specialized martial art, he shouldn't be able to kill a level 30 boss in seconds. Could he have awakened a talent? I'm afraid that's the only explanation. The crowd of instructors had completely changed their opinion of Zhang Yuan, and they all looked at Wan Changkong. Chief, do we need to continue to strengthen the degree? Now they were all eager to see where Zhang Yuan's limits were. Wan Changkong, however, shook his head. No need. The boss level is even higher. Those two little girls will be in danger. If you guys still want to try Zhang Yuan, wait until he reports to the Subterranean Dragon Detachment. This trial can end now. All three of them are given an S-rank rating, and Zhang Yuan's rank is raised to Lieutenant Colonel. After saying that, Wan Changkong disappeared into thin air and left the copy. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's trio was also teleported back into the middle of the Cloud Sea Manor, while the other trialists, whether they had defeated the boss of the secret copy or not, were also teleported back. So was I overly concerned? Zhang Yuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that his team had returned. Encountering two copies of the Abyss in a row gave him PTSD already. Wang Hu, who had been waiting outside, saw Zhang Yuan's trio finally come out and immediately went forward to taunt. How was it? Without Master's output, you guys had a hard time killing monsters, right? This is what happens when you side with Zhang Yuan. Miao Shulan raised her fist. You're still looking for a fight, aren't you? Wang Hu's expression changed, and he hastily took a few steps back. My bodyguards can be watching from outside. You dare to move a finger of mine to try? Li Shuer simply didn't bother to take care of Wang Hu at this time, holding onto Miao Shulan's arm. Sister Miao, don't be general with that idiot. It's not worth it to do it here. Wang Hu was defeated on the two women's side. He glared at Zhang Yuan again and said angrily, Zhang Yuan, it's all because of you that they treated me this way. If it wasn't for you, I would have taken them through the copy long ago. I won't swallow this breath. You wait for me. Why do I hear a dog barking? Zhang Yuan pulled out his ears and said to Li Shuer and Miao Shulan, there's a mad dog in the neighborhood. Let's change the place? The two women snorted. Good. Don't talk to dogs. The three of them left in pairs, so angry that Wang Hu had a red face and kept stomping his feet hard. Damn! Damn! He looked at Zhang Yuan's back with a gloomy face and gritted his teeth. By what right? Why do both of them surround you? A loser? You wait for me. I will definitely kill. At this time, a majestic voice once again rang out. The trial is over, and the results of the West Lake City Division are now announced. Zhang Yuan, rating S, first place. Shulan Miao, rating S, second place. Cheryl Li, rating S, third place. Left Moon, grade A, fourth place. Wang Hu, grade F, no entry. As the grading levels of everyone present were announced, Wang Hu's eyes were about to glaze over. Impossible. What makes them have an S grade? There must be a mistake somewhere. They are definitely cheating. I demand a strict investigation. Wang Hu yelled out in the courtyard. But the surrounding trialists looked at Wang Hu's expression as if they were looking at a fool. This secret copy trial was organized by the Ministry of the Army, and the whole process was monitored by instructors above level 70. So who would have the guts to cheat? And isn't Wang Hu's clamoring here a slap in the face of the military? If this military counts up, not to mention Wang Hu, even the Wang family behind Wang Hu, will have to suffer. At this time, a good person mocked. I remembered. This idiot called Wang Hu. He's on the same team as the top three, right? He quit his copy at the beginning, and as a result, he didn't embrace the big leg. What a laugh. Ha, there's such a thing? Why did he quit? I came out early and listened to this idiot clamor, relying on himself as a pyromancer. He said that people's assistants were trash and didn't want to take them through, but it turns out that this idiot is the clown. People can take S rank without output. Ha ha ha, so there is such a thing. What a clown. If it were me, I'd definitely be hugging my thighs. Even if I can't mix with the S rank, there's still a reward for getting an A rank. The trialists who could come here were either elites with rare professions or had deep family backgrounds just like Wang Hu, and none of them were afraid of Wang Hu. They were all young men in their teens, and were already young and exuberant, and now that they saw a clown, all of them unabashedly mocked Wang Hu. In an instant, Wang Hu became a target and felt countless mocking sights. Shit! Wang Hu could not wait to find a crack in the ground. In the end, he could only give Zhang Yuan a hateful glare before he fled the manor in a sorry state, causing another round of laughter. When Zhang Yuan saw that Wang Hu did not forget to threaten him with his eyes even before he left, his eyes narrowed slightly and his killing intent grew stronger in his heart. If he let Wang Hu live any longer, it was expected that stronger killers would come over, and even his grandmother and sister-in-law would be in danger. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan said to Li Shuer, I'm going to the restroom. Hurry up then. The rewards will be handed out soon after the results are announced. Soon, Zhang Yuan flew towards the toilet and saw that no one was around, so he took out the Rakshasa King mask. I hope you're somewhat useful. Zhang Yuan used the Rakshasa King mask, then the mask lit up with a red light, and the Rakshasa King flew out of the mask and knelt down with his face facing Zhang Yuan. Unlike the Rakshasa King in the replica, the Rakshasa King summoned by the mask was the same size as a human, and it was difficult to tell whether the Rakshasa King was a human or a summoned object without using a detection technique. Zhang Yuan checked the attributes of the Rakshasa King in passing. Rakshasa King, Summoner, rank, 30, power, 10,000, agility, 10,000, spirit, 10,000, body mass, 10,000, skills, 1 flash of the sword, King's pressure, indestructible will. The attributes actually didn't decay in any way. It's worthy of being an epic equipment. Zhang Yuan thought that the Rakshasa King summoned by this mask was a classic whitewashed weak 3, and would be quite a bit weaker than the original boss, but he didn't expect this mask effect to be so top-notch. That's steady. Zhang Yuan immediately gave orders to the Rakshasa King. You go and follow Wang Hu. Be careful not to be discovered. The Rakshasa King nodded slightly and turned into a residual shadow to rush out of the toilet, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Not bad for 10,000 agility. Too fast. Zhang Yuan could not help but sigh with emotion when he saw the Rakshasa King disappearing, and then he looked at the Rakshasa King's mask in his hand. After the Rakshasa King left, he would be able to establish a special connection with the Rakshasa King through the Rakshasa King's mask, gain the Rakshasa King's vision, and even be able to control the Rakshasa King's movements. Soon, Zhang Yuan saw through the Rakshasa King's perspective that Wang Hu cursed and got into a luxury car and drove down the mountain. I didn't expect this mask to be so useful. In the future, if we want to explore dangerous places, we can let the Rakshasa King step on the thunder. Zhang Yuan put away the Rakshasa King's mask, and after allowing the Rakshasa King to act on his own, he returned to the courtyard himself. At this moment, a level 70 instructor was standing in front of the entrance to the secret replica. and those trialists in the courtyard whose ratings didn't reach a had already left. The previously bustling courtyard was now only bustling with 7 or 8 people. Zhang Yuan, come over here. When Li Shuer saw Zhang Yuan, she immediately waved at him. The instructor has already started to distribute the rewards. Zhang Yuan walked next to Li Shuer and Miao Shulan as if nothing had happened. So fast? Li Shuer said excitedly. The rewards this time can be quite rich. Even A-ranked trialists can get an upgrade pill. Upgrade Dan? Zhang Yuan stared blankly. What is that? Li Shuer explained. That's a particularly valuable elixir that can directly raise a level of a professional below level 20. I'm going to level 18 right now, and when I take the elixir after I'm level 18, I'll be able to directly rise to level 19, so Kyoto University will be secure. Zhang Yuan was surprised. There's actually such a thing? Li Shuer, I heard that this upgrade Dan is a drug refined by a great alchemist of the Ministry of War. It is a unique resource for the military, and it is said that there are even more advanced upgrade Dan, but those are strategic level resources, and the general public can't see them. Even the upgrade pills distributed today are rumored to have been speculated to 5 million apiece in the black market, and even then, that's still a price. That expensive? Zhang Yuan was slightly shocked in his heart, but he quickly understood the value of the upgrade Dan. If in wartime, the army was lost badly, the upgrade Dan could pull together a fairly fighting army for Dacia in a short period of time. This is the kind of treasure that enemy spies must dream of getting their hands on. After the instructor had finished handing out the upgrade pills to the students who had been evaluated at level A, he reminded, the upgrade pills that were handed out to you each have a unique code. Please take them as soon as possible after you get your hands on them. Once your upgrade pills appear in the hands of other people, for whatever reason, you will be court-martialed, and the consequences will be extremely serious. Once that instructor said this, the crowd was in an uproar, and immediately a level 16 student swallowed the upgrade Dan in one gulp, and a golden light rushed out from his body, directly allowing him to rise to level 17. Seeing this, the instructor laughed again. In fact, there's no need for you guys to be in such a hurry. It's most cost-effective to take it at level 19, and you'll just put it in your storage space until then. No one can steal it. The words I said just now were just a reminder for you guys to never trade the upgrade Dan. That student who took the upgrade pill immediately regretted it and pounded his chest, while the other students also put away the upgrade pill into their own storage space, secretly thanking themselves that they were fortunate not to be so impulsive. Okay, those who have earned their rewards may leave. The instructor dispersed the students who were grading a level, then walked over to the 3 Zhang Yuan. When Li Shuer and Miao Shulan saw the instructor coming over, they all tensed up and stood straight. The instructor smiled. Congratulations to you all. Your ratings have earned an S grade and you are qualified to enter the Subterranean Dragon Detachment. Before I give you your special rewards, I still have to ask, are you willing to join the Subterranean Dragon Detachment? Without hesitation, Miao Shulan said, I'm willing. Michelle Li nodded back. I'm willing too. The instructor nodded in satisfaction. Very well. My name is Ning Wuwei, and from now on, I'll be the instructor for the 3 of you. Seeing that Ning Wuwei did not wait for Zhang Yuan to answer, Li Shuer could not help but say, Instructor Ning, hasn't Zhang Yuan not answered yet? Ning Wuwei glanced at Zhang Yuan, then laughed. The reason why our military department came out with this policy of recruiting supernumerary members is because of this kid, who joined the Subterranean Dragon Detachment a long time ago. Ha? He's already joined the Subterranean Detachment? Li Shuer was a bit confused. Then she looked at Zhang Yuan with a shocked expression. Nerd, why didn't you tell me about this? Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. At that time, you were so encouraging to me. Wasn't I afraid of hitting you? When Li Shuer remembered her earlier words of encouragement to Zhang Yuan, her pretty face turned red and she punched her chest with her pink fist. You nerd, bastard. Ha ha ha, it's good to be young. Ning Wuwei smiled as he watched the two flirt, then clapped his hands. Alright kids, it's time to hand out the rewards. Upon hearing Ning Wuwei's words, Li Shuer immediately gave up pestering Zhang Yuan and looked at Ning Wuwei with an expectant face. Instructor, what is our reward? Won't let you down. Ning Wuwei smiled faintly and took out 3 pills of upgrade Dan from his storage space, as well as 3 gilt black cards. Li Shuer recognized the gilded black card with a glance and said in shock, Sky Tower entrance ticket? Seeing that Li Shuer recognized the Sky Tower entrance ticket at a glance, Ning Wuwei flashed a trace from surprise in his eyes, then said, That's right, this is the Sky Tower entrance ticket. You are able to challenge the Sky Tower once with this card. Zhang Yuan and Miao Shulan asked in unison, What is the Sky Tower? Without waiting for Ning Wuwei to reply, Li Shuer introduced, That's the most precious copy of our great Xia Empire. This copy can only go in for 1,000 people each year, and the entry qualifications are very precious. Little girl, you know quite a lot. Ning Wuwei complimented Li Shuer, and then added, "There are exceptionally precious treasures inside the Sky Tower, and it's even possible for divine artifacts to burst out, and there will be additional rewards for the first time you challenge the Sky Tower, so you guys have to cherish this opportunity." Got it. After Ning Wuwei handed out the rewards, Zhang Yuan did not take the upgrade pill directly, and after storing both prizes in his storage space, he added friends with Miao Shulan, and then found another excuse to politely decline Li Shuer's and Miao Shulan's invitations to treat them to a meal, and went down to the Cloud Sea Mountain alone. Attribute transformation. Ride the wind. Zhang Yuan converted his spiritual attribute 5 times into the agility attribute and then used the skill that came with the boots of riding the wind to increase his movement speed by 100%. At the moment, Zhang Yuan was like a gust of wind and quickly caught up with the Rakshasa king who was following Wang Hu. Wang Hu didn't go back to the city after he was defeated at Yunhai Villa, but ran into the wild to take it out on those low-level monsters. "Zhang Yuan, I'm going to kill your whole family. I will kill your entire family." Wang Hu kept throwing fireballs at those wildcats and hares, and a large number of wild monsters ascended to the sky as a result. Next to Wang Hu, there stood a middle-aged man in formal attire. Zhang Yuan used the eyes of the abyss on that middle-aged man. Jiangye City, Water Magician. Level 48. Level 48 Water Magician. Zhang Yuan's eyes slightly stared when he saw Jiang Yecheng's level. He did not expect Wang Hu's bodyguard to have such a high level. Things were a bit tricky, but fortunately Jiang Yecheng was a water mage, and with Zhan Lu in his body, he still had the power to fight. Jiang Yecheng advised Wang Hu, "Young master, it's not worth getting angry over a pariah. It's not worth it to get angry and break your body." "Uncle Jiang, I'm angry. I'm really angry." Wang Hu looked at Jiang Yecheng with red eyes. "I have clearly sent assassins to kill Zhang Yuan. Why is that bastard still alive? What makes him still get an S rank rating? And Li Shuer, why did she fall for that pariah? Obviously all those things are mine. He robbed me of everything. Uncle Jiang, I'm going to kill him. I'll kill his whole family." Wang Hu roared hysterically while Jiang Yecheng was in a difficult situation. "Young master, Zhang Yuan got an S rank evaluation and most likely joined the Subterranean Dragon Detachment. After that he will be a member of the military. I am afraid that it will not be that easy for us to move him. Wouldn't it be fine to kill him quietly?" Wang Hu looked resigned. "It's just a 10+ leveled waste aid. Find a higher leveled killer to dispose of him unknowingly, and no one will know that we did it. Now that Zhang Yuan hasn't joined the Subterranean Dragon Detachment, it's impossible for the military to investigate our Wang family for a dead student. Uncle Jiang, why don't you take the shot? Don't you have a sulfuric acid skill? It can directly melt away all of Zhang Yuan's bones, and when the time comes, there will be no proof of death, and the military won't be able to investigate us. I know where Zhang Yuan lives. I know where Zhang Yuan's family lives. Let's go to his house first and kill his grandmother and sister-in-law together. Only by killing his whole family can I get rid of my hatred." Jiang Yicheng saw that Wang Hu's killing heart was getting heavier and heavier. If this continued, Wang Hu was afraid that he would be suffocated to madness. He hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "I understand. Zhang Yuan's family will be left to me to deal with. Please, Uncle Jiang." When Zhang Yuan, who was hiding in the dark, heard the conversation between Jiang Yecheng and Wang Hu, the killing intent in his eyes condensed into substance. "Rakshasa King, go!" With Zhang Yuan's order, the Rakshasa King then rushed out as a residual shadow. Skill, Sword 1 Flash. "Young master, be careful." Jiang Yecheng's eyes suddenly became stern. A magic guidebook was immediately in his hands, followed by a water shield surging around him and Wang Hu. The Rakshasa King's sword slashed at the water shield, and it actually sunk right in. When Wang Hu saw the long sword that almost cut his head, he was so scared that he fell on his butt and his face was incomparably pale. "A field boss?" Jiang Yicheng's eyes changed slightly when he felt the Rakshasa King's aura. "No, it's a summon. Who is sneaking up on us? Your summons have attacked and Jiang Yicheng and Wang Hu have become enemies." Seeing this prompt, Zhang Yuan once again used attribute conversion to convert his spiritual attribute into agility and started to go around to attract monsters. Jiang Yecheng was a level 48 water magician, and Zhang Yuan did not think that the Rakshasa King would be able to kill Wang Hu under Jiang Yecheng's protection. Moreover, looking at that water shield of Jiang Yecheng, it seemed to have a disarming effect, and it was highly likely that he would be disarmed by Jiang Yecheng before he could attack them with his flying sword. Therefore, he had to use a foolproof decapitation method. While Zhang Yuan was luring the monsters, the magic guidebook in front of Jiang Yecheng turned the pages quickly. Water Dragon Bomb. A water dragon rushed out from the magic guidebook, directly sending the Rakshasa King in crashing away. The Water Dungeon Spell. After the water dragon slammed the Rakshasa King into the air, Jiang Yecheng instantly activated his skill once again, and a large amount of water elements gathered around the Rakshasa King, forming a huge water cage that imprisoned the Rakshasa King within it. The Rakshasa king couldn't move. Sulfuric acid arrows. A beam of sulfuric acid rushed out from Janya City's magic guidebook, instantly penetrating the Rakshasa king's chest, while turning the entire water prison into sulfuric acid, constantly corroding the Rakshasa king. The Rakshasa king's stamina was rapidly decreasing. Why don't the summoner get his ass out here? Jiang Yecheng's eyes were grim as he shouted out, and terrifying waves of sound swept out in all directions. Worthy of being a level 48 water magician, it suppressed my summons so easily. At that moment, Zhang Yuan stepped out from the shadows, took out the Rakshasa king mask, and put the Rakshasa king back. Zhang Yuan? A trace of surprise flashed in Jiang Yecheng's eyes when he saw that the sneak attacker was actually Zhang Yuan. On the contrary, the fear on Wang Hu's face immediately changed to resentment upon seeing Zhang Yuan as he laughed fiercely and said, "Well, Zhang Yuan, I haven't even gone to look for you yet, and you actually came to the door on your own. Uncle Jiang, kill him," with Wang Hu's order. Jiang Yecheng then shot a few sulfuric acid bullets at Zhang Yuan without hesitation. Zhang Lu appeared out of thin air and coalesced a blue barrier in front of Zhang Yuan, blocking Jiang Yecheng's attack. Specialized martial arts? When Jiang Yecheng saw Zhang Yuan's sword blocking his attack, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes and his heart was even more monstrous. He had also heard of Zhang Yuan's exaggerated deeds of drawing a full life in the school's organization or card drawing ceremony. How long had it been before Zhang Yuan drew the specialized martial arts again? What kind of luck is this? Could it be that he has a divine talent that increases the probability of drawing cards? When Jiang Yicheng thought of this, the killing intent in his eyes instantly became incomparably thick. This son must not be kept, or the Wang family will die. The water dungeon spell. Jiang Yicheng did not hesitate to use the water prison technique on Zhang Yuan, but when the water elements came close to Zhang Yuan, they were all absorbed by the Zhanlu on Zhang Yuan's side. Immunity to water attributes? When Jiang Yecheng saw this scene, his face changed dramatically, and he disbelievingly used a few more water attribute skills on Zhang Yuan, which were still absorbed by Zhanlu. It was true that he was immune to the water attribute, and the heavens were against his profession. Enough fighting? Zhang Yuan smiled faintly and unfolded his sword formation, opening the sword formation space directly in front of Wang Hu, and an iron sword rushed out. However, just as the iron sword was about to explode Wang Hu's head, a water shield coalesced around Wang Hu once again, directly wrapping around the iron sword and stopping Zhang Yuan's attack. Sure enough, that water shield has a disarming function that similarly restrains my normal attacks. When Zhang Yuan saw that the water shield had surrendered one of his iron swords, he also confirmed the speculation in his mind and was secretly glad that he did not sneak attack with the red sky at the beginning. Otherwise his specialized martial arts might have been taken away by Jiang Yecheng. As expected, the professionals who could reach high levels were not simple. Jiang Yecheng's heart was even more incomparably horrified after seeing Zhang Yuan's godlike attack. If he had been slightly mentally unfocused just now, Wang Hu would have really been killed. Is this really something a 19th grader can do? And when Wang Hu saw that he was almost killed by Zhang Yuan, he immediately yelled at Jiang Yecheng, "Uncle Jiang, what the hell is wrong with you? How come you're sweating so much from killing a level 10 plus assist? Hurry up and kill him." "Young master, this guy is not simple. His specialized martial arts are immune to water attribute attacks. My skills can't hurt him." Jiang Yecheng was much more sober than Wang Hu. He was clear that he was not capable of killing Zhang Yuan right now. He immediately used a water shield on Wang Hu, and then let Wang Hu hover in the air. "Young master, let's withdraw and find others to deal with him. You guys want to go now?" A hint of teasing flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Will it be a bit late? Jiang Yecheng couldn't help but shiver when he saw the look in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Then he calmed down and said in a cold voice, "Zhang Yuan, I admit that your profession is very strong, and the specialized martial arts also restrain me, but my water shield art has a disarming effect, so you can't hurt us either." Zhang Yuan laughed lightly. "Really? Then how about you look around?" "Around?" Jiang Yicheng froze, then swept his surroundings once, only to see that a large number of low-level monsters had gathered in the vicinity at some unknown time. A rough count of several hundred of them. Seeing those monsters, Jiang Yecheng laughed out instead and taunted Zhang Yuan. "Just some low-grade monsters. Could it be that you want to kill us with these contraptions?" However, this time, Zhang Yuan did not reply. He just expanded the range of the sword formation to its maximum, covering a range of 500 meters in a circle, and then used the skill, Mental Storm. Fate 4, within the sword formation, for each enemy attacked, other enemies within the formation take 10% splash damage. Fatal Seat 5, attacks within the sword formation are bound to bludgeon. Bludgeoning rate doubles into bludgeoning damage, and bludgeoning damage is increased by an additional 100%. Fate 6, within the sword formation, ignores enemy defenses. Red Sky, plus 3000 attack, plus 70% bludgeon rate, plus 400% bludgeon damage. Zhang Lu, plus 1000 attack, plus 100% damage. When Zhang Yuan used the spiritual storm, he turned on all the fate seats and equipped the red sky along with the Zhanlu at the same time. Jiang Yecheng felt a deadly threat when he saw the necklace on Zhang Yuan's chest light up with an eerie glow. Not good. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yicheng unfolded his water shield. Boom! The mental storm swept out in all directions, and all the monsters in a 500-meter radius, plus Jiang Yecheng and Wang Hu, were instantly engulfed by the mental storm. Level 48 Jiang Yicheng. His water shield played no defensive role and his soul was annihilated on the spot. Successfully killed Jiang Yicheng. Successfully killed Wang Hu. Successfully killed the hare. Experience +1. Obtain equipment Water Magic Guidebook. Obtain equipment Fiery Staff. A large number of kill messages were quickly swiped on Zhang Yuan's panel, and with Zhang Yuan as the center, the area within a radius of 500 meters directly became a dead zone. Jiang Yecheng and Wang Hu were lying straight on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices, and they looked to be in extreme pain before they died. You asked for it. Zhang Yuan indifferently looked at the 2 corpses on the ground without a trace of pity in his eyes, transformed his spirit into agility and then used the skill Sentinel Wind to leave the scene as fast as possible. This place was very close to downtown Westlake, and the commotion he made just now was so big that it was estimated that a lot of occupiers had already rushed this way. He didn't have time to dispose of the body. Not long after Zhang Yuan left, a group of novice professionals who were practicing by brushing wild monsters nearby arrived at the scene and found Jiang Yecheng and Wang Hu, who were already dead. Kill, kill. After leaving the scene, Zhang Yuan did not go back to the city directly, but came to the Rakshasa River copy and entered the copy in front of quite a few professionals to brush up his leveling. After all, Wang Hu was the youngest son of the Wang family, and the Wang family was one of the largest families in Westlake City, and there was also a large guild with thousands of combat professionals under its banner. So Wang Hu's death would surely set off an uproar in Westlake City, although there was a level 48 high-level professional among the dead, and no one would have thought that the one who did it would be level 19 Zhang Yuan, but the alibi that should be forged. Zhang Yuan still had to forge it. He had meticulously calculated when he made his move to kill. The time it would take for him to arrive at the copy of the Rakshasa River from Cloudsea Mountain at a normal speed was about the same as the time it would take for him to catch up to Wang Hu from Cloudsea Mountain with his skill. Kill them, and then use his skill to arrive at the copy of the Rakshasa River from the scene of the killing. And there was no way that the Wang clan could know about his 2 skills, Attribute Conversion and Sentinel Wind. In this way, even if the Wang family knows that there is a conflict between Zhang Yuan and Wang Hu, but in the case that Zhang Yuan has an alibi, plus the death of a level 48 bodyguard, the Wang family will not suspect Zhang Yuan's head. After passing the Rakshasa River copy in an hour, Zhang Yuan went back to Shihu City to go to the exchange to sell the excess equipment materials in his storage space, and at the end of the sale, Zhang Yuan looked at the 2 pieces of equipment lying in his storage space. Book of Water Magic, Platinum Spirit plus 1000. Water Magic Power plus 30%. Available at level 40. Fiery Staff, Platinum Spirit plus 300. Fire Magic Power plus 30%. Level 15 available. 2 Platinum level equipment, one of which was still level 40. Should add up to tens of millions of dollars. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment and finally decided to let these 2 pieces of equipment stay in his storage space. Although these 2 pieces of equipment were both platinum level standardized equipment, and there were quite a few of them on the exchange consignment houses, but Wang Hu and Jiang Yecheng had just died, and these 2 pieces of equipment appeared on the Shihu City exchange. So any fool would know the problem, together with the 3 million transferred by Guan Xin earlier, as well as the equipment materials exploded from brushing monsters. Zhang Yuan now had 3.28 million in his account. He was not short of money for the time being, and there was no need to take the risk of selling those 2 pieces of platinum equipment. In less than a month of transferring, the account balance has gone from over $1,000 to over 3 million. This combat class profession is truly a relentless money-making machine. Zhang Yuan sighed with emotion, and with his wealth, he spent $100,000 to buy 10 bottles of intermediate healing potion and put them in his storage space, although he would automatically recover his stamina after his sword formation unfolded. In the event that he encountered a situation where the enemy's attack power was high and he didn't have time to recover his stamina, the instantaneous recovery of the healing potion could save his life. With his life at stake, Zhang Yuan didn't dare to save money. As for the skill scrolls that cost $100,000 apiece, Zhang Yuan did not bother to buy them. 3 million is only 30. All Smashdown is not necessarily awaken a new skill. He felt that the skill scroll or honestly brush copies of the best explosion. Zhang Yuan stayed in the exchange for several hours, emptying the materials in his storage space, after which he went to the mall to buy some gifts for his grandmother and sister-in-law before slowly and leisurely returning home. It had been more than 20 days since he had seen his grandmother and sister-in-law, and Zhang Yuan was beginning to miss them. When I got home, just in time for dinner, my grandmother was in the kitchen cooking while my sister-in-law was practicing her voice in the living room. Ooh, a rare guest. Auntie saw Zhang Yuan coming back. Mom, that son of a bitch is finally back. I'm a son of a bitch. So what are you? Zhang Yuan disliked back and took out the gifts he bought from his storage space, directly piling them into a small mountain in the living room. Big brat, I brought you a gift. Ooh, the little brat has gotten rich. My sister-in-law's eyes lit up when she saw the mountain of gifts, and she jumped right into the pile, unwrapping them without a care in the world. Granny came out from the kitchen and saw the pile of gifts in the living room. She could not help but complain to Zhang Yuan. You child, how can you waste your money on these useless things when you have just made money? Now that you are still starting out, money should be used to update your equipment. Zhang Yuan laughed. Grandma, I've earned a few million these days. These gifts only add up to a few tens of thousands of dollars, which is less than a primary skill scroll. It doesn't affect anything. Auntie's eyes immediately glowed with gold. A few million? Combat class professions are so lucrative? Zhang Yuan scratched his head and laughed. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be so profitable. Just any piece of trash equipment can be sold for millions. Wow, how come I didn't draw a combat class occupation? I'd throw a concert, sing and dance for a few hours, and only make a few tens of thousands of dollars in appearance fees. My sister-in-law looked at Zhang Yuan with an indignant expression. Yuanzi, I'm so jealous of you. Mom, I want a combat career too. I'm not going to be a singer. My sister-in-law began to spill her guts in the pile of presents. Look at the way you've fallen into the eye of money. Grandmother blankly glanced at her sister-in-law, then said, you two clean up the living room, then eat. Yes, under the supervision of his grandmother, Zhang Yuan and his sister-in-law cleaned up the living room, and then the three of them enjoyed a rare family meal together. During the meeting, Zhang Yuan concealed the killing and recounted all his adventures these days, hearing his sister-in-law exclaiming in astonishment, while a pleased smile appeared on the face of his grandmother, who was always steady. Genko, you really didn't let grandma down. Keep up the good work. Don't slack off. And be safe. Okay, grandma. Knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. I'll get it. Zhang Yuan put down his chopsticks and went to open the door, only to see the distraught Li Anping standing at the door. Manager Li? What brings you here? Zhang Yuan, there's been a murder in the north of the city. Do you know about it? Zhang Yuan's heart thumped, but he still pretended not to know anything and looked puzzled. What kind of murder has happened? Li Anping said gruffly. 2 combat professionals died in the wild north of the city, and one of the deceased was called Wang Hu, the youngest son of the Shihu Wang family, and it seems that he was also a classmate of yours. Now the Adventurers Guild, the superintendent of police, and the city defense are sending people over. It's just a murder. Why have you alarmed so many departments? And even if the deceased was my classmate, Manager Li, there's no need for you to make a special trip to inform me, right? Although Zhang Yuan had prepared accordingly, he was still a bit shocked after realizing that things were going differently than he had expected. Necessary. Quite necessary. Li Anping had a serious face. After forensic testing, Wang Hu died from a powerful spiritual skill, while an extremely terrifying spiritual power remained at the scene. We suspect that the abyssal boss, Odysseus, was the one who moved the scene? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Odysseus? That's right. It's the abyssal boss that you repelled. Li Anping nodded. Of the 2 dead, one of them was also a level 48 water demon mage. There were no wounds on the outside of his body. He was killed by a single blow from a spirit-based skill, and the only ones who can do such a thing are high-level spirit-based mages. And the only person in Westlake who currently qualifies for this killing is Ortiz. That Odysseus must still be unwilling. He has been roaming around Westlake City, obliterating talented youngsters. Zhang Yuan, you are the one who has defeated him. He will definitely make a comeback. You must be careful. Zhang Yuan did not expect that it was actually Odysseus who helped him to take the blame, and he could not help but snicker in his heart. Then he thanked. Thank you. I didn't expect Manager Li to make a special trip to remind me about this. I will pay attention to it. Li Anping added. Because of Odysseus, the government has blocked all the copies near Westlake City. Our Adventurer Association will screen every copy to eliminate the danger of copy abyssalization. There are no places to practice in the wild recently, so you'd better stay at home without fear. Westlake City has a city guard formation. Odysseus can't get in, so you're safe if you stay in the city. Understood. Li Anping hurriedly left after instructing Zhang Yuan. Wang Hu's death was a big deal in Shihu City itself, plus the fact that this matter was related to the abyssal boss Odysseus. Li Anping, as the manager of the Adventurers Association's Shihu City branch, had a whole lot of things waiting for him to deal with. Yuanzi, What happened? After Zhang Yuan saw off Lianping, his grandmother asked with concern. Zhang Yuan returned. An abyssal boss killed my classmate. And Manager Li from the Adventurers Association came to specifically remind me to be careful. My sister-in-law spat. That abyssal boss can be really bad. Even the students are not spared. Yeah, that's really bad. Zhang Yuan nodded his head in agreement. That abyssal boss has been hunting our human race's geniuses. Fortunately, I was skilled enough to repel him in the copy at that time, or else I would have been tragically killed as well. Auntie had a look of fear on her face. So it turns out that combat class professions are so dangerous. Actually having to face that kind of horrible guy. I suddenly don't envy you, Yuanzi. Grandmother, on the other hand, was looking grave at this moment and instructed Zhang Yuan. Yuanzi, although you have defeated abyss bosses, those monsters are brutal in nature and are tricky. Your mom and dad were both planted on the abyss, so you must never be careless when facing the abyss. Understand? Zhang Yuan nodded. I know, Grandma. I will be careful. I will stay at home these days to avoid the wind. Auntie immediately looked delighted. Yuanzi, so does this mean you're free to accompany me to go shopping and eat and play games? Grandmother mercilessly gave her sister-in-law a pop. You fall on your own. Don't take Yuanzi with you. Sis-in-law commiserated. Got it, Mom. In the following week, Shihu City was in an uproar because of Wang Hu's death, but Zhang Yuan was like a nobody, accompanying his sister-in-law to go shopping and eat and play games, accompanying Li Shuer to go shopping and eat and play games, and extremely leisurely through the week. The government also failed to find any trace of Odysseus in the surrounding copies, and finally opened all the surrounding field copies, allowing the Wang family to pull back the bodies of Wang Hu and Jiang Yecheng, and the murder case in the north of the city ended without a trace. It was said that after Wang Hu's body was brought back to the Wang family, the head of the Wang family hugged Wang Hu's body and cried for 2 whole hours, and finally placed a bounty of $5 billion on the abyssal boss, Odysseus. Of course, nothing came of it. In this way, the real culprit spent the week unharmed and even made a special trip to Wang Hu's funeral. After that, the National Unified College Entrance Examination was about to begin. The day before the college entrance exams, the principals of the major schools in Westlake met for dinner to discuss this year's exams. Tomorrow is the day of the college entrance exam. A lot has really happened this month. There's no telling what the kids will accomplish. And I feel like I'm more worried as a principal than the parents of those kids. Alas, there are no good seedlings in our school this year. But it's those 2 little guys from your school, Lao Ning, especially Zhang Yuan, who have really shown recently. With the principal mentioning Zhang Yuan, the others also dropped their gazes onto Ning Qin. Ning Qin was already happy at this time. Ha, that kid Zhang Yuan. I've been optimistic about him since he enrolled in school, but I didn't expect that he'd be such a genius. Although the matter of Zhang Yuan defeating the abyssal boss was a top secret, all the teachers and students in Shihu City knew about Zhang Yuan's solo raid on the novice abyssal copy, as well as his participation in the secret copy of the military department a week ago, where he obtained an S-rank evaluation with the first place score. All the major schools in Shihu City have already defaulted to Zhang Yuan as this year's top student in Shihu City, and even have a chance to hit the top student in Jiangnan province. Old Ning, when that kid Zhang Yuan becomes the Jiangnan province scholar, your number 1 middle school will be able to change its name to Scholar High School, and this meal will be on you. Ha. Good to say. 10 more bottles of flying mutai. Let's not get drunk today. Ning Qin's face was full of redness. His laughter had never been heard before. In previous years, he was the one who listened to the other principals blowing up their students. This year it was finally his turn. Raise an eyebrow. Old Ning, you're taking out all your personal money. Then we're not going to be polite. Happy today. No less. Everyone drink with an open stomach. While the principals were gathering for dinner, Li Shuer also asked Zhang Yuan to meet her at the school playground, and the 2 of them took a walk around the playground track under the moonlight. Nerd, are you sure about this? Li Shuer suddenly asked Zhang Yuan. She had gone to brush the secret copies a few more times this week, and with the upgrade pills, she was already level 19, but Zhang Yuan could still feel her nervousness. That being said, Kyoto University was the number 1 ranked institution of higher learning in Dacia, and every year countless geniuses competed for a seat to enroll. Even if Li Shuer's occupation was a rare occupation, she wasn't considered outstanding when placed in the context of the province. Zhang Yuan smiled and returned. Don't worry, we will definitely meet at Kyoto University. Li Shuer guffawed. I didn't think that you, this nerd, would actually be able to say such words. Good, let's meet at Kyoto University. This is our agreement. Pull the hook. Zhang Yuan looked at Li Shuer's extended little thumb, which was as white as jade under the moonlight. Pull the hook. Zhang Yuan stretched out his little thumb and pulled the hook with Li Shuer. National College Entrance Examination. It's official. The next day, All the combat class professionals who were going to participate in the national high school examination gathered in front of the Westlake City Hall Plaza. The examination center for the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province is not in Westlake City, but in the provincial capital, Donghai City. On the day of the college entrance exam, the government of each city would construct a large teleportation array to teleport their city's candidates to the provincial city for a unified exam. Ning Qin looked at the level 19 Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer with a smile on his face. How he looked satisfied. I didn't expect that both of you have risen to level 19. My first middle school has produced two geniuses like you. My old Ning family is really smoking in the ancestors' smoke. You two don't be nervous either. Keep a normal mind on the college entrance exam and play normally. I believe you can get into Kyoto University. Well, we'll keep it up. Thanks, Principal. Li Shuer thanked Ning Qin, and after Ning Qin went to encourage away the other students, she poked Zhang Yuan again. Why are you still level 19? Didn't you eat that upgrade pill? She remembered that Zhang Yuan was already level 19 after the Secret Realm copy was finished. Zhang Yuan, I want to keep it in case of accidents. The upgrade Dan is useless after level 20, and this thing can't be traded. So what's the point of keeping it? Li Shuer did not understand, but Zhang Yuan just smiled and shook his head. It won't take me long to rise to level 20 anyway, so it's not bad to keep this as a souvenir. What a freak, not wanting experience for nothing. Li Shuer spat, but didn't continue to chat on this topic. After everyone from each school had arrived, Ning Qin led the 34 students from the first middle school into the teleportation array, handing out passes one by one. Students, I'm going to nag you one more time. Exams are important, but you must live within your means. Safety comes first. I don't want to see any more accidents happen to any of our first grade students. Okay, start teleporting. Ning Qin gave a greeting to the government's array master, who injected energy into the array, and the teleportation array lit up. And the students of Shihu No. 1 Middle School were all teleported to the examination center in Donghai City. This examination room is extremely wide. Jiangnan province large and small dozens of cities, tens of thousands of candidates converge here. Surprisingly do not feel crowded at all, and even feel a little empty. In the air above the center of the examination hall, there was a tower of light suspended, and right below the tower was a large blue vortex that looked like the entrance to some large secret realm copy. After waiting for almost another half an hour, and the students from other schools teleported into the examination room one after another, the light tower suspended high in the air suddenly emitted a majestic voice. Silence. The somewhat noisy exam room became quiet, now announcing the rules of the exam. This college entrance exam is divided into two categories, the basic exam and the advanced exam. The basic examination mainly focuses on testing the school's basic abilities. Different professions have different examination contents. Output class professions to test output. Meat shield class professions to test defense, and so on. Candidates who obtain a D grade evaluation or above will be qualified to participate in the advanced examination. In the advanced exam, candidates can earn points for their corresponding performance in the copy, while advanced copies have different difficulty options, and the higher the difficulty of the copy, the more points will be earned. In addition, the examination can use personal equipment, but prohibit the use of any props, including and not limited to potions, game props, etc. Once found cheating on the examination, directly cancel the examination results, and bear the corresponding criminal responsibility. The teachers of the schools had talked about the rules of the college entrance exam countless times before the exam, but all the candidates in the room listened with their ears perked up for fear of missing a piece of information. After all, this was about their future. Even students who were usually jerks in school wouldn't dare to be sloppy at this time. The rules have been explained. Please prepare all candidates. The exam will officially begin. As the words of the majestic voice fell, the vortex under the light tower lit up with a dazzling light, instantly covering the entire examination room. All the candidates with passes teleported into the secret copy at the same time. At this moment, on the top floor of the light tower stood a group of middle-aged and elderly people with majestic aura. They were professors of major institutions of higher learning as well as examiners responsible for the entrance exams of Jiangnan province. This year's college entrance exams have finally begun. I wonder how many good seedlings will come out of Jiangnan province. I've heard that Zhang Yun from Donghai City's first high school is good. Not only did he draw a rare profession, he practiced to level 20 in a month, and has the strength to impact the provincial scholar. There's a doll in Nanjiang City that's not bad either. A berserker who's also level 19. And it's rumored that he has the ability to solo difficulty copies. There's a small county girl who drew the Knight of the Sacred Shield to keep an eye on as well. I do think Westlake has a student to focus on this year. At that moment, an examiner who knew Zhang Yuan's situation pulled up Zhang Yuan's screen. Zhang Yuan, Sword Formation Master, level 19, Sword Formation Master. This is a new profession that was recently drawn out over in Westlake City. Right. Just don't know how strong it is? Very strong. This kid has the ability to solo an abyssal copy. A single copy of the Abyss? How is this possible? Don't you guys believe me? This is the news I got from an Adventurers Association executives. That kid has gained high praise from President Bai. I guess this year's provincial scholar is him. To actually receive high praise from President Bai, that's really extraordinary. So we'll have to take a good look. The examiners were all aroused by Zhang Yuan's interest and focused on Zhang Yuan's examination room, wanting to see what kind of skills this young man, who was looked upon by Zhenghua, had. Zhang Yuan appeared in a copy of the Colosseum, and in the middle of the Colosseum there was a tall test stake with a counter on it. Exam mission. Attack the test stake with all your might. Testing for damage? Seeing the mission, Zhang Yuan did not hesitate and directly unfolded the sword formation, equipping the red sky in Zhanlu before maneuvering the red sky to shoot away. Boom! A red light flashed, and the test stake was directly burst by Zhang Yuan. Exploded. Exploded? The examiner on the top floor of the light tower was so shocked that his eyes were about to glaze over. What is this? That stake can take 1,000,000 damage, right? He can poke it with one sword? It should be buggy. The examiners agreed that it was a bug in the secret copy. After all, this secret copy carries hundreds of thousands of candidates from all over the country, and a bug is expected. Refresh a stake for him. A new test stake refreshes in the Colosseum. Exam mission. Attack the test stake with all your might. Is it to be tested with multiple attacks to see how stable the output is? Worthy of being a high school copy? It's just rigorous. When Zhang Yuan saw that a new test stake appeared, he did not think much about it and once again controlled red sky to shoot. Boom! The woodpile has once again been blown out. The examiners on the top floor of the light tower fell into a deathly silence. Busted again. It was only then that these level 70 and 80 professors finally saw that it wasn't a bug in the secret copy at all, but that level 19 perverted livestock that did more than 1,000,000 damage. Level 19. Over 1,000,000 damage. What kind of concept is that? The examiners in the room, even the history professors, couldn't find such a pervert from the history books anymore. What should we do now? The stakes are all busted, and it doesn't give an evaluation rating. Other people can at most say that S rank isn't his limit. This animal is nigh exploding the rating machine. Professor Chen, give me an idea. The examiners turned their gazes towards Chen Yun. He was the chief examiner of the examination center in Jiangnan province, and he should have the final say in all examination matters. Chen Yun was silent for a moment and said, refresh another stake and adjust the blood level to 10 million, so that we can test Zhang Yuan's limits as well as record his rating. Okay, that's a solid idea. Test him again. The examiners nodded their heads and once again refreshed a stake for Zhang Yuan, setting the blood level to 10 million. However, that stake had only just been refreshed in the arena when a red light directly poked that stake. This time, the examiners' faces instantly turned green. What's going on here? A stake of 10 million blood can't hold it? Many level 70 professors were present, attacking at full strength. Whether the damage was 10 million or not was an unknown. Professor Chen, what about this? The stake blood limit is only 10 million. Chen Yun's old face also darkened. He had presided over the college entrance examination for more than 20 years and had never encountered such a situation. Adds defense to the stake and increases damage reduction to 50%. An examiner questioned. All the test stakes of all the candidates have a defense of 0. Would it be detrimental to the fairness if Zhang Yuan's stakes were given a separate defense? No harm done, Chen Yun firmly said. Save the video. If Zhang Yuan's assessment rating is less than S in the end, we will modify it to S in the background and give him an additional reward afterward. It seems to be the only way to go. The examiners nodded their heads, although they all knew that Zhang Yuan's abilities far exceeded those required for an S-rank evaluation. This secret copy was frankly a system. If Zhang Yuan always blew out the stakes, resulting in no evaluation grade, then the secret copy would either rate Zhang Yuan as less than a D grade, or it would determine that Zhang Yuan was cheating. As the fourth test stake was refreshed into the fighting arena, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but frown. Is this exam that boring? Endless stakes? Although Zhang Yuan felt dissatisfied with the content of the test of the college entrance examination, he still had to carry out the examination and control the red sky attack. Boom! Once again, the stake with added defense was blasted. All of the examiners in the light tower were all numb at this moment, and there were even individual examiners with bad hearts who had already taken out quick-acting heart pills. What kind of skill does this kid have? A stake with 10 million blood and 50% damage reduction can be broken? I don't think he's a skill. He's simply a general attack. Can't you guys notice that that kid has no skill cooldown at all? No wonder he can single-handedly brush the abyssal copy. If I were an abyssal boss, I'm afraid I'd be beaten to the point of crying for my mother. All the examiners were convinced by Zhang Yuan's hand and all of them looked at Chen Yun for help. The time for the first test was about to arrive. If this continued, Zhang Yuan was eliminated. Then this college entrance examination was definitely going to have a big accident. Chen Yun paced back and forth and suddenly had a flash of insight. I have a solution. With that said, Chen Yun personally maneuvered the replica backstage and gave another stake a refresh. For the examination task, please do not attack the stake with all your strength. Don't use your full strength? What kind of exam is this? When Zhang Yuan saw the new exam tasks, he began to doubt the professionalism of this college entrance exam. However, since the mission had said so, Zhang Yuan could only unload both Red Sky and Zhanlu and use his iron sword to attack. Minus 40,032. Evaluation rating, S. A string of numbers was displayed on the test stake. With an evaluation grade of S, the group of examiners in the light tower immediately let out a shocking cheer, and several professors celebrated with their foreheads and cried with joy, as if they had seen the Daxia soccer team win the World Cup. Chen Yun took a long breath and lamented. Phew, finally I can end this first exam. At this moment, a majestic voice rang out from the copy. The first basic exam is over. The results are now announced. 326 evaluated at grade D or above. The rest of the candidates are eliminated. More than 10,000 candidates were eliminated by close to 80% in just one basic exam. This elimination rate was horrifying. Everyone's results appeared in front of them, while a giant screen appeared in the sky of the secret realm copy as well as outside the light tower, announcing the candidates currently ranked in the top 100. Even at the S level, there are gaps between candidates. First place, Zhang Yuan, rating S. Second place, Zhang Yun, rating S. Third place, Miao Shulan, rating S. Number 10, Cheryl Li, rating S. Zhang Yuan ranked first, Miao Shulan and Li Shuer ranked third and 10th respectively, and all three of them made it into the top 10 in the province in the first exam, which was a good result. Ning Qin outside the replica saw that Zhang Yuan had taken first and Li Shuer had taken 10th, and was so excited that he danced around, saying to the other principals next to him, "See, the first and 10th are students from our Shihu No. 1 middle school. 2 of our Westlake No. 1 middle school made it into the top 10. Ning Qin's words immediately drew the envious gazes of many principals, at which time a cold laugh came. Oh, it's a pity that this is just a basic exam. As long as it's S level, then the points converted in the final rankings are the same. Only the points gained in the advanced exams. That's the most important thing." An old man with a Mediterranean hairstyle walked over and taunted Ning Qin. "Old classmate, after teaching in the countryside for so many years, have you already degenerated to the point that you just have to hand-wave your way out of this small achievement?" Ning Qin's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the visitor. "Feng Gaoyuan, you're jealous of me." The visitor's name was Feng Gaoyuan, Ning Qin's high school and college classmate, and now the principal of the first middle school in Donghai City. And Donghai City No. 1 middle school is currently the top-ranked middle school among all high schools in Jiangnan province. "I'm jealous of you?" Feng Gaoyuan snorted. "Zhang Yun from my school is bound to be the provincial top student. Do you dare to bet with me?" "Bet?" Hearing Feng Gaoyuan's words, Ning Qin raised his eyebrows slightly. "What are you going to bet on?" Feng Gaoyuan said confidently. "Mention it as you like. I'll win anyway." "Yeah?" Ning Qin laughed out. "Then I'll bet that Zhang Yuan from my school is the provincial top student. If I win, you'll resign from your position as the principal of Donghai No. 1 middle school and come to teach at my Shihu No. 1 middle school. How about it? Playing so big?" The corner of Feng Gaoyuan's mouth twitched. "What? Didn't you have a big mouth just now? Scared? Don't use agitation to provoke me." Feng Gaoyuan's head was filled with black lines. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let's bet. If Zhang Yun is the provincial top scholar, you'll come teach at our school. How about it?" Seeing Feng Gaoyuan take the bait, Ning Qin immediately raised his volume, deliberately letting the principals and teachers of other schools around him hear. "So many of my colleagues present can all see this. Feng Gaoyuan and I made a bet. Whoever loses will have to teach at the other school. The one who cheats is the old dog." Feng Gaoyuan was also aroused by Ning Qin's desire to win by this hand, and said, "Ning Qin, you can go back and pack your bags, and you'll have to call me leader after the summer vacation." Ning Qin snorted. "You're dreaming." While the two principals were betting, the candidates in the secret realm replica also began their second advanced examination. Single copy trials. The so-called single copy trial is not for the candidate to go alone to single brush the copy, but the secret copy will provide each candidate with 4 NPCs matching the candidate's level and attributes, with the professions of output, meat shield, nurse, and auxiliary respectively. Also, candidates can choose the difficulty of the copy and how many teammates to bring to raid the copy. The difficulty of the copy is divided into normal, difficult and nightmare. and the point coefficient is 1x, 2x and 5x respectively. Every time you bring one less NPC teammate, the point coefficient will increase by 1x. For example, if you choose Nightmare difficulty and bring 3 NPC teammates to raid the copy, the point coefficient will be 6x. Candidates choose normal difficulty plus 4 teammates with full belts. That earns 1 point for killing a monster. And Nightmare difficulty plus bringing 3 teammates and killing a monster is 6 points. This advanced exam does not just examine the candidates' combat abilities, but also their strategic abilities. Some candidates who rashly choose Nightmare difficulty and less teammates, the points factor is certainly high, but the copy of the advancement of the difficulties, perhaps the final points are far less than the choice of normal difficulty, teammates with all the candidates. There is also a special rule for the advanced exam. If the candidate chooses the Nightmare difficulty, as well as not bringing any teammates, the point factor is additionally doubled to a maximum of 10 times the point factor. Of course, basically no lunatics have done this in all the high school years because it's a death wish. There was once a candidate who drew the legendary rank profession who chose to go solo on a Nightmare difficulty copy without any teammates because of his ego, only to die in the copy. Zhang Yun from Donghai No. 1 Middle School has already entered the copy, choosing Nightmare difficulty plus only bringing a nurse, 8 times the points factor. He's really aiming for the provincial scholar. Niao Shulan from Saiha County No. 2 Middle School in Westlake City also chose Nightmare difficulty plus an output. Her strength I've seen is a strong contender for the provincial top prize this year. Li Shuer choosing Nightmare difficulty, plus 1 output, 1 neat shield, and a 7x point factor, should be able to enter the top 10 in the province. I see that this year's provincial first prize winner, it is in Zhang Yun, Niao Shulan and Zhang Yuan, these 3 people out. Right, Zhang Yuan what he chose? The examiners in the Tower of Light focused on this year's key candidates, discussing the difficulty of the copies they had chosen. What do you guys think? Zhang Yuan, what will he choose? With his output ability, it's easy to kill through a Nightmare difficulty copy. He should choose Nightmare difficulty and bring a meat shield. I think so too. His output is high enough, but accordingly, his body plate is definitely brittle, and he needs a front row protection. Nightmare difficulty plus bring a teammate, 8 times the point factor. He is the most likely to become the provincial champion. Unfortunately his skills should all be single physical attacks. The speed of clearing monsters is inherently inferior to legal professions, and the time to clear the level will be at a disadvantage, or else he has a chance to impact the national champion. Look, Zhang Yuan is starting to choose the difficulty. In the copy, after reading the rules of the advancement exam, Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to choose Nightmare difficulty, as well as not bringing a teammate. For him, teammates are instead a liability. No teammates? Is he crazy? When the examiners saw that Zhang Yuan had entered the Nightmare difficulty secret copy alone, they exclaimed in shock, "Professor Chen, should we intervene and let him bring at least one of his teammates in?" An examiner proposed to Chen Yun. After all, the output ability that Zhang Yuan had displayed in the fundamental test had far exceeded that of a legendary level output profession, and as long as Zhang Yuan grew up, he would definitely be a top-tier combatant of the Grand Xia Empire. If Zhang Yuan had an accident in the copy of the college entrance exam, no one could afford the responsibility. Chen Yun frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "Don't interfere with Zhang Yuan's choices. If he encounters danger in the duplicate, forcibly kick him out of the duplicate, and let him take the adult higher education examination next year is all." An examiner objected. "In that case, won't Zhang Yuan waste a year?" Chen Yun said seriously, "With his talent, even if he delays entering the university for a year, he will still be able to grow up quickly, and using a year to teach him to live within his means and value his life will do far more good than harm to his future growth. Since Professor Chen has said so, let's do it. Everyone keep a close eye on it. Don't let this genius die young." Zhang Yuan did not realize that he had become the focus of the examiners, and after he entered the copy, he found that this copy was similar to the previous secret copy of the military department, both of which were dungeon types. He walked into the dungeon only to see an orc with a long sword and armor standing in the hallway. The Eye of the Abyss. Orc Warrior, Elite, Rank, 15, Power, 1000, Agility, 300, Spirit, 100, Body Mass, 2000, Skill, War Cry. No wonder the principal said that the mandatory requirement to enter Kyoto University is level 19. A level 15 Nightmare copy is something that only level 19 candidates can break into. Zhang Yuan immediately figured out what Ning Qin had said, but he was also a bit disappointed with the difficulty of this copy as well. It's just too unchallenging. However, he soon figured it out. After all, this was the college entrance exam. The purpose was to screen talents. If the difficulty was too high, not only would the meaning of the exam be lost, it would also put many candidates in danger, and the loss would outweigh the gain. What's that kid's expression? Why does he look disappointed? He seems to be upset with our copy. Is the difficulty too high? He's still too adventurous. His profession is more of a turret-type long-range output, without front-row protection. He probably won't be able to carry an orc slash. He won't be able to pass the level. The examiners murmured when they saw Zhang Yuan's disappointed expression. It's no fun. Make it quick. Zhang Yuan unfolded his sword formation, and a huge range of 500 meters in circumference directly enveloped all of this secret copy. Then, red sky penetrated the head of the orc in front of him. In the next moment, all the monsters in the copy, including the level 15 boss, all died violently. Successfully cleared the copy in 36 seconds. Calculate points. Kill points plus 5,000. Passing points plus 5,000. Time credits plus 5,000. Setting a new record for the time it takes to clear a replica. Plus 10,000 points. Total points, 25,000. Provisional ranking, 1. Zhang Yuan looked at his Gao points panel and yawned. This copy is so small and weak that it's just boring. And in the light tower, all of the examiners fell into a deathly silence before a shocking clamor erupted. What just happened? Where are the monsters? Where are the bosses? Where are the copies? What kind of skills does this kid have? It directly cleared the entire copy of the screen? Did he cheat? Carrying some kind of mass kill prop? Do you think the system is just for show? You don't call the police when you use props? I'm so damn chow. Can this guy go a little more overboard? The other candidates haven't even killed the first monster of the normal copy yet. And this kid passed the nightmare copy. The feeling that his disappointment just now was because he felt that the difficulty of our copy was too weak. 36 seconds to pass? Who would believe this? The fastest clearance time ever recorded was 1 hour and 2 minutes, right? Taking out the time the kid was gawking, did he actually raid the copy for 1 second? What's his profession? It's so unbalanced. The knowledgeable examiners had rioted. They now wanted to rush into the copy to hold Zhang Yuan down and force him to reveal all of his panel attributes and skills to see what was going on. At the same time, the huge light screen on the outside of the light tower refreshed the results of the first candidate. Name, Zhang Yuan. Points, 25,000. Ranking, 1. Outside the light tower, the teachers of the schools were still discussing what this year's copy might be, when the rankings that suddenly appeared on the light screen instantly attracted everyone's attention. What's the situation? There's already a student who passed the copy? It's only been a few minutes since we started. How can anyone pass? It's really out. It's that Zhang Yuan again. Points. What? 25,000? The teachers outside all stared at the points on the light screen with wide eyes and unbelievable faces, thinking they were hallucinating. In the advanced copy, the number of monsters is fixed at 450, plus a boss. 1 point for killing a monster. 50 points for killing a boss. The theoretical maximum points for killing is 5,000. And the copy of the base points of 500. An hour and a half to pass the copy. The time base points will be up to 500. These two and then multiplied by the points factor. Theoretically the highest is 10,000. In other words, only a single person who killed all the monsters and bosses in the nightmare copy within an hour and a half could earn 15,000 points. And this had never been done by a candidate since the first college entrance exam. As for that extra 10,000 points, you would only get it after setting a new record for the time it took to clear a nightmare difficulty copy. A candidate, single brush level 15 nightmare replica, killed all the monsters and bosses, and also set a new replica record. How is this possible to do? He's cheating, isn't he? This is the Great Summer Empire's college entrance exam. The top levels of the empire are watching. Who dares to cheat in there? But the copies have only just opened and he's out of the rankings. How can this be explained? The teachers outside began to talk frantically. All of them were discussing Zhang Yuan as a student. After seeing Zhang Yuan's achievement, Ning Qin even let out a loud laugh and kept patting Feng Gaoyuan's shoulder. Old Feng, you see that, right? This is a student from my school. You're ready to resign and come teach at my school. Feng Gaoyuan was completely struck silent as he stared straight at the light screen rankings, unable to figure out why Zhang Yuan had scored so quickly and had such high points. That kid named Zhang Yuan is too perverted, isn't he? Zhang Yun is afraid that he will lose. No, the momentum can't be lost. Feng Gaoyuan shook his head fiercely and gritted his teeth. Ning Qin, don't be too complacent. I still have hope. He knew the occupational characteristics of his students, and even if they lost the advancement exams, there was still a possibility of flipping the tables when it came to the additional trials at the end. After Zhang Yuan's results came out, another hour and 3 minutes passed before Zhang Yun's results appeared in second place. Name, Zhang Yun. Points, 10704. Ranking, 2. Another 10 minutes after that, Miao Shulan's results also appeared in the third row. Name, Miao Shulan. Points, 9816. Ranking, 3. Subsequently, the results of one candidate after another appeared on the list. Name, Michelle Lee. Points, 9072. Rank, 5. Zhang Yuan looked at the points that were coming out one after another and realized that Zhang Yun and Miao Shulan's points were biting each other very tightly, and to his great surprise, Li Shuer's ranking had actually rushed up to 5th. Meanwhile, in another copy space, Zhang Yun, who wore a black vestment robe and had a clear face, prettier than a woman, stared dead on at Zhang Yuan on the points ranking, his face full of incredulity. Impossible. How did he do it? Single-handedly killing all the monsters in the nightmare copy, and also refreshing the copy clearance record. What kind of god is he? Zhang Yun had thought that with his occupational traits, he would be able to easily win the advanced sex exam. After all, he had killed 288 elite monsters in an hour and a half, as well as killing the boss to clear the level, which was enough to stand tall. However, he never expected that a pervert with 25,000 points would actually appear in this college entrance exam. He couldn't wait to find out who Zhang Yuan was now. On the other side, Miao Shulan and Li Shuer also stared at Zhang Yuan's points panel in a daze. But as soon as they thought of Zhang Yuan's performance in the secret replica of the military ministry, the same thought appeared in both of their minds coincidentally. It's worthy of him. Soon, the majestic voice once again echoed in everyone's ears. The advanced sexual examination is over. The results of all the candidates have been publicized. In this advanced sexual examination, a total of 326 candidates took part, and there were 321 students with more than 500 points. Candidates with more than 500 points are eligible to choose additional trials. Note that additional trials are not a mandatory option for the college entrance exam and are somewhat dangerous, even life-threatening, so please consider them carefully. The vast majority of all candidates heard the prompt and simply chose to give up without giving it a second thought. The additional trial, a trial only chosen by the top students who hit the top 3 universities in the national rankings, has already ended for the ordinary candidates. As long as the candidates with 500 points or more can get into good universities, there is no need for them to go along for the ride. Although there were a lot of points for additional trials, candidates with insufficient strength who participated rashly would not only not get many points, but would even get injured and waste their efforts. Of course, there were still a number of candidates who were very confident in their own strengths and chose to continue. In the end, there were only 98 students left in Jiangnan province who chose the additional trial, less than 100. Once all the candidates had made their choices, all the candidates in the secret copy who chose to continue were teleported to the light tower above the examination room. 98 candidates appeared in the same space, and they were greeted by a group of examiners in charge of the entrance examination in Jiangnan province. And standing at the front of the crowd of examiners was the chief examiner, Chen Yun. Congratulations to all of you. The candidates who have made it this far are the elites of our great Xia Empire, and I look forward to all of you in the future to shine in the great Xia Empire in the future and live a wonderful life. When Chen Yun said this, he swept a glance at Zhang Yuan with a smile, then continued, the next additional trial is very special. You will no longer be competing in the same province, but will instead be competing with the heavenly prides of all the provinces in the country. Of course, the rules of the additional trial are brutal as well. You will be dropped into a simulated abyssal battlefield, and as with the advancement exams, you will each bring a team of NPCs matching your own level and attributes to fight the simulated abyssal monsters. The test in the additional trial is individual strength and teamwork ability, so there is no points factor. For every abyssal monster your team kills, you will receive 100 points. There is no upper limit to points acquisition. That is to say, no matter how many points you have in front of you, in this last round of the trial, there is the possibility of flipping or being flipped, so don't take it lightly. With that said, I wish you all the best of luck in the final trial. After Chen Yun finished speaking, a magic guide book appeared in Zhang Yun's palm, and his eyes became incomparably resolute. In this final trial, he will surely be able to turn the tables. Not only Chen Yun, the vast majority of the candidates present, at this time, were holding their breath in the bottom of their hearts, wanting to turn the tables in this round of exams and soar to the heavens. Time's up, folks. Set sail. As Chen Yun spoke, the light of the teleportation array lit up beneath the feet of the group of candidates. In the next moment, the elite candidates from all over the country were transported to the final trial space. Zhang Yuan was teleported to a barren land, and following him were 4 NPCs with a level of 19 and professions of warrior, mage, knight and priest. Zhang Yuan checked the attributes of his 4 NPC teammates, and the total sum of the attributes of the 4 NPC teammates was the same as his, although the focus was different. For example, warriors focus on strength and agility, mages are spiritual, knights are physical, and priests are spiritual and physical. All in all, if you look at the attribute panels of your teammates alone, These 4 teammates are on the same level as Zhang Yuan himself. But of course, the equipment they took is all level 19 white plate equipment, and their skills are also quite basic, giving each candidate an NPC team. I guess it's still for the consideration of candidates with non-output professions. After all, it's hard for them to kill monsters if they don't have teammates, but this NPC team isn't much use to me. After checking the attributes of his teammates, Zhang Yuan immediately gave the 4 of them the command to stay put and advance alone. In the light tower, Chen Yun and the group of examiners were not surprised by this approach of Zhang Yuan. After all, they had already seen Zhang Yuan's strength. Although those 4 NPC teammates had perverse attributes, they were still a pure liability to Zhang Yuan. This child, in the future, is destined to be a brave lone wolf. Chen Yun sighed with emotion and began to look forward to Zhang Yun's performance in the abyssal battlefield. Soon, an abyssal monster patrolling the barren earth met up with Zhang Yuan, but before that abyssal squad could even react, they were slaughtered cleanly by Zhang Yuan's 10 iron swords. Zhang Yuan's points instantly rose by 50,000. Although Chen Yun had already been psychologically prepared, after seeing Zhang Yuan easily exterminate an abyssal squad, followed by the violent deaths of all the abyssal monsters within a 500-meter radius of Zhang Yuan, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This kid, not only does he have a high single attack power, he seems to have splash damage, and the range is so large as to be unreasonable. The abyssal monsters that we had put in the abyssal battlegrounds were all cleared out by him at once. The profession of sword array master is too supermodel, than even the legend level profession. I'm afraid it's a new god level profession. This guy is definitely a strategic weapon on the battlefield, the kind where one person can destroy an army. What a monster! Chen Yun and the examiners were talking. They had never seen such an outrageous career. The highest score in the abyssal battlefield for all the previous national top scorers of the college entrance exams was just over 40,000. And this Zhang Yuan had just started and set a new historical record. It was important to realize that this abyssal battlefield copy lasted a full 6 hours. Zhang Yuan spread his 10 iron swords to the edge of the sword formation, and then advanced at full speed, and all the abyssal monsters that entered the range of his sword formation died violently in an instant. Zhang Yuan's points, which had risen crazily at a rocket-like speed, soon broke through to 100,000. At this moment, the examiners were all numb. They felt that Zhang Yuan was completely different from the other candidates in the picture. While Zhang Yuan was killing abyssal monsters like cutting leeks, cutting one crop after another, the other candidates were still organizing their teams to fight bitterly against the first abyssal squad they encountered. Zhang Yun, who was currently ranked 2nd in Jiangnan province, had only exterminated an abyssal squad at this point, and his points had risen by 500. If it was in the previous college entrance exams, Zhang Yun's speed of killing monsters was definitely at the level of the provincial top student, and he even had a chance to rush into the top 3 in the country. But unfortunately, he was in the same class as Zhang Yuanshang, and his light was destined to be overshadowed by Zhang Yuan. Seeing that Zhang Yuan pushed all the way across the board, with absolutely no skill CD and mental energy consumption, Chen Yun said to the examiners, "This round of exams is already without any suspense. Zhang Yuan is definitely the national top student, so we can set our sights on the other candidates. The Great Xia Empire needs more than just one genius." "No problem." The other examiners nodded their heads. Zhang Yuan's side had been left with garbage time, and as examiners, they should indeed care about every candidate. At the same time, 2 clouds of purple mist appeared out of thin air above the light tower at the examination center of Jiangnan province's college entrance exam, and 2 abyssal demons stepped out of it. One of them was none other than the level 70 abyssal boss, Odysseus, who had been repelled by Zhang Yuan. The other abyssal demon wearing a blue vestment and hovering a blue magic guide book around him was also a level 70 abyssal boss named Ishtar. Odysseus asked in a deep voice, "Ishtar, there are many human experts in the tower. Do you think we can succeed with this plan?" Ishtar condensed water vapor in his palm and said confidently, "It will win." "Okay, let's get started then." Ortiz took out a black heart, recited an obscure incantation under his breath, and then directly pinched and exploded the black heart. Buzz dash! A strange sound echoed in the sky, and the sky of Donghai City instantly became incomparably gray, and the blood splattered from the black heart spilled onto the light tower's boundary, instantly making it pitch black. In the next moment, the light tower boundary shattered, and Odysseus and Ishtar nodded at each other and rushed into the light tower together. The copies of all the candidates in Jiangnan province suddenly turned red, and the monitoring screens of the examiners in the light tower all disappeared. The protective boundary of the trial light tower was broken? I sense the aura of the abyss? No good. It must be that roving abyssal demon Odysseus coming. Immediately activate the emergency plan. Suspend the exams, move all the candidates to a safe place, and at the same time ask for support from above. Make sure to ensure the safety of all the candidates. The secret realm copies have been forcibly aborted, and all the candidates have been transferred out. Not right. One of the secret realm copies has been completely abyssalized, and the abyssal raider mode has begun and cannot be aborted. Chen Yun's expression changed dramatically. Which candidate is in that copy? Shocking. Is Zhang Yuan. Sure enough, Odysseus is heading for Zhang Yuan. A ray of light flashed in Chen Yun's eyes as he turned his head to look at an examiner from the East Sea University. Professor Li, you and I will go to the East Sea University together to demand the core of gauze and forcefully close this abyssal copy. Professor Li was a bit hesitant. The core of gauze, that is the treasure of our school. Currently there are less than 5 gauze cores left in the country. I'm afraid the principal is not willing to take it out to save a single candidate. Chen Yun said seriously, give it or rob it. I will take all the responsibility. You all watched the process of Zhang Yuan's entrance examination. His value is definitely above the core of gauze. He must not be allowed to be killed by the abyssal demon before he grows up, or else it will be a loss that our human race cannot afford. With Chen Yun's words, Professor Li gritted his teeth. You're right. I don't want this teaching position. Let's go. The other examiners also said, Professor Chen, you're looking down on us too much. I'm afraid you two alone can't snatch the core of gauze from East Ocean University. We'll go too. Good. Examiners below level 70 pacify the students who teleported out of the light tower. All examiners above level 70 will go with me to the East Sea University and bring the core of gauze over as fast as possible. At this moment, in the secret copy of the realm, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that the temperature around him had become lower and a familiar scent appeared in the air. Copy abyssalization? Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly. This current situation was simply too familiar to him. You're the human boy who fought off Odysseus. You don't look so bad. A purple mist appeared in front of Zhang Yuan, and Ishtar stepped out from it. The smile on his face that was like that of a viper sent chills down Zhang Yuan's spine. The eye of the abyss. Unable to detect target. Another level 70 plus abyssal boss. Zhang Yuan's expression became grave as he quietly took out the crystal ball given by Bai Zhenghua and prepared to ask for help. The reason why he repelled Odysseus last time was because Odysseus would only know spirit-based spells, and now that the new abyssal boss was coming over, as long as the new abyssal boss would know skills other than spirit-based and water-based, he would surely die. Look at your weak and fearful face. The young ones are ridiculously fragile. Ishtar grinned, water vapors surging around him. Kid, before I kill you, allow me to introduce myself. I'm a level 70 water grand magician from the abyss, and I'll have you drowning in extreme agony in the vastness of my water element later. Water grand magician? When Zhang Yuan heard Ishtar's words, he couldn't help but stare. Then he put away Bai Zhenghua's crystal ball and grinned. You should have said so earlier. What do you mean? Ishtar could not help but stare, not understanding what kind of reaction Zhang Yuan was having. Doesn't this kid have even the slightest bit of fear of the powerful? Zhang Yuan asked. Since you are a water grand magician, are you specializing in one line of spells like Odysseus? That's natural. I was born with an affinity for the water element and have specialized in water spells since my birth, dreaming of one day having the entire world swallowed up by the floods I create. Although your demons' personalities are one worse than the other, I have to boast that all of you abyssal demons are quite dedicated, and when you say you cultivate a spell with one attribute, you really only cultivate one attribute. As Zhang Yuan's words fell, red sky silently appeared behind Ishtar and stabbed at him. Ishtar immediately dissipated into smoke, and then quickly coalesced again not far away. Snickering, I've known about your tactics for a long time, even though you have the skill of ignoring defenses, but with your current speed, you can't hit me yet. Just forget about it if you can't hit it. Zhang Yuan did not care and simply gave up his offense. He reckoned that this Ishtar was the same as Odysseus. Either he had thick blood or he had an immunity skill, and he couldn't kill him if he hit him anyway, so now he just needed to stall for time. This was the territory of the human race, and now that an abyssal demon had invaded the Gao Gao secret realm copy, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the human race's powerhouses to rush over. Are you trying to stall for time? Waiting for the strongest of your human race to come and rescue you? Ishtar saw Zhang Yuan's intention and sneered. Unfortunately, I will not give you this time. Skill, Sea Dragon Roar. Ishtar went straight for Zhang Yuan. The magic guidebook suspended next to him turned pages quickly, and a large amount of water elements gushed out from the magic guidebook, condensing into a ferocious water dragon that blasted towards Zhang Yuan. Zhang Lu immediately coalesced a blue barrier in front of Zhang Yuan, cancelling out Ishtar's water dragon. Ineffective attack? When Ishtar saw that his attack was ineffective, shock surged on his face. How is this possible? Aren't you immune to spiritual attacks? Why are my water elemental attacks ineffective against you as well? Try again. Maybe it's not powerful enough? Zhang Yuan laughed softly. His words were full of mockery, and it looked like he did not put Ishtar's skill in his eyes at all. Ishtar managed to be enraged by Zhang Yuan's mocking smile and growled, "Lowly human, even in the abyss, no demon dares to speak to me like this. Let me show you my true strength." Skyfall technique. The great tsunami. The siren screamed. The sea of poison. In just a few seconds, Ishtar had used most of his high-level spells, and the entire copy space was flooded with seawater. But Zhang Yuan was unharmed by the violent water elementals, yet he did not look half-harmed. "Ishtar, why are you so slow? Why haven't you killed Zhang Yuan yet? If the human race's powerhouses arrive, none of us will be able to run away." At that moment, the anxious voice of Odysseus rang out from the copy. "Stop playing. I'll play Nema." Ishtar roared back in anger. "Son of a bitch Odysseus, Zhang Yuan is obviously immune to water attribute attacks and you want me to risk my life to kill him. You are deliberately trying to get me killed, right? He's immune to water attribute attacks? How?" Odysseus let out a cry of alarm. And then a crack was torn open in the space of this replica, and Odysseus rushed into the replica, only to see that the entire replica had been submerged by seawater, and Zhang Yuan was swimming in the seawater. "Ortiz, is this the reinforcements you brought in? It's not even good enough." Zhang Yuan saw Odysseus appear and mocked without mercy. "You!" Being taunted by Zhang Yuan in such a way, Odysseus was furious and instantly used Soul Flame on Zhang Yuan. The terrifying Soul Flame instantly set the sea and the copy ablaze. Unfortunately, spirit-based spells were ineffective against Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan laughed. "You two have a good combination of skills. The temperature of the hot springs you made is just right." But Ortiz was directly angered by Zhang Yuan and spat out a mouthful of old blood. His eyes became bloodshot as he roared, "Zhang Yuan, if I don't kill you, I swear not to be a demon. Since we can't kill you, how are you going to deal with these monsters?" Odysseus injected a large amount of his spiritual energy into the copy. The water element dissipated, and countless corrupted orcs several meters tall grew out of the barren earth like bamboo shoots after the rain. Zhang Yuan used Abyssal Eye on one of the abyssal monsters. Corrupted Orc Warrior, Elite, Rank, 20, Power, 10,000, Agility, 10,000, Spirit, 10,000, Body Mass, 10,000, Skills, Abyssal Battle Cry, Damage Sharing, Level 20 Abyssal Corrupted Monster. The attributes are surprisingly the same as the level 30 hidden boss Rakshasa King. The most frightening thing is that there are more and more abyssal monsters around here, and there are thousands of them at a glance. Zhang Yuan, so what if you are immune to spiritual and water attacks? In this abyssal copy, as long as I don't use up my spiritual power, these monsters will take as many as they want. Odysseus' eyes were cold to the core. "Zhang Yuan, I will kill you today." Roar dash. The corrupted orc warriors let out angry roars and swarmed towards Zhang Yuan from all directions with their giant axes. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately used 10 flying swords to protect his surroundings. Suddenly, 10 water ropes appeared out of nowhere and bound all 10 of Zhang Yuan's flying swords. Disarmed. Unable to use weapon. Zhang Yuan's eyes stared slightly when he saw his panel prompt. "There's more of this? Kid, just because you're immune to water attacks doesn't mean you don't eat control." Ishtar also slowed down at the moment and looked at Zhang Yuan with cold eyes. "Even though it's a bit bullying for us two level 70 demons to beat up a level 19 like you, but no matter what, you must die today." At the same time, more than a dozen corrupted orcs had rushed to Zhang Yuan and raised their giant axes to slash down. As a last resort, Zhang Yuan could only risk being discovered by the Wang clan by using the skill Spiritual Storm. Boom! A terrifying storm swept in all directions. No good. His skills are not right. Quickly exit the range of his sword formation. Both Odysseus and Ishtar sensed a deadly threat from Zhang Yuan's mental storm and immediately darted back, retreating 500 meters away before they were about to be engulfed by the mental storm. At the same time, with Zhang Yuan as the center, all the corrupted beast people in a radius of 500 meters flew away in ashes. A move to clear the screen. Just how perverse is this kid? The two demons, Odysseus and Ishtar, looked dumbfounded as they looked at each other with shock and fear in their eyes. They could feel that for every corrupted orc that was attacked, Zhang Yuan's skill power would increase by about 10%. The increase given to the spiritual storm by the deaths of thousands of corrupted orcs was enough to cause both of their level 70 abyssals to die violently on the spot. A level 19 human teenager almost killed two level 70 abyssal bosses in seconds. This son must not be allowed to grow any further, or the abyss will be in great trouble. At this moment, both Odysseus and Ishtar made up their minds of some sort. Successfully killed corrupted orc warrior. Unable to gain experience due to demonic suppression. Successfully killed corrupted orc warrior. Unable to gain experience due to demonic suppression. A large number of kill prompts appeared in Zhang Yuan's panel, but Zhang Yuan failed to gain any experience. The worst did come to pass. Zhang Yuan's expression was a bit gloomy when he saw the tips on his panel. Slaying abyssal monsters couldn't gain experience, which meant that he couldn't rely on upgrading to recover his spiritual energy. His use of spiritual storm required the consumption of spiritual energy, 500 at a time, and his current spiritual energy was only enough for him to use it 6 times. The reason why Zhang Yuan did not use the upgrade Dan was that he could vaguely sense that Odysseus was likely to strike during his college entrance exams, and a single upgrade of the upgrade Dan was able to restore him to full status once. But even if he used the upgrade pill to restore his spirit, the spirit storm would be used at most 12 times. If none of the human support arrived before he ran out of spiritual power, he would have to pin his hopes on by Zhengguo's crystal ball. 500 meters away, Odysseus once again consumed a large amount of mental energy to summon a large number of abyssal monsters. However, this time, after knowing that Zhang Yuan had a wide-range group attack skill, Odysseus did not let the monsters swarm around him, but only sent a few dozen of them to surround Zhang Yuan. In this way, even if Zhang Yuan used the spiritual storm to kill the abyssal monster, there was not much mental exertion from Odysseus. This boss is quite resourceful. Seeing that Odysseus had only sent a few dozen monsters over, Zhang Yuan did not intend to consume his mental power to kill these monsters, and immediately used attribute conversion to convert his mental power into 5x agility, and then used the skill Sentry of the Wind to double his movement speed, and then randomly dodged freely amidst the dozens of monsters surrounding him with his speed. Swimming dragons. Seeing that the dozens of abyssal monsters could not even touch Zhang Yuan, Ishtar could not help but curse angrily at Odysseus. Stupid bastard. You think we have a lot of time? Stop skimping on your spiritual power and just surround them with a sea of people. You're a level 70 spiritual archmage and you're still afraid that you can't consume more spiritual power than a level 19 teenager? Shut the fuck up. Of course I know. Being angrily scolded by Ishtar, Odysseus was also extremely upset and immediately disliked him back. However, he also understood that he could not waste any more time like this and immediately maneuvered all the abyssal monsters to surround Zhang Yuan. Thousands of monsters crowded near Zhang Yuan, blocking the space for him to dodge, forcing Zhang Yuan to cancel the attribute conversion and use the mental storm. Boom! The storm swept out in all directions, emptying the abyssal monsters within the sword formation. Zhang Yuan, I want to see how many times you can use this skill. Odysseus roared and summoned monsters once again, controlling them to surround and force Zhang Yuan to use spiritual storm, and so on and so forth over and over again. During this period, Ishtar had maintained control over Zhang Yuan, while relying on her special ability to suck in the experience Zhang Yuan gained from killing monsters, in order to prevent Zhang Yuan from recovering his mental power after upgrading. After 6 waves of attack, Zhang Yuan already had a headache. Using spiritual storm many times in a row had made him a bit overwhelmed. On the other side, Odysseus' face was also a bit pale. He wasn't a summoner, and continuously consuming his mental energy to generate monsters for the abyssal copies was bringing him close to his limit. Ishtar on the side watched the entire program and couldn't help but lament. This kid finally used up his mental power. What kind of monster is he? This kind of short cooldown and powerful forbidden art level skill can be used 6 times at level 19. What's going to happen when he levels up? Odysseus nodded his head, incomparably agreeing. I'm afraid that our king, when he was young, wasn't this strong, and to be able to obliterate such a future powerhouse for the abyss, our risk is worth it. After feeling victorious, Odysseus' old habit came back to haunt him as he taunted Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, your spiritual power has finally been depleted, but my spiritual power can still be summoned twice on a large scale, so you no longer have any chance of winning. Victory belongs to the abyss. Come forth, my favorites. Odysseus' arms unfolded and he threw back his head and laughed as thousands of abyssal monsters burrowed out of the barren earth. Ishtar couldn't help but blankly glance at Odysseus. How could there be such a stupid bastard like you who doesn't even have a face amongst the abyssal demons? Against a level 19 griffin, your mental energy is almost drained, and you still have the face to act like a pussy. Ishtar, you keep using your skills to extract Zhang Yuan's experience in killing monsters, and you can't afford to consume your own mental energy, can you? What face do you have to taunt me? When Zhang Yuan heard the conversation between Odysseus and Ishtar, he immediately grinned. So you two can't get enough of it either? Looks like this victory belongs to me. Victory belongs to you? Odysseus was stunned, and then he was shocked to see Zhang Yuan take out an upgrade pill from his storage space and bring it to his mouth. A golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan rose to level 20. Zhang Yuan regained his state and raised his middle finger to Odysseus and Ishtar in the distance. Come on, 2 idiots. Let's battle it out. Upgrade Dan? Where did he get the upgrade Dan? This son of a bitch Zhang Yuan. He doesn't even use the upgrade Dan when he's level 19. Is he keeping it for mold? At this moment, the 2 demons, Odysseus and Ishtar, both collapsed. They had never thought that Zhang Yuan had this hand waiting for them. Now that Zhang Yuan was in full status and could still use spiritual storm 6 times, they did not say that they did not have enough mental power, and even if they had enough mental power, they did not have enough time. They wasted too much time in this copy. Ortiz couldn't help but look at Ishtar. Ishtar, I thought you said you were going to win. What should we do now? Ishtar gritted his teeth. The situation has changed. That kid has too much heart. The two of us won't be able to kill him today. Let's withdraw first. Let's shake a new demon to deal with him. That's what you said. So I'll bugger off. After seeing Zhang Yuan use the upgrade pill, Odysseus had already had the intention to back out, and after Ishtar opened his mouth, he did not hesitate to take out some sort of teleportation props, and instantly teleported away leaving Ishtar behind. Ciao, Ortiz. You asshole. Ishtar saw that Odysseus was running faster than a rabbit, and instantly realized that the strongest of the human race was approaching, and that Odysseus was trying to make him break his back. Too late to say any harsh words to Zhang Yuan. Ishtar also took out some sort of teleportation prop to flee the scene, successfully repelled the abyssal demon Odysseus. Experience plus 200,000. Successfully repelled the abyssal demon Ishtar. Experience plus 200,000. Successfully raiding the abyssal copy. Red Sky Artifact Quest Progress, January 10th. Ding. Detected that the host has reached the achievement. Unbelievable taunt. Randomly raising 1 talent level. Congratulations to the host. I am the Sword Immortal talent level up. I am the Sword Immortal, level 2 all damage is increased by 20 times. Another golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan rose to level 21. Outside the secret copy, the bruised and battered examiners arrived back with the core of gauze. Professor Chen, we've already wasted too much time at Donghai University. Hurry up and use the core of gauze to forcefully close the abyssal copy and rescue Zhang Yuan. Don't let your guard down everyone. I'm afraid that Odysseus is hiding in the copy as well. I'm afraid that there's going to be a vicious battle to follow. Chen Yun took out a black prismatic crystal and took a deep breath. Child, I hope you're still alive. Chen Yun muttered the words, holding the core of gauze against the abyssal copy, and was about to use the prop when the red abyssal copy suddenly turned blue. The abyssal aura seems to have disappeared. Zhang Yuan raided this abyssal copy? How is this possible? Ortis is a level 70 abyssal boss, right? Zhang Yuan was able to defeat Ortis? When the examiners saw the change in the copy, they all showed incredulous expressions, looking at each other with their brains somewhat down. There was only one person, Zhang Yuan, in the abyssal copy here, and the copy boss was still a level 70 abyssal demon. So how could this copy be raided? In the next moment, the replica teleportation entrance surged with light and Zhang Yuan walked out from it, making the examiners realize that it was not an illusion. Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw that Chen Yun was holding a stone against himself. Teacher? What are you doing? You're okay? Chen Yun's face was filled with shock when he saw that Zhang Yuan walked out unharmed and even leveled up to 21. Nothing serious, except for the excessive consumption of mental energy. Zhang Yuan shook his head, then added, right teacher, 2 abyssal bosses invaded my copy and they interfered with my college entrance exam. Are my grades still counted? Or do I have to retake the exam? Are you actually concerned about your high school grades at this point? When Chen Yun heard Zhang Yuan's question, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The development of things had gone completely out of his expectation. However, soon after, Chen Yun caught the point and confirmed to Zhang Yuan, what did you just say? 2 abyssal bosses invaded your copy? Zhang Yuan frankly replied back, that's right. One is a spiritual archmage called Odysseus, and the other is an aquatic archmagician called Ishtar. After being targeted by 2 abyssal demons one after another, Zhang Yuan intended to tell the officials all the information he knew about the abyssal bosses, only expecting the Great Summer Empire to get rid of those 2 abyssal bosses as soon as possible. Otherwise, the 2 guys, Odysseus and Ishtar, were like 2 Damocles swords hanging over his head, not knowing when to fall. This time, Odysseus shook a water-type demon over. Who knows what attribute he'll shake a demon with next time? Zhang Yuan could not always go on betting that the specialized martial arts he drew later would happen to be immune to the abyssal demon's attribute attacks. Chen Yun and the group of examiners all dropped their jaws after hearing that Zhang Yuan had fought against 2 abyssal bosses by himself and had forced those 2 abyssal bosses back. It was at this moment that they finally understood why Bai Zhanghua, the president of the Adventurers Association, was so optimistic about Zhang Yuan. This guy is simply an open-minded pervert. Level 19 Dry 2 Level 70 Abyssal Boss. Actually Dry 1. Novels do not dare to write so. At this moment, the space next to the crowd twisted slightly, and Bai Zhanghua walked out from it, saying solemnly, I received the information about the abyssal invasion, and rushed back from the abyssal frontline at the first opportunity. How is the situation? Chen Yun and the group of examiners immediately saluted Bai Zhanghua. Elder Bai, the matter has been resolved. Solved? Bai Zhanghua was first stunned, then seeing the innocent face of Zhang Yuan, he was then dumbfounded. So that's how it is, did your kid repel Odysseus again? Chen Yun immediately added, Elder Bai, the abyssal demon that assassinated Zhang Yuan this time was not only Odysseus, but also Ishtar. There's another abyssal demon? When Bai Zhanghua heard Chen Yun's addition, a ray of essence immediately flashed in his eyes. If there was only one Odysseus breaking into the Grand Xia Empire, it could still be said that there was a hole in the defense they had constructed, and that they just needed to patch up the hole. But now another abyssal boss had appeared, and it had also appeared silently in the territory of the Grand Xia Empire, which could only mean that there was a traitor within the Grand Xia Empire. Bai Zhanghua thought of some possibilities and asked Chen Yun, is there a secret realm copy video? The secret copy that Zhang Yuan is in is infested with the abyssal aura. I'm afraid that we'll have to remove all the abyssal pollution before we can extract the footage from the secret copy. Bai Zhanghua nodded slightly. Well, the matter of extracting the video is for you to personally keep an eye on. Don't let anyone else interfere. And after you get the video, send it to me at the first time. Chen Yun smiled bitterly. Elder Bai, I'm afraid you'll have to find someone else to do this. Bai Zhanghua was stunned. Why? Chen Yun took out the core of gauze. After the abyssal demon invasion of the secret realm copies earlier, we went to Donghai University in a group to fight with the university teachers in order to save Zhang Yuan from coming out, and snatched the core of gauze. Now that Zhang Yuan is fine, accountability after Donghai University, it's time for us examiners to go to jail. So it is. When Bai Zhanghua heard these words from Chen Yun, he then laughed. You guys are right. I will lobby on the side of the East Sea University. As long as you return the core of gauze, I guarantee that the East Sea University won't look for trouble from you. Thank you, Elder Bai. As soon as Bai Zhanghua said this, the eyes of the crowd of examiners at the scene lit up. Although they had done a great thing with their passion before, now that they had calmed down, when they thought of the consequences that they might face next, they had some regrets in their hearts, especially when they had done absolutely nothing to help Zhang Yuan, which made them feel that they had suffered for nothing. But now with Bai Zhanghua's words, the crowd was no longer worried about the subsequent recrimination. Donghai University cannot give anyone's face, but Bai Zhanghua's face must be given. At this time, Zhang Yuan followed up with, Elder Bai, all the examiner teachers, since the matter has been perfectly resolved, isn't it time to answer my question? Is my college entrance exam grade still counted? You boy. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was still obsessing over his college entrance examination results, Chen Yun could not help but shake his head and laugh, saying, don't worry. Although the abyssal demon disrupted the process of the college entrance examination, causing the additional trial to be forcibly aborted, we have the results of all the examinees before the examination was aborted on file, including yours. This abyssal demon invasion incident, we are announcing it to the public as a secret realm replica technical department adjustment, and we will be able to restart the replica and continue the trial later. Zhang Yuan, even though the college entrance exam is not over yet, your points are riding high and you are the deserving national top student. I'm here to wish you the best of luck in winning the championship, and look forward to the national top student's reward. It's a very generous one. Zhang Yuan smiled. Thank you, teacher. I'm already somewhat looking forward to the reward. Bai Zhanghua looked at Zhang Yuan smilingly and suddenly asked, Kid, I also have a question for you. I obviously gave you life-saving props, so why didn't you plan to use them even when you were facing the two abyssal bosses? Aren't you afraid? Facing two level 70 plus abyssal bosses surrounding them, even among the examiners present, no one dares to say with a straight face that they can survive. Zhang Yuan gently replied back, there's no special reason. It's just that I happen to restrain those two goods, and they're no threat to me, so I don't intend to waste the life-saving props. This reason? Bai Zhanghua was stunned, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. The reason why he had given Zhang Yuan the crystal ball was that he wanted to be able to come to Zhang Yuan's rescue in time when Odysseus approached him again, and in the process, take care of the abyssal demon that was hiding in the east. But now, Zhang Yuan's strength far exceeded his expectations, which caused his plan to diverge from the reality of the situation, leading to the fizzling out of his plan of relying on Zhang Yuan to find Odysseus. Cough. Bai Zhanghua coughed twice, then handed Zhang Yuan another crystal ball. Child, if you encounter an abyssal demon next time, crush it at the first time. I will come to save you. Actually, this thing is not that rare. You don't save props. Thank you, Elder Bai. Zhang Yuan joyfully received the crystal ball and put this new life-saving talisman into his storage space. At this time, an examiner stepped forward and said, Elder Bai, Professor Chen, all the secret realm copies have been debugged and can restart the trial. Good. Chen Yun nodded slightly. Teleport all the candidates back to their copies. Bai Zhanghua patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Cheer up. Although your points are now locked in the national top rank, you still have to gain as many points as possible in the next trials. The higher your points are, the richer the rewards will be in the end. Hearing these words from Bai Zhenghua, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. I see. After the additional trial restarted, Zhang Yuan turned on the fire mode and began to massacre the abyssal monsters in the copy, and his points soared crazily at a rocket-like speed. At the same time, Chen Yun cleared the abyssal breath and extracted the video of Zhang Yuan's secret realm copy and handed it over to Bai Zhenghua. The two of them watched Zhang Yuan's battle video together. This kid actually drew another new specialized martial and is immune to water attribute attacks. No wonder he's not afraid of those two abyssal nemesis. He was born to be the nemesis of these two abyssal demons. Elder Bai. Not only that, look at Zhang Yuan's wide-range group attack skill. The power seems to rise with the number of enemies. Both Odysseus and Ishtar were shocked. This is a proper strategic level forbidden art if it were to be used on the battlefield, and he was actually able to unleash it 6 times in a row. This spiritual skill. Bai Zhenghua's eyes narrowed slightly as if he thought of something. Elder Bai, what did you find out? Nothing. Bai Zhenghua shook his head and said to Chen Yun, set the confidentiality level of this video to top secret, and at the same time delete all the copies of the video in the trial light tower, leaving only this one in my hands. Yes. While Bai Zhenghua was reviewing Zhang Yuan's battle with the abyssal demon, the additional trial also ended, and Zhang Yuan's points had exceeded 1 million. The exam is over and all candidates will be teleported out of the copy soon. Zhang Yuan killed the last abyssal monster and saw the prompt that popped up in his panel. He could not help but sigh. It's a pity that the speed of refreshing monsters in this replica is too slow. If only I could summon monsters in large batches for me to brush them like Odysseus did. Zhang Yuan withdrew his sword formation and was teleported into the square below the light tower. Along with him, there were other candidates who had participated in the additional trials. However, unlike Zhang Yuan, the others did not know about the abyssal demon invasion and only knew that there were some technical problems with the trial light tower, causing the exam to be suspended for a period of time. At this moment, the group of candidates were still excitedly discussing how many points they had gained in the secret realm copy, completely unaware that they had already survived a huge crisis. Li Shuer and Miao Shulan walked over together. Nerd, how did you play? Not bad. Zhang Yuan returned and looked at the two women arm in arm in surprise. When did you guys get so close? Li Shuer laughed. Wasn't there a problem with the copy before? Sister Shulan and I were teleported to the same room. She taught me a lot of skills. Now I have more than 30,000 points. Awesome, right? Awesome. Zhang Yuan nodded and looked at Miao Shulan again. What about you? Not bad. 50,000 plus. A meat shield profession that can kill 400 abyssal monsters in 6 hours. You're a bit impressive. Not even close to you. Miao Shulan was not proud. She had given up the idea of competing for the provincial scholar after she first saw Zhang Yuan's strength. The high school exams are over and the announcement of the final exam results has begun. A majestic voice came out from the light tower, and then the results of all the candidates were refreshed on the huge light screen outside the light tower. First place, Zhang Yuan. Points, 100,000. Second place, Zhang Yun. Points, 80,000. Third place, Miao Shulan. Points, 53,000. Fourth place, Michelle Li. Points, 32,000. The results of all the candidates were announced, and Zhang Yuan's 1,100,000 points rode high, and the whole room was in an uproar. Over 1 million points? Li Shuer and Miao Shulan both looked at Zhang Yuan with shocked faces. How did you do that? They had expected Zhang Yuan's points to be very high. Probably more than 100,000, but they had not expected Zhang Yuan's points to be so high. 1,100,000 points. What's that? 100 points for one abyssal monster, which meant that Zhang Yuan had to kill more than 10,000 abyssal monsters in the trial copy. Are there really that many abyssal monsters in that copy? Not far away. Zhang Yun's body trembled violently when he saw the rankings on the giant screen, his face full of unbelief. How is this possible? What exactly did he do? And why was he able to kill so many? I'm requesting to see the video of the exam. There must be a mistake somewhere. Zhang Yun raised his hand in a loud voice, questioning Zhang Yuan's achievement. Not only Zhang Yun, many candidates and teachers from various schools feel that the system is wrong. The highest points of the college entrance examination you are the record is also 100,000. Zhang Yuan this next more than 1 million, is indeed too exaggerated. This exam was personally supervised by Adventurers Association President Bai Zhenghua. All candidates' results are true and valid, and the application to view the video recording was rejected. An icy response came from the trial tower, and the expressions of everyone present became incomparably wonderful. It's actually Elder Bai himself. so surely no one can cheat. That candidate called Zhang Yuan is too perverted, isn't he? How did he swipe so many points? If we can understand it, aren't we geniuses? Bai Zhenghua had an extremely high prestige in the Grand Xia Empire, and at this point, no one was questioning Zhang Yuan's achievements anymore, including Jiang Yun. The results have been announced, and it is hereby declared that for this year's National College Entrance Examination, Jiangnan Province's Zhang Yuan has become the nation's top student, the national top scholar. Feng Gaoyuan, you see? My student is not only the provincial top student, but also the national top student. Jiangnan Province has never had a national top student before, right? Feng Gaoyuan, don't forget our bet. You go back and pack your bags. Come report to my Shihu First Middle School after the summer vacation. Ning Qin was so excited that he danced around and frantically gave Feng Gaoyuan a mouthful. Feng Gaoyuan's face was full of incredulity. He hadn't expected at all that Jiang Yun would actually lose. However, with that huge points gap in front of him, Feng Gaoyuan had no way to talk tough, and could only admit defeat to Ning Qin, gritting his teeth. Ning Qin, you won. I didn't expect you to have such great luck, picking up such a treasure. Don't worry, I'll keep my word and teach at your school. Ning Qin grinned. Don't put on a stinky face. My Westlake No. 1 middle school has produced such a genius as Zhang Yuan. The future is sure to be a nationally renowned school, and at that time, you want to come to my school to teach all the job applications. Feng Gaoyuan, Ning Qin. Now I just want to know, how did Zhang Yuan manage to swipe over 1,000,000 points? I can't tell you anything else. All I can say is that, soloed the Abyss copy on his first day in the novice copy. Ha! Feng Gaoyuan was petrified on the spot. Zhang Yuan's heart was very calm when he heard the examiner announce that he had become the national scholar. There are no surprises in this result. Nerd! You actually became a national scholar. That's too much, isn't it? At this moment, Li Shuer's eyes were starry as she looked at Zhang Yuan with a face of adoration. It's worthy of you. It was just a fluke. Zhang Yuan was not the slightest bit complacent. I am still far from it. He was telling the truth. Compared to the abyssal demons, he was still too far behind. Nerd, do you realize that's a very damning thing to say? Yes? You guys? Forget it. I'm used to it. Li Shuer rarely did not get angry and smiled at Zhang Yuan. No matter what, we are classmates again. After the college entrance examination was over, all the candidates teleported back to their respective schools, except for Zhang Yuan, who was brought by Qin Yun to the central trial tower, which was in Kyoto. This central trial tower was different from the light tower in East Ocean City. This one was twice the size, magnificent and exquisite, and had incomparably terrifying energy surging within. Every year for the college entrance exam, the Grand Xia Empire would bring the national top student of the college entrance exam to the central trial tower, which would reward the national top student according to their points. Zhang Yuan, don't be nervous, I brought you here so that you can extract the rewards, nothing else. Chen Yun stood next to Zhang Yuan and sighed, TSK, with 1,100,000 points. I don't even dare to think what your reward will be. Mr. Chen, is the top student reward randomized? Zhang Yuan was curious. It can also be put that way. Chen Yun nodded. This central trial tower is the body of that tower of light you saw in Jiangnan province. In fact, it is itself one of our great Xia Empire's national artifacts, with countless treasures berthed in its inner space. Every year's national top student has the opportunity to obtain a treasure from the central trial tower. The more points you earn in the college entrance exams, the more precious the treasure you obtain. And it's not the same as using the Godstone to draw a card in the star formation of fate. The worst you can get from extracting a treasure here is an epic level equipment. So bountiful? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. That's for sure. After all, you're the top student in the country, and there's only one of you a year, so how can the reward be less? Chen Yun led Zhang Yuan to a golden vortex with a radius of 1 meter and said to him, stick your hand in. Whatever you grab out of it will be your reward. I see. Zhang Yuan nodded and put his hand into the golden vortex. Boom! The moment Zhang Yuan put his hand inside, the golden vortex instantly turned into a red vortex, with lightning flashing around the vortex and terrifying energy continuously overflowing outwards. Zhang Yuan felt as if he had come across something extraordinary, and immediately grabbed it and tried to pull it out. In the next moment, the entire central trial tower began to vibrate violently, and the energy in the tower began to stir. This is... Chen Yun at the back felt the ominous energy surging in the central trial tower and seemed to realize what was going on. His expression changed drastically and he immediately said, Zhang Yuan, don't take out what's inside the vortex. Unfortunately, it was already too late for Chen Yun to say this, as Zhang Yuan pulled out a pitch-black, cracked short blade from that red vortex. Boom! The short blade immediately erupted with a terrifying curse power, instantly sending Chen Yun flying out. while piercing through Zhang Yuan's chest as the endless curse power directly engulfed Zhang Yuan. It's over. A look of despair appeared on Chen Yun's face when he saw Zhang Yuan being engulfed by the power of the curse. Why? That child was able to draw out the cursed king's blade that was suppressed by the artifact? Blade of the cursed king, broken, the bearer suffers a curse that continuously reduces physical and mental strength until death. Mandatory equipment. Cannot be discarded. Cannot be destroyed. Artifact quest. Use the blade of the cursed king to harvest the souls of the weak. 0/100000. Remarks, the weapon of the king of curses. I'm afraid if you come any later, something will happen. You brat. It's not good to mess with anyone, but you actually messed with that demon Archduke Teases. Ning Wuwei stared deathly at DSAS, who had retreated into the distance. With a strong scorn in his eyes, he threw Zhang Yuan a city return scroll. I'll help you block him. You look for an opportunity to break away from the battlefield and teleport away. When Zhang Yuan saw that Ning Wuwei's hand holding the gun was trembling slightly, he could not help but ask, Instructor, is he very strong? More than strong. Ning Wuwei's spirit tightened. Teases is one of the 7 dukes of the abyss, and Elder Bai was seriously injured by him. He's so fierce? Zhang Yuan's expression changed slightly. He knew that this abyssal demon was fierce, but he did not expect this abyssal demon to be so fierce. In the distance, the injuries on DSAS gradually recovered as he looked grimly at Zhang Yuan behind Ning Wuwei. Zhang Yuan, such horrific damage at just level 25. I really can't keep you. Boom! DSAS violently erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura, and Ning Wuwei's expression changed drastically as he gritted his teeth. He's coming. Zhang Yuan, I will desperately look for a chance for you to escape. You must escape. Instructor, you can leave me alone and walk by myself. Ning Wuwei cursed angrily. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Zhang Yuan, you are the hope of the Grand Xia. You must not die here selfishly. Instructor, being angrily scolded by Ning Wuwei, Zhang Yuan's complexion was incomparably complicated. I am sorry. It was me who was too arrogant. He had thought that he had cleared the mythic trial and had enough ability to defend himself on the abyssal battlefield, but when he really encountered a top-tier powerhouse, he realized that he was so powerless. It's not your fault. Just avenge me later. Ning Wuwei gripped his spear tightly, staring dead-on at the DSAS whose aura was constantly rising, and instead of retreating, he even took a step forward. DSAS, if you want to kill Zhang Yuan, step over my corpse first. In this battle, he already had the will to die. Both of you, neither of you can leave today. Teases roared lowly as a terrifying black aura surrounded him, and the entire earth began to vibrate violently. However, in the next moment, Teases suddenly trembled, and a color of fear welled up in his eyes. His breath began to drop like crazy. No, it can't be. This is the curse of the cursed king? Teases realized that he had 11 curses stacked on him, including a rapidly weakening god-ranked curse, and completely panicked. He stared at Zhang Yuan dead in the face and roared hysterically. What on earth have you done to my lord? Why do you have the power of the cursed king? The power of the cursed king? Zhang Yuan was first stunned. Then he thought of a piece of equipment that he had obtained after clearing the mythic trial. Part of the cursed king, divine-grade curse effects applied to oneself are transformed into positive effects. All attacks have curse attributes attached to them, randomly applying curses to the target that cannot be purified, except for the holder. No equipment level restriction. Does not take up an equipment position. At that time, Zhang Yuan did not think that the attached curse attribute of the heart of the cursed king was that strong, and even felt that this skill of the heart of the cursed king was a bit of a chicken ribs, unworthy of the divine grade. But judging from Dithas's performance, he seemed to have completely underestimated the curse effect of the cursed king's heart. As the curse of the cursed king took effect, Teases's aura grew weaker and weaker, and soon fell to a point where he was weaker than even Odysseus. What's happening? Ning Wuwei had an incredulous look on his face, and he felt like he could even kill Teases right now. Zhang Yuan, this gong remembers you. The next time the abyss makes a comeback, I will have to break you into pieces. DSAS was haunted by the curse and knew that he was powerless to kill Zhang Yuan, so he immediately teleported away. Ning Wuwei stared blankly at the clearing where Teases had left, only feeling that this was extremely unreal. Teases, just retreated? Zhang Yuan, Wu Wei, are you guys alright? At this time, Wan Shan'an also finally arrived at the battlefield. I just sensed Disa's aura. Where is he? Chief, Ning Wuwei looked at Wan Shan'an with a complicated expression, and then told him all about what had just happened. Wan Shan'an was stunned to hear it. Teases, was repelled by the two of you? Ning Wuwei laughed bitterly. Chief, you're flattering me. I only used a total of 1 skill, and it was also nullified by Teases, who was forced back by Zhang Yuan. Wan Shan'an looked at Zhang Yuan with an unbelievable face and asked, how did you do it? As one of the 7 great dukes of the abyss, Even Wan Chang'an did not have absolute certainty of defeating him, and it was such an abyssal big shot that was actually repelled by Zhang Yuan? This gave Wan Chang'an the illusion that he was looking at a pie in the sky. Maybe it's because of this outfit. Zhang Yuan did not hide anything from Wan Chang'an and Ning Wuwei, and took out the heart of the cursed king and told them all about his participation in the mythic trial at the copy of the king's burying ground and signing a contract with the cursed king. Dis. After Wan Chang'an finished listening to Zhang Yuan's narration, his expression became incomparably wonderful. Surprisingly, this kind of thing has even happened. Zhang Yuan said, Chief, I was able to force back Dis's solely because of the power of the cursed king, and the cursed king will be resurrected when I reach level 70. How should this matter be resolved? Wan Chang'an fell silent. The news that the cursed king was a demon king, and that a demon king who was supposed to have fallen was still alive, whether it was to the abyss or to the human race, it was comparable to a nuclear bomb detonated in the deep sea, and it was enough to cause an uproar. Ning Wuwei suddenly said at this moment, Chief, let me say something treasonous about Zhang Yuan signing a contract with the cursed king. We absolutely must not let those few state elders know about it, otherwise they will never allow Zhang Yuan to survive. We must keep this matter a secret. Moreover, if Zhang Yuan hadn't recognized the cursed king's plot, the Great Xia Empire, which possesses the cursed king's blade, would have definitely suffered a catastrophe, and Zhang Yuan saved this country. He didn't deserve that kind of ending. Wan Chang'an was silent for a long time, then sighed. This matter is too involved. As the head of the military department, if I were to conceal this matter, it would be placing the safety of the country and its people in danger, and this behavior is tantamount to treason. Ning Wuwei continued, But Chief, there is nothing wrong with Zhang Yuan. He was able to force back DSAS at level 25. I believe that he will definitely be able to fight against the cursed king when he reaches level 70. All we have to do is to hide this matter, and in the future, when the cursed king is resurrected, we will team up to kill the cursed king, and nothing will happen. Nowadays, the abyss is getting stronger and stronger. Just an abyssal army led by a demon archduke crushed our first line of defense. Great Xia needs more strong men. We absolutely cannot lose Zhang Yuan. Wan Chang'an sighed. He naturally understood all this in his heart, but the duties on his shoulders did not allow him to do so. At this moment, Wan Chang'an didn't know what to do and couldn't help but look at Zhang Yuan. Child, what do you have in mind? Zhang Yuan, I don't want to die, but I also don't think it's right to keep this under wraps. The cursed king was defeated by millions of Great Xia's generals, and if I fail against the cursed king in the future, Great Xia shouldn't face the cursed king again unprepared. Wan Chang'an looked deeply at Zhang Yuan and said, I understand. Son, you haven't let me down, and I won't let you down either. When Zhang Yuan followed Wan Chang'an and Ning Wuwei back to the Great Wall of Watch, the news of the abyss retreating came from the front line, and the whole city was filled with cheerfulness. Zhang Yuan did not participate in the celebration as he stepped into the teleportation array with Wan Chang'an and disappeared amidst the brilliant light. Ning Wuwei looked at the empty teleportation array, sighed, and silently turned to leave the teleportation room. No one in the Great Wall of Watch knew why the abyss had retreated this time. All they knew was that they had once again kept the peace of the Great Summer. Ning Wuwei walked up to the city wall, looking at the barren earth outside the wall and the celebratory atmosphere within it, and looked back towards the territory of Grand Xia. Zhang Yuan, you will definitely be fine. Kyoto, the top of the central trial tower. Zhang Yuan calmly sat in front of a door, waiting for the judgment that was about to befall him. Inside the room behind the door, 5 old men with terrifying auras were each sitting on chairs, and Wan Chang'an, who was wearing a military uniform, stood in front of the 5 old men and reported on Zhang Yuan's situation. The old man sitting in the middle of the 5, with the most terrifying aura, said indifferently, Wan Chang'an, we are aware of the situation. The matter of Zhang Yuan signing a contract with the cursed king is indeed of great importance, and the decisions we make next will determine the future direction of the Great Xia Empire, as well as the fate of all the people. Clunk! As the old man's words fell, a giant scale hovered in midair, out of which flew 5 equal weight soul flames that landed in front of each of the 5 old men. Left for Zhang Yuan's innocence, we will fully support Zhang Yuan's growth. Let the cursed king be resurrected, and lay out the plan in advance, so that if and when Zhang Yuan fails against the cursed king, we will raise our country to exterminate the cursed king. Right as Zhang Yuan is guilty, sentence Zhang Yuan to death, strangle the cursed king in the cradle, and stop the Great Xia Empire from falling into the curse abyss again. Elders of the state, let the voting begin. When the middle elder's words fell, one of the state elders did not hesitate to push the soul flame in front of him to the right of the scales. The cursed king has already brought about a heavy loss to the Great Xia Empire, and the Great Xia has not recovered to this day, so we are unable to withstand another cursed king's descent. I second the motion. Another state elder also pushed the soul flame in front of him to the right side of the scale. Zhang Yuan is certainly a genius, but we should focus on the safety of the 10,000 people of the Grand Xia, and we should not allow one person to put hundreds of millions of people in a dangerous situation. Clunk! As the two soul flames flew to the right, the balance instantly shifted to the right. Seeing this, Wan Chanan couldn't help but clench his fists. At this point, if another state elder throws himself to the right, then Zhang Yuan will surely be executed, and no one will be able to save him. Humph! You two cowards! Actually trying to kill one of our Great Xia's top geniuses just because of a dead demonic scumbag. Being so weak in the face of the abyss, the Great Xia Empire will be overrun by the abyss sooner or later. So what if the cursed king makes a comeback? At that time, I will personally take action and behead him. A hot-tempered state elder slammed the table and instantly pushed the soul flame in front of him to the left side of the scale. The old man sitting in the center also said at this time, Wan Chang'an said to me before, today cut 5 cities, tomorrow cut 10 cities, and then get a night's rest. Rising up to look at the 4 realms, and the abyss has arrived again. To yield to the abyss is to hold the salary to put out the fire. If the salary is not exhausted, the fire will not be extinguished. There is more than one cursed king among the abyss, and we only have one Zhang Yuan, whose talent is worth making a big bet with our national fortune. After saying that, the old man in the center also sent the soul flame in front of him to the left side of the scale. Clunk! The scales regained their balance, and in the end, everyone's eyes fell on the old man sitting in the far corner, with crane hair, who had been resting with his eyes closed. Since the beginning of the meeting, that old man has not spoken, and now, the key vote to decide Zhang Yuan's fate has fallen into his hands. Oldly, it's time to vote. The old man in the center spoke. The old man surnamedly opened his eyes slightly and smiled. I naturally protect Zhang Yuan. After saying that, the old man surnamedly then directly sent the soul flame in front of him to the left side of the scales. Clunk! The balance is completely tipped to the left. Seeing this, Wan Chahan's hanging heart finally fell. The results are in. Zhang Yuan is not guilty. The old man in the center pronounced the result flatly and then said, for the next topic, it is time for us to discuss how to cultivate Zhang Yuan and what we should do if Zhang Yuan fails. Pause for a moment. At this time, a state elder who advocated for Zhang Yuan's guilt interrupted the proceedings and then looked at the old man surnamedly. Oldly, I have no objections to the results of this vote, but can you tell us your reasons for protecting Zhang Yuan? Aren't you the one who hates the cursed king the most? The old man surnamedly smiled and returned. Of course I hate the cursed king. I can't wait to personally peel his skin and drink his blood, then kill the demons of the cursed lineage by going into the abyss and killing them cleanly. Then why are you still voting left? Because I recently learned something. The old man surnamedly laughed. Zhang Yuan, he has the potential to become my granddaughter-in-law? How can I kill my granddaughter-in-law? The other 4 state elders, what do you mean? The old man surnamedly felt the unkind gazes coming from the surroundings, and immediately laughed. Ha ha, this is my Li family's family matter. It has nothing to do with today's meeting. Let's just hurry up and get to the point. How is it irrelevant? Old Li, you have to make this clear today. We haven't even discussed who should train Zhang Yuan. What makes Zhang Yuan your granddaughter-in-law? Old Li, you're being unkind. Everyone should compete fairly. How can you jump the gun? Your family has already produced several legendary level professionals, and now you even want to rob Zhang Yuan? If we don't make things clear today, this meeting won't be able to go on. Suddenly, several old men in the room began to argue over a strange issue, and the content of the meeting of the state elders unconsciously changed in a strange direction. Wan Chanan watched the fight over Zhang Yuan and could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. No matter what could be discussed in the end of this meeting, Zhang Yuan was at least safe. Zhang Yuan waited outside the door for a few hours and finally saw Wan Chang'an walk out of the room and immediately got up. Chief, how was the result? Wan Chang'an smiled and said, the state elders have decided to take a gamble on you. Zhang Yuan, that cursed king, in the future can be left to you to solve. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. Yes. You shouldn't be under too much pressure either. Just go ahead and raise your strength step by step. Wan Chang'an patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Let's go. The state elders still have many things to discuss. I will first take you to Kyoto University to check in, and give you your reward on the way. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Reward? You take the first credit for repelling the abyssal army this time, but due to some special reasons, we can't explicitly recognize your merits, so we intend to give you a substantial reward instead. Let's go. Wan Chanan took Zhang Yuan and teleported directly from the central trial tower to the entrance of Kyoto University. As the capital of the Daxia Empire, Kyoto City was originally the most prosperous large-scale metropolis in the Daxia Empire, and Kyoto University, on the other hand, was in the most prosperous section of Kyoto City. A giant gate tens of meters high stood in the middle of the metropolis, and Zhang Yuan felt small just by standing in front of it. Is this the number 1 ranked Supreme Academy in Xia? What a grandeur! Zhang Yuan's eyes were filled with shock. In fact, when he was in high school, he had already heard countless legends about Kyoto University and had seen countless pictures of Kyoto University. But when he really came to the front gate of Kyoto University, he still felt an endless shock. This portal alone seemed to contain infinite energy within it. Wan Chang'an said to Zhang Yuan, half of the god-level experts in the Grand Xia Empire come from Kyoto University, and the president of Kyoto University can even sit on an equal footing with the state elders. Zhang Yuan, there are many strong people hidden in this school, and there are opportunities everywhere. If you want to fight against the cursed king, you can't do without the help of Kyoto University. You can't slack off after you enroll in the school. Zhang Yuan nodded. Yes. Wan Chang'an patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Professor Chen Yun has already helped you go through the new student enrollment procedures before. You don't need to check in, so I'll just take you directly to where you'll be staying. But you're in a very special situation and are not suitable for a multiple dormitory, so I'll take the liberty of applying for a single dormitory for you. Is that okay? No problem. That's good. Let's go. It was already late at night, but when Zhang Yuan walked into the campus, he realized that this school was even more lively than he had imagined, and there were students everywhere doing various training. Zhang Yuan lamented. They all have to practice so late at night? Wan Chang'an said to Zhang Yuan as he walked. Those who can enter Kyoto University are the proud sons of the provinces and cities, and they all have their own pride and are not willing to lag behind. But the last thing this school lacks is geniuses, and many will find themselves going from geniuses to mortals after they get in. And this huge discrepancy will greatly stimulate their self-esteem, and this huge stimulus will make them work twice as hard. But even so, Kyoto University every year there are many students who are not qualified to graduate. In this world, a lot of things not only rely on hard work can change fate. Of course, if you don't work hard, then it is absolutely can't change fate. It's really cruel. Zhang Yuan sighed in his heart. In this world, no matter where it is incomparably cruel. Kyoto University was quite a bit bigger than Zhang Yuan thought, and he followed Wan Chang'an for a long time before he reached the place where he lived. This place was very remote. Not a single person could be seen around, and in front of Zhang Yuan, there was only a somewhat outdated 6-story high dormitory building. The door to the dormitory had been locked and a Building 0 nameplate hung in front of it. The whole building looked eerie, and no matter how he looked at it, Zhang Yuan felt that something was wrong. Chief, is this place really inhabited? Zhang Yuan saw that a large chunk of the wall skin on the outside of the dormitory building had fallen off, and every window in the dormitory was dark, looking like an abandoned ghost building. Wan Chang'an laughed. Don't underestimate this building. Half of Kyoto University's god-level powerhouses have lived in this building, and many students in the school are not qualified to live in it if they want to. Zhang Yuan was astonished. What exactly is inside this building? That's a secret. You'll find out when you're recognized by this building. While Wan Chang'an and Zhang Yuan were talking, a white-haired old woman walked behind the closed door, swept Zhang Yuan a glance, and asked Wan Chang'an, Wan, is he the student you must have stuffed into this building? Wan Chang'an was very polite to the old woman. Yes, Granny Cow. I'm counting on you for this child. Seeing that Wan Chang'an was very polite to Granny Nyo, Zhang Yuan immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on Granny Nyo but realized that he could not detect the target and that the other party was a level 75 or above powerhouse. I can only say that it's worthy of being Kyoto University, a hostess, and is so raw. Granny Nyo took another careful look at Zhang Yuan before opening the dormitory door and said to Wan Chang'an, Xiao Wan, this time, I opened the back door once for your sake to let this kid live in Building 0. After that, if he performs poorly, I can kick him out. Don't worry, Granny Cow, this child won't let you down. Wan Chang'an smiled and assured Granny Cow. Then he looked at Zhang Yuan. Granny Cow will take you in later. Too many things have happened these days. Rest well and ask Granny Cow if you don't understand anything. I'll leave first. Someone will bring your identity card tomorrow. Wait, Chief. Zhang Yuan hurriedly called out to Wan Chang'an. Where's my reward? Wan Chang'an laughed. Silly boy. Living in Building 0 is your reward. After Wan Chang'an said something of unknown significance, he left straight away and disappeared into the night in the twinkling of an eye. Granny Cow said indifferently, Kid, don't just stare here. Come in. Zhang Yuan returned to his senses and nodded slightly. Yes. After following Granny Nyo into Building 0, Zhang Yuan realized that there was a duplicate entrance at the hallway. That's a secret copy unique to Building 0. If you want to live in Building 0 for a long time, you have to go to that copy to earn rent. Granny Cow said indifferently. But seeing as it's your first day here, tonight's rent will be waived. What's in that copy? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Only bosses, powerful bosses, Granny Nyo said as she led Zhang Yuan up to the second floor. All the rooms on the second floor are empty except for 203, 208 which is occupied. So pick one yourself. Zhang Yuan swept the building and pointed to the one in the far corner. Room 210. Let's go with that one. Aha. Granny Nyo removed a pitch-black key from her waist and handed it to Zhang Yuan, instructing, Room 210 will be yours in the future. As long as you can still afford the rent. No one can enter without your permission. Not even the state elder. Do you have any other questions? No more. Good. I like kids who don't nag. Get some rest tonight. Granny Cow nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Yuan used the key to open the dormitory door and entered the room. Unlike the building's shabby appearance, the rooms are quite clean and neatly furnished. Even the beds can smell the sunshine, and come with a 24-hour full hot water independent bathroom. It's quite a bit better than expected. Zhang Yuan was quite satisfied with the dormitory, closing the door and just sitting on the bed. A prompt popped up on his panel. Entering a special field. Experience plus 10 per second, minus 50%. When Zhang Yuan saw the panel prompt, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Hanging up experience? This was the first time Zhang Yuan had encountered such a thing as hanging up experience. Gaining 10 experience per second didn't seem like much, but doing a little math, an hour was 36,000 experience, and if he slept in this room for 8 hours, that would be 288,000 experience value. He was currently level 25, and it would take 5 million experience to level up to 26, and counting the experience shared with the Cursed King, that meant that he would only need to sleep here for 34 days to naturally level up to 26. This might be a bit slow for Zhang Yuan to upgrade, but this was because Zhang Yuan had the ability to solo high-level nightmare grade copies. But for an ordinary professional, being able to go from level 25 to level 26 in a month was already quite a sizable upgrade speed. What's more, the experience here is still for nothing. No wonder half of the god-level powerhouses in Kyoto University came out of Building 0. You can get experience by hanging up. As long as you live in this for long enough, a pig can become a god level. Zhang Yuan did not expect to encounter such a surprise just after he moved in, and could not help but look forward to his future university life. Shortly after sitting on the soft bed, a strong wave of sleepiness hit him. These days, he had fought the Cursed King and the Demon Duke one after another, and his body was exhausted to the extreme. After yawning, Zhang Yuan fell back to sleep. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Sleepy-eyed Zhang Yuan opened the door, only to see Granny Nyo standing at the door with a stack of clothes and an identity card. This is your school uniform and identity card. Keep it well. Remember, the identity card of Kyoto University is your identity card for the rest of your life. All your file information will be recorded in this identity card. Make sure to keep it properly. Also, cash transactions are not used in Kyoto University. You need points for whatever you want to buy, and you currently have 100 points in your ID card that the school gave you. Zhang Yuan took the uniform and identity card and asked, then how should I earn points? Completing courses, clearing on-campus replicas, and taking on-campus quests can all earn you the appropriate points. And of course, if you have the means, you can also rob other people of their points. Zhang Yuan was shocked. You can still rob other people's points? Can the school allow this to happen? Granny Cow said indifferently. The school encourages everyone to compete, but of course there is a bottom line for snatching. If you have less than 100 points, you won't be snatched. Zhang Yuan quickly digested the knowledge and thanked Granny Nyo. I see. Thank you Granny Nyo. These were all supposed to be the basics that would be taught at the opening ceremony and the freshman assembly, and I heard one say that you didn't participate in the freshman assembly, so I spoke up a bit more. However, the points are only your trading currency in Kyoto University. They can't pay the rent of dormitory building 0. If you want to live here, you have to go downstairs to get the starstone in the secret copy. The rent for the dormitory on the second floor is 1 starstone per day. In addition, there are quite a few facilities in this dormitory building that you need to consume starstones in order to use them as well. About the introduction of those facilities, we'll talk about it after you can qualify to live in this building. After the cow granny said this, she left without looking back and disappeared around the corner of the building. Points and starstones. I didn't realize that the first thing I had to do when I first started college was actually make money. Zhang Yuan shook his head and laughed as he walked to the first floor. And then he saw a blonde-haired teenager wearing red armor with a cool temperament standing at the duplicate entrance of the building. The blonde-haired teenager lightly swept a glance at Zhang Yuan and did not greet him as he teleported straight into the secret copy. Is he a resident of this building too? It looks pretty strong. Zhang Yuan muttered and also walked to the entrance of the replica and used the Eye of the Abyss. Secret of the Stars. Rank, none. Difficulty, normal hard nightmare. Remarks, the number of star stones obtained varies depending on the difficulty of the copy. Nightmare difficulty. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to choose the nightmare difficulty and teleported into the copy. Granny Cow walked out from a corner. She seemed to have seen this kind of situation and shook her head. Really? Every guy who lives in this building has to go for nightmare difficulty for the first time. This copy isn't the same as those ordinary copies out there. That's just it. It's good to thwart these geniuses. Zhang Yuan entered the copy and found himself in the grassland under the starry sky. The sky was full of stars, the grassland was endless, and Zhang Yuan felt refreshed and relaxed just by standing in the grass. What a beautiful copy. Zhang Yuan sighed with emotion and looked around, and soon discovered that not far away, there were 3 humanoid monsters in armor standing under the starry sky. Knight of the Stars, Chief, rank, 25, power, 15,000, agility, 15,000, spirit, 15,000, stamina, 15,000, skills, Starlight Surge, Starlight Guardian, Star Pledge, 3 level 25 humanoid bosses, but with attributes stronger than the level 30 hidden boss Rakshasa King. Even if it's nightmare difficulty, isn't the difficulty of this copy a bit exaggerated? Zhang Yuan looked at the 3 humanoid bosses and could not help but spit. With this kind of difficulty, is there really anyone other than him who can clear this copy? With doubts in his mind, Zhang Yuan used Red Sky to collect the heads of those 3 Knights of the Stars, successfully killed the Knight of the Stars. Experience plus 100,000, minus 50%. Obtained Starstone asterisk 30. 3 kill alerts came in succession, and Zhang Yuan obtained 30 Starstones. So easy to get a month's rent? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw that he got 30 Starstones so easily. He had thought that this kind of contraption drops were rare when he listened to Granny Cow's words before, and he was slightly nervous before the challenge. I didn't realize it was crappy stuff. Successfully challenged level 25 nightmare difficulty. Is it raising the difficulty? At this time, Zhang Yuan received a prompt from the Secret Realm copy, and then he did not hesitate to choose to raise the difficulty. The Secret Realm of the Stars has been upgraded to level 35. As the prompt appeared, 6 more Star Knights appeared out of thin air, but this time, the Star Knights had reached level 35. Zhang Yuan did not even bother to check the attributes of the Knights of the Star and used Red Sky to easily harvest the heads of the Knights. Successfully killed the Knight of the Stars. Experience plus 300,000, minus 50%. Get Starstone asterisk 300. Stone of Star, a stone coalesced by the power of starlight, which contains the power of starlight. Successfully challenged level 35 nightmare difficulty. Do you want to raise the difficulty? Go on. The Secret Realm of the Stars has been upgraded to level 45. 12 level 45 Knights of the Stars appeared, and Zhang Yuan's Red Sky and Zhan Lu went up in unison, still easily harvesting the Knights' heads. Successfully killed the Knight of the Stars. Experience plus 600,000, minus 50%. Obtained Starstone asterisk 3000. A golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan rose to level 26. Successfully challenged level 45 nightmare difficulty. Is the difficulty raised? Go on. As Zhang Yuan chose to continue, 24 level 55 Knights of the Stars appeared in the copy, each exuding a terrifying aura. That's oppressive and slightly sweaty. Zhang Yuan used Spiritual Storm for the first time. Boom! The terrifying storm exploded with Zhang Yuan at the center, instantly engulfing the 24 Knights of the Stars. Successfully killed the Knight of the Stars. Experience plus 120,000, minus 50%. Get Starstone asterisk 30,000. 24 kill prompts appeared, and 2 consecutive golden lights rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body, directly allowing Zhang Yuan to rise to level 28. Upgrade. Yeah, Zhang Yuan had never expected that this copy of the Secret Realm would be so awesome, causing his level to soar like a rocket. Most importantly, every time this copy raises the difficulty, the boss level rises by 10 levels and the number of bosses doubles, which increases the difficulty of this not a little bit for others. But to Zhang Yuan, this was a benefit that gave away experience. These Knights of the Stars had no blood-locking mechanism at all. They were purely numerical monsters. But unfortunately, Zhang Yuan was the numerical monster of numerical monsters. Plus the higher the number of enemies, the higher the damage of Zhang Yuan's skills, and it was still true damage. This resulted in the higher the difficulty of the copy, the higher the number of monsters, and the faster Zhang Yuan upgraded. If the difficulty could continue to increase, Zhang Yuan did not even dare to think about how many levels he could ascend to. Successfully challenged level 55 nightmare difficulty. Is the difficulty raised? Go on. Detected that the challenger has raised the difficulty of the replica 5 times in a row, triggering the replica's hidden mechanism. Does the challenger challenge the hidden boss? Hidden boss? Zhang Yuan did not expect that he could still trigger the hidden boss, and his eyes lit up slightly. Although the level 65 hidden boss, which was already above level 60, the second turn professionals needed to team up to challenge. Zhang Yuan's own values were quite perverse, coupled with the fact that all of his attacks were true damage, as well as Zhang Lu's damage to shield mechanism. It was not impossible for him to kill the level 65 hidden boss single-handedly if he operated better. Taking a step back, even if he couldn't win the boss, he could just exit the copy without any risk. There's no reason for him not to choose. Keep up the challenge. As Zhang Yuan chose the challenge, the copy sprinkled with starlight, and a blue-skinned woman who was more than 10 meters tall, holding a scepter and wearing a long robe stepped out from the starlight. The Virgin of the Stars, Chief, rank, 65, power, 100, 000, agility, 300, 000, spirit, 800, 000, body mass, 500, 000, skills, Starlight Eternal Sai, Star Flame, Starfall. A level 65 hidden boss with horrifying four-dimensional attributes did not look like something Zhang Yuan should fight at this stage at all. Generally speaking, a monster's blood quantity is related to strength and constitution, and the bonus factor varies from one boost to another. But roughly speaking, a point of constitution has at least 100 life points, and a point of strength has 50 life points. A rough estimate put the life value of this Holy Maiden of the Stars at over 55 million. Not as good as the Red Sky One sword. Zhang Yuan gave a pertinent comment and then used Red Sky to attack the Holy Maiden of Stars. Red Sky passed through the chest of the Holy Maiden of the Stars. The Holy Maiden of the Stars knelt on the spot, and Zhang Yuan gained a temporary shield of 60 million. It meant that Zhang Yuan had dealt 60 million damage to the Holy Maiden of the Stars with this strike. Is there a bloodlock? Zhang Yuan realized that there was no kill prompt out and looked towards the Holy Maiden of the Star, only to see the Holy Maiden of the Star's body light up with starlight around her, and then unleash her skills. Skill, Starfall. A large number of stars fell from the sky and covered the entire copy. For every star that smashed into Zhang Yuan's temporary shield value would be reduced by 100, 000. If Zhang Yuan did not have the 90% damage reduction and the shield value converted from Zhang Lu, then Zhang Yuan would have been smashed alive by those stars when the Holy Maiden of the Stars turned her stage. The starfalls lasted for a whole minute, and when this skill ended, Zhang Yuan's fast disappearing temporary shield value was no longer much left. This level 65 boss is really powerful. I can't really beat it if I don't turn it on. Zhang Yuan muttered the chant and added another sword before the Holy Maiden of Stars could launch a second attack. The Saintess of Stars, who had just stood up, collapsed again, and then the Saintess of Stars rose high into the air, the starlight shining even brighter around her as she unleashed the skill Starfall once more. This time, the stars descending from the starfalls became even denser, and Zhang Yuan's shield value would decrease by 200. 000 every time he was hit by a star, and the damage of the Holy Maiden of the Stars had doubled, but Zhang Yuan's temporary shield was still only 60, 000. If I keep getting attacked, my temporary shield won't hold up. I'll have to maneuver. Zhang Yuan immediately converted his over 15, 000 mental power 5 times into agility before using the equipment skill of riding the wind boots, Sentinel Wind, and Zhang Yuan turned into the Flash on the spot, flickering around in the star waterfall, dodging the falling stars, and finally survived the wide area attack. It's my turn again next. Zhang Yuan looked at the Holy Maiden of the Stars flying high into the sky, cancelled the attribute conversion, and Red Sky and Zhanlu appeared at the same time, attacking the Holy Maiden of the Stars with one on the left and the other on the right. The sword accelerates. The two divine swords transformed into red and blue rays of light, shooting towards the Stars' Holy Maiden's vitals. This time the Holy Maiden of the Stars didn't act as a stake. She shook the staff in her hand while chanting a strange incantation under her breath, and the starlight around her transformed into a starlight shield. Red Sky and Zhanlu were bounced off by the starlight shield, failing to deal damage to the Holy Maiden of the Stars. Physical immunity? Zhang Yuan's eyes stared slightly. The Holy Maiden of the Stars continued to shake her staff as a large number of blue fireballs appeared around her, smashing towards Zhang Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Yuan had no shield value at this time and did not dare to resist the attack of the Holy Maiden of the Stars, so he once again switched his attributes and darted back, avoiding the attack of a large number of blue fireballs. Rumble! The entire grassland was set ablaze with blue flames, and Zhang Yuan's stamina began to drop at a rate of 1% per second. Luckily, Zhang Yuan had the sword formation plus the Cursed King's Blade's blood restoration, and quickly made up for the lost stamina. Taking advantage of the back swing of the Holy Maiden of the Stars launching her skill, Zhang Yuan used Spiritual Storm. The terrifying Spiritual Storm instantly engulfed the Holy Maiden of the Stars, breaking through the Holy Maiden of the Stars' shield and dealing real damage to the Holy Maiden of the Stars. However, this time, there was only one enemy within the range of the Spiritual Storm, and the skill Spiritual Storm only ate the Spiritual Strength bonus and not the 6, 000 attack power added by Zhang Yuan's specialized martial arts, and he only inflicted 44 million damage on the Holy Maiden of the Stars. This time, the Holy Maiden of Stars was not killed in seconds. Instead, she was enraged by Zhang Yuan's anger and unleashed another starfall. This boss is too resistant, isn't it? Seeing that the Holy Maiden of the Stars was still alive, Zhang Yuan could not help but spit out a sentence. But then again, this Holy Maiden of the Stars was after all a level 65 hidden boss. If she was really killed by level 28 Zhang Yuan in 3 or 2 seconds, she would not be worthy of her level. A large number of stars fell, and Zhang Yuan first used attribute conversion to dodge the attack, and then used spiritual storm once again after his spiritual storm skill CD was ready. Boom! The Holy Maiden of the Stars was blasted out by the spiritual storm, and she screamed miserably as she directly dissipated into starlight. Successfully killed the Holy Maiden of the Stars. Experience plus 8. 000. minus 50%. Obtain Star Crystal * 1. Crystal of Star, a crystal condensed by the power of the Star God. Only those who have been recognized by the Star God can possess it. Extremely precious. Countable. Zhang Yuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the kill alert panel appear. Although Zhang Yuan had already fought several bosses above level 70, he had taken advantage of the weapon mechanism. This Saintess of the Stars was still the first high-level boss he had ever killed. While Zhang Yuan was still reminiscing about the process of raiding the boss just now, this copy was suddenly shrouded in starlight again, attracting Zhang Yuan's attention. As a result of your outstanding performance, the Star God has sent down a glimpse of you. Do you accept the Star God's blessing? Note that only one god can be blessed at the same time. Blessed by the gods? Zhang Yuan was shocked by this sudden information. His entire body was confused on the spot. He had never heard of such a thing before. However, soon after, Zhang Yuan chose to accept the bestowal of blessings without any hesitation, regardless of how this star god was, whether it was strong or not. These 4 words of godly blessing were enough to make Zhang Yuan's heart flutter. As Zhang Yuan chose to accept the blessing, the star crystal in his storage space flew out of its own accord, absorbing the light from the copy. At this moment, the Daxia Empire turned from day to night, and the stars in the sky twinkled in the sky, broadcasting starlight to all parts of the Daxia Empire. Anyone who was hit by the starlight began to rise in experience. For a while, all the professionals across the country were shocked by this heaven and earth vision. In Dormitory Building 0, Granny Nyo, who was guarding the entrance to the secret realm, stood up violently and stared at the secret realm copy with a shocked expression. The Star God has descended? Someone has obtained the Star God's blessing? Is it Wang Haoren or Zhang Yuan? Now that there were only those 2 people in the secret realm of the stars, the one who could obtain the Star God's blessing could only be one of the 2 of them. At this moment, Granny Cow trembled with excitement. How many years has it been? The God of Stars has finally sent down another bestowal of blessings. While Granny Nyo was excited, the star crystal in the copy had already absorbed all the starlight and then returned it to Zhang Yuan. Receive the blessing of the Star God. All attributes increased by. The power of the Star God has been contaminated by the Demon God, and the bestowal of blessings has failed. What's the situation? Zhang Yuan, who had been thinking about how strong the divine blessing was shocked to see that the blessing had failed. With that, Zhang Yuan thought of the demonic contract he had signed with Aridis. It must be the cursed king's doing. That guy is really hiding something. Zhang Yuan immediately broke out into a cold sweat. If he did not have this divine blessing to expose the cursed king's hidden backhand, then when he reached level 70 and dueled with the cursed king, he would definitely be shaded to death by the cursed king. However, Zhang Yuan's brows frowned again after realizing the cursed king's plot. The demon god behind the cursed king was able to contaminate even the divine blessings, so what could he rely on to remove the demon god's curse from himself? Clunk! At that moment, the crystal of stars fell to the ground, and the visions of heaven and earth dissipated, and the starry sky turned back to day. Zhang Yuan picked up the crystal of star and saw the cracks on the surface of the crystal that were bubbling with black gas, and muttered, "It seems that the demon god's bitterness is above the star god. If I want to defeat the cursed king, I will have to find a god that is even higher than the demon god's bitterness and obtain its blessing before level 70. What a daunting task." Zhang Yuan let out a bitter smile and was about to take back the crystal of star into his storage space and leave this copy when another starlight descended from the sky. In the next moment, a starlight vestment coalesced out of the starlight, absorbing away the power of the star crystal. Robe of the Star God, divine grade can store the power of the gods. Gain plus 50% of the god's goodwill. No equipment level restriction. Star God's power, unleash the wrath of the Star God. Inflicting a devastating blow. Can be used a number of times. 1. Can be recharged with star crystals. Godly clothes? Zhang Yuan was stunned when he saw the Star God's robe appearing in front of him, not realizing that there was such a reversal. is releasing the Star God's wrath, because the small tricks that the cursed king engaged in angered the Star God? Zhang Yuan could not help but laugh out loud when he saw the introduction of the Star God's power. Although he didn't receive a divine blessing because of the cursed king's meddling, he did receive a divine artifact as a result. It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good. Zhang Yuan could not wait to equip the robe of the Star God, and the robe of the Star God then directly wrapped around Zhang Yuan's entire body and then disappeared. Although it could not be seen with the naked eye, Zhang Yuan could feel that there was a powerful force flowing through his body, and he could release that force at any time as long as he wanted to. With this Star God's power, even if I encounter Emperor Sass again, I should be able to kill him, right? When Zhang Yuan teleported out of the secret realm copy, Granny Niao rushed up with an excited look on her face and asked, Zhang Yuan, have you obtained the Star God's blessing? Zhang Yuan shook his head. A bit of a pity. No, that would be Wang Haoran, the cowgirl muttered. When the replica lit up with another glow and the blonde teenager in red armor stepped out. Kid, you come with me. Without waiting for the blonde teenager to speak, Granny Cow couldn't wait to grab his hand and drag him up the stairs. What a strange old lady, Zhang Yuan muttered as he looked at Granny Niao's excited look. But he didn't care and went out of the dormitory and contacted Chen Yun. Teacher Chen, I have arrived at Kyoto University. Well, the god of 10,000 battles already spoke to me yesterday, so why don't you come to the faculty office now? I'll be right over here. Good. Zhang Yuan hung up his communicator and walked straight towards the faculty office. He hadn't participated in the freshman intensive training, and now he didn't even know what academy he was in, all of which he had to consult with Chen Yun. The door to the academic affairs office was open, and Chen Yun was currently dealing with a pile of documents in his office. Zhang Yuan walked to the door and knocked. Teacher Chen. Zhang Yuan, you've come at the right time. I've just finished your enrollment procedures. Once you've chosen your college, you'll be considered officially a student of Kyoto University. Zhang Yuan asked. Teacher, what are the academies? Chen Yun, generally speaking, when we are gathering new students, we will assign them to more than 10 different academies based on their traits and performance. On top of that, for some students whose performance is particularly bright, we will recommend them to different hidden academies. And as for whether or not the hidden academy accepts them, it's not something that the academic affairs office can influence. Although you didn't participate in the freshman set, your performance in the entrance exam was bright enough, so I can directly recommend you to enter the hidden academy. Zhang Yuan, teacher, which is the strongest hidden academy? Since you can choose an academy, you naturally have to choose the best. So true. Chen Yun looked at Zhang Yuan smilingly, not surprised by this answer of Zhang Yuan. In fact, those hidden colleges are not able to distinguish a strong or weak. Only the way of cultivation is different. After all, every genius is unique. Perhaps the development of a genius in B college is stronger than in a college. For your situation, I'll recommend 3 hidden colleges. The first one is the Xianlong Academy, which is headed by the vice principal of our school. The Xianlong Academy has the most resources of the many academies in the school, and the teachers in the classes are all high-level professions of level 75 or above. Xianlong Academy is the academy with the most students among the hidden academies, but this academy practiced winner-take-all. As long as you can outcompete the others, you'll be able to obtain countless resources tilted in your favor. The second one is the Bright Mirror Academy. The dean is a god-ranked nurse. Although the resources of the Bright Mirror Academy are not as good as the Xianlong Academy, the scale of this academy is very small. There are no more than 20 students in a session, and every one of them can obtain the dean's careful cultivation. The third is the Sword Heart Academy. This academy is a bit special. There is currently only one student. Only one student? Zhang Yuan's curiosity was immediately piqued. Why? Chen Yun, Yiqingsong, the dean of the Sword Heart Academy, is the strongest person in our Kyoto University, but he has a perverse personality and never accepts students based on talent, only on eye contact. Actually, I don't really recommend you choose Sword Heart Academy. Why? Sword Heart Academy only Yiqingsong a teacher, and he is not only addicted to wine, but also like to be a hands-off. Basically all the classes a year, he can pry a 90%. That only student in the Sword Heart Academy have come to school for a year, and he hasn't seen Yiqingsong a few times, and his skills are basically self-taught. This Sword Heart Academy is a bit interesting. When Zhang Yuan heard Chen Yun's introduction, instead of beating a retreat, he was greatly aroused. Not to mention the other things, the name of the strongest in Kyoto University was attractive enough, and that throwaway character is very distinctive. A proper template for a protagonist. Chen Yun laughed bitterly. Your kid really will choose the Sword Heart Academy. It's just, you go and try it out first. If you don't see eye to eye with Yiqingsong, you'll come back to me again, and I'll give you letters of recommendation from Xianlong Academy and Bright Mirror Academy. Sword Heart Academy is in a bamboo forest in the northwest of the school. You just go straight there. If you meet Yi Song, it means that he's interested in you. And whether you can join Sword Heart Academy after that or not, it's still up to you. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Yuan thanked Shen Yun and then left the teaching office and headed to the northwest. Soon, Zhang Yuan walked into a secluded bamboo forest in the northwest. According to Mr. Chen, this is the Sword Heart Academy. Zhang Yuan walked in the bamboo forest. The breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, and there was no one around. Singing to the wine, hiccup, what's life like? Suddenly, a voice filled with a three-quarter drunkenness resounded in the bamboo forest, and the wind in the forest seemed to have increased considerably. Zhang Yuan immediately said in a loud voice, "Dare I ask if senior is teacher Yi Song? Student Zhang Yuan would like to join the Sword Heart Academy. A human who made a contract with a demon. Hiccup, I don't like it. Go away." Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly when he heard Yi Song's reply. The fact that he had signed a contract with the cursed king, but even the god of war, Wan Chang'an, had not seen it. But this Yi Song could see it with a single glance. Didn't this mean that Yi Song was even stronger than Wan Chang'an? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan immediately strengthened his determination to join the Sword Heart Academy and continued. "Since senior has a gaze like a torch, why don't you look at it a few more times? Hiccup, it doesn't make a difference if I look at you a few dozen more times. That demonic stench of yours is too strong to keep you around me. It's interfering with my desire to drink. So get out of here. Senior, I'm offended." Zhang Yuan's eyes condensed and he immediately unfolded the sword formation. 10 flying swords flew out from the sword formation space and began to go on a rampage to cut down the surrounding bamboo and destroy the environment. An annoyed voice suddenly came from the depths of the bamboo forest. "First of all, the bamboo did not provoke you. Secondly, no destroying the environment." A sword chi broke through the air. Zhang Yuan's eyes stared and he immediately maneuvered a flying sword to flick that sword chi away. Perfect blocking. A skill that is bound to block perfectly? Kid, relying too much on skills isn't a good thing. After Yi Song finished his review, 3 more sword chi broke through the air. Zhang Yuan did not dare to be careless and used attribute conversion to convert all of his mental power into strength and agility. Then he grabbed an iron sword with his bare hands and flicked those 3 sword chi away with his naked eyes. "Now that's sloppy." Hiccup. Yi Song commented once more. And then 6 sword chi swept through the bamboo forest and broke through the air. So fast, Zhang Yuan's eyes were already somewhat unable to keep up with the speed of the sword chi, and he recalled the feeling of practicing perfect blocking in his copy of the Rakshasa King, barely bouncing the 6 sword chi away. "Well, it's a bit interesting, kid. Turn off your skill of converting attributes and try again with your imperial sword skill." When Yi Song said that, there was another sword chi that broke through the air. Zhang Yuan cancelled the attribute conversion and maneuvered the 10 flying swords to actively attack the sword chi. Dang! As the sword chi bounced off the 8 flying swords, Zhang Yuan controlled the 9th flying sword to block the sword chi perfectly. Again, 3 more sword chi attacked, and Zhang Yuan concentrated like never before to capture the traces of the sword chi and maneuver his flying sword to block. Dang! 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 With 3 consecutive crisp sounds, Zhang Yuan used only 6 flying swords this time to bounce off those 3 sword chi. For the last time, deep in the bamboo forest, 6 sword chi that were several times faster than before flew out. Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly and he hastily maneuvered his flying sword to block. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan only stopped 3 sword chi this time, and the other 3 sword chi hit him and transformed into 3 streams of clear wind. The bamboo forest fell silent. "Senpai," Zhang Yuan called out, but he did not get any more response from Yi Song. Has it failed? Zhang Yuan was a bit disappointed, but he was quick to accept the fact that he had failed. He failed to receive the 6 sword chi. That is, his own strength is insufficient. Not to blame others. In the future to try again will be good. Zhang Yuan organized himself and turned around, intending to leave, but he suddenly heard a snorting sound coming from the depths of the bamboo forest. "This is..." Zhang Yuan was stunned and followed the voice towards the depths of the bamboo forest, and soon saw a middle-aged man wearing plaincloth clothes with stubble all over his face lying on a huge rock and huffing and puffing. On the ground next to the boulder, there was also a wine gourd upside down, as well as a thin bamboo that had just been broken. Asleep? When Zhang Yuan saw the huffing and puffing Yi Song, he was speechless for a while and did not know what to say for a while, and finally stood up that upside-down wine gourd and turned to leave. "The kid," Yi Song suddenly started talking in his sleep. "You get an Ice Emperor's heart within 3 days, then call Wang Haoren together and go to the western suburb of Kyoto for a lesson." Zhang Yuan gave a start and turned back to look at Yi Song with an incredulous face. "Senior, what is the heart of the Ice Emperor? And who is Wang Haoren?" "Phew," Yi Song snored once again, looking like he was completely asleep. Zhang Yuan was speechless, but he was not in a good position to wake Yi Song up. so he can only go back to the faculty office and ask Chen Yun about the situation. You said that Ji Qingsong asked you to get an Ice Emperor's heart within 3 days? Chen Yun looked at Zhang Yuan with an unbelievable face. How much did that guy drink? How did he give this outrageous task? Zhang Yuan, teacher, is the heart of the Ice Emperor hard to get? More than difficult? Chen Yun sighed. The Ice Emperor's heart is a material dropped by the Polar Ice Plains copy boss, and the Polar Ice Plains copy is a level 25. 50-member large-scale team copy in our school. I remember that you're only at level 21. Right. And even if you have enough output, you can't get in at your level. With that, Chen Yun threw a detection spell at Zhang Yuan in passing. Zhang Yuan, Sword Formation Master, level 28. Ha! After Chen Yun rubbed his eyes to confirm that he hadn't misread Zhang Yuan's level, he stared at Zhang Yuan with an unbelievable expression. Level 28? What have you done in these 10 days or so? Not much really, just killed some bosses and got level 28. Those bosses you killed, I'm afraid their level isn't low, right? Chen Yun looked deeply at Zhang Yuan, but did not ask too many questions. He turned to say, since you have enough level, then I will not stop you. The Polar Icefield copy is in the copy hall in the middle of the school. The copy in that place is common to all colleges in the school, but you need to pay 500 points for each challenge. Do you have enough points? Zhang Yuan was a bit embarrassed. Teacher, I only have the 100 points gifted by the school at the moment. Why don't I go out and grab some? Doesn't the school encourage grabbing points? You've only just enrolled in school. There's no need for you to go and do things that invite hate. I'll personally sponsor you for 1,000 points. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. Go ahead. Zhang Yuan bid farewell to Chen Yun and went to the duplicate hall in the middle of the school. As soon as he entered the hall, all kinds of lively yelling came to his ears. Level 20 Dark Night Swamp copy. Hard difficulty. Just come and go with any random person. Pay to bring a copy of a level 25 Orc Outpost at an affordable price. Difficulty of your choice. Boss, come quickly. Level 30 Spectral Tower. Nightmare difficulty. Missing a nurse. Need to have purification skill. Zhang Yuan looked at the hall where many students were holding up signs and yelling, and there was even someone who had set up a special speaker. This Kyoto University's replica hall doesn't look much different from the field replica. All like a farmer's market. Or maybe it's the same situation at the entrance to every copy in the world. After all, there were always a handful of professionals who could single-handedly swipe a copy, and the vast majority of professionals who wanted to upgrade could only seek cooperation and team up to raid a copy. In the center of the replica hall, there was a teleportation array shrouded by a curtain of light, and by entering the array, one would be able to teleport to the place where Kyoto University stored its replicas. Zhang Yuan ignored the yelling students in the hall and stepped into the teleportation array, and he was teleported to a wide hall. Around this hall, a large number of replica entrances were suspended, and above each replica was a light curtain with information about the replica and the top 10 teams ranked in that replica. On top of that, there was also an identification table in front of the entrance to each replica, so as long as you put your identification card on it and deducted the points for challenging the replica, you would be able to enter the replica. Not bad for Kyoto University. There are so many copies in the commons. Zhang Yuan roughly swept through the copies in the hall. There were at least 3 copies at each stage from level 20 to level 60. Even a student of Kyoto University's General Academy was enough to brush up their level to over 60 in school without having to venture out into the wilderness. Zhang Yuan walked to the Polar Icefield copy and checked the copy information. Replica of the Polar Icefield. Rank, 25. Number of persons, 50. Remarks, the highest level of the challenger is not more than 30, and 500 points need to be paid for each challenge. Underneath the introduction of the Polar Icefield copy, there was also a line of copy clearance records. Xianlong Academy. Captain O Xiaobin. Team size, 50. Passing time, 4 hours, 28 minutes, 56 seconds. Xianlong Academy. It's that hidden academy with the most resources that Teacher Chen said, right? For a team coming out of such an academy to take 4.5 hours to clear it, it seems like this copy is quite difficult. Classmate, do you want to challenge the Polar Icefield copy? A schoolmate with glasses came over and asked in a soft voice. What is it? Zhang Yuan twisted his head and asked. The senior sister continued. It's like this. We're forming a team to challenge the Polar Icefield. There are already 36 people in the team. Do you want to add in? We'll go in when it's full. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Zhang Yuan refused the invitation from his schoolmate and directly swiped his identity card at the identification counter before teleporting in. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch when the schoolmate saw Zhang Yuan enter the extremely low Icefield copy alone. This kid is crazy, isn't he? Sun Qing, what's the situation? At this time, Wang Fei, who was wearing a knight's heavy armor, walked over. Where is the student from just now? Sun Cheng pointed to the entrance of the Polar Icefield copy with an innocent face. He went in. Going in? Wang Fei froze. There are other teams that are going to raid the Polar Icefield copy? How come I haven't heard about it? No, Sun Cheng shook her head. He went in alone. Ha? Is he not looking at the copy? I do think he saw it clearly and didn't blink when he rejected me. Forget it. This kind of rash person will be a drag even if he enters our team. Keep looking for the others. This time we are quite well prepared. We will definitely be able to pass this copy. Aha! While Wang Fei and Sun Cheng were talking, Zhang Yuan had already arrived in the middle of an ice field. The cold wind whistled and large snowflakes covered the sky, obscuring Zhang Yuan's vision. Is this a large team copy? It's a bit difficult to even recognize the direction. Zhang Yuan did not walk around haphazardly and unfolded his sword formation in place, lighting up the field of vision in a 500-meter radius. Soon, Zhang Yuan found a path on the snowy plain. Immediately summoning the Rakshasa King, he let the Rakshasa King walk ahead to scout the way, with Zhang Yuan following closely behind. The Rakshasa King is under attack. Without going far, Zhang Yuan received an alert that the Rakshasa King was being attacked, only to see an elf assassin wrapped in a bearskin coat rushing out of the blizzard and stabbing the Rakshasa King in the back. The Rakshasa King's stamina was immediately reduced by a third. Zhang Yuan immediately used the Abyssal Eye. Snowfield Elf Assassin, Enhanced Elite, Rank, 25, Power, 15, 000, Agility, 20, 000, Spirit, 10, 000, Body Mass, 5000, Skills, Backstabbing, Stealth. What a high attribute. This little monster's attributes are higher than even the level 30 Rakshasa King. Is this a 50-player team book? Zhang Yuan marveled and immediately ended the Snowplain Elf Assassin's life with his flying sword. Successfully killed the Snowfield Elf Assassin. Experience plus 100,000, minus 50%. Get Elf Blood *1. A level 25 small monster had 100,000 experience value, and Zhang Yuan could only sigh with emotion that it was worthy of being a large team copy. I wonder if I can get to level 30 after brushing this copy today. After Zhang Yuan had a general judgment of the strength and experience of the monsters in this copy, he sped up his advance and kept using Spiritual Storm. Cursed King's Blade's unlimited recovery of spiritual power. Zhang Yuan now used the Spiritual Storm as half the pressure is not. CD good on the release. A release is to clear a circle of 500 meters of monsters. Experience up a large tube. Even with an unobstructed journey, Zhang Yuan had walked through the snowfield for close to half an hour before he was finally blocked by a large iceberg. At the bottom of the iceberg there was a cave, and at the entrance of the cave stood a slim elf with two swords. Snowplains Elf Blade Runner, Enhanced Chief. Rank, 25. Power, 30. 000. Agility, 30. 000. Spirit, 15. 000. Stamina, 30. 000. Skills, Ice Blade Breath, Blizzard Surge, Twin Blade Chop. The first boss in the Polar Ice Plains copy had exaggerated attributes that were comparable to the level 35 Star Knight in the Secret Realm of the Stars. While Zhang Yuan was probing, the Snowplain Elf Bladesman suddenly stormed up, raising a roiling snowstorm and bursting into front of the Rakshasa King. The Rakshasa King used Sword 1 Flash to try to forcefully top the Snowplain Elf Blade Runner's skill, but he didn't have enough attributes, and was cut down on the spot by the Snowplain Elf Blade Runner with only blood and skin left. Come back. Zhang Yuan immediately took out his mask to retrieve the Rakshasa King into the mask space, and at the same time, the hatred of the Snowplain Elf Bladesman was transferred to Zhang Yuan. Blizzard Surge. As he watched the Snowplain Elf Bladesman rushing towards him, Zhang Yuan did not directly use his flying sword to kill it in seconds. Instead, he tried to use his flying sword to block its attack perfectly. After being educated by Yi Qingsong with his sword Qi, Zhang Yuan also finally understood that this world was not just about numerical values, but also required certain skills. Zhang Yuan had pushed up all the way across the board in seconds, and the monsters he encountered were either being too weak and could be killed in seconds straight away, or they were too strong and too overmodeled like Aridus and Disses. Zhang Yuan would be level 29 soon, but the only two bosses that really gave him a workout were the Rakshasa King and the Holy Maiden of the Stars. Now this Snowplains Elf Bladesman was clearly a skill-based boss, and had higher attributes than Zhang Yuan, yet was not too overmodeled to pose a threat to Zhang Yuan. This boss was Zhang Yuan's best accompaniment. Dang! Zhang Yuan first consumed Blocking Intuition's passive to hit the Snowplain Elf Blade Runner's stiffness, and then distanced himself from the Snowplain Elf Blade Runner to allow him to recover. The Snowy Plains Elf Blade Runner picked up his twin swords again and once again rushed towards Zhang Yuan at an extremely fast speed. While Zhang Yuan, who had no blocking instincts, could not block the Snowy Plains Elf Blade Runner's blade technique at all, and was slashed twice by the Snowy Plains Elf Blade Runner on the spot. Zhang Yuan had less than 5% of his life value missing. and then quickly recovered to full under the dual stamina recovery of the sword formation and the cursed king's blade. Sure enough, the attack is no threat to me. Zhang Yuan completely put down his heart and controlled his flying sword to force the Snowplane Elf Bladesman back, then let the Snowplane Elf Bladesman continue to attack. In this way, Zhang Yuan practiced blocking with the Snowplane Elf Blade Runner for half an hour, and was finally able to keep up with the Snowplane Blade Runner's speed, relying on his mind to control his flying sword and perfectly block the Snowplane Elf Blade Runner's twin blade slash. Thanks for the chaperone. Zhang Yuan gave a thank you to the Snowplane Elf Bladesman, and then the red sky flew out, dealing a fatal blow to the Snowplane Elf Bladesman. Successfully killed Snowfield Elf Bladesman. Experience plus 300,000, minus 50%. Obtained equipment Elven Long Knife. Elven Long Knife, Platinum plus 300 attack, plus 30% power of knife skills, minus 25% skill cooldown time. Available at level 25. A golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan rose to level 29. After resolving the Snowplane Elf Bladesman guarding the cave, Zhang Yuan once again summoned the Rakshasa King and followed him into the cave. This cave was more complicated than what Zhang Yuan thought. The internal passages were wrong in the middle. Some intersections could be connected together. Some intersections were dead ends, and Zhang Yuan did not have any good way to do it. He could only make trial and error little by little. Not only that, there were a large number of stealthy elf assassins hidden in this cave, and they would come out in the cold to stage a sneak attack. If it was a team with a full complement of 50 people, after entering this narrow cave, the advantage of the number of people would be limited to the maximum extent, and at this time, if the team did not have a few big brothers with top-notch equipment and sufficient output, then the team would easily be wiped out in the cave. It was good that Zhang Yuan himself was the big brother with enough output, and those elf assassins could not pose any threat to him. The only thing that could stop Zhang Yuan was this cave maze. After turning around in the cave for almost an hour and killing quite a few elf monsters, Zhang Yuan finally came to a cave that was as wide as a palace. In the center of the cavern stood a huge block of ice with what appeared to be a female elf frozen inside. Zhang Yuan had just stepped into the middle of the cave when the entire cave began to shake violently, and then cracks began to appear on the surface of that huge ice cube, which finally burst open. A stunningly beautiful-looking elf appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. Ice Elf Queen, world-class leader, rank, 30, power, 30. 000, agility, 20, 000, spirit, 80, 000, body mass, 100, 000, skills, frost woe, ice blast, ice seal 1,000 miles, a horrible value for a 30 rating. After seeing the attributes of the Ice Elf Queen, Zhang Yuan understood why this book was a large team copy for 50 people. Facing this Ice Elf Queen, if the team didn't have top-notch equipment, excellent command, and tacit cooperation, not to mention 50 people, even if 100 people came, there would only be the end of the group annihilation. As pretty as you are, it's a shame you're a law boss and can't let me practice perfect blocking, so I'll just have to ask you to die. After reading the attributes of the Queen of Ice Elves, Zhang Yuan did not let go of the water like he did against the Snowplane Elf Bladesman before, and directly used sword intent to accelerate, and Red Sky and Zhanlu pierced through the body of the boss at the same time. The Queen of Ice Elves let out a scream of pain before her entire body was wrapped in cold ice and the entire cave began to freeze. Stage 2 now. Zhang Yuan was not surprised that this Elf Queen had entered the second stage. Or rather, it would be strange if this Elf Queen did not have a second stage, as the Elf Queen of Ice was completely wrapped in cold ice. A song with a melodious tone, but a frightening pitch, resounded in the cavern. The Queen of the Ice Elves unleashes Frost Sorrow. All members of the party suffer a curse that reduces all attributes by 50%. I didn't realize that this Elf Queen's Frost Sorrow was still a curse-type skill. Zhang Yuan could not help but laugh out loud when he saw that his full attributes had risen by 50%, and used his flying sword to attack the Ice Elf Queen who was wrapped in cold ice. Red Sky broke through the cold ice that encased the Ice Elf Queen, and Zhanlu pierced through the Ice Elf Queen's chest, emptying her blood bar. Curse of the King's Heart effect triggers. The Queen of the Ice Elves suffers a curse of enslavement. Does it enslave the Queen of the Ice Fairies? Suddenly, a strange message popped up on Zhang Yuan's panel, and the whole person could not help but stare. Enslavement curse? Although Zhang Yuan did not know what kind of curse it was, he could not hold back his curiosity and directly chose to enslave. The Ice Elf Queen, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly let out a scream of agony, and then a large amount of black gas emerged from the wound on her chest, wrapping around her entire body. She seemed to be doing her best to resist the curse inflicted on her, but unfortunately, with her ability, she couldn't stop it from eating away at her. Soon, the Ice Elf Queen's expression became dull and her eyes were lifeless. Successfully enslaved the Ice Elf Queen, who can be summoned from the pet space. Get Ice Emperor's Heart *1. Zhang Yuan obtained the materials dropped by the boss. but did not receive any experience. Is it because I enslaved the boss? Zhang Yuan looked at the Ice Elf Queen not far away and realized that he had established some sort of special master-servant relationship with her. And now Zhang Yuan could control the Ice Elf Queen to do anything with just a thought. Realizing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but see a flash of shock in his eyes. This enslavement curse enslaved even world-class bosses. Wouldn't that mean that if he raided a boss in the future, as long as the attack triggered the enslavement curse, he would be able to turn the boss into his pet baby? This cursed king's heart. It's too perverted, isn't it? While Zhang Yuan was still counting the loot, a melodious bell sounded in the hall. Someone broke the copy record. Find out which copy it is. Over here, the record over at the Polar Icefield replica has been updated. In an instant, a large number of people from the replica hall rushed into the hall and surrounded the entrance to the Polar Ice Plains replica. More than 100 pairs of eyes were staring at the light screen on the top of the replica dead on, waiting for the record to be refreshed. This copy, I remember the last time I broke the record was 3 years ago, right? I was a freshman then, and this is about to graduate. I haven't heard of any academy trying to raid this copy recently. Who broke it? It seems like someone is forming a team to raid the Polar Icefield replica today. Could it be them? Everyone discussed it with you and I, and soon new information appeared on the light screen. No academy. Captain, Zhang Yuan. Team size, 1. Passing time 2 hours, 12 minutes, 6 seconds. His dash. As the record was updated, everyone suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, and the hall fell silent. It was a long time before anyone broke the dead silence. Isn't it a mistake? A person soloed a large team copy and it still only took more than 2 hours? 50 level 30s go in there and don't necessarily pass, do they? Who is Zhang Yuan? How come I've never heard of this character? It seems like this year's national top student is named Zhang Yuan. Could it be him? Bullshit, the freshman is level 21 at best. If the big guy who soloed this copy is that Zhang Yuan, I'll eat shit upside down. Everyone was excitedly discussing it, and the hall, which was somewhat sacred, became like a food market at this moment. At this time, Wang Fei and Sun Chang, who were still in the process of forming a team, teleported into the replica hall and saw a group of people gathered around the entrance to the Polar Ice Plains replica, discussing something heatedly. What happened? Wang Fei had a puzzled look on his face. He had left the replica hall for a while in order to pull people in and didn't realize that someone had broken the record. Sun Chang stood on her tiptoes to take a look. It seems like someone has broken the record of the Polar Ice Plains replica. I didn't hear that there's another team besides us that's going to raid the Polar Icefield replica today. Ha! Wang Fei muttered. Sun Qing seemed to have thought of something and her expression changed slightly. No, there's really one. Who? Have you forgotten? There was a person who entered the Polar Icefield copy earlier. You mean the rash guy who's going to solo a large team copy? How could it be him? Wang Fei smiled and waved his hand, and without even thinking about it, he ruled out this possibility raised by Sun Cheng, and walked straight towards the crowd. Let's not make any blind guesses, just go over and take a look. Wang Fei had just squeezed his way to the front of the crowd with Sun Chang when he saw Zhang Yuan walking out of the copy, and the two of them froze on the spot. He's out. Big brother, let's add a friend. Take me to brush the books. The price is negotiable. Big brother, I've been enrolled in school for 2 years, and I haven't cleared this Polar Icefield copy yet. Please bring me. As soon as Zhang Yuan came out, he was surrounded by a frantic crowd, and Wang Fei and Sun Chang were squeezed out by the enthusiastic crowd on the spot. Zhang Yuan looked at the frantic crowd and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch as he immediately swiped his identity card at the identification desk in front of the replica before retransporting into the replica again. He's gone back in, and single brush. Is he treating a large team copy as a practicing copy? But then again, if one has the ability to solo a large team copy, practicing in it is indeed faster. After all, one person has the experience of 50 people all to themselves. The people outside the replica were talking, while Wang Fei and Sun Chang, who were outside the crowd, were looking at each other with unbelievable faces. He really swiped it solo. Sun Chang, did you use detect on him before? What's his profession? It's used. He's an unseen profession called Sword Formation Master. Looks like a support. A hidden profession? It looks like it has the strength of a legendary profession. This kind of person must be befriended. Let's wait outside for a while. So we're not going to keep recruiting? What's there to recruit? When Zhang Yuan is in the team, the number of people doesn't matter anymore. Fair enough. While the discussion outside the replica was in full swing, Zhang Yuan had already re-entered the Polar Icefield replica, even though he had already obtained the Ice Emperor's heart. This copy had high experience, and he could completely train to level 30 in this copy in one breath, and then make a transfer. Apart from practicing, Zhang Yuan had two other purposes for entering this copy again. 1. He He wanted to see if this copy boss was still around after he enslaved the Ice Elf Queen. And 2. He received a reward from the school of 10,000 points and 10 credits right when he set the record. Naturally, it goes without saying that points are money. The key is credits. At Kyoto University, you must earn 300 credits to graduate, and credits are extremely difficult to earn, with perhaps only 1 or even 0.5 credits for a semester's worth of classes. And in 4 years of college, the maximum number of credits that can be earned through classes is 100. The remaining 200 credits must be earned from other sources. For example, setting a new school copy record, or completing tasks and commissions issued by the school. Zhang Yuan wanted to know if repeating the refreshed copy record would regain credits. If he could, it wouldn't take him a month to pull in the credits he needed to graduate, and he wouldn't even have to go to class. With the experience of the first raid copy, Zhang Yuan went all the way this time and took less than an hour to re-kill the Ice Elf Queen's boss territory. The same huge block of ice stood in the center of the cave, but there was no Ice Elf Queen inside the block. No boss? The corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth could not help but twitch, not realizing that the boss of this copy had really been taken captive by himself. It is important to know that every copy resource is extremely valuable, and 2/3 of the wars that break out in the countries of the world are due to the competition for copy resources, and the remaining 1/3 is also related to copies. Copies were equal to oil in this world, and large team copies were even larger oil fields. Zhang Yuan was now tantamount to destroying one of the country's large oil fields, and if the school knew about this, he didn't know how many people would go crazy. However, the Queen of Ice Elves was the meat that Zhang Yuan had eaten to his lips, and there was no way he would return it. Forget it, beating a dead horse. There's no way the school is going to make me pay for my life. Zhang Yuan chose to swing for the fences and stepped directly into the boss territory. Rumble. The cavern began to vibrate as a large number of cracks appeared on the surface of that huge ice block, which then burst open with a loud bang. The next moment, a message came from Zhang Yuan's communicator. Successfully passed the polar ice field copy. Congratulations on the copy setting a new record. Reward 10,000 points. Zhang Yuan passed the level directly, but this time there was no credit reward, only 10,000 points. Meanwhile, the Kyoto University Copy Management Center, at this time, blew up. Mr. Zhu, the copy blew up. In the copy management office, a young teacher panicked and yelled at a middle-aged man with an 8-pointed beard who was leisurely drinking tea. Young people just haven't seen the world. It's just a copy blowing up. What's the panic? Zhu Yongfu blew the hot air floating on the teacup and said, "We are the management of the copy. The copy of the problem is a common occurrence. The problem is solved. Tell me which copy is in trouble." A copy of the polar ice field. A copy of the polar ice field? I remember that was a large 50-player team copy, right? It's already an old copy. It's normal to have some minor problems. Zhu Yongfu took a sip of tea without haste and continued to ask, "Tell me, what went wrong?" "The boss has been abducted." "Humor. I'm asking you to talk about problems, not jokes. Mr. Chu, the problem is that the boss has been abducted." Clunk. The teacup smashed to the ground, and Zhu Yongfu stood up violently, rushed to the copy console in an arrow step, and shouted in a broken voice, "How could the boss be abducted?" The young teacher saw that Zhu Yongfu's voice was broken as he spoke, so he hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhu, don't get too excited. Calm down a little." "How am I supposed to calm down with this? Pull up the copy log and see what's going on." Zhu Yongfu sweating, to know a large team copy of the value of 10 ordinary copies. If the polar ice field copy destroyed, this is definitely a major accident. Or maybe his work have to be directly without. I've already looked at the log. It's a freshman who was soloing a copy of the polar ice field, and after defeating the Ice Elf Queen, he directly captured the Ice Elf Queen as a pet. Capture the boss as a pet? Zhu Yongfu froze. Then how did the student get there? The young teacher shook his head. "I don't know." "Forget it. You first temporarily turn off the polar ice field copy. I personally go to the faculty office a trip. Ask old Chen to get a copy of that new student's information." "Right. What is the name of that student?" "Zhang Yuan." "Okay." While Zhu Yongfu was rushing to the faculty office in a flurry of wind, the side of the replica hall was also completely blown up. Crap. Passing the icefield polar copy in an hour? That big guy is a hangman, isn't he? I remember this copy's journey was all of an hour, which means that the big guy went all the way there in seconds, including the boss. So the 2 hours the first time was because I couldn't find my way. Now no one will ever break the record for the polar ice field replica. Right. Did you guys notice that Zhang Yuan doesn't have an academy yet? He's still a freshman this year. Are all the freshmen in this class so fierce? I remember in the freshman assembly a while back, I think there was a freshman who could summon machinery who beat up a few older juniors who were trying to steal points, right? I thought that guy was dickish enough, But I didn't realize there was something even more ruthless. Compared to them, I'm a loser when I have to extend my graduation my senior year. The crowd was discussing heatedly when the entrance to the replica lit up and Zhang Yuan walked out from it. The big man is out. Big brother is awesome. Do you want a little brother? Big brother, take me leveling. I can warm your bed. Once again, Zhang Yuan was surrounded by the frantic crowd, and knowing that he had made a big mess, Zhang Yuan could not care less about the praise from the crowd, and after saying sorry, he switched his attributes and used the skill wind, and like a gust of wind, he leaped out of the crowd and left the hall. What a fast speed. I'm afraid this agility value is in the tens of thousands? Big brother is really awesome. A big man is a big man. Even his back is so elegant and handsome. I'm already hooked on him. The name Zhang Yuan will have to resound through the campus tomorrow. After Zhang Yuan left the replica hall, he returned to the faculty office to look for Chen Yun. He couldn't hide the fact that he had captured the Ice Elf Queen, so he had to report the situation before it became serious. It wouldn't be worth it if you lost your schooling because of a boss. When Chen Yun saw Zhang Yuan come back in a flurry, he couldn't help but say, "Back so soon? But don't be discouraged. That copy is after all a large team copy of 50 people. You definitely can't do it alone. Didn't Ji Qingsong give you 3 days? When you find a team, with your output you will definitely get by." Chen Yun thought that Zhang Yuan had failed to single brush, and immediately smiled and relieved him. Although Zhang Yuan's output is fierce, but Zhang Yuan is only one person, and to pass a large copy requires more than just output. Meet shield, nurse, control is indispensable. Zhang Yuan alone want a single brush is still too much of a stretch. Zhang Yuan opened the door and said, "Teacher Chen, I've stirred up a little basket." Chen Yun, however, did not care and laughed. "Did you have a conflict with other students? It's okay. It's normal to have conflicts with other students at school, as long as no one gets killed. Even the heaviest injuries can be saved by our school doctor." Zhang Yuan, I caught the copy boss of the polar ice field. So it was caught. What? The smiling Chen Yun shuddered violently and stared at Zhang Yuan with an unbelieving face. My god lord, what did you say you caught? Old Chan. At this moment, Zhu Yangfu rushed into the faculty office and shouted, "Give me the file of a student named Zhang Yuan. That little brat actually caught the Queen of Ice Elves as a pet, causing one of our large team copies to directly collapse. I'll have to skin him." When Zhu Yangfu finished yelling, he saw Zhang Yuan and Chen Yun inside the academic affairs office looking at him with an embarrassed face, and there was some silence in the office. Chen Yun glanced at Zhang Yuan. For a moment he didn't know what to say. He could only stabilize Zhu Yangfu first. Old Zhu, don't get excited. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. Zhang Yuan, he shouldn't have done it on purpose. If you say it wasn't intentional, it wasn't intentional? Zhu Yangfu was like an exploded powder keg at this moment. Hurry up and give me Zhang Yuan's information. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the principal knows about it, I won't be able to keep this job. After saying that, Zhu Yangfu looked at Zhang Yuan again. You go out first. You can come back after I finish talking with Chen Yun. Zhang Yuan awkwardly said, "Teacher, I am Zhang Yuan." Zhu Yangfu was stunned and then threw a detection spell at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, Sword Formation Master, level 29. So it's you kid. Zhu Yangfu instantly exploded. Level 29 in the district. What the hell did you do in the polar icefield copy? Zhang Yuan, normal brushing monsters is just. Then for some reason, just the Ice Elf Queen became my pet. After the state elders meeting, the matter of him signing a contract with the Cursed King was already a top secret of the country. He couldn't and didn't have the right to disclose anything related to the Cursed King to anyone, and at this time, all he could do was to play dumb. No, I don't know why. The corner of Zhu Yangfu's mouth twitched. Then can you return the Ice Elf Queen? Zhang Yuan shook his head and innocently said, I'm afraid, I can't. You're not going back? The corners of Zhu Yangfu's mouth twitched, his forehead veins rippling. Do you know how much of a loss it really is to our school when a large team copy is scrapped? Chen Yun hurriedly rounded up the scene. Old Zhu, don't get excited. It's just a copy with one less boss. Let's go to the wild to catch a boss and put it into the copy. The polar ice plains copy can't be broken. Zhu Yangfu, easy for you to say. Field bosses comparable to the Queen of Ice Elves are all world class, and they have to be level 30. Where are we going to catch them from? Once a world boss appeared, especially this kind of low-level 30 world boss, as soon as it showed up, it would be besieged by all the major labor unions, and those world bosses wouldn't even be able to survive for more than a couple of hours, let alone be captured alive. Chen Yun continued to pacify. There's always a way. Anyway, now that things are like this, you can't possibly fire Zhang Yuan because of this, right? People are just normal raid copies. It's just that the process went awry, which is unforeseen. Zhu Yangfu blankly glanced at Chen Yun. I can kind of see. Old Chen, you ironically want to favor this kid, ah? What kind of mesmerizing soup did he give you in the end? Chen Yun, you don't understand even if I say more to you. On the most straightforward point, Zhang Yuan is now level 29. He was level 28 before he soloed the Polar Icefield copy. He is a genius who can solo a large 50-player copy at level 28. Isn't the value higher than a large team copy? After all, our school's copy is supposed to be used to train students, and since Zhang Yuan was able to collect the Queen of Ice Elves, that's what people are capable of. And we as teachers can't stop our students from progressing, right? Zhu Yongfu, what said is true, but if this copy is unexplained without the bottom boss, I can't explain to the principal. Ah, Chen Yun, don't worry, the principal is also a person who loves talent. If you report the matter truthfully, not only will his old man not discipline you, he will even reward you. After all, you have also helped Zhang Yuan. As for the Polar Icefield copy, since we can't find a level 30 world boss, let's go ahead and grab a normal boss and put it in the copy, then adjust the difficulty of the other monsters in the copy, and as long as the difficulty of this copy is balanced, it can also be reopened. Zhu Yongfu sighed. It seems like this is the only way. Seeing the two teachers like this, Zhang Yuan was a bit embarrassed at this moment and said, Teachers, is there any way to capture wild bosses? If I come across a level 30 world boss, I can also help catch it. Chen Yun shook his head. You don't need to worry about such things. Your main task right now is to practice leveling and improve your strength. Even if you encounter a wild world boss, you should still kill it if you have the chance. After all, the kill rewards for each world boss are extremely generous. There's no need for you to give up those rewards for a school copy. Well, when Zhang Yuan heard these words, he did not continue to insist. The student will remember the kindness of the two teachers. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Kid, wait. At this moment, Xu Yongfu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly called out to Zhang Yuan. Do you have any experience in real-life sparring? Zhang Yuan, should be considered there. After all, he had killed a few people, all in seconds, but that should be considered a real-life fight. Zhu Yongfu's eyes lit up. That's just right. Recently the National Campus Athletic League is about to start. You can join our training team and represent our school in PK. Old Zhu, this is nonsense. Chen Yun instantly slapped a face. Those who participate in that competitive tournament are all juniors, level 35 and above. Zhang Yuan has only just enrolled in school. How can he go to that kind of high-intensity competitive tournament? What can't it be? Xu Yongfu crossed his waist. This kid is able to solo a level 25 large team copy. He's definitely strong enough. If not, if he releases the Ice Elf Queen, he'll be able to beat the students from other schools to death just the same. This is a good thing for the school. Besides, if Zhang Yuan can win the championship, he himself will have a heavenly benefit. You, Chen Yun sighed, then looked at Zhang Yuan. What is your opinion? Zhang Yuan was curious. What is the National Campus Rodeo? Zhu Yongfu introduced. That's the Professionals Athletic League sponsored by the Ministry of Education of Dasha, in which all the major colleges and universities in the country participate, and each school sends a 5-member team to compete. In this competition, thousands of colleges and universities across the country and thousands of college students compete on the same stage to determine the champions in 3 categories: single, 3-person team and 5-person team. The winner of each category has an extremely generous reward, and I don't ask much of you. Just take one of the 3 categories. Zhang Yuan asked again. There should be no shortage of geniuses in Kyoto University, right? Why are you looking for me? Zhu Yongfu, in fact, I have recently received news that several colleges and universities have produced geniuses with horrible strength. Although the strength of those 5 people in our university training team are all good, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to win the championship this year. Our Kyoto University wins at least 1 championship every year, and if we don't win a single championship this year, our school is afraid of becoming a national joke. Kyoto University is a top-ranked university, and every year, the top students from each province and city basically choose Kyoto University. If you look at the strength on paper, Kyoto University is indeed the strongest, but in fact, all major universities will establish affiliated secondary schools to train from childhood students who will not take the college entrance examination and will be directly guaranteed admission to their own schools. Those students, due to the professional training they received from a young age, once they drew the combat profession at the age of 18, they were immediately able to utilize the advantages of the profession 100% and were far stronger than ordinary professionals. Due to the existence of this guarantee mechanism, Kyoto University does not always receive the most talented students, which leads to the fact that even Kyoto University is not a sure winner in the Campus Athletic League. Zhang Yuan nodded. I understand. I can participate. Chen Yun instructed at this time. Zhang Yuan, it's fine for you to participate, but remember, Don't push yourself in this competition. It's just a competition. Zhu Yongfu said in a serious manner. Old Chen, I am going to talk about you. Why are you so pessimistic? Isn't Zhang Yuan's strength obvious to all? If you let him play, he'll be able to kill people in a chaotic manner. This is a great opportunity to win honor for the school. Chen Yun did not have the heart to say, I think you are trying to gain face for yourself, right? You're the lead teacher for this session of the campus athletic competition. You're afraid that if you don't get the results this time, you'll fall into disrepute, right? Ha ha, words don't say so bluntly, and if I lead the team to help the school to win the championship, it is also a great merit. Then the principal can't blame me because of the replica thing. Zhu Yongfu smiled awkwardly, then said to Zhang Yuan, you don't have to be too nervous. There is still a month to go before the league starts. You should first practice until you reach level 30, and it's best if you can awaken and advance around the time of the first turn. It's a watershed moment for the combat professionals. With your strength, you'll have no problem going from level 29 to 30 in a month and completing the transfer progression, right? No problem, teacher. It was already evening when Zhang Yuan came out of the faculty office. He went to the cafeteria and spent 2 points on a hearty dinner, and sent back a message to Li Shuer that he had finished his business and had already reported to the school before rushing back to the dormitory. After brushing several copies one after another in one day today, and also having a couple of fights with the strongest person in Kyoto University, Zhang Yuan's body and spirit had been doubly exhausted, and all he wanted to do now was to lie down on the big soft bed and have a beautiful sleep. Zhang Yuan had just arrived at the entrance of dormitory number 0 when he saw Granny Nyo guarding the gate and staring at him aggressively. Cow! Cow Granny! Sensing Granny Nyo's murderous aura, Zhang Yuan suddenly had a bad premonition and hurriedly took out the starstone from his storage space. I'll pay the rent. Put the rent aside first. Granny Cow stared at Zhang Yuan dead in the face. Explain yourself first. Why did you lie to me this morning? Zhang Yuan froze. What did I lie to you about? Granny Cow, still playing dumb? I asked you if you got the Star God's blessing. Why did you say you didn't? Zhang Yuan, I really didn't get it. Impossible. Granny Cow responded decisively. There were only 2 people in the secret realm of the stars at that time, and now that the other one has been determined not to have the Star God's blessing, the only one left with the Star God's blessing would be you. Having said that, Granny Cow's tone eased up a lot more as she continued to ask, Zhang Yuan, is it because you don't trust me that you're planning to hide it from me? Actually, there is absolutely no need for you to do so. I will not harm you. When Zhang Yuan heard these words from Granny Nyo, he instantly understood why Granny Nyo was angry and smiled bitterly. Granny Nyo, you have misunderstood. The Star God did send down a blessing to me at that time, but the blessing failed due to certain reasons. The blessing failed? Granny Cow's eyes widened. How is this possible? If a god's blessing fails, it can only be because you have the power of other gods in you. Could it be that you've already been blessed by other gods before this? Zhang Yuan shook his head. Granny Nyo, the power in me is not a blessing, but it is inconvenient to say more about the exact reason. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Granny Cow seemed to have realized something. She did not pursue Zhang Yuan any further to ask who the divine power in his body came from. She just lamented. That's a pity. I thought you could open the treasure trove. Treasure trove? When Zhang Yuan heard Granny Nyo's words, his eyes lit up slightly and he immediately said, Granny Nyo, although I didn't receive any blessings from the Star God, the Star God later gave me another piece of equipment. After saying that, Zhang Yuan displayed the appearance of the Star God's robe. Robe of the Star God? When Granny Nyo saw the vestments worn by Zhang Yuan, her pupils immediately quaked and her eyes were about to glaze over. No, it's impossible. How could the Star God give this equipment to you? Zhang Yuan was curious. Is there anything special about the Star God's robe? Give me a break first. Granny Nyo took a few deep breaths and calmed down before saying, the Star God's robe is the Star God's token. The fact that he handed this equipment over to you means that he has completely identified with you and can share his power with you. The significance of this matter is quite significant, and it can even affect the development strategy of the Grand Xia Empire. Zhang Yuan was shocked in his heart. This equipment is so important? Granny Nyo gave Zhang Yuan a deep look. Zhang Yuan, I really underestimated you. Just coming to dormitory number 0 and giving me such a big job. I don't even dare to think how lively dormitory number 0 will be in the future. With that said, Granny Cow turned around. Follow me. Zhang Yuan, Granny Cow. Where are we going? Cowgirl, going to unveil a new chapter in dormitory 0. Granny Cow said something of unknown significance, and although Zhang Yuan did not understand it, he honestly followed. When Zhang Yuan followed Granny Nyo up the stairs, he found that except for the second floor, the entrances of the other floors were shrouded in a layer of thick fog, and he could not see what was going on in the building at all from the stairway. Granny Nyo introduced Zhang Yuan as she walked. In dormitory 0, Floors 2 to 5 are all accommodation areas, and each floor has a special gain effect, and the higher the floor, the stronger the gain effect. The 6th floor is the public area. As long as you are a resident of Dormitory 0, you can go up there. There are quite a few copies unique to our dormitory building and some special facilities up there. You just need to have the Star Stone. You can quickly increase your strength on the 6th floor. We are going to the 6th floor now. You can permanently boost your attributes even if you run on level 6. Zhang Yuan asked. Then how am I supposed to live on a higher floor? Granny Cow, you'll be able to go to a higher level once you've leveled up enough and then pass the trial in Dormitory 0. If you want to live on the 3rd floor, your level must be 41st. Understood. While Granny Nyo was detailing the basics of Dormitory 0, Zhang Yuan also arrived at the 6th floor. This 6th level is a wide platform, surrounded by a lot of exercise equipment, as well as a few copies of the Starlight Flooded. The blonde-haired teenager that Zhang Yuan had met at the entrance of the Star's Secret Realm copy this morning was currently running on a treadmill engraved with a spell pattern. Granny Nyo introduced Zhang Yuan. His name is Wang Haoren, a resident of 208. Don't look at him like a 13 or 14-year-old teenager. In fact, he is your senior and has been living in Dormitory 0 for a year. He is Wang Haoren? A trace of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He remembered that Yi Qingsong asked him to take the Heart of Ice Emperor and Wang Haoren to the western suburbs of Kyoto. He did not expect that this Wang Haoren also lived in Dormitory 0. It would save him the effort of looking all over the school for someone. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was interested in going to talk to Wang Haoren, Granny Nyo continued. Once that guy is immersed in his own world, he won't notice other people. If you want to get to know him, you have to wait until he finishes his workout. So come with me this way first. With that, Granny Cow led Zhang Yuan to a copy. Try to see if you can get in. Seeing that Granny Nyo was trying to brush the copies by herself, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but say, Granny Nyo, I've already brushed several copies today. Can I come back tomorrow? Granny Cow, don't worry. There are no monsters in this copy, and you'll have unexpected benefits if you can get in. A copy without monsters? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes as he used the abyssal eye on the copy in front of him. God's treasure. Rank? Only those who have been chosen by the gods are eligible to enter. The information given by the Eye of the Abyss made Zhang Yuan realize that this copy was not simple, and he instantly became interested in this copy and asked Granny Nyo, what should I do next? Granny Cow nodded. Just put your hand in there and find out. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate and directly placed his hand in the middle of the vortex, and then he felt a strange power surging in the copy, wrapping his whole body. In the next moment, the copy erupted with a dazzling light, instantly enveloping the entire 6th floor space. Wang Haoren, who was in the middle of his workout, was attracted by the light and turned his head to look at the glowing copy. When the light dispersed, Zhang Yuan had already disappeared in place. It actually went in. Granny Ox was filled with excitement. How many years has it been? Finally, there's someone who can activate the god's treasure trove. In the duplicate, Zhang Yuan came to a hall that was molded by starlight. In this hall, there are many treasures suspended. Equipment materials are available, and these treasures, without exception, exude an extremely terrifying atmosphere. Congratulations on arriving at the god's treasure trove. As the first chosen of God to activate the trove in 30 years, you are eligible to draw a treasure from the trove. A prompt appeared in Zhang Yuan's panel, and then a spell formation similar to the star formation of fate, but in prismatic colors, appeared in front of him. Then, a god stone emitting a special aura slowly coalesced in front of him. God stone card draw? Zhang Yuan looked at the special god stone in his hand and was first stunned. Then his heartbeat accelerated. If this is considered a card draw here, is he absolutely lucky that this talent, too, can be triggered? Thinking about this, Zhang Yuan became more and more excited. This card pool is full of treasures. It is estimated that the guaranteed bottom is equivalent to the outgoing gold of a normal god stone. If he can draw the best in the god's treasure trove. No, can't help it. Zhang Yuan could not hold down the excitement in his heart and put that particular stone of God into the prismatic destiny star array. The special god's petrified stone dissipated into colored light, and a large number of cards began to tumble in the prismatic fate star array. Unlike ordinary fate star arrays where the vast majority of the cards were white, Zhang Yuan found that the vast majority of the cards in this prismatic fate star array were gold, with the remaining small portion being all red cards. This god's treasure trove. It's really something. As Zhang Yuan sighed, a colorful card flew out from the destiny star formation, and there was a colorful stone on that card. First turn awakening stone, divine. Remarks, coalesced by the power of a certain god. This awakening stone can be used together with other awakening stones, and the person who awakens with this awakening stone will gain the power of a god. The second god-level awakening stone. When Zhang Yuan saw that he had drawn a divine awakening stone, his heart set off monstrous waves. Moreover, According to the description of this awakening stone, it seemed that it could also be used together with other awakening stones. In that case, wouldn't he be able to use 2 divine awakening stones to complete the first turn advancement? Looking at the course of world history, there wasn't any person who could awaken with 2 awakening stones at the same time, let alone the fact that both of those awakening stones were god tier. Zhang Yuan was making history. Sleeping in the dormitory tonight, I'll be able to naturally reach level 30 tomorrow, and when the 2 god tier awakening stones are used, I don't even know how perverted I'll be. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was looking forward to tomorrow like never before. As Zhang Yuan finished drawing his card, he was directly teleported outside the copy, at which point both Granny Niu and Wang Haorun looked at him with a nervous expression. Zhang Yuan, what did you draw from the treasury? When Granny Niu saw Zhang Yuan come out, she couldn't wait to ask. Zhang Yuan did not hide it and said generously, I drew a divine grade first turn awakening stone. You won the jackpot on your first draw? Granny Cow's eyes are about to stare out, her face full of unbelief. Divine first turn awakening stone, ah, that is a treasure that how many professionals can only dream of. Zhang Yuan laughed. It's just good luck. You are more than lucky. In this god's treasure trove, the probability of drawing the first prize is less than 1 in 10,000. Granny Cow muttered, her body radiating resentment from the nonce. Sensing Granny Cow's grudging emotions, Zhang Yuan didn't know what to say and immediately changed the topic. Right, Granny Cow. I see that the god stone used to draw cards in the copy is not the same as our ordinary god stone. How should we obtain that kind of special god stone? Granny Cow replied back. That's called the Star God Stone. It's a treasure condensed with the power of the Star God. Before you activated the God's treasure vault, there wasn't any channel to obtain the Star God Stone. But it's different now. According to the rules of Dormitory 0, there are 2 ways to obtain a Star God Stone. Either pass the trials of Dormitory 0 or exchange it with an ordinary God Stone. 10 ordinary God Stones can be exchanged for a Star God Stone. The only trials in Dormitory 0 are when you're ascending the tiers. And there are only a few times in total where you don't get a couple of Star God Stones. So, I suggest that you save up all the God Stones you get and exchange them all for Star God Stones. After all, ordinary God Stones may all be trash in 110 consecutive draws. But Star God Stones are different. The guaranteed bottom in them are all platinum level treasures, with a high probability of drawing treasures of epic level or higher. Zhang Yuan mused. Are 10 stones of God exchanging for 1 stone of Star God? This kind of thing was a surefire deal for everyone else. But this was different for Zhang Yuan. To Zhang Yuan, a normal god stone was equal to a handful of specialized martial arts, and he would be at a bloody disadvantage in exchanging god stones for Star God Stones until he drew all of the specialized martial arts and had full refinement. In that case, he would have to rely on the trials in Dormitory 0 to obtain the Star God Stone. However, Zhang Yuan did not intend to talk about it and turned to say, Granny Niu, I am a bit sleepy and would like to go back to rest. Is there anything else? No more. Go back to rest. Granny Cow waved her hand repeatedly and added, right, you don't have to pay rent in the future, so keep all your star stones to improve yourself. Thank you, Granny Cow. Zhang Yuan thanked him, and then he couldn't wait to go downstairs and rush back to his dormitory. When Wang Haorun saw Zhang Yuan leave, he couldn't help but ask Granny Niu, Granny Niu, can I also go to the God's treasure trove to draw cards? Granny Niu laughed. Of course, thanks to Zhang Yuan's blessing, the God's treasure vault has been activated. So as long as you are a resident of Dormitory 0, you can go in. Great. Wang Haorun took out 10 God Stones from his storage space. This is the God Stones I've saved over the past half a year. How should I exchange them for Star God Stones? You just go straight into the treasury. Got it. While Wang Haorun was full of anticipation to enter the God's treasure trove, Zhang Yuan had already returned to his dormitory and fell asleep, turning on the hang-up mode to increase his experience. Entering a special field. Experience plus 10 per second, minus 50%. Early the next morning, a golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body as he rose to level 30. The level has reached 30. You can have a professional awakening. Do you want to have an awakening? As soon as Zhang Yuan opened his eyes, he saw the hints appearing on the panel, and his entire body could not hold down his excitement. Perform the awakening. The awakening ceremony has begun. Please use the first turn awakening stone. As Zhang Yuan chose to awaken, the 2 divine grade first turn awakening stones in the storage space lit up. Zhang Yuan took out the 2 first turn awakening stones, and they flew into mid-air on their own, shining black and blue respectively. In the next moment, the 2 divine awakening stones simultaneously turned into 2 rays of light and rushed into Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan immediately felt a brand new power surging out of his body. Successful awakening. Sword Formation Master advances to Sword Master. The first divine awakening stone has additional attributes. Sword Master advances to Shadow Sword Master. The second divine awakening stone has additional attributes. Shadow Sword Master advances to Ghost God Sword Master. When Zhang Yuan saw that he had awakened once and the Sword Formation Master had advanced 3 times in a row, his entire body was stunned and immediately checked his current attributes. Name, Zhang Yuan. Title, Cursed King. Profession, Ghost Sword Master, first turn. Rank, 30, 0%. Power, 25,010, plus 714. Agility, 19,010, plus 714. Spirit, 50,001, plus 714. Physical, 19,010, plus 714. Occupational special attributes, strike rate, 39%. Strike damage, 390%. Hiss dash. That much of a bonus? Zhang Yuan could not help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw his current attribute panel. Apart from the attribute increase of equipment and talent, Zhang Yuan's bare panel attributes were equivalent to a level increase of 2,000 attributes. Compared to before his awakening, the attribute increase had been doubled by a whole 40 times. Apart from the increase in attributes, Zhang Yuan also realized that several of his skills had changed. Ghost God Sword Formation, Level 5 unfolds a sword formation that continuously consumes mental energy. Within a radius of 100 meters, bludgeoning damage is increased by 180%. Within the range of the sword formation, the speed of all enemies is slowed by 50% and damage received is increased by 50%. And the speed of all friendlies, including oneself, is increased by 50%. And the damage inflicted is increased by 50%. Ghost God Sword, Level 5 harnesses a flying sword. Attacking in the air. The attack directly kills targets with less than 25% of their life value. Ghost Sword Divine Speed, Level 1 flying sword speed increased by 1000%. Apart from the 2 skills, Sword Formation Space and Attribute Conversion, which remained unchanged, the other 3 Sword Formation Master Profession exclusive skills had been greatly strengthened, and were even strong enough for Zhang Yuan to be somewhat unable to understand them. Not only that, Zhang Yuan even found that all 6 of his natal seats had changed along with him. Sword Monarch, Life Seat 1. The radius of the sword array in effect becomes 20 times larger. Sword Intent, Life Seat 2. Unfolding the sword formation and Imperial Sword no longer consumes mental energy. Within the sword formation, the enemy continuously reduces mental energy, and itself and its friends continuously recover mental energy. Sword Bone, Faith 3. Within the sword formation, the enemy continuously reduces its stamina, and itself and its friends continuously recover their stamina. Sword Tire, Fate 4. Within the sword formation, for each enemy attacked, other enemies within the formation will take 50% splash damage. Heart of the Sword, Life Seat 5. Within the sword formation, the attacks of self and friendlies will surely bludgeon, and the bludgeoning rate is doubled to be converted into bludgeoning damage, and the bludgeoning damage is increased by an additional 200%. Sword Immortal, Life Seat 6. Within the sword formation, self ignores enemy defenses, and friends ignore 50% of enemy defenses. All 6 natal seats, all of which have received great enhancements. Zhang Yuan looked at his current attribute panel and had been so shocked that he was completely speechless. He knew that after a professional underwent a first turn awakening, their battle power would receive a wave of huge boosts, but he didn't know that the boosts would actually be this big. This isn't a career progression anymore. This is a complete redo of a new, sicker, more violent career. Output. Meat Shield. Auxiliary. Nurse. What other professions can do, he can do it now. Is this the enhancement brought about by 2 first-turn Divine Awakening Stones? It's also too perverse. Other people's level 30s, with equipment, were only a few thousand attribute panels, while he was straight up tens of thousands. Not to mention the skill and life-base boosts. The current Zhang Yuan was already so strong that he was a bit embarrassed himself. Chow. This hanging open fierce awe. Zhang Yuan gathered his mood and organized his appearance. Then he went out and walked to the door of number 208 and knocked on the door. No one responded. Strange. I got up early enough today. Is he out already? Zhang Yuan muttered, and was planning to go to Granny Niu to ask Wang Haoren about his whereabouts. Then the door of 208 was opened, and Wang Haoren with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes looked at Zhang Yuan disheveledly. It's you. What's the matter? When Zhang Yuan saw that Wang Haoren's current image was simply different from yesterday, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. What have you encountered here? Seeing Zhang Yuan asking about it, Wang Haoren suddenly got excited and said, 10 God's Stones. Do you know what I drew in the God's treasure trove with the 10 God's Stones that I saved up for half a year? Zhang Yuan was curious. What was drawn? Wang Haoren, an epic armor. Zhang Yuan, isn't this quite good? 10 Stones of God may not necessarily give you epic equipment. Wang Haoren cried. It's useless for me to hold it. I already have my exclusive armor. I might as well just go straight to the star formation of fate and gamble on the 10 draws, which could still potentially refine my equipment to the first rank. I'm so angry that I haven't slept all night. Zhang Yuan did not know how to comfort Wang Haoren for a while. After all, he He had drawn the divine awakening stone in the divine treasury, and he felt that whatever words of comfort he said now would be mockery to Wang Haoren. Zhang Yuan could only hurriedly pass this topic over and turn to say, "Teacher Yi asked me to come and find you, wanting us to go to the western suburb of Kyoto for class together." Mr. Yi is going to have a class? When Wang Haoren heard these words from Zhang Yuan, he immediately changed his previous disheveled appearance and stared straight at Zhang Yuan. "Really? Zhang Yuan, anyway, he said it to me himself, so this shouldn't be wrong, right? Wang Haoren, did he drink when he said that?" Zhang Yuan, drink up. Wang Haoren gave a beat, then sighed and said, "Then we don't need to go. I guess he has completely forgotten about this matter." "Not so much." Zhang Yuan was a bit hesitant. "He is at least the strongest person in Kyoto University. These words just said yesterday can be forgotten today? You don't understand Teacher Ye's character at all." Wang Haoren sighed again, and then said, "Forget it, wait for me for a while, we'll take a trip to the bamboo forest later and see if we can find him." After saying that, Wang Haoren went back to the house and washed up, and after tidying up a bit, he resumed the cool appearance of yesterday. "Let's go. That's too much of a change in your state, isn't it?" Zhang Yuan looked at Wang Haoren in amazement. How could he not understand that in just a few minutes, Wang Haoren had only washed up? How could he be like a different person? Wang Haoren smiled faintly and said politely to Zhang Yuan, "I'm really sorry for letting you see my out-of-control side just now. In fact, this is the real me now. You're afraid to say the opposite, aren't you?" Zhang Yuan did not poke at Wang Haoren's disguise and followed him to the bamboo forest in the northwest. When the two walked deep into the bamboo forest, they saw that Yi Qingsong was lying on a rock and huffing and puffing, with wine gourds all around the rock. Even the air smelled strongly of alcohol. "It's only morning, isn't it? How much did he drink anyway?" Zhang Yuan looked at the wine gourds on the ground and could not help but spit. Wang Haoren laughed embarrassedly. "Teacher, he's just addicted to alcohol. Today he drank quite a bit less." With that, Wang Haoren pushed Yi Qingsong. "Teacher, Zhang Yuan, he's already got the Ice Emperor's heart. Shouldn't we have class?" "Zhang Yuan?" Yi Qingsong muttered, talking in his sleep. "Who is Zhang Yuan? Why did he bring over the heart of the Ice Emperor?" When Zhang Yuan heard these words from Yi Qingsong, his fists hardened on the spot. Yi Qingsong slept like a dead pig after finishing his dream. No matter how Wang Haoren pushed, he couldn't wake up. Wang Haoren said to Zhang Yuan with an embarrassed face, "That's how he is like, teacher. Once he gets drunk, he will leave even the most important things behind." Zhang Yuan, so what now? Wang Haoren, usually at this time, "I'm going to find something to do by myself." "Right. I heard that the western suburbs of Kyoto recently came out of a world boss. Up to now have not been raided. The teacher wants to take us to the western suburbs of the class. It is estimated that it is also related to the world boss. Or not, let's go over there to take a look. I'm not sure." "That's fine." Zhang Yuan nodded his head. He had not seen a world boss in the wild yet, so he just happened to go and have a long look. Wang Haoren laughed. "Our school happens to have a teleportation array that teleports to the West City Gate. I'll take you there." Shortly after Wang Haoren left the bamboo forest with Zhang Yuan, Yi Qingsong, who was still huffing and puffing, slightly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Talent is over the top. The next step is to see how the heart and brain are." Yi Qingsong took out a new wine gourd from the storage space and grunted a big gulp, when the breeze blew and the bamboo forest rustled. In the next moment, Yi Qingsong and the wind dissipated together. Kyoto's western city gate, where the walls were poured from steel, not only had a boundary imposed by a god-level formation master, but also had a large number of gun ports hidden in the walls. In the event of a war, this wall is enough to annihilate any incoming enemy. Wang Haoren showed his Kyoto University identity card to the city gate guards, and the gate guards stopped blocking them and let Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren out of the city. The wilderness of Kyoto is different from the wilderness of Westlake City, which is all flat avenues out here, and not a single wild monster can be seen around. Wang Haoren explained to Zhang Yuan, "Kyoto's city defense forces will regularly clean up the monsters outside the city, and you won't be able to see a single wild monster within 10 kilometers from Kyoto City. There's a town 10 kilometers away that's been abandoned for 30 years. The monsters there are all level 35 or higher, and it's in that town that someone witnessed the world boss." Zhang Yuan was curious. "There are actually abandoned towns outside of Kyoto?" "Wang Haoren, what I heard was that an abyssal army fought outside Kyoto 30 years ago, and that abyssal army was stationed in that town. Later on, although Xia repelled the abyssal army, that town was already tainted with a large amount of abyssal aura and was no longer suitable for habitation. And even now, the abyssal aura there hasn't been cleared out yet, so the monsters in that town are quite a bit stronger than normal wild monsters." "Zhang Yuan, you're only level 30. You might not be able to carry the monsters' attacks. When the time comes, you go behind me and I'll protect you." Zhang Yuan probed Wang Haoren with his eyes of the abyss. Wang Haoren, Dragon Swordsman. Level 35. You're only level 35. So it's not clear who will protect who. You don't understand. Don't look at me. I'm only level 35. But my profession is a legendary profession. A zero-life complete body. With mechanisms and values that far exceed those of ordinary professions. So you'll just have to watch me show off when the time comes. That's great. My profession is a fate warrior. It's literally a -2 life opening. Wang Haoren looked sympathetically at Zhang Yuan, patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder and comforted. Brother, I understand. Many professions are like this. 0f the life lack of mechanism. You have to draw the throne of life in order to become stronger. Sometimes, the world is so fucked. Many hidden professions before they draw the throne of life. The strength is not even as good as the ordinary occupation. Yes, Zhang Yuan sighed. Luckily, I'm full of life. Wang Haoren, Brother Wang, why don't you say anything? Get out. The two flirted their way down the 10 kilometers of flat thoroughfare to the abandoned town. The moment they stepped into the town, it immediately felt like the temperature around them had dropped quite a bit. As far as the eye could see, the town was full of mossy, dilapidated buildings. Even after 30 years, there was still a faint scent of the abyss in the air. You can imagine how deeply the abyss has poisoned this land. Wang Haoren, who had regrouped his mood, instructed Zhang Yuan, we're entering the danger zone. The monsters here like to hide in those houses. You have to pay special attention. Aha! Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and then unfolded his sword formation. Crap! When Wang Haoren saw those gain attributes on his panel, he looked at Zhang Yuan with an unbelievable face. Dude, aren't you an output? How come it's all auxiliary effects? Those gains that Zhang Yuan had given him had raised his strength from 0 life to 6 life, and even gave him a boost that was even fiercer than 6 life. Zhang Yuan, it's normal for me, an output profession of the formation department, to carry 1 billion points of auxiliary abilities, right? Are you a bit? The corner of Wang Haoren's mouth twitched as he refreshed his perception of this world. Before he met Zhang Yuan, he had thought that his profession was very strong, surpassing 99.99% of the professions in the world. And even Mr. Yi had commented so. But after meeting Zhang Yuan, Wang Haoren realized that his profession was just a fucking primitive. Not fair. It's so unfair. While Wang Haoren was raging against the unfairness of the heavens, Zhang Yuan's eyes slightly stared. Someone is coming over. At that moment, 6 professionals wearing uniformed equipment and holding fine weapons walked out from the town, blocking Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren's way. One of the mages with a staff in his hand said indifferently, our Flying Dragon Guild is rounding up world bosses in this area, so idle people should leave as soon as possible. When Wang Haoren heard that mage's words, his expression immediately sank. This wild area is a public area, and the world boss is not exclusive to you. Are you not being too overbearing? That mage indifferently swept a glance at Wang Haoren and Zhang Yuan, and without any nonsense, he directly instructed the professional beside himself, kill them. 2 of the archers immediately took their bows and shot arrows, and 2 arrows with poisonous light shot straight at Wang Haoren's and Zhang Yuan's faces. Before Zhang Yuan could act, a sword light flashed by. Wang Haoren took out a dark red sword and chopped off the 2 arrows, angrily rebuking, you're about to get your hands dirty with murder here? When the mage saw the level 35 Wang Haoren easily cut off the attacks of 2 level 40 archers, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he said, these 2 guys are not simple, let's go together. As the words fell, the other professionals launched their attacks, and for a while, fireballs, hailstones, poison arrows, and all sorts of attacks flew towards Zhang Yuan and the 2 of them. When Wang Haoren saw this, a blazing rage surged in his eyes as dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin and he stepped forward, letting out a roar. The ground was directly crushed by him. Skill, Dragon Roar. Boom! The terrifying sound wave shattered everyone's attacks on the spot, and all the professionals of the Flying Dragon Guild were directly injured by Wang Haoren's Dragon Roar. The expression of the mage in the lead changed drastically. This guy's damage isn't right. Retreat quickly and go inform the president. At that moment, 6 flying swords appeared out of thin air behind them, directly harvesting the lives of everyone present. 6 bodies fell straight to the ground, and silence fell over the abandoned town. Wang Haoren froze in place and looked at Zhang Yuan with an unbelievable face. You killed them? Zhang Yuan, however, was not amused and asked, Brother Wang, have you never killed anyone? Killing. This was a rather unfamiliar word to Wang Haoren. He grew up as a third-rate student in school, and when he drew a card to transfer to a new job, he'd been practicing in the duplicates, and stayed on campus after he was admitted to Kyoto University. Even when he had conflicts with other professionals, the fights between them were point blank. It could be said that Wang Haoren had lived his life up to this point in the ivory tower called school, and had not been exposed to the poisonous beatings of society. When Zhang Yuan saw Wang Haoren's expression, He instantly understood that Wang Haoren had not experienced this kind of thing and said in relief, "It's alright, there is always a first time for this kind of thing." Wang Haoren swallowed his saliva, still a little unable to accept. But, they are not wild monsters, they are living people. Just like this dead Zhang Yuan, they want to kill us. If we let them go, more people will come to kill us and more people will die then. Brother Wang, human nature is vicious. In this world, everyone has mastered transcendent power. Killing is this world cannot be easier. As long as a person has greed, that will produce killing intent. Brother Wang, can you always live in the campus? Wang Haoren was silent for a long time and then said, Zhang Yuan, I don't mean to blame you, I also understand this, but I still need some time to digest it. Well, I understand. Zhang Yuan nodded and then said, do you want to rest here for a while? I can solve the world boss alone. Wang Haoren shook his head. No need. I'll get over this psychological problem soon. Let's move on. Okay, give me a moment. Zhang Yuan dragged these corpses to the grass by the roadside, and stripped 2 sets of clothes from 2 more corpses, handing 1 set to Wang Haoren. There are still quite a number of people from the Flying Dragon Guild estimated to be in the town, so in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, let's camouflage ourselves a little. Aha! Wang Haoren did not refuse and changed into the uniform of the Flying Dragon Guild with Zhang Yuan and entered the abandoned town. Members of the Flying Dragon Guild could be seen everywhere in this town. On the contrary, there were not many wild monsters to be seen. All of them were cleaned up by the Flying Dragon Guild. Looking at them, they shouldn't have found the world boss yet. We still have a chance to complete the first kill. When Zhang Yuan saw that the members of the Flying Dragon Guild had been searching for something in the town, he immediately understood that the boss had not been found yet, and then asked Wang Haoren, Brother Wang, do you know what the Flying Dragon Guild is about? Wang Haoren, all I know is that their guild is a mega guild ranked in the top 30 in the country, and the president is a level 75 high profession with great strength. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Just now, I heard that Mage going to inform the president, indicating that the president of the Flying Dragon Guild is also in this town. It seems that the world boss this time is not simple. Wang Haoren showed concern. A world boss that can make the president of the Flying Dragon Guild personally take action is at least level 65 or above. That's simply not something the two of us can fight against. Even if we mix in with the Flying Dragon Guild's team and end up grabbing the boss kill, I'm afraid the Flying Dragon Guild won't let us leave. Zhang Yuan laughed. Brother Wang, are you a wimp? Kind of. Wang Haoren earnestly returned, without any more stiff upper lip. After all, one of them was level 35 and one was level 30, while the Flying Dragon Guild's president alone was level 75, not to mention the other professionals, and the two sides' battle power was simply not at the same level. Zhang Yuan, however, laughed. Don't worry, as long as I make a move, the world boss will definitely be ours, and the Flying Dragon Guild won't even be able to smell the boss's exhaust. Wang Haoren was about to ask Zhang Yuan where he got his confidence from. Then he thought of the gain effect that Zhang Yuan had imposed on him. Those gain effects, when placed on any person, could turn a person into a god of war, and when used on Zhang Yuan, the effects would definitely be even more exaggerated. Perhaps Zhang Yuan really had the ability to snatch the boss in the midst of thousands of troops and then leave peacefully. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren didn't say anything else and said, okay, I'll listen to everything you say next. What are we going to do? Zhang Yuan swept a glance at the surrounding members of the Flying Dragon Guild and laughed. Since there is free labor, it is only natural for us to make good use of it. Just wait a little bit. The Flying Dragon Guild will definitely be able to find a world boss. Found it. The world boss is over here. Everyone, come over here. At that moment, an excited roar came from the distance, and all the members of the abandoned town ran towards the sound. Look, didn't we just find it? Let's go over there and take a look. Zhang Yuan laughed and immediately brought Wang Haoren to mix in with the group and rushed towards the world boss. When the two arrived at the scene, the people from the Flying Dragon Guild had already begun to line up to raid the world boss. The knights were at the front. The outputs such as warriors, archers and mages were in the middle outputting, and at the back were the assistants and milkmaids, giving the team gain in blood while controlling and mitigating the boss. The guild of several thousand people were cooperating quite well at the moment, besieging a boss that was 3 to 4 meters tall, with a goat's head and a horse's hoof, covered in flames. Zhang Yuan used Eye of the Abyss on that boss. Inferno Sheep, World Boss. Rank, 70, Power, 1, 200, 000, Agility, 300, 000, Spirit, 200, 000, Stamina, 20, 000, 000, Skills, Devil's Roar, Inferno Flame, Death Curse, Earthquake, Physical Strengthening, a level 70 world boss. The strength attribute had already broken through 1,000,000. and the physique was even 20 million. Coupled with the Hell Inferno Demon Sheep's physique enhancement as a skill, Zhang Yuan didn't even know how much blood this boss had. What a terrifying pressure. I can't see its attributes at all. Wang Haoren and Zhang Yuan hid in the abandoned building behind the crowd. Looking at the Hell Inferno Sheep unharmed by the siege of several thousand people, they could not help but look at Zhang Yuan. What should we do? Zhang Yuan gruffly said. I shouldn't be able to kill this boss in seconds. Let the Flying Dragon Guild output for a while. Were you just thinking about seconds on this boss? Wang Haoren was so shocked that his eyes were about to glaze over. Listen, is this something a human being could say? Zhang Yuan did not respond to Wang Haoren as his eyes scanned through the array of the Flying Dragon Guild and finally landed on a man with a thin figure, pigtails, and a green magic guidebook suspended beside him. Mei Wanfeng, Voodoo Warlock, level 75. Is that the president of the Flying Dragon Guild? It's actually a guy who plays with poison. Zhang Yuan had just detected Mei Wanfeng's information, and then he immediately saw the magic guidebook beside Mei Wanfeng rapidly turning pages, and several green lights shot from the magic guidebook to the Hell Inferno Demon Goat. The Hell Inferno Demon Goat howled in pain, its movements instantly becoming much slower as more and more green toxins spread all over its body, constantly corroding its life value. Zhang Yuan once again probed the information of the Inferno Demon Sheep and found that all of the boss's attributes had been cut by more than half and were still decreasing. What a vicious skill! As Mei Wanfeng made his move, the Flying Dragon Guild's output instantly went up a level, and the Inferno Sheep's stamina began to drop at a rate visible to the naked eye. At this rate, in an hour at most, the Flying Dragon Guild will be able to kill this world boss. When will Zhang Yuan, we strike? Wang Haoren saw that the frequency with which the Flying Dragon Guild's nurses were adding blood to the knights had obviously dropped, and immediately realized that the Hell Inferno Sheep wouldn't be able to hold out much longer, and twisted his head to look at Zhang Yuan, only to find that Zhang Yuan was in deep thought. What are you thinking about? Wang Haoren asked curiously. Zhang Yuan, I was thinking about Mr. Yi. Wang Haoren couldn't help but stare. Aren't we preparing to grab the world boss? How come we suddenly got involved where the teacher is? Zhang Yuan, Teacher Yi asked me to get the heart of the Ice Emperor before joining you in the western suburbs of Kyoto for a lesson. And after our analysis, this lesson is 80% related to the world boss that appeared here. Wang Haoren, if Mr. Yi didn't drink himself out of his mind, he would have been perfectly capable of raiding that world boss with the two of us. And so far our guesses have been logical. So what's wrong with that? No, we're missing critical information. Zhang Yuan took out the Ice Emperor's heart. That world boss is about to be raided. But so far, this Ice Emperor's heart has not come in handy. Wang Haoren, you mean we speculated wrongly about Mr. Ye's intentions? He doesn't want us to raid the world boss? No, the general direction is definitely right. We should be overlooking some details. Zhang Yuan shook his head and then summoned the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen. Wang Haoren was shocked when he saw that Zhang Yuan had suddenly summoned two bosses. Zhang Yuan, you're still a summoner? What else don't you know how to do? It's just equipment skills. Zhang Yuan briefly explained to Wang Haoren, and then instructed the two summons. Go and search this abandoned town for anything suspicious. The Rakshasa King and the Elf Queen of Ice nodded their heads together. Then the Rakshasa King transformed into a black shadow and went to the left side of the town. And the Elf Queen of Ice transformed into ice crystals and went to the right side of the town, and started searching. Zhang Yuan continued to hide in the abandoned building to observe the state of the Abyssal Inferno Sheep. After more than 10 minutes had passed, Zhang Yuan had already seen the decapitation symbol appear on the head of the Abyssal Inferno Demon Sheep, indicating that the stamina of this world boss had dropped below 25%, so Zhang Yuan could directly decapitate it. And just then, wisps of black gas emerged from the ground where the Abyssal Inferno Sheep was stepping on, and the Abyssal Inferno Sheep, which had been taking a beating, suddenly went into a rampage state, purifying all the negative effects on its body, while at the same time obtaining a significant increase in its four-dimensional attributes. Howl! The Abyssal Inferno Goat's sudden outburst caused the nurse to fail to react, causing the knights at the front to be pierced through, and the Flying Dragon Guild's formation was disrupted, as the Abyssal Inferno Goat rushed into the crowd, slaughtering them in a big way. What are the knights doing? Hurry up and pull the boss's hate. Nurse, add blood. I'm dying. Auxiliary for some control. The boss is out of control. In such a short moment, the situation was immediately reversed. The formation of the Flying Dragon Guild was broken up, with countless deaths and injuries, and quite a few professionals even directly abandoned their teammates and fled the battlefield. It was a moment of confusion. A bunch of losers. Can't even pull the boss's hate. I'll hold off the boss while the squads reorganize their formation. Seeing that the Flying Dragon Guild's formation had been disrupted, Mei Wanfeng immediately let out a stern cry and then rose up in the air, and the green magic guidebook began to flip madly. Terrifying mana surged around Mei Wanfeng. A green poisonous cloud slowly coalesced in the sky, and the entire abandoned town began to fill with poisonous mist. Wang Haoren stared dead at Mei Wanfeng standing high in the sky and said in shock, "This situation, could it be that he is going to use the poisonous forbidden art? Zhang Yuan, let's quickly." Before Wang Haoren could finish his words, he saw the Hell Inferno demon goat instantly arrive behind Mei Wanfeng, open its bloody mouth, and bite off Mei Wanfeng's head. Mei Wanfeng's headless body fell from a high altitude and the poisonous clouds in the sky dissipated. The president has been killed. This boss isn't right. Everyone run. Seeing Mei Wanfeng killed, the people of the Flying Dragon Guild were routed on the spot, and all of them fled towards the outside of the town, discarding their armor. The Hell Inferno demon sheep was chewing on Mei Wanfeng's head in the air, and the flames that surrounded it gradually turned green, as if it had absorbed Mei Wanfeng's power and evolved a poisonous attribute. It's evolving. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan finally stopped holding back and unfurled his sword formation to cover the Hell Inferno demon goat, and with a flash of red sky, he sliced off the Hell Inferno demon goat's head. The headless body of the Hell Inferno demon goat similarly fell from a high altitude, crushing Mei Wanfeng's corpse into a meat cake. Decapitation. Zhang Yuan had successfully triggered the Destiny Seat's decapitation effect, but Zhang Yuan did not receive a kill prompt. "Zhang Yuan, the boss is looking over." At this moment, Wang Haoren exclaimed in alarm and Zhang Yuan came back to his senses, only to see that the Inferno demon goat head was still suspended in midair, its eyes staring straight at their side. In the next moment, the Inferno demon goat's eyes sprouted green light. Zhang Yuan's heart immediately fluttered and he immediately blocked in front of Wang Haoren. Danger! Boom! Two streaks of green light shot out from the eyes of the Hell Inferno demon goat, instantly running through the entire building and pulling out a long gully on the ground. The reinforced concrete building collapsed at this moment. In the middle of the ruins, Wang Haoren looked at Zhang Yuan, who was blocking in front of him, unharmed, with an unbelievable face. "You blocked the attack of that boss?" Somewhat reluctantly, Zhang Yuan collected the red Xiao and Zhanlu that were blocking his front into the sword formation space and said in a deep voice, "If I didn't have a temporary shield and 100% poison resistance just now, that strike just now could have killed me." His red sky's immune to death passive wasn't currently on cooldown, so if his life value went to 0, he would really be dead. Zhang Yuan once again used Abyssal Eye on the Hell Inferno sheep. Corrupted Inferno sheep, world boss, rank 80. This time, the Eye of the Abyss only gave out very little information, and Zhang Yuan could not even see the attributes of this boss. Corrupted? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly and he immediately shouted to Wang Haoren, "This boss is abyssalized. Go!" Without any hesitation, Zhang Yuan attacked the Inferno demon sheep with Red Sky and Zhanlu, saving a temporary shield for himself before fleeing from here with Wang Haoren. Boom! The moment Zhang Yuan pulled Wang Haoren away, two more laser beams shot through the place where they were, directly melting the earth. The Inferno goat calmly watched Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren run wildly through the abandoned town. Its head rejoined with its body before it made a start. In the next moment, the Hell Inferno demon goat was hardened against the deceleration of Zhang Yuan's sword formation, and ran wildly towards them at a speed far exceeding that of Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren, while leaving a flaming pathway behind it. Wherever the Inferno goat passes, it burns everything. It's too fast. We can't outrun him. Zhang Yuan glanced back at the Hell Inferno demon goat that was approaching them rapidly, and without hesitation, he stopped and turned around, summoned Red Sky and Zhanlu, as well as the 8 flying swords, and started attacking the Hell Inferno demon goat at a high frequency, trying to trigger a useful curse and defeat this Hell Inferno demon goat. Unfortunately, this time, Goddess of Fortune was not on Zhang Yuan's side as the Hell Inferno demon goat rushed to Zhang Yuan and swung its huge fist at him. With the temporary shield that Zhanlu gave me, plus 90% damage reduction, as well as blocking intuition to block the next attack, I should be able to resist this wave of attacks without having to use the Star God's robe. Zhang Yuan was too late to dodge at this point, and with such a thought flashing through his mind, Red Sky and Zhanlu appeared in front of him, intending to block the Inferno demon sheep's attacks as much as possible, and survive this wave of attack. Red. At that moment, a stern cry came from the rear, and then Zhang Yuan found himself enveloped by a huge shadow. In the next moment, a red dragon swept over Zhang Yuan's head and directly knocked the Hell Inferno demon sheep out. Dragons? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrunk violently and he turned around in shock, only to see Wang Haoren panting heavily and smiling at him. Zhang Yuan, she is my crushing secret. Handsome, right? Not even a few seconds after Wang Haoren had played it cool, that red dragon was pressed to the ground by the Inferno sheep. The Hell Inferno demon goat opened its bloody mouth and bit directly into the red dragon's neck, causing the red dragon to let out a miserable scream. Wang Haoren's expression changed slightly. No way. There's too much difference in level between Honger and that boss. She's no match for the boss. Leave it to me. Zhang Yuan reacted and immediately covered the red dragon with his sword formation, applying all of his gain effects to the red dragon. Under the Zhang Yuan sword formation gain, the red dragon immediately broke free from the Hell Inferno Demon Sheep's bite and flipped the Hell Inferno Demon Sheep to the ground with one claw, then opened its mouth to bite back. This time, it was the turn of the Hell Inferno goat to scream miserably as it kept tearing the red dragon's flesh and blood with its sharp claws. But with Zhang Yuan's sword formation in place, the red dragon's stamina was recovering in a steady stream, which was enough to withstand the damage done by the Hell Inferno goat. Seeing this, Wang Haoren rejoiced again. Honger has suppressed the boss. It's not that simple. Zhang Yuan said in a gruff voice, this Hell Inferno demon goat is not the boss body, and it is still getting stronger. Even with my assistance, the red dragon will only be able to drag it out for a while, and sooner or later, it will be countered by the boss. Wang Haoren's expression changed slightly. Then what do we do now? Zhang Yuan took out the Ice Emperor's heart and handed it to Wang Haoren. Just now, my summons sent a message that they have discovered abnormal energies in the depths of the town, and the boss's main body may be there. I have to stay here to assist the red dragon in fighting against the boss, and you take the Ice Emperor's heart and go to deal with the boss's main body. Wang Haoren took the heart of the Ice Emperor and glanced at the red dragon, who was still fighting hard. Then his eyes became firm and he said to Zhang Yuan, good, you must persevere. If I'm not back by the end of the day, you'll ride Honger out of here. Don't be so pessimistic. The Rakshasa King and the Queen of the Ice Elves will help you. Aha! Without any more nonsense, Wang Haoren put the Ice Emperor's heart into his storage space, bypassed the Hell Inferno Demon Sheep and ran deeper into the town, while Zhang Yuan summoned all the flying swords he could control to assist the Red Dragon in fighting the Hell Inferno Demon Sheep. With Zhang Yuan joining the battlefield, the Red Dragon immediately gained the upper hand, and the Hell Inferno Demon Sheep was beaten back. Meanwhile, on a dilapidated high-rise building in the ruins of the town, Yiqingsong stood on a steel bar protruding from the wall and calmly watched as Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren soldiered on. I didn't expect these two little guys to work so well together for the first time. It's really a bit beyond my expectations. It seems like they don't even need me to make a move. They'll be able to solve this boss on their own. It's just as well. The kids have the kids and I do what I have to do. Yiqingsong took down the wine gourd on his waist and fiercely filled it, then suddenly threw it to the front. There was a distortion in the space in front of him, and then a white palm reached out from the distorted space and grabbed Yiqingsong's wine gourd, crushing it. In the next moment, a slim female demon stepped out of the distorted space and looked indifferently at Yiqingsong. If Zhang Yuan saw this female demon, he would realize that this female demon actually looked just like his mother. When Yiqingsong saw the visitor, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he laughed. I didn't expect that it was still a Duke-level demon. You are obviously targeting me. But after Zhang Yuan entered the town, you seem to be particularly concerned about him. What is your relationship with him? None of your business, the female demon said faintly, coalescing a long whip with barbs in her hand and fiercely lashing out at Yiqingsong. Yiqingsong laughed, grabbing the long whip that was thrown over with one hand, his eyes gradually becoming cold. If you don't say anything, don't blame me for killing you. What you should worry about is yourself. This time it is a trap specially prepared for you, and I am not the only demon in the abyss who wants to deal with you. The female demon snorted coldly, and the long whip in her hand instantly turned into a poisonous snake that quickly wrapped around Yiqingsong. In the next moment, the space around Yiqingsong suddenly cracked open an opening and directly sucked him in. The plan was successful. Yiqingsong has been teleported into the abyss. All of you can make your move. The female demon flatly spoke into the void and swept another glance at Zhang Yuan below, remaining in the air for a moment before teleporting away. Zhang Yuan, who was in the town fighting hand-in-hand with the Red Dragon against the Hell Inferno Demon Sheep, seemed to have sensed something and turned back to the place where the female demon had disappeared, frowning slightly. Just now, someone was staring at me? Roar dash. At that moment, the Hell Inferno Demon Sheep let out an angry roar, and the entire earth began to tremble. Zhang Yuan's attention was drawn back, only to see the right paw of the Inferno Demon go draped in green flames. Zhang Yuan immediately had a bad feeling in his heart and immediately shouted sternly, Red Dragon, dodge! The Red Dragon that was blocking the front and fighting with the Hell Inferno Demon Sheep heard Zhang Yuan's words, and without hesitation, it lifted its wings and rolled up a gust of wind and flew high into the sky. The Hell Inferno Demon Sheep also rose up in the air. The sharp claws covered in green flames fiercely blasted towards the heart of the Red Dragon, which at this time had already been too late to dodge. Red Sky. Zhang Yuan summoned the Red Sky to his side, grabbed the hilt of the Red Sky with one hand, and then used the skill Ghost Sword Divine Speed. Flying sword speed increased by 1000%. Red Shao turned into a ray of light and dragged Zhang Yuan to fly in front of the Red Dragon. followed by Zhang Yuan drawing out Zhenlu from the sword formation space and setting it up in front of himself. Blocking intuition. Dang! The Zhenlu sword perfectly blocked the Hell Inferno Demon Sheep's attack, followed by a flash of blue sword light. The palm of the Hell Inferno Demon Goat was chopped out and spewed out a large amount of highly toxic blood. The red dragon also opened its mouth to spit out a dragon's breath at this time, and the raging flames swept over Zhang Yuan and fiercely bombarded the Hell Inferno Demon Goat. Bang! The terrifying dragon's breath ran through the earth, and the entire abandoned town was plunged into a sea of fire in this instant. Zhang Yuan grabbed the red dragon's claw with one hand and stared dead at the sea of fire below as 10 flying swords protected the red dragon. Still no boss kill prompt. In the next moment, Zhang Yuan saw a black shadow appear in the sea of fire, and its size was still expanding rapidly. Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted violently and he immediately rolled over onto the red dragon's back. Red dragon, fly higher. The red dragon once again vibrated its wings and rose into the air, and then the Hell Inferno Demon Sheep rushed out of the sea of fire, still growing in size, and raised its hand to grab at the red dragon high in the air. It's like using the law of heaven. At the same time, Wang Haoren, with the help of the Rakshasa King and the Queen of Ice Elves, found the boss's main body in the depths of the town, a meatball of level 50, with flames burning all over its body and looking like a brain flower. Although this meatball was quite a bit weaker than the Hell Inferno Demon Sheep, in Wang Haoren's eyes, this meatball still exuded a dangerous aura all over its body. Phew, a little stressful. Spotting the boss proper, Wang Haoren looked back at Zhang Yuan and the red dragon who were desperately trying to avoid the Hell Inferno Demon Sheep's grasp high in the air, took a deep breath, then took out the Ice Emperor's heart with his own giant sword and turned around to look at the burning ball of meat. It seems that we will have to make quick work of this on our side. The Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen immediately entered combat. After the Inferno Sheep got bigger, even the soldiers on the walls of Kyoto could see it. What's that? What a big monster. Look, it looks like someone is riding a dragon and fighting that monster. Anyone have binoculars? It's too far away for me to see. While the soldiers were watching the battle between the Inferno Sheep and Zhang Yuan in the abandoned town, some of the Flying Dragon Guild's professionals fled under the city wall and shouted, "Something's wrong. The level 70 world boss has turned into an abyssal monster." What? That behemoth is an abyssal boss? Has the abyss invaded once again? Quickly activate the demon exterminating cannon and help that hero fight the abyssal boss. As the survivors of the Flying Dragon Guild sent back the news of the world boss abyssalization, the western city gate of Kyoto instantly sounded a piercing alarm, and the soldiers on the city wall immediately put away their mood of watching and assembled as fast as they could, ready to go out and meet the enemy at any time. One of the gun ports on the city wall opened, and a demon exterminating cannon stuck out from the wall, aiming at the Inferno Demon Sheep in the distance. The western gate of Kyoto immediately entered a state of war. Zhang Yuan, who was on the dragon's back, noticed that the cannons on the walls of Kyoto City in the distance had been activated, and immediately realized that Kyoto City had already discovered this abyssal monster, and immediately said to the Red Dragon, "Red Dragon, swoop down towards the ground." The Red Dragon, who had fought side by side with Zhang Yuan for some time, had completely trusted Zhang Yuan's judgment at this point, and she did not hesitate to dive towards the sea of fire below. Seeing this, the Inferno Demon Goat roared and grabbed at the Red Dragon. And just at that moment, a majestic voice came from the western city gates of Kyoto. Fire! Boom! The demon exterminating cannon shot out a terrifying laser that instantly penetrated the 100-meter-tall Inferno Demon Goat, blasting the upper half of its body into slag by the laser on the spot. Wherever the laser passed, space was slightly distorted, and the power was extremely appalling. The lower half of the Hell Inferno Goat collapsed into the sea of fire with a loud bang. Although new flesh buds were still growing from the wounds of the Inferno Sheep, and it was only a matter of time before this boss would be revived, Zhang Yuan was now finally free to help Wang Haoren. "Brother Wang, how are you doing?" Zhang Yuan immediately switched to the perspective of the Rakshasa King, only to see that both the Rakshasa King and the Elf Queen of Ice were entangled by a terrifying tentacle that looked like a brain flower like meatball, and then the three of them were frozen in the ice together, covered in blood. Wang Haoren gripped his greatsword with both hands and roared as he rose up into the air, ruthlessly stabbing down at the frozen ball of flesh. The giant sword pierced through the ice and viciously stabbed into the middle of the meatball. The meatball let out an ear-piercing scream before it directly exploded, sending Wang Haoren, the Rakshasa King, and the Queen of the Ice Elves flying directly out. The Rakshasa King has been killed in action. The Elf Queen of Ice is seriously injured and has returned to the summoning space. Zhang Yuan lost the perspective of the Rakshasa King and received 2 messages. When he saw that Wang Haoren was still alive in the team panel, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and then looked towards the half-completed Inferno Demon Goat that had collapsed in the abandoned town. At this moment, The decapitable icon once again appeared on the head of the Hell Inferno demon sheep. This time, it will finally be over. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to pierce the half-corpse of the Hell Inferno demon sheep with red sky. Successfully slayed the corrupted Hell Inferno sheep. Experience plus 20. 000. 000, minus 50%. Legendary weapon, Inferno sword. Legendary cloak, Inferno cloak. King of the Abyss, 4-dimensional attributes plus 715. Cursed King's Blade artifact quest, 4596/100000. As the Hell Inferno demon sheep was killed, a golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body and he directly rose to level 31. However, he didn't have time to check the boss rewards and immediately rushed deeper into the town with Red Dragon to find Wang Haoren buried by the rubble. Zhang Yuan immediately unfolded his sword formation to cover Wang Haoren, utilizing the sword formation to restore Wang Haoren's physical strength. Wang Haoren's breathing gradually stabilized. Seeing this, the Red Dragon gratefully rubbed its head against Zhang Yuan's arm, then dissipated into red light and surged into Wang Haoren. Zhang Yuan immediately felt that Wang Haoren's qi and blood were much thicker. Soon after, Wang Haoren opened his eyes and saw that Zhang Yuan was checking his equipment aside, so he couldn't help but ask, "How's the boss?" "Thanks to you, it's been resolved, and 2 pieces of legendary equipment have exploded." Zhang Yuan placed 2 pieces of legendary great equipment in front of Wang Haoren. "These 2 pieces of equipment, one for each of us. You choose first." Wang Haoren sat up and examined the giant red sword and red cloak in front of him. Inferno giant sword, legendary plus 3000 attack power, plus 10,000 strength. No equipment level restriction. Inferno cloak, legendary gain 100% flame resistance. Holder can summon Inferno sheep to fight together. After Inferno sheep is killed in battle, it will recover itself in the cloak. No equip level limitation. What a high attribute. And there's no level limit. When Wang Haoren saw the attack power of the Inferno Devil Giant Sword, he was immediately moved and could not help but look at Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, this Inferno Devil Giant Sword is very suitable for me. Can you let me have this sword?" "No problem." Zhang Yuan picked up the Inferno Devil's cloak and equipped it, and immediately felt that he was wrapped in a sea of fire elements. With a thought, summoned the Inferno sheep. In the next moment, the 3-meter-tall Inferno demon goat walked out from the flames. Zhang Yuan immediately checked the attributes. Inferno sheep, rank, 70, power, 1, 200, 000, agility, 300, 000, spirit, 200, 000, stamina, 2, 000, 000, skills, Devil's Roar, Inferno Flame, Death Curse, Earthquake, Physical Strengthening. The level was 70. And apart from the fact that the stamina value had changed from 20 million to 2 million, none of the other attributes had been weakened, and it was completely affordable for a level 70 boss panel. When Wang Haoren saw the Hell Inferno demon sheep being summoned by Zhang Yuan, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "Zhang Yuan, with the addition of this boss, you've already been able to summon 3 boss rank summons. I'm afraid that many summoners can't compare to you. Not bad for a meat shield." Zhang Yuan was satisfied with the attributes of this Inferno demon goat and concealed the appearance of the Inferno demon cloak. "The red cape is cool, but it's too flashy to wear and not really suitable for everyday action." "Zhang Yuan, your cloak is very cool. However, I still like this great sword." Wang Haoren hemmed and hawed and immediately equipped the Inferno giant sword, loving it. After the 2 of them finished dividing the spoils, Wang Haoren took out the city return scroll and teleported back with Zhang Yuan. Meanwhile, the abyssal hinterland. Yiqingsan looked at the 6 demons surrounding him with terrifying aura and laughed at the one in the lead. "Hardy, you really look up to me. As one of the 7 great dukes, in order to kill a drunkard like me, you actually had to bring 5 duke-level demons over." Hardy looked at Yiqingsan with a smile and said, "Yiqingsan, my lord has always admired you. If you are willing to defect to the abyss, my lord can even help you to take a Grand Duke seat. Recently, DSAS is dying, and his position will be vacant soon. Sounds pretty tempting." Yiqingsan smiled faintly, took out a wine gourd from his storage space, fiercely poured a mouthful of it, and drunkenly said, "However, you abyss don't have any good wine. You can't keep me. Pity." Hardy sighed in disappointment. "Guys, kill him." After Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren returned to the school, they rushed straight to the bamboo forest and did not see Yiqingsan. "Normal, Mr. Yi. He's so godforsaken that I often can't find others. Let's make a trip over tomorrow." Wang Haoren was not surprised by this and instructed Zhang Yuan, "Don't join any other academies for the time being. In Kyoto University, only Mr. Yi can bring your strength and talent into perfect play." Zhang Yuan was a little hesitant when he thought of Yiqingsan's drunken appearance. "I admit that Teacher Yi is very strong, but with that appearance, Is he really suitable to be a teacher? After all, strength and teaching ability are completely unrelated things. If Yi Ching-song had been a shirker, it would be pointless for him to be strong. It's substandard in the area of teachers. Wang Haorun laughed. Don't look at Mr. Yi like this. He's still quite reliable in critical times, and he can see through a lot of things. Casually pointing us out a few times is comparable to the results of a year of cultivation in other colleges. Most importantly, we don't have to attend classes at Sword Heart Academy. All the compulsory classes at Kyoto University. As long as we go to the library and finish the corresponding books, we can get the corresponding credits, so we can save a lot of time. Sounds good. Then I'll come back tomorrow. When Zhang Yuan heard that he didn't have to go to class, he was instantly impressed. Alright then, let's break up here today. I came out early today. My rent is still pending. I have to go back to the dormitory to brush up on some starstones. Well, then I'll make a trip to the library and take advantage of my free time to learn something about the abyss. After separating from Wang Haorun in the bamboo forest, Zhang Yuan headed to the library. The Library of Kyoto University is the second largest library in the Daxia Empire, with specifications second only to the National Library. In the Library of Kyoto University, students of Kyoto University can borrow all other knowledge free of charge, except for a part of forbidden knowledge that requires a certain permission to read. Zhang Yuan found an unoccupied seat and sat down, placing his hand on the crystal ball on the table, after which a curtain of light was projected in front of Zhang Yuan. The light screen showed 5 blocks for professions, skills, copies, monsters, and abyss. Zhang Yuan clicked on the abyss block, and then the names of a large number of books about the abyss were arranged in alphabetical order and displayed in an orderly manner in front of Zhang Yuan. After Zhang Yuan picked a book named Introduction to the Abyss from the light screen, the light screen disappeared, and then a book flew out from the bookshelf and landed in front of Zhang Yuan. It's that very same Introduction to the Abyss. It's worthy of being Kyoto University. The libraries are all so advanced. When Zhang Yuan saw that he was just sitting in the book he wanted to read flew to him of its own accord, he could not help but let out a sigh of emotion. And then he opened the book and studied it carefully. This book talks quite a bit about the abyss, and the abyss battlefield, including the distribution of monsters on the battlefield, and the leveling environment. Outside the defense line of the first position of Daxia, the average level of the abyssal monsters was already above level 60, and the army stationed there had to fight with the abyssal monsters every now and then. And the professionals who could operate over there were the strongest of the strong. A country like the Daxia Empire that had its defenses constructed to less than 100 kilometers from the entrance to the abyss could not be found in a few countries around the world. As for those who could push their armies into the entrance of the abyss, there was not a single country. So far, the human race's understanding of the abyss had remained on the surface, only knowing that the abyss was larger than the entire surface world, and that countless demons of terrifying strength existed in the abyss. Those demons that stand at the apex of the abyss are called demon kings. The demon kings divided the land of the abyss, and the territory of the cursed king was then on the outskirts of the abyss, near the entrance to the abyss. As a result, the cursed king has also been coveting the lands of the surface, and has been sending demons under his command to invade the surface. The vast majority of the wars that the human race had fought against demons over the centuries had been against the cursed king. 30 years ago, the cursed king personally led an army to invade the Grand Xia Empire. And after the Grand Xia Empire paid a heavy price to decapitate the cursed king, a new king from the abyss replaced the cursed king and became the new demon king of the cursed kingdom. Currently, the human race knows very little about the new king, only that the new demon king commands 7 demon archdukes, and each demon archduke has the strength to single-handedly destroy a large country. Like the Tisas that Zhang Yuan had encountered before, he was one of the 7 great dukes of demons. Just one demonic kingdom of the abyss can single-handedly take on the entire human race, while one demonic archduke can crush the first position of our Daxia Empire. And the cursed king, who signed a contract with me, is actually the former emperor of such a kingdom. Zhang Yuan looked at the information about the abyss and had a whole new perception of the cursed king. One could only imagine how much determination the Great Summer Empire had made to allow him to duel the cursed king at level 70. It's a big gamble. If he failed, Daxia would definitely be plunged into another desperate war, and the Daxia Empire, which had not yet recovered its vitality, was afraid that it would not be able to afford a new all-out war. At this moment, Zhang Yuan instantly felt the weight on his shoulders. Go for it. Without realizing it, Zhang Yuan saw the evening when his communicator suddenly vibrated with a text message from an unknown number. Come to the bamboo forest. Is that Mr. Yi? Although Zhang Yuan did not know how Yi Ching-song got his contact information, he still put the book back and rushed to the bamboo forest. At this time, Yi Ching-song was drinking wine deep in the bamboo forest, with multiple injuries on his body. Teacher? Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly when he saw Yi Ching-song's state. What happened? It's nothing. I just fought with a few demons and got some superficial wounds. I'll just go to the school nurse later to get some treatment. It's nothing serious. Yi Ching-song smiled easily and then asked Zhang Yuan, tell me about your battle today. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. You didn't forget it originally? Yi Ching-song laughed. Even though I am a heavy drinker, I still won't forget about business. What a surprise! Zhang Yuan's evaluation of Yi Ching-song in his heart was instantly much higher. And then he retold the whole story of today's battle. Well, you guys did a good job. Yi Ching-song nodded with satisfaction. You're qualified. After that I'll go to the faculty office Chen to say a word and help you with the formalities. From now on you'll be the only student of my Sword Heart Academy. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Yuan gave a thank you to Yi Ching-song, and then asked, but teacher Yi, you specifically called me over. You shouldn't just be talking about this matter alone, right? Really smart. Yi Ching-song smiled, then took out 2 pictures of demons from his storage space. These 2 demons, do you recognize them? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw the 2 demonic photos. Mom and Dad? Is it really so? When Yi Ching-song saw Zhang Yuan's reaction, his eyes stared slightly. I saw that there was still a human aura left in them, and they looked a bit like you, so I purposely took 2 pictures when I was fighting them. Zhang Yuan immediately asked, teacher, how are they doing now? Not very well, to be honest. Yi Ching-song shook his head. Although both of them still have remnants of human rationality, there is not much left, and currently they are completely on the side of the demons, and cannot be considered human. Zhang Yuan, is there a possibility of being saved? Yi Ching-song, there are quite a few examples of humans transforming into abyssal demons, but so far there is not a single example of a demon transforming back into a human. Zhang Yuan could not help but take 2 steps back. How could this happen? Yi Ching-song added, but don't worry too much. The vast majority of humans who turn into demons turn into the lowest level of demons. Not even a trace of sanity will be left behind. But your parents are very special. Not only do they still retain their sanity, but they are even both Duke-level demons. These types of demons are second only to the Demon King and the 7 Great Dukes in status in the Abyss. Both have their own territories and have an extremely high status. This is the first time I've encountered this kind of situation. Maybe we can really find a way to turn them back into humans. Even if we can't do that, we still have to fight to get them on the side of the human race. Zhang Yuan, Mr. Yi, what can I do? Yi Ching-song, this matter needs to be considered in the long run. A lot of things have to be done slowly, but I do have a very urgent task for you to do as well. Zhang Yuan immediately held his breath and said earnestly, please speak, teacher, I will definitely complete it. Yi Ching-song, 3 days later, the principal is going to run a dean's conference. All deans of the colleges must attend. You go on my behalf. Zhang Yuan? Cough cough. Yi Ching-song coughed twice and continued. Of course, I'm not because I'm too lazy to participate it's because there's an emergency that I can't get out of. And the people who are going this time are the deans of all the major colleges. And each of them has a lot of resources in their hands, so there's a benefit for you to have a good relationship with them. Zhang Yuan said breathlessly, teacher, it's even if you skip our students' classes, isn't it a bit too much for this dean's meeting, to let me, a freshly enrolled freshman, to attend? Yi Ching-song, what's wrong with that? You're able to fight against level 80 world bosses. Many academy deans aren't as fierce as you. You're fully qualified to participate. Zhang Yuan had a black line. Is this a matter of strength? It's a fucking inversion of the Big Dipper. Imagine, a bunch of 70 or 80 level big brothers sitting together, discussing all kinds of big events that can sway the destiny of the Daxia Empire, and as a result, he a student mixed into it. It's not even the same picture, okay? Yi Ching-song, however, did not take it seriously and continued. I'll tell you this meeting is crucial. The principal will score the colleges, and the colleges at the end of the rankings will be directly disbanded. Due to the fact that our Sword Heart College's various indexes are broken down to the bottom of the first, so the Sword Heart College has the risk of facing the risk of disbandment. Your mission this time is to show the spirit of our Sword Heart Academy in the meeting, to convey our Sword Heart spirit to the principal, and to preserve our academy. Zhang Yuan, so teacher, what is the spirit of Sword Heart Academy? And what is the spirit of Sword Heart? Zhang Yuan was not even considered a person of Sword Heart Academy yet, so the hell knows what Yi Ching-song was talking about? It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'll leave this meeting in your capable hands. I have more pressing matters to attend to, so I'll withdraw. Yi Ching-song muddled through the cartwheel he had just said. Then he flung a black identity card to Zhang Yuan. This is my identity card. I have given you my authority. You insert the card into your communicator. All the information of the meeting will be sent to your communicator at that time. You take it. After saying that, a breeze blew by and Yi Ching-song disappeared in place. Hey, I'm Chao. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but burst out when he saw Yi Qingsong drop his identity card and run away. At this moment, the evaluation of Yi Qingsong that had just risen somewhat in his heart instantly fell to the bottom. He even suspected that Yi Qingsong had just said so much about his parents as a padding to avoid the meeting. This guy, he's also too unreliable. Can he even just give something as valuable as an identity card to someone else? Zhang Yuan sighed repeatedly as he looked at the black identity card in his hand. How come he chose this kind of person to be his teacher? However, as things had already come to a head, Zhang Yuan could only take the bull by the horns. He inserted Yi Qingsong's identity card into his communicator, and then received a message about the meeting sent by the principal's group. In that group message, the principal also specifically named Yi Qingsong, seriously criticizing him for being unqualified as a dean and teacher. This guy, he just wants me to go over there and get yelled at, right? When Zhang Yuan saw the principal's message, he inexplicably thought of the time when a student was asked to be a parent by a teacher, and the student found a random outsider to pretend to be a parent in order to avoid being scolded. After reading the information about the meeting, Zhang Yuan was about to draw out his identity card when he suddenly received another text message from the bank. Your account has spent $3,000,000 on consumption to Ming Moon Winery and has an available balance of $18,000,000. How many? 1, 10, 100. Zhang Yuan counted the balance and said in shock, $18 billion? Zhang Yuan was shocked by Yi Qingsong's personal property. Then he seemed to have thought of something. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a subtle arc. Teacher Yi, it's alright for me to ask for some salary if you let me go to work for you, right? Zhang Yuan whistled and arrived at the Imperial Exchange in the school. This exchange in the school can be traded with identity cards, which means that Zhang Yuan can now use Yi Qingsong as money. The rich and powerful Zhang Yuan confidently sat down in the exchange, put on Yi Qingsong's identity card, and then searched for the word longsword in the auction house. It was a night of great earthquakes on the Imperial Exchange. Many people were the first to get the news that Yi Qingsong from Kyoto University had spent $1 billion and bought 10 rank 30 epic-level standardized longswords at the sword-casting villa in one breath. Everyone was speculating that the strongest person from Kyoto University must be planning to take on an apprentice when he bought so many low-grade longswords in one breath. Receiving the goods, Zhang Yuan walked out of the exchange contentedly and took out his newly acquired longsword from the sword array space. These swords are purple in color, with beautiful patterns on the swords, from the hand of a famous artist. Purple Spectre Sword, Epic plus 800 attack power. Level 30 available. Remarks, Cast Sword Villa produces 100 years of enterprise, quality assurance. A very pure and simple attribute with no bonuses other than attack power. But to Zhang Yuan, before the specialized martial arts were stuffed in the sword box, this was the ultimate. Finally replacing the iron sword in the sword box, Zhang Yuan returned to his dormitory with satisfaction and slept beautifully. Not long afterward, a certain tavern in Kyoto City. A few old men in fancy clothes approached Yi Qingsong who was drinking. Yi Qingsong laughed. A few of you, rare guests, come to find me for a drink? Those old men laughed. Mr. Yi, we heard that you're going to take on an apprentice, and a few of us happen to have children at home who are the right age, so why don't you consider it? Yi Qingsong? For the next 2 days, Zhang Yuan soaked in the library, learning all sorts of knowledge to enrich himself, and brushing up on his credits in the meantime. After 2 days, Zhang Yuan not only had a clearer perception of the world, but also chewed through all the required courses he had to take in a semester, earning 10 credits. Early in the morning of the third day, Zhang Yuan was still sleeping in his bed when Yi Qingsong's identity card suddenly lit up, and then a teleportation array appeared underneath Zhang Yuan before teleporting him away. Zhang Yuan jolted awake from the floor, only to see that he had appeared in a splendid hall, with a separate teleportation glow lighting up around him, and one after another high profession with terrifying aura walked out from it. Ha! I positioned myself wrong? I clearly teleported Yi Qingsong. A somewhat cute-looking woman with a pill head looked at Zhang Yuan suspiciously, not understanding why she had made a mistake. A white-bearded old man next to him immediately said with a stern face, Xiao Su, how could you make such a low-level mistake? Other people's children are still sleeping, so quickly apologize to them and send him back. Headmaster, I'm sorry, brother. Su Wantao hurriedly apologized to the white-bearded old man and then to Zhang Yuan before teleporting the dumbfounded Zhang Yuan back. Can't go wrong this time. Su Wantao muttered to herself, repositioning Yi Qingsong and unfolding the teleportation array once more. A white light rose in the hall before Zhang Yuan appeared in the hall once again. At this moment, everyone was confused, including Principal Jing Bingyun. When Su Wantao saw Zhang Yuan appear once again, her face turned green and she panicked as she explained to Jing Bingyun. Impossible, Principal. Believe me, I definitely did not make a mistake this time. It was Mr. Yi that I positioned. Jing Bingyun had a black line. Then where is Yiqing-song? At this time, Zhang Yuan, who had already awakened from his sleep, also realized that this was the beginning of the dean's meeting, and immediately took out Yiqing-song's identity card, explaining to the crowd that, teachers and seniors, my name is Zhang Yuan, and this dean's meeting, I'm here to participate in place of Teacher Yi. The room erupted when these words were uttered. Nonsense! This Yiqing-song is really getting more and more licentious. How can a student be allowed to attend a meeting of this caliber? Headmaster, if you don't take care of Yiqing-song, his tail is going to go up to the sky. What's the matter with this? For a while, the deans of all the academies began to blast Yiqing-song, all of them furious to the extreme. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, had long anticipated this situation and could only accompany a bitter smile from where he was, waiting for the crowd to vent their anger first before saying anything else. After all, the whole thing is indeed ridiculous, and it's only right that people don't accept it. Silence. Jing Bingyun suddenly opened his mouth. A powerful aura surged out from his body, instantly covering the entire hall, and the scene immediately quieted down. Jing Bingyun looked straight at Zhang Yuan and asked, "Child, are you sure you want to attend this dean's conference instead of Yiqing-song?" Zhang Yuan said helplessly. "Okay." Jing Bingyun asked again, "Do you know what's going to happen next?" Zhang Yuan, "I probably know." Upon receiving Zhang Yuan's reply, Jing Bingyun gave Zhang Yuan a deep look and then said, "Since everyone has arrived, then this meeting will officially begin." At this time, wearing a red vestment, the heroic vice principal Duan Xing questioned, "Principal, isn't this a bit out of order? He is just a student. How is he qualified?" Jing Bingyun interrupted. "Since Yiqing-song chose this child to be the representative of the Sword Heart Academy, he is now the head of the Sword Heart Academy and is qualified to stand here, so it's better for everyone to be treated equally." With Jing Bingyun setting this matter in stone, even though a portion of the deans were quite dissatisfied with Yiqing-song's behavior, they explicitly had no choice but to accept the result. Just like that, Zhang Yuan managed to blend in with a bunch of bigwigs and attended this dean's meeting. As the meeting began, Jing Bingyun threw out the first topic. First of all, regarding the first topic of the meeting, it's still the cliched academy rankings. Currently Shanlong Academy is ranked first, Bright Mirror Academy is ranked second, Fire Phoenix Academy is ranked third, and all the other academies are also doing well, except for Sword Heart Academy. For a while, all the dean's eyes were focused on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was a bit embarrassed, but he could only hold his head up against it, brewing in his mind what he was going to say next. Jing Bingyun continued, "Sword Heart Academy, all the academy indexes are all not up to standard. The ranking breaks down to the bottom one. According to the end elimination mechanism, an academy for 4 consecutive quarters in the bottom one, then it will be disbanded, and the students of the academy will be organized into other academies." Zhang Yuan, as the representative of Sword Heart Academy, do you have any objections? Zhang Yuan, no objections. Jing Bingyun, good. I hereby announce that the Sword Heart Academy is dissolved, the title of Yiqing-song's dean is cancelled, and the students of the Sword Heart Academy are temporarily organized into Principal. Wait. At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke, interrupting Jing Bingyun's words. Jing Bingyun paused and looked at Zhang Yuan. "What are you trying to say?" "Zhang Yuan, before Teacher Yi entrusted this matter to me, he specifically instructed me to show the Sword Heart spirit of the Sword Heart Academy to all the teachers." Sword Heart spirit? Jing Bingyun was first stunned, then laughed. "This is the first time I've heard that your academy has this kind of spiritual culture. What kind of kernel is it? Never give up until the last minute." Zhang Yuan returned without hesitation. "This is the spirit of Sword Heart." Duan Xing laughed lightly. "Silly child. You're about to be crippled by that bastard Yiqing-song. What do you mean by never give up? That shitty academy is about to be disbanded. Even Yiqing-song doesn't dare to face this fact in person. Do you still want to never give up?" Zhang Yuan, I checked the final elimination of colleges in our Kyoto University, and if a college that is about to be dissolved can prove that the students it produces are outstanding, it means that the college's teaching methods are correct, and that the college can continue to operate without having to be dissolved. Jing Bingyun shook her head. "As far as I know, Sword Heart Academy previously had only 1 student, plus you. That's only 2. The sample size is too small to prove that Sword Heart Academy has the ability to cultivate outstanding students." Zhang Yuan, headmaster, our spirit of Sword Heart, the main focus is on quality not quantity. Su Wantao muttered. "Isn't the spirit of Sword Heart never giving up?" Zhang Yuan pretended not to hear Su Wantao's mutterings and looked straight into Jing Bingyun's eyes. "Principal, even though our academy only has 2 students, we are better than hundreds or thousands of students from other academies." Jing Bingyun, how do I prove it? Zhang Yuan smiled faintly and unfolded his sword formation, covering everyone in the hall. In this instant, everyone discovered the gain effect given by Zhang Yuan, and their expressions all became wonderful. This gain, speed and damage are increased by 50%. Mental and physical strength is continuously restored. Attacks are bound to blitz. Bludgeoning damage is increased by 200%, and 50% of the enemy's defense is ignored. When the people saw those gains on their panels, they even felt that they dared to touch them even if they faced the gods. What kind of enhancement is this? Principal, is that so provable? Jing Bingyun looked at those gain effects on her panel and froze for a moment, then asked Zhang Yuan, how big is the range of your gain? Zhang Yuan, current radius 2,000 meters. 2,000 meters. Jing Bingyun's pupils shrunk violently and could no longer be tensed. A legion-level aura, and such a great gain? He didn't even dare to think how many times the battle power of the entire legion would be increased if Zhang Yuan made a stop towards the military formation. It was not even necessary to mention the future. Even now, as long as the Grand Xia Empire had Zhang Yuan, it could completely counterattack the abyss and push the battle line to the entrance of the abyss. Thinking of this, Jing Bingyun took a deep breath and said, indeed, Zhang Yuan, your strength far exceeds the general perception. Perhaps it is really only that freak Yiqing-song who can teach you well. I object. At this time, Duan Xing spoke again. Principal, Zhang Yuan as a student is indeed one of the best I've ever seen, but Yiqing-song is also the most incompetent teacher I've ever seen. Allowing Yiqing-song to train Zhang Yuan is irresponsible to the student. Sword Heart Academy can be retained, but I suggest that Zhang Yuan be allowed to come to Xianlong Academy. Only with the resources of our academy can we maximize his talent. As soon as Duan Xing's words left his mouth, the other deans present instantly understood what this bad old man was playing at. Soon after, a tall, elegant white-clothed woman spoke up. Headmaster, my opinion is to let Zhang Yuan join the Bright Mirror Academy. He hasn't grown up yet, and only if I come to provide him with one-on-one protection will he be able to thrive. The one who spoke was the dean of the Bright Mirror Academy, Divine Nurse Gu Bingying, and also the dream girl of many teachers and students of Kyoto University. As Gu Bingying opened her mouth, the other deans couldn't sit still. Headmaster, our Fire Phoenix Academy is full of high-output geniuses. This side is the most suitable for Zhang Yuan. The teachers in our Holy Light Academy are all top-notch assistants, and our place is the best place for Zhang Yuan to go. Principal, for a while, the deans of all the major colleges started arguing about which college Zhang Yuan should go to, and none of them cared about whether or not Sword Heart College should be cancelled or not. Everyone be quiet. Jing Bingyun called a halt to the agitated deans and said, I can understand your love for talent, but Zhang Yuan is Yiqing-song's student. Isn't it too unorthodox for you all to scramble like this? Duan Xing took out a tablet and said, Headmaster, I've just checked. Zhang Yuan is a new student in this term of our school. He hasn't even finished the formalities of joining Sword Heart Academy yet. In principle, he isn't a student of Sword Heart Academy yet. Gu Bingying said, I also remembered that Zhang Yuan is the one who didn't participate in the freshman intensive training this year. It is reasonable that Zhang Yuan should be competed fairly by all the colleges. By what right did Yiqing-song accept Zhang Yuan without our knowledge? That's it, Principal. You've been favoring Yiqing-song before, and now you're letting Yiqing-song go through the back door and take in an unbelievable genius. It's not fair. That Yiqing-song got lucky. Last year's best student into his college is just. This year also want to abduct to go. I see Kyoto University changed to Kenshin University, forget it. Right. This Sword Heart Academy is always at the bottom of the list, but as a result, the quality of the students it accepts is one better than the other. So what's the point of us deans humming and hawing? Why don't we just let it all go to hell? The deans present are all human savants. After Duan Xing and Gu Bingying raised the loophole, they have also seized this loophole to shell out to Jing Bingyun. Originally they had no bottom in their hearts to rob Zhang Yuan in the beginning, but now every one of them began to justify themselves. Zhang Yuan watched the solemn and serious hall turn into a vegetable market, and for a while, he was in a bit of a trance. Who would have thought that these people who were arguing so much were all highly respected and admired academy presidents on the outside? Enough! Jing Bingyun finally couldn't tense up and raised her volume to silence the deans. There was silence in the great hall. Jing Bingyun pressed his temples and sighed. I understand everyone's demands, but Zhang Yuan didn't participate in the freshman intensive training because the military side called Zhang Yuan over there. And it wasn't because I asked Yiqing-song to go through the back door. On the other hand, I feel that such things as students choosing an academy must also respect the students' own wishes. Duan Xing added, Headmaster, this is not fair. At the moment, Zhang Yuan has only contacted Yiqing-song, so he will naturally feel that Sword Heart Academy is good, but he has not contacted any other academies, so how can he be sure that Sword Heart Academy is the most suitable for him? Jing Bingyun looked at Duan Xing, Then what do you have in mind? Duanxing, I think we can let Zhang Yuan study at my Xianlong Academy for a while first. After all, our academy is ranked number 1 all year round and has the most resources. Maybe Zhang Yuan will like our academy? Gu Bingying threw a wink at Zhang Yuan at this time. Little Zhang Yuan, our academy can be full of first-class big beauties. Oh, there are styles from all departments. If you come to our academy, you can be the most favored junior in our Mingjing Academy. The dean of the Fire Phoenix Academy sneered. He, Gu Bingying, you're playing this trick, aren't you? Who doesn't know that the Flame Phoenix Academy's academy flower is my granddaughter? Zhang Yuan, if you come to our academy, I will immediately arrange a blind date. Gu Bingying covered her mouth and laughed. Teacher Lu. Your Fire Phoenix Academy is a bunch of big old men, with less than 1/10 of the girls. Where did you get the confidence to fight with us? Bright Mirror Academy. For beauty? Jing Bingyun saw that a new round of quarrel was about to break out, and immediately said, I'll look at it this way. Zhang Yuan will temporarily be titled as the Sword Heart Academy for 1 year. During this year, as long as he is willing to do so, he can go to all the major colleges to study, and all of you can be his teachers, and any achievements Zhang Yuan makes during this period will not be counted as the results of the Sword Heart Academy. 1 year later, then Zhang Yuan will choose which academy to officially join. What do you all think? Duanxing nodded. Poorly. Gu Bingying, in that case, it's barely acceptable. Other deans have echoed this result. In fact, the vast majority of the deans present understood in their hearts that even if it was a fair competition, Zhang Yuan would only choose among the 3, Xianlong Academy, Mingjing Academy and Sword Heart Academy, with the addition of a Fire Phoenix Academy at the most. The reason why they, the deans, wanted to join in the fun and muddy this water was because they didn't want Yi Qingsong to pick up such a big treasure for nothing. After all, Zhang Yuan's talent was here. Even if Yi Qingsong swung for the fences, Zhang Yuan with the power of one person could still lift Sword Heart Academy to a height that did not belong to this academy. And if Kenshin Academy didn't come in dead last, then the other academies would have to open their rolls. Jing Bingyun couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when she saw that this topic had finally passed, and then added, since everyone agrees with this result, let's open the second and most important topic of the day. As soon as Jing Bingyun's words left his mouth, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that the deans, who were still making noise just a moment ago, all became serious and earnest, and the entire hall was filled with a solemn aura. Something's not right. Zhang Yuan, who was still watching the show, sensed that the atmosphere was suddenly not right and immediately became serious as well. Jing Bingyun took a deep breath and said, our school's most important level 70 copy, the Realm of the Holy Spirit, has been completely abyssalized. Deans, who is going to raid this abyssal copy? The Realm of the Holy Spirit, a copy known only to a very few among the lecturers and professors of Kyoto University. Although this copy was level 70, its normal difficulty was even higher than the nightmare difficulty of an unusual level 70 copy, and the nightmare difficulty was even closer to a level 70 abyssal copy. However, although the Realm of the Holy Spirit was extremely difficult, the rewards for passing it were extremely generous. No matter who it is, if you first pass the normal difficulty of the Realm of the Holy Spirit, you must get level 70 epic equipment, and if you first pass the hard difficulty of the Realm of the Holy Spirit, you must get level 80 or above epic equipment. The first time you pass the Realm of the Holy Spirit's nightmare difficulty, you must be level 70 or above, or have no equipment level restrictions, and legendary grade equipment or above. In the Realm of the Holy Spirit, there had even been an explosion of semi-divine artifacts. It could be said that the reason why Kyoto University was the number 1 ranked university among all institutions of higher learning in the country was half related to the Realm of the Holy Spirit. And now that the Realm of the Holy Spirit is beginning to abyssalize, this is an extremely serious problem for Kyoto University, and one that must be addressed immediately. However, the difficulty of the Realm of the Holy Spirit was already equivalent to an abyssal copy, and now that the Realm of the Holy Spirit was also abyssalized, the difficulty was simply immeasurable. The trickiest thing was that there was only one chance to raid the abyssal copy, and once the raid failed and the abyssal monsters in the Realm of the Holy Spirit ran out, it would be a fatal blow to the entire Kyoto city and even the entire Daxia Empire. Therefore, this copy of the Abyss could not be raided with a spirit of fearlessness and a passion for death. It had to be 100% certain. Headmaster, I'm applying to be the output in the team. In the Great Hall, Duanxing was the first to speak up and apply for a copy of the Raider's Realm of the Holy Spirit. I can take care of the milk position. Gu Bingying also stepped forward, similarly applying to take on the burden. Jing Bingyun nodded. Not bad, both of you are divine professionists. Having you as the main output and healer is indeed the best candidate for this operation. Speaking here, Jing Bingyun paused and added, the Realm of the Holy Spirit is a 5-player copy, and it would be most appropriate for me to be the shield position, in which case the raid team would only be short of 2 assists, or 1 output and 1 assist. On the side, Su Wantao raised her hand and said, "School, principal, I can play the auxiliary position." "Koyu?" Jing Bingyun looked at the somewhat nervous Su Wantao and pondered for a moment, then said, "Indeed, although your rank is only 70, as a divine array master, you are indeed qualified to join the raiders." Seeing Jing Bingyun's promise, Su Wantao immediately clenched her fists and firmly said, "Don't worry, headmaster, I definitely won't hold everyone back. Jing Bingyun, in this case, the raiders are basically formed, so we can find another output or support and get going." Duan Xing proposed. "Principal, how about Yi Qingsong?" Gu Bingying laughed lightly. "Vice principal, don't you hate Mr. Yi the most? You would actually take the initiative to recommend him at this time?" Duan Xing coldly hummed. "Humph, I just think that he doesn't deserve to be a teacher, and didn't deny his strength. This time, he's more suitable to be the main C than I am for this operation." Gu Bingying, "I didn't expect you, Vice Principal, to think so highly of Teacher Yi, but I think so too. If Teacher Yi can join the raiders, the difficulty of raiding this copy will drop drastically." Jing Bingyun, however, said at this moment, "Indeed, Yi Qingsong is the best candidate for this mission. However, he has more important things to do and cannot participate in this raid." As soon as Jing Bingyun said this, Duan Xing and Gu Bingying both furrowed their brows slightly, and Su Wantao became even more nervous. Yi Qingsong was recognized as the strongest person in Kyoto University. His strength was even above the principal Jing Bingyun. If Yi Qingsong fought, then they could only choose Dean Lu of the Fire Phoenix Academy. Although Dean Lu was also a very powerful output, he was a fire attribute mage like Duan Xing, with a heavy attribute. And once the boss was a high magic resistance and a high fire resistance, then I'm afraid that the success rate of their team's raids would directly drop by 30%. "Headmaster, let me join the battle." At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly spoke up. "No way, what's the point of you, a student, coming to join in the fun?" Without waiting for Jing Bingyun to open her mouth, Duan Xing vetoed Zhang Yuan's proposal without hesitation. Gu Bingying also said at this time, "Little Zhang Yuan, although your supporting ability is indeed outstanding, we are raiding a level 70 high difficulty abyssal copy. Any random small monster there will die after touching you, and none of my healing will be useful to you." Jing Bingyun also agreed with Duan Xing and Gu Bingying's idea at this time, and said to Zhang Yuan, "It really surprises me that you can stand up for yourself, but it is not your duty to raid this copy, and your current task is only to improve yourself. You are the future of our Kyoto University." Duan Xing, Xiao Su, teleport Zhang Yuan back. There's no need for him to participate in this topic either. Su Wanting nodded repeatedly. "Good. Wait." Zhang Yuan immediately interrupted Su Wanting's spellcasting and said to Jing Bingyun, "Headmaster, I am not joking anymore. I am serious. The best fifth person of this team can only be me." Jing Bingyun still shook her head. "Child, this joke of yours isn't funny at all. You don't understand the horror of the abyssal demons at all." Zhang Yuan said seriously, "No, I am very clear about the horror of the abyssal demons, so I must go." At this moment, the sword formation unfolded once more, and the red sky Zhanlu, as well as the 8 violet specter swords flew out from the space of the sword formation. The dangerous aura emanating from the blade of the sword caused monstrous waves to rise in the hearts of everyone present. They actually felt a deadly threat from a level 31 little guy. Zhang Yuan maneuvered the 10 flying swords around himself and said, "Teachers, I am actually an output, and the assistance is just an add-on." Duan Xing was shocked for a moment when he saw the flying swords around Zhang Yuan. Then he came back to his senses. "No way, even if you are an output, the level difference between you and the monsters is too great, and the only thing you can do when you enter the team is to assist. You can't." Zhang Yuan, "Mr. Duan, do you have a means to lock the blood?" Duan Xing, "What?" Zhang Yuan, "Equipment, skills, talents, whatever, are means to prevent being killed in seconds." Duan Xing frowned. "Of course I have, but why are you asking?" Before Duan Xing's words fell, the red sky beside Zhang Yuan turned into a swordlight and violently shot towards Duan Xing. Duan Xing's expression changed drastically, and he immediately condensed a flame shield in front of himself. However, Zhang Yuan's sword was too fast, and before Duan Xing's flame shield could take shape, Zhang Yuan's red sky penetrated through his chest, directly knocking out Duan Xing's deathless passive. 906015375. As the flaming doppelganger that surged out of Duan Xing's body died in place of Duan Xing in the hall, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone present had a look of disbelief on their faces. They all knew Duan Xing's skills, And the fact that Duanxing's flame split was knocked out indicated that Zhang Yuan's sword just now had directly knocked Duanxing's life value to below 30%. If Duanxing didn't have that passive, he would have been killed in seconds just now. Level 31. With the ability to kill level 80 mages in seconds. What kind of damage is this? The crowd was confused. Gu Bingying came back to her senses at this time. She pursed her lips and asked Duanxing, Vice Principal, how much damage did Zhang Yuan do to you? Duanxing was sweating profusely at this time. The whole person was a bit mute, trembling back. 900 million. At this moment, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. I don't know how long it had been silent in the hall, but Jing Bingyun took the lead to break the calm and coughed twice, asking Zhang Yuan, how often can you output this level of damage? Zhang Yuan returned, my sword can output once if I poke it once. Just now it was just my normal attack. Saying that, Zhang Yuan used the skill Ghost Sword Divine Speed, and those 10 flying swords immediately spun around Zhang Yuan as fast as an electric fan. Looking at many Dean's faces turning green, with the attack speed that Zhang Yuan was displaying right now, more than half of the Deans present would not last more than a second. At this moment, everyone only wanted to say one thing to Zhang Yuan in their hearts. This hanging, it's not cheap, is it? After juggling his swords for a round, Zhang Yuan took all the flying swords back into the sword formation space, looked at the dumbfounded Jing Bingyun and asked, Headmaster, I should be qualified to join the Raider squad now, right? Jing Bingyun came back to his senses, looked deeply at Zhang Yuan and sighed with emotion. I didn't expect it. Xia actually produced a little demon like you. Perhaps you are the one who has the ability to end the war between our human race and the Abyss. Deans, the 5th member of the raiding team for this Realm of the Holy Spirit Abyss copy is Zhang Yuan. Are there any objections? No objection. I agree. Seconded. After Zhang Yuan had demonstrated his transcendent strength, all the deans present, including Duanxing, no longer regarded Zhang Yuan as a student, but an equal being standing on the same platform as them. The only thing they could beat Zhang Yuan now was their age and rank. In that case, I hereby announce the members of the team for this raid on the Holy Spirit Realm. Main Titan, Jing Bingyun, level 85, Desolate Ancient Shield, output number 1, Duanxing, level 80, Holy Fire Ruler, Healing, Gu Bingying, level 80, Goddess of Light Envoy. Auxiliary number 1, Su Wanting, level 70, 10,000 Formation Master. Number 2 output cum number 2 support, Zhang Yuan, level 31, Ghost Sword Master. The Abyssal Raider team has been selected. This meeting is declared closed, and I would be grateful if the deans would keep all the contents of today's meeting confidential. After Jing Bingyun finished reading out the list of members of the Abyssal Raiders team in public and declared the meeting over, she instructed Su Wanting next to her, Xiao Su, send the deans back. Yes. Su Wantao nodded slightly and unfurled an array under her feet, teleporting everyone back except for the members of the Raider squad. The 5 people of the Raiders team were the only ones left in the splendid hall. Jing Bingyun first instructed Gu Bingying, Xiao Gu, help Duanxing reset the skill CD of his Deathless Passive. His Deathless Passive is very important to this raiding operation. Let's be prepared for everything before we leave. Okay, Principal. Gu Bingying nodded, then spread out her white palm, and a green light continued to fly out from her palm, wrapping around Duanxing and resetting his skill cooldown. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately asked Gu Bingying, Ms. Gu, can you reset the equipment skill CD? That's fine. Little Zhang Yuan, do you need to reset any skills? Great. A trace of joy flashed across Zhang Yuan's face as he took out the red sky. Trouble Teacher Gu, my specialized martial has the immune to death passive, which I have already used before, and it hasn't cooled down well until now. Gu Bingying nodded and smiled. No problem. My skill cooldown is half an hour. I'll be ready to help you later. Trouble Mr. Gu. You're welcome. While Gu Bingying was waiting for the CD, Jing Bingyun walked up to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, you're the only one among us who doesn't have any knowledge of the realm of the Holy Spirit, so before we set off, let me give you a brief explanation of this copy. Zhang Yuan, Trouble Principal. It should. Jing Bingyun smiled and said, the map of the realm of the Holy Spirit is a sky island, and the monsters on it are mainly dragons. You don't need to worry about the vast majority of the monsters. I'll stop all of them, and they won't be able to touch you. But there's a kind of monster called the Replica Dragon Man you have to pay attention to in a million ways. It can copy the skills and equipment of any member of our team. And once you're copied, all the abyssal monsters are strengthened by your sword formation. And with your high damage, we're likely to be destroyed as a group straight away. Zhang Yuan, then what should I do to avoid being copied? Jing Bingyun, generally speaking, the duplicate Dragon Man will duplicate the person with the highest output in the team. So until we take care of the duplicate Dragon Man, You shouldn't make a move. Just use the sword formation at the back to assist. Zhang Yuan nodded. I understand. Also, let me tell you a little more about the map. While Jing Bingyun was explaining to Zhang Yuan some of the details that he had to pay attention to in some of the copies, inside the realm of the Holy Spirit copy, Odysseus and Ishtar crouched in front of a white archway at the entrance to the replica, chatting about one thing or another. This is a copy of Kyoto University. The outside of the copy is filled with human powerhouses above level 80. Isn't the Archduke asking us to guard the gate here, just sending us to our deaths? Isn't it all your fault, you punk? A level 10 plus Zhang Yuan couldn't handle it, and in the end, it caused Archduke Disses to be seriously injured by Zhang Yuan. And now the king is blaming it on me following your bad luck. You have the nerve to talk about me? Didn't you fail to handle that kid then, too? Who knew that bastard was immune to water damage? I didn't know that he was immune to spirit-based damage. Anyway, I've already started learning other lineage spells, so when I see Zhang Yuan next time, I'll make sure to kill him. You'd better think about how to survive today. This copy of Abyssalization. The human powerhouses will definitely come over to raid. Don't forget our mission. We're still qualified to be resurrected if the mission succeeds. If it doesn't, then we're really dead. Don't worry. I went back to the abyss to find the demon prophet to do a fortune-telling. He said that I've been having an explosion of luck lately. As long as I don't run into Zhang Yuan, I can succeed in whatever I do. It's impossible for that bastard to run into this Holy Spirit realm, right? As Odysseus said this, he looked at the duplicate teleportation entrance and confidently said to Ishtar, Ishtar, don't worry. This time, it's the deadlock that Archduke Hardy himself has laid for the human race. We will definitely win. Ishtar's eyebrows jumped. Don't you say that. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? What kind of a demon is that? While Odysseus and Ishtar were chatting, the light of the duplicate teleportation entrance suddenly lit up. Ortiz instantly got serious. Take cover. The two demons, Odysseus and Ishtar, immediately hid in the grass by the side of the road and stared at the teleportation entrance with bated breath. The two of them, level 70 abyssal bosses, were unbeatable big brothers in front of Zhang Yuan, but in front of Jing Bingyun and the other group of god-tier professionals, they were little caramels, and they had to be cautious and prudent in their actions. At this moment, Jing Bingyun walked out of the teleportation portal, and a brilliant light flashed in Odious' eyes. It's here. It's Jing Bingyun. Just as we predicted. The human raider team members are Jing Bingyun, Duan Xing, Gu Bingying, Su Wanting and Zhang Yuan. When Odysseus saw Zhang Yuan, who had followed the team into the copy, his eyes glazed over. How did this bastard have the face to come to this copy? Just at the moment when Odysseus saw Zhang Yuan and his emotions fluctuated, Duan Xing's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and a red magic guidebook coalesced out of thin air and flipped rapidly. In the next moment, two fire dragons burst out of the magic guidebook and roared towards Odysseus and Ishtar. Discovered. Seeing the two fire dragons attacking, Odysseus and Ishtar each used their disengagement skills to avoid Duan Xing's attacks. As planned, run. Feeling the burning sensation coming from his cheeks, Odysseus turned around and fled without hesitation, without any half-hearted desire to fight. Ishtar was a close second. What are you two running for? Jing Bingyun took a step forward, and a huge black stone shield coalesced out of thin air and slammed into the ground. Skill, Giant Shield Provocation. Boom! The black stone shield directly smashed the ground, and a horrifying wave of air swept out in all directions, as Odysseus and Ishtar suffered from an irresistible traction and uncontrollably attacked Jing Bingyun. The mental light waves and water arrows hit the black stone shield and did not cause half a bit of damage to Jing Bingyun. At the same time, Su Wanting quickly cast a spell, and a spell formation quickly unfolded beneath her feet, flying to cover both Odysseus and Ishtar. Skill, Hypergravity Junction. Buzz. Ortiz and Ishtar were directly pressed to the ground by the extreme gravity, unable to move. Zhang Yuan stood at the back of the group and saw that the two demonic bosses that had once caused him a lot of trouble were easily subdued by the headmaster and the others, worthy of being the top fighting force of Kyoto University. Two level 70 abyssal scum. Just by you dare to pollute my Kyoto University's copy? Duan Xing snorted coldly, and another fire dragon surged out from the magic guidebook and surrounded Duan Xing, roaring at Odysseus and Ishtar, about to devour the two demons. Duan Xing, don't kill them yet. At this time, Jing Bingyun stood out to stop Duan Xing, who was about to kill. These two demons are just cannon fodder. They don't have the ability to make the realm of the Holy Spirit abyssalized. The real boss is still hiding behind the curtain. Interrogate them first. After saying that, Jing Bingyun looked at Gu Bingying and nodded slightly. Xiao Gu, I'll leave it to you. Okay, Principal. Gu Bingying gracefully walked to the front of the group and blew a breath towards Ishtar. A strange fragrant wind blew against Ishtar's face, and Ishtar's eyes immediately lost their color and became dull. Darling, tell me, Who sent you here? Ista mumbled back. Archduke Hardy. Hardy, one of the 7 dukes of the abyss? Hearing Ishtar's reply, the crowd's eyes changed slightly, not realizing that the mastermind behind this time was so big. Jing Bingyun's expression was a bit grave as he said to Gu Bingying, Hardy has always liked to play with plots and tricks. He wouldn't just send 2 demons over to die. What is Hardy's plot after him? Aha! Gu Bingying nodded her head and continued to ask Ishtar, why are you guarding this place and what are you trying to accomplish? Wei, soul blast. Ista was just about to open his mouth when the Odysseus on the side suddenly let out a strange cry, and Ista, who had been seduced by Gu Bingying, had his soul detonated on the spot, bleeding to death from his 7 orifices. The raging spiritual power spread out in all directions, causing the elemental power of the entire copy to become chaotic. The crowd colored. Damned abyssal scum. Duanxing was furious on the spot, and that fire dragon transformed into a giant flaming claw that directly grabbed Odysseus's head and lifted him up. Are you looking for death? Odysseus forced himself to endure the pain and laughed. Ha ha ha, stupid humans, want to dig out information from our mouths? No way, kill us if you want to, we still have a chance to resurrect anyway, but you'll all have to die in this copy. Asshole, then I'll fulfill you. Duanxing roared, and another flaming fist flew out of the magic guide book, fiercely blasting at Odysseus's abdomen and spitting out pieces of his internal organs on the spot. Duanxing, don't kill him. Jing Bingyun held down the storming Duanxing and asked Gu Bingying, Xiao Gu, can you charm him? Gu Bingying tried, then shook her head. No, this demon is a spirit archmage. The spirit resistance is too high. My charm skill has no effect on him. Ha ha ha. Stupid humans ah. Odysseus grinned. This copy is the tomb that Archduke Hardy has prepared for you. So look forward to the gifts the Archduke has in store for you. Speaking of this, Odysseus looked at Zhang Yuan at the very back of the group again. Zhang Yuan, there really are bastards like you everywhere. I was thinking of killing you the next time we meet, but it's a pity that you'll have to die in this copy with this group of old guys. Zhang Yuan calmly looked at Odysseus and suddenly grinned. Odysseus, you are really a big wrong seed ah, with a bit of wisdom, but it's a pity that you have met me in this life. Ortiz was stunned. What do you mean? Zhang Yuan sneered. Odysseus, listen to my command. Buzz dash. As soon as Zhang Yuan uttered these words, his eyes instantly turned pitch black, as if they were an infinite abyss. Odysseus looked into Zhang Yuan's eyes, his pupils contracted violently, and then an unspeakable fear surged out from the depths of his soul. King? Odysseus' body trembled violently, and the fear on his face grew thicker and thicker, as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. This is impossible. Duanxing looked at Zhang Yuan with an incredulous face when he saw Odysseus' sudden transformation. What did you do to him? Zhang Yuan, we'll explain this afterward. Mr. Duan, put him down first. Duanxing was a little hesitant. Jing Bingyun saw Zhang Yuan's dark eyes and pondered. He seemed to realize something and said to Duanxing, Duanxing, listen to Zhang Yuan's words. This demon can't make waves. As Jing Bingyun spoke, Duanxing also withdrew his flaming claws, and Ortis was repressed to the ground by the gravity spell. Zhang Yuan then said to Su Wanning, who was a bit dumbfounded, Teacher Su, you should also withdraw the spell formation. Oh, good. Su Wanning returned to her senses and nodded her head repeatedly, withdrawing the gravity spell. Odysseus climbed up from the ground, staring at Zhang Yuan with a horrified expression on his face, his mouth still repeating the 3 words impossible over and over again. Zhang Yuan whispered softly, kneel down. Puff. Odysseus uncontrollably knelt down towards Zhang Yuan, his 5 bodies on the ground, humble as a bug. Zhang Yuan looked down at the humble Odysseus. Answer me, what are you trying to do here? Okay, King. Odysseus humbly responded. Archduke Hardy has divided the realm of the Holy Spirit into 2 copies, Yin and Yang, and the human raider team must split up and kill both the Yin and Yang abyssal bosses before they can be considered to have truly raided the realm of the corrupted Holy Spirit. If the human raider team does not discover the existence of the Yin Yang copy, and only goes one of the ways. Once the humans step into the boss territory and turn on the abyssal raider mode, the other way will fail the copy raid by default due to the lack of a raider team. At that time, the Abyss boss will be greatly enhanced and lead an army of abyssal monsters to rush out of the copy and slaughter the students of Kyoto University, while the human raiding team trapped in the copy will be swept into the Abyss due to the shattering of the corrupted copy and be annihilated by the demons that have long been waiting in the Abyss. My task with Ishtar is to lay a maze here to attract the attention of the human raider team, and use my spiritual power to conceal the illusionary power exerted at the entrance of the copy, hindering the human raider team from discovering the other copy. As soon as Odysseus spoke these words, a hint of shock could not help but flash through the eyes of everyone present. This Hardy, what a devious tactic! As Odysseus spoke the truth, Gu Bingying closed her eyes and perceived then blew a breath towards a white archway in front of her, and the space around that white archway rippled like water. In the next moment, a black arch appeared next to that white arch, and then a path leading to the unknown appeared in front of the crowd. Surely there is another way. Gu Bingying immediately looked at Jing Bingyun. Headmaster, this is the first time we've encountered a yin-yang copy like this, right? Now that the plan has been completely disrupted, what should we do next? Their team was configured according to raiding one copy, and they now needed to raid two copies at the same time, so the 5-member squad would have to be split into two teams. How to distribute the team's combat power is something that must now be considered. Jing Bingyun's expression was also a bit gloomy at this time, and she was unable to make a decision for a while, so she can only say to Zhang Yuan, Zhang Yuan, ask Odysseus some more about the yin-yang copy, especially the strength of the two copies. Aha! Zhang Yuan nodded his head and said to Odysseus, answer the principal's question. Odysseus immediately replied, the yang copy is the realm of the Holy Spirit after corruption. All the monsters are corrupted by huge amounts of abyssal power, especially the final boss, the king of the Holy Spirit, whose strength increases by more than 20 times. The yin copy is overall a replica of the yang copy, but since the yin copy was created out of thin air by Archduke Hardy using his own power, the difficulty is between the abyssal yang copy and the realm of the Holy Spirit copy nightmare difficulty. Duan Xing, in that case, Principal and Teacher Gu will have to go separately. We need to make sure that each copy has a shield or a milk. In addition to the fact that the yang copy needs to send the main combatant, scoring 3 people to go over. In my opinion, if the 3 of us, Mr. Gu, and Xiao Su, go for the yang copy, and the principal and Zhang Yuan go for the yin copy, this might be the most reasonable distribution. Zhang Yuan, however, shook his head. Mr. Duan, I don't think it's right. Duan Xing, why? Zhang Yuan, Teacher Duan and Teacher Su are an output and a support. Teacher Gu is a healer. Who resists damage when your team goes for a yang copy? Teacher Gu's healing is under a lot of pressure, right? Duan Xing, it can only be distributed like this. With your level Zhang Yuan, even if it is a yin copy of the monster, you will die after touching it. Teacher Gu's healing is useless to you. As for our side, resist it and it should be able to pass. Zhang Yuan firmly rejected. No way. Abyssal monsters already have high offense and high defense, and there is also the existence of the duplicate Dragon Man. Once the duplicate Dragon Man duplicates Teacher Duan Yu, coupled with the strengthened abyssal boss, without the principal in the front to cover the damage, Teacher Duan, the 3 of you will easily be annihilated. Duan Xing was silent, and he knew in his heart that going to the Raider Yang copy without a meat shield would make the probability of their regiment dying extremely high. But if Jing Bingyun and Gu Bingying both went for yang copies, then even if he and Su Wanting went for yin copies, without healing, they wouldn't necessarily be able to resist the damage, and the result would be the same. Not only Duan Xing, the others also fell into silence at this time. After all, with the configuration of their team, they could only have raided one abyssal copy, and now they were forced to split the team into 2, which added more than a little bit of difficulty to them. Seeing everyone's silence, Zhang Yuan continued, my suggestion is that the 4 of you, Headmaster, Mr. Duan, Mr. Gu, and Mr. Su, go through the yang copy together, with me going through the yin copy alone. Jing Bingyun couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. You're going to solo the yin copy? Duan Xing couldn't help but frown as well. Zhang Yuan, are you crazy? Do you have any idea what you're saying? Gu Bingying, yes little Zhang Yuan. Although the yin copy is less difficult than the yang copy, that's only relative. It's definitely far more difficult than the realm of the Holy Spirit on nightmare difficulty. You're only going to die if you go solo. Su Wanting, I don't think that's a good idea either. Zhang Yuan had a serious face at this moment. Teachers, I am not joking. Only if the 4 of you walk the yang copy together. Can you guarantee to raid the yang copy? Jing Bingyun, but how have you been able to raid the yin copy with just one person? This copy isn't something you can get past with just output. I'm not the only one. Zhang Yuan directly summoned a level 70 Inferno Demon Goat. I have a level 70 Inferno Demon Goat, plus a level 70 Odysseus. With my assisting abilities, the 2 of them can barely make it to the front row, so that the yin copy will also have a triple combatant. In addition, I also have 2 level 30 boss summons that can block the gun, enough to pass the level. Please trust me, teachers. Zhang Yuan's eyes were incomparably serious. I will never let you guys down. Jing Bingyun looked at the boss that Zhang Yuan had summoned, and then looked into Zhang Yuan's eyes, and after a long period of silence, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and sighed long and hard. I never thought that one day, we old fellows would need another child to save the day. It's really a case of destiny. Duan Xing was anxious. Headmaster, how can you follow Zhang Yuan's nonsense? He's only level 31. How can he single-handedly brush the ink copy? This is the abyssalized realm of the Holy Spirit. Level 70 Inferno Sheep and Odysseus are simply useless. Jing Bingyun, Duanxing, you and I both know clearly how terrifying the realm of the Holy Spirit will be with the monsters strengthened by 20 times. Even if the four of us raid the young copy together, it's still a life of 9 deaths, and with any lesser person, we're bound to lose. All we can do now is to trust Zhang Yuan. Duanxing gritted his teeth. But, we, as teachers and elders, let a student face the abyss alone. What kind of behavior is this? Gu Bingying, I also agree with this split. Duanxing was shocked. How is Mr. Gu even you? Gu Bingying didn't respond to Duanxing as she walked over to Zhang Yuan. Little Zhang Yuan, promise teacher that you must not die. Zhang Yuan, I promise. Aha. Gu Bingying guffawed and gently kissed Zhang Yuan on his forehead, after which Zhang Yuan felt a strange power surging into his body. This is my skill goddess kiss. It will bring you back to life once, hopefully for good. Zhang Yuan's heart was immediately warmed. Thank you, teacher. We should be the ones thanking you. Gu Bingying smiled back and then looked at Duanxing. Teacher Duan, Zhang Yuan is Yiqingsong's student. Even if you don't like Yiqingsong anymore, you won't deny his vision. After all, the teenager who saved the day back then was also elected by him. Duanxing clenched his fist in silence. Gu Bingying didn't continue and looked at Jing Bingyun. Headmaster, we've delayed too much time. Let's set off. Aha. Jing Bingyun nodded her head, picked up her shield, and looked at Zhang Yuan. Child, the ink copy is in your hands. Zhang Yuan grinned and gave a thumbs up. Leave it to me. Feel free to rest assured. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Jing Bingyun gave Zhang Yuan a deep look and walked straight into that white archway. Little Zhang Yuan, go for it. Zhang Yuan, don't let me down. Brother Zhang Yuan, if we make it back alive, I'll make you a love bento. Gu Bingying, Duanxing and Su Wanning bid farewell to Zhang Yuan in turn, and then followed Jing Bingyun into the white archway. Zhang Yuan swept a glance at Odysseus, who was still kneeling on the ground, and then looked toward the black archway, and smiled faintly. Odysseus, whether you can survive or not depends on your performance today. Odysseus shuddered. Yes, my king. Zhang Yuan passed through the black archway and came to a huge garden labyrinth. The walls on both sides were more than 10 meters high hedges, and there was an invisible boundary at the top to block people who wanted to cross the labyrinth from the air. It's really a one-to-one replica. The labyrinth is exactly like the one the principal told us about. Zhang Yuan was not surprised by this garden maze that appeared in front of him. Before he entered the copy, Jing Bingyun had explained to him the map situation of the realm of the Holy Spirit, as well as the solutions to each area. There were a total of 3 areas in the realm of the Holy Spirit, namely the Garden Labyrinth, the Ancient Temple, and the Land of the Holy Spirit. And the final copy boss, the King of the Holy Spirit, was in the deepest part of the Land of the Holy Spirit. Zhang Yuan was now in the garden maze, and if he wanted to get out of the maze, he needed to follow the white flowers on the hedge walls. Zhang Yuan found the white flower on the wall and summoned the Rakshasa King and the Queen of Ice Elves along with him, making them stand behind him while having the Hell Inferno demon sheep at the front to open up the way, with Odysseus right behind, and himself sitting in the center. Using his flying sword to protect his surroundings, Zhang Yuan set up an iron barrel formation and followed White Flower's guidance as he walked forward. Soon, Zhang Yuan encountered the first corrupted dragon man in the labyrinth. Corrupted dragon warrior, elite, rank, 70, perhaps because of the influence of Abyssal Archduke Hardy's power. Zhang Yuan's abyssal eyes could only see the monster's name and level, and could not gain insight into the monster's attributes and skills. Worthy of being an Abyssal Archduke of the same level as Thesis, this little monster is actually treated in the same way as corrupting the Hell Inferno sheep, making it impossible for my abyssal eyes to gain insight into. Could it be that the demon that corrupted the Hell Inferno sheep before was also the handiwork of Hardy? Such a thought flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind, but he did not think about it carefully and directly ordered the Hell Inferno sheep to attack the abyssal monster together with Odysseus. Before killing the replica dragon man, Zhang Yuan did not intend to show his damage. After all, only one pervert with unbelievably high damage like him in the world would suffice. Luckily, the Ghost God Swordmaster possessed an extremely strong supporting ability, and the Inferno sheep and Odysseus finished off the corrupted Dragon Man warrior in a few hits with the sword formation support. Successfully killed corrupted Dragon Man warrior. Experience plus 1 million, minus 50%. Get Horn of the Dragon Man *1. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 4597/100000. King of the Abyss, plus 716. One small monster plus 1 million experience. Even if I share half of it with the Cursed King, I won't be able to kill many of them before I can level up. I wonder if I can get to level 40 after this copy is cleared. Zhang Yuan was extremely satisfied with the experience of the small monsters in this copy and began to advance steadily. This garden labyrinth is extremely complex, and there are a large number of sneak attack and paralyzing toxin vines hidden in the walls on both sides. So if you don't have the labyrinth strategy, it's extremely easy for first-timers to get entangled in the vines and end up strangled to death by the vines. Previously, the copy of the Realm of the Holy Spirit was controlled by Kyoto University, and the challenger could exit the copy at any time after falling into a desperate situation in the copy. But now that the copy was abyssalized, Zhang Yuan lost the power to exit the copy, and all he could do was to be careful and cautious to avoid turning over in the gutter. If he loses, not only him, the principals, and Kyoto University, and even the entire Kyoto city, will have to suffer a devastating blow. The Rakshasa King is under control. Zhang Yuan did not go far in the maze before the Rakshasa King at the back was entangled by the hidden vines and his stamina dropped crazily. Zhang Yuan maneuvered his flying sword to cut the vines with his quick eyes and hands. The whole process did not take more than 0.5 seconds, but the Rakshasa King's stamina had already bottomed out. The Rakshasa King's level and attributes are too low. That's still with my sword formation to restore his stamina. He can't even last a second. If only there was a way to raise the level and attributes of the summons. Zhang Yuan waited in place for the Rakshasa King's stamina to return to full strength before moving on. The paralyzing vines of this garden maze would only sneak attack the members walking at the very back of the group. So Zhang Yuan had to make sure that the Rakshasa King and the Queen of the Ice Elves survived so that they would become the targets of the paralyzing vines. Otherwise, once Zhang Yuan was entangled, even though he had 100% poison resistance, these paralyzing vines all had skills and passives that cut poison resistance and ignored poison resistance. So with his level, he would definitely die. Successfully killed corrupted Dragon Man Warrior. Experience plus 1 million, minus 50%. Successfully slayed corrupted Dragon Man Swordsman. Experience plus 1 million, minus 50%. Successfully killed the corrupted Dragon Man Gardener. Experience plus 3,000,000, minus 50%. As Zhang Yuan continued to advance, monster kill message after monster kill message appeared, and a golden light rushed out directly from Zhang Yuan's body, rising to level 32. Leveling here is really fast. It's just a pity that neither the Inferno Sheep nor the Odyssey can trigger my Fate Splash, greatly affecting my leveling efficiency. It's really hard to get used to killing them one by one. Zhang Yuan sighed with emotion. He now wanted to have his sword formation in full swing and then give the monsters in this copy a mental storm to experience the exhilarating feeling of leveling up. It was a shame that the replica Dragon Man hadn't shown up yet. If he got high like this, it was the replica Dragon Man's turn to get high later. No, gotta hold it in. This little body of his couldn't withstand a sword of his own. While Zhang Yuan was forcibly holding himself back from turning on unparalleled. Among the Yang copies, Jing Bingyun and his group had already been caught in a bitter battle in the garden labyrinth. Those corrupted dragons acted as if they had gone mad, stepping on the sea of fire laid down by Duan Xing, ignoring Su Waning's control, and continuously slashing Jing Bingyun's large shield. A healing in blue return flew out from Gu Bingying's hands and landed on Jing Bingyun and Duan Xing respectively. And the huge healing pressure made her sweat profusely. The strength of these monsters. It's too much. A level 90 nightmare copy is just like that, isn't it? Duan Xing was sweating profusely and gritting his teeth. At this moment, his magic guidebook was almost turning over in smoking. The sea of fire elements poured onto the corrupted dragons, but the number of those corrupted dragons didn't seem to be decreasing at all. When one died, another filled in, as if in an endless stream. At this moment, he was incredibly glad that the principal had also come to the Yang copy. Otherwise, without a meat shield to hold up the front, they would only have the one ending of being slashed to death by the abyssal monsters. Su Wanting laid down gain spell formation after gain spell formation. With a strong worry in her eyes, the four of us are advancing so hard. I don't know how painful it is on Zhang Yuan's younger brother's side. Jing Bingyun's muscles were all engorged with blood at this time. His clothes were directly stretched out by his muscles. He deadlocked himself against the large shield and yelled lowly, "This won't work. Everyone prepare. I'll directly charge a path to leave the garden maze first. Duan Xing, use the fire dragon to open a path. Xiao Su, speed us up. Xiao Gu is in charge of dealing with the vines." Yes, the crowd replied back in unison, and Duan Xing's magic guidebook flipped quickly, and then a fire dragon erupted out, slamming all the corrupted dragons in front of him into the air. Go! Jing Bingyun roared and used the charge skill, charging into the sea of fire with a large shield on top of him, with Duan Xing's trio following close behind. The team of four broke and began to charge. With Zhang Yuan's assistance, the Inferno Sheep and Odysseus pushed their way across, and they soon followed the white flower to the exit of the garden maze. And at this time, Zhang Yuan was about to level up to 33. This kind of upgrading speed that could be called terrifying was unimaginable to outsiders. Zhang Yuan walked out of the garden labyrinth and looked at an ancient shrine guarded by dragon men in front of him. He suddenly had a bright idea and asked Odysseus to the side. "Oh Odysseus, that abyssal archduke called Hardy, does he still have any other means hidden?" Ortiz shook his head. "In the middle of Archduke Hardy's plan. I'm just a cannon fodder. I'm not qualified to know Archduke Hardy's whole plan. However, Archduke Hardy is not a demon who would hang himself from a single tree. When he lays out a plan, he envisions the possibility of failure at every turn, and then simulates what might happen if the plan fails and draws up plan B." Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. "That is to say, Hardy will anticipate us splitting into two and plan ahead to deal with it?" Odysseus nodded. "Yes, Archduke Hardy is such a devil, always calculating. He has even predicted the composition of the Raiders team in advance, with the only error being that the fifth person in the original team has changed from Lu Huofeng to you." "Zhang Yuan, then what do you think our winning percentage is?" "Odysseus, this." "Zhang Yuan, just say what's in your heart directly. There's no need to flatter me. The fifth person on the Raider team would have failed 100% if it was Lu Huofeng, but now that it's become you, I think you have a 30% chance of winning, and the winning hand is all on you, King." "Only 30%? The situation is grimmer than expected." Zhang Yuan did not expect that Odysseus would still only give a 30% win rate after seeing their side's team configuration. However, Zhang Yuan did not feel flustered. After all, Odysseus had made his judgment based on the information he currently had available, completely unaware of Zhang Yuan's hidden undercard, not to mention the others. The unpurgeable curse attached to the cursed king's heart and the star god's power stored in that star god's robe were enough to pass this copy. With these two divine artifacts, not to mention this Holy Spirit realm copy boss, even if Hardy came in person, Zhang Yuan would be able to beat him up. After Zhang Yuan had account of the difficulty of this abyssal copy in his mind, he instructed the Inferno sheep to attack the dragons in front of the ancient god's temple. The Inferno sheep roared and instantly attracted the attention of the dragons, at which point some of the staff-wearing dragons began to chant incantations, and the sky was suddenly darkened with clouds and lightning. "Odysseus, interrupt them from casting the spell." Zhang Yuan directly gave an order to Odysseus, who directly cast a mental attack on those dragon mages to interrupt them from casting spells. The Inferno goat rushed to the dragon mages and opened its mouth to spit out Inferno, instantly burning all the dragon mages to ashes. Successfully slayed corrupted dragon mage. Experience ++1, 000, -50%. Successfully killed the dragon mage. Experience ++1, 000, -50%. Get mana source *3. The other dragon warriors pulled out their weapons and charged at the Inferno goat, which took advantage of the opportunity to eliminate the rest of the dragon warriors as Odysseus once again cast a spell to shock the dragon warrior spirits. Successfully struck corrupted slayer dragon warrior. Experience ++1, 000, -50%. Obtain dragon man horn *3. Obtain dragon man scale *2. Obtain dragon man heart *1. Dragonman's heart, epic the heart of a dragonman. A precious material used to craft legendary items. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 4716/100000. King of the Abyss, +835. A golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body, rising to level 33. In this copy, upgrading is just too fast. I've only just finished 1/5 of the copy and I've risen from level 31 to level 33. Is this the joy of soloing a copy over level 40? Zhang Yuan looked at his experience bar that was soaring like a flame. First excited, then vaguely worried. He upgraded too quickly like this. If he reached level 70 early and released the Curse King early, then not only was Dasha not prepared to deal with the Curse King, he wouldn't be able to fight against the Curse King either. It seems like we have to find some time to go to the abyssal battlefield to brush up on the low-level abyssal mini-monsters. No matter what, we have to brush up on the 4-dimensional attributes before we ascend to level 70. After putting the matter of brushing attributes on the agenda in Zhang Yuan's mind, he let the Inferno sheep and Odysseus open the way in front of him, and entered the ancient temple, where a huge statue of a dragon man was reflected in front of Zhang Yuan's eyes. In front of the statue there was a stone disc with 5 circular grooves. According to the headmaster, in order to open the passageway to the land of the Holy Spirit, you need to collect 5 dragon pearls in the temple, each of which is guarded by a draconian sage, and only by defeating the draconian's 5 sages can you enter the land of the Holy Spirit. Recalling the solution given by the headmaster, Zhang Yuan looked at the 5 different colored doors in the temple and asked Odysseus, "It's time to start raiding the abyssal boss. Can you hold it?" Ortiz was firm. "As long as the king orders it, even if I can't hold it, I'll hold it." "Okay." Zhang Yuan nodded his head slightly and instructed Odysseus to open the brown door with his thoughts. Boom! The moment the door was opened, a large amount of black gas surged out from it, and the entire temple was suddenly filled with a dense abyssal aura. A strong draconian with scarlet eyes, half of his body decayed and half covered in stone armor, stepped out from behind the door. Corrupted Earth Sage, leader. Rank, 80. Again, it was a short message, but the monster level had changed from 70 to 80. The Hell Inferno demon goat hissed and growled at the Corrupted Earth Sage, and the Corrupted Earth Sage coldly swept a glance at the Hell Inferno demon goat and slightly raised his hand, and an extremely sharp ground thorn rushed out from the ground, instantly penetrating the Hell Inferno demon goat's chest. Blood erupted, and the Inferno demon goat's stamina instantly lost a large portion of its strength. The Corrupted Earth Sage casually flung out 4 more rocks, directly opening the other 4 doors, and the Corrupted Sages of Fire, Wind, Water, and Thunder stepped out from behind them. The abyssal corruption aura emanating from the 5 corrupted sages was so thick that it was about to condense into substance, even making the air in the divine hall become sticky. All 5 sages together? Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly when he saw that the 5 corrupted sages actually came out at the same time. Is this Hardy's plan B? At this moment, the 10 flying swords surrounding Zhang Yuan began to vibrate slightly, emitting sword chants. Hell Inferno Sheep and Odysseus would never be able to stop a siege of 5 bosses. He had to make a move. I wonder how things are going. On the principals and their side? Zhang Yuan was in a somewhat gloomy mood and began to worry about the other side. Now in this situation, even he couldn't care about replicating the dragons. He had to do it himself, and the battle would only get tougher for the principal their way. In the Yang copy, the 4 people of Jing Bingyun, who were hung up on by Zhang Yuan, were completely in a bitter battle at this time. The 5 corrupted sages continuously manipulated the elements to bombard Jing Bingyun, who was at the forefront, and the terrifying elemental force caused the entire temple to completely crumble, with the only thing that remained unharmed being the gigantic statue of the Dragon Man. Cracks had already appeared in Jing Bingyun's large black stone shield, while the immense healing pressure made Gu Bingying unable to speak. She had to focus on healing Jing Bingyun. Even if she made a slight mistake, Jing Bingyun's bloodline would fall below the safety line and be decapitated by the 5 sages at any time. Once Jing Bingyun's defense line was breached, their entire squad would be annihilated in an instant, and Gu Bingying wouldn't even be able to use her resurrection skill. And at this moment, Duan Xing was suspended in midair, with incomparably terrifying fire elements surging around him, and he seemed to be brewing some kind of terrifying forbidden art. Those corrupted sages quickly noticed Duan Xing, who was storing up his strength, and the corrupted Thunder Sage suddenly got rid of Jing Bingyun's taunts and coalesced a thunder lance in his hand, violently hurling it towards Duan Xing in midair. A ray of lightning flashed by, and the raging thunder element even distorted the space of the copy. At this time, a reflection spell formation appeared in front of Duan Xing, and the lightning spear was absorbed by the reflection spell formation, and then bounced back with double the power, directly blowing a bloody hole in the corrupted Thunder Sage's body. The pale Su Wanting's hands followed the seal, her eyes incomparably resolute. With me here, don't even think about hurting Mr. Duan. Good job, Ko. I've finished storing up my power. Give me the gain. Duan Xing laughed out loud as flames ignited in his eyes. A dragon roar rose up to the sky, and a fire dragon large enough to cover the entire floating island appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Su Wanting once again laid down 3 gain spell formations. Spirit power is increased by 50%, mage skill power is increased by 50%, and damage is increased by 50%. Boom! With the gain effect given by Su Wanting's spell formation, the fire elements surging around Duan Xing burned even more fiercely, even igniting the entire sky. The 5 corrupted sages felt the threat that Duan Xing brought, and fear appeared in all of their eyes as they chanted obscure incantations and prepared to cast spells. For a moment, the 5 elements converged around them. Jing Bingyun saw the right moment and suddenly jumped up high, raising his shield and slamming it down hard. Get down on the ground for me. Skill, Earth Tremor. Boom! The giant shield directly smashed the entire floating island and shook violently, and the 5 corrupted sages were stunned by the seismic wave on the spot, and their spell casting was interrupted. A brilliant light flashed in Duan Xing's eyes, and the magic guide book in front of him ignited with sacred flames. Forbidden spell, Holy Inferno Dragon ruling. The Inferno Dragon in the sky roared and swooped down on the 5 corrupted sages, directly devouring them. The entire floating island completely burned at this moment, turning into an island of flames. In the meantime, Zhang Yuan felt the restless fire element in the air and the faint burning sensation. He could not help but look in the direction of the Yin copy. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Is this Mr. Duan's skill? Such a dense fire element. It even affects the Yin copy side. King, look out. At that moment, Odysseus sounded a reminder and Zhang Yuan looked back, only to see the corrupted Earth Sage tossing a stone spear. Ortiz tried his best to gather a mental barrier in front of Zhang Yuan, but unfortunately, His mental barrier was useless and was pierced through by the stone spear on the spot. Sculpture. A brilliant light flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes as he controlled a violet specter sword to perfectly block the corrupted Earth Sage's attack, and then used Red Sky, Zhan Lu, and the other 7 violet specter swords to stab the corrupted Earth Sage into a hedgehog without hesitation. The corrupted Earth Sage's life value dropped below 25% on the spot, and he was directly decimated. Successfully killed corrupted Earth Sage. Experience plus 10. 000. minus 50%. Obtain Earth Dragon Pearl *1. The remaining 4 corrupted sages took 50% splash damage and were seriously injured. Zhang Yuan immediately used Spiritual Storm again, and the terrifying storm instantly engulfed the remaining 4 corrupted sages. Successfully killed the corrupted Fire Sage. Experience plus 10. 000. minus 50%. Successfully killed corrupted Water Sage. Experience plus 10. 000. minus 50%. Successfully killed the corrupted Wind Sage. Experience plus 10. 000. minus 50%. Successfully killed corrupted Thunder Sage. Experience plus 10. 000. minus 50%. Get Fire Dragon Ball *1. Water Dragon Ball *1. Wind Dragon Ball *1. Thunder Dragon Ball *1. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 4721/100000. King of the Abyss, plus 840. Almost instantly, the 5 great sages died violently on the spot, and the 5 Dragon Balls were suspended in midair. This is the end of the kill? Dumbfounded, Odysseus looked at the 5 sages who had died violently and looked at Zhang Yuan with an unbelievable face, his body trembling uncontrollably. Although with the influence of the Cursed King title, Odysseus was now completely subservient to Zhang Yuan. He still maintained the ability to think independently. How long had it been since he last dealt with Zhang Yuan? Zhang Yuan already possessed the ability to instantly kill 5 level 80 mini-bosses? Odysseus' brain is trembling. Is this the power of the king? It's horrible. The abyssal demons originally respected strength and worshipped the strong. Level 33 Zhang Yuan was already so powerful that Odysseus needed to look up to him. At this time, Odysseus could not imagine how terrifying the level 60 Zhang Yuan after the second turn should be. At this moment, Odysseus became more and more adoring and fearful of Zhang Yuan. In his eyes, Zhang Yuan had completely turned into the king of curses, and he was willing to sacrifice everything for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, on the contrary, did not have any emotional fluctuations about his killing the corrupted 5 sages in seconds. Although these 5 sages were level 80 corrupted bosses, they were only mini-bosses in the middle of the level and did not have any blood-locking mechanism, and it was expected by Zhang Yuan that they would be decimated. What gave Zhang Yuan a headache now was that he had struck out early to finish off the 5 sages, and the duplicate Dragon Man in the Holy Spirit Land would definitely duplicate him. According to Jing Bingyun, the copy Dragon Man was able to copy everything except for the divine artifacts that could not be copied, including Zhang Yuan's skills, equipment, and even the gain effects on his body. In other words, apart from the Cursed King's Blade, the Cursed King's Heart, and the Star God's Robe, the replicants had everything that Zhang Yuan had. Both Zhang Yuan and the replicant had the Red Sky and Goddess Kiss 2 death immunity passives, and Zhan Lu also had the passive that converted damage into a temporary shield. So in this case, whoever hit the other first was the winner. It's true passion for mutual seconds. While thinking about his next response, Zhang Yuan used the sword formation to restore the Hell Inferno Demon Sheep's physical strength while instructing Odysseus to place the 5 Dragon Balls into the groove in front of the Dragon Man statue. Rumble. As the 5 dragon beads were placed into the grooves, the ceiling above the temple slowly parted and a soft light shone down on the statue of the Dragon Man. The Dragon Man statue began to shake violently and gradually turned into a real Dragon Man before placing its huge palm in front of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan brought his summons and walked up to the Dragon Man's palm with Odysseus. The gigantic Dragon Man stood up with one hand supporting Zhang Yuan and the others. Then it unfurled its wings behind it and rolled up a gust of wind, soaring up into the sky above the floating island. The giant Dragon Man broke through the clouds and brought Zhang Yuan to the last area of the replica, the land of the Holy Spirit. Above the clouds of the floating island, there was another floating island shrouded by a boundary suspended, and that was the land of the Holy Spirit. In this copy, the only way to cross the boundary and enter the Holy Spirit land is to collect all 5 Dragon Balls and awaken the King of the Dragon Men. When the Dragon Man King passed through the boundary and placed Zhang Yuan and Odysseus in the land of the Holy Spirit, it reverted back to a statue and watched over this floating island as if it was the guardian god of this island. However, under the influence of the power of the abyss, this place of the Holy Spirit, which was supposed to be filled with a sacred atmosphere, had become eerie and weird at this point. The guardianship of this corrupted island by the statue of the king of the dragon men is becoming a bit ridiculous. In the land of the Holy Spirit, those dragon men with halos on their heads and robes of purity had now become hideous, with a horrible, uncomfortable aura emanating from their bodies. Zhang Yuan looked towards those corrupted dragon men in the distance and used the Eye of the Abyss. Corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit, Elite, Rank, 80. The monsters in the Holy Spirit land had all been leveled at 80, far exceeding the average level that this copy should have. After Zhang Yuan landed on the ground, he did not do it himself but ordered the Inferno sheep to lure the monsters over one by one, and then let the Inferno sheep and Odysseus combine their efforts to kill these monsters. The corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit was only a minor monster in the Holy Spirit land, and although it was of a high level, it could not pose any threat to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan now had to focus himself on the replicas that might appear at any time to prevent any replica flying swords from flying out of the sword formation space and sneak attacking him. In a fight between him and a replicant, the first move would determine the winner. Therefore this Holy Spirit land, apart from the replica Dragon Man and the boss Holy Spirit King, the other monsters were unimportant and could be left entirely to the Hell Inferno Sheep and Odysseus to deal with. Although both the Hell Inferno Sheep and Odysseus were 10 levels lower than the corrupted Sacred Dragon Spirit, both of them were boss level, with attributes that were already far superior to monsters of the same level, and coupled with Zhang Yuan's sword formation's gain of ignoring 50% of defense, it was not difficult for them to deal with the corrupted Sacred Dragon Spirit, and they were able to manage to kill one in a few rounds of attacks. Successfully slayed corrupted Holy Dragon Spirit. Experience plus 1500000 minus 50%. Get Sacred Dragon Man Horn *1. The Inferno Sheep and Odysseus cooperated with each other, drawing the monsters one by one to surround and kill them, while the Rakshasa and the Queen of the Ice Elves stayed back and acted as Zhang Yuan's eyes, preventing him from being sneak attacked by the replicants. Zhang Yuan slowly advanced through the Holy Spirit land. His level had risen to level 34, but he still had not found any traces of the replicants. This duplicate Dragon Man, he shouldn't be trying to siege me together with the boss, right? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a bad premonition in his heart as he looked at the palace of the King of Holy Spirit not far away. Odysseus said at this moment, King, Archduke Hardy had already tampered with the duplicate rules before to make the 5 sages appear together. So it's not impossible for him to have the duplicates and the boss together. This Hardy really deserves to die. Using the 5 sages to force my hand at the ancient temple, and then arranging for my clones in the final boss territory. This is a chain of events with a dirty heart. Zhang Yuan could not help but curse angrily. He originally wanted to go one-on-one with the replicator and wait until he had resolved the replicator before going to raid the final corrupted Holy Spirit King. But now that the replicants and the King of corrupted Holy Spirit appeared together, then his side was at an infinite disadvantage. A level 70 Inferno Sheep and a level 70 Odysseus wouldn't necessarily be able to stop the corrupted Holy Spirit King that had been strengthened by the Abyss, even with the help of the sword formation. In this situation, if he wanted to win the battle, he had to only use the Star God's robe and borrow the power of the gods to kill the corrupted Holy Spirit King and the replicants in seconds. Although this would allow him to pass the Een copy 100%, if Hardy ran into the copy at this time, without the Star God's robe, he would be fish on the chopping block. Moreover, Zhang Yuan did not know why, but he had a premonition that as long as they cleared the copy, Hardy would probably do it himself. He had to save the power of the Star God for the end. King, I have an idea. At this point, Ortiz suddenly spoke up, trying to make a point. Say, I can inflict a curse necromancy on the King's summons, and whenever the King of the corrupted Holy Spirit strikes the King's summons, then it suffers a debilitating curse. In that case, I should be able to deal with the weakened Holy Spirit King, and you, King, will be able to have a fair 1v1 duel with your clone, cursed undead. Zhang Yuan's eyes stared slightly. Are you sure it works? Odysseus, King, don't look at my defeat at your hands, but in fact my spiritual spell attainment is extremely high. Even a Duke-level demon may not be able to resist my spiritual attacks. The boss of this copy can definitely not resist my curse. Hearing these words from Odysseus, Zhang Yuan fell into silence. He was loath to place the victory of this battle on an evil-doing abyssal demon. After all, he was only using the title of Cursed King to control Odysseus, and there was no guarantee of Odysseus' loyalty. Once Odysseus turned against him in the middle of the game, he would immediately fall into a desperate situation of 1 against 3 with the loss of the Inferno Sheep. Seeing that Zhang Yuan did not agree to his decision, Odysseus could not help but ask, King, are you doubting my loyalty? Zhang Yuan was silent in response. Seeing that Zhang Yuan did not respond, Odysseus guessed what Zhang Yuan was thinking and continued, if you are worried that I will betray, then I will inflict the cursed necromancy on myself, and by my death, I will curse the King of the corrupted Holy Spirit. You're going to your death? A trace of shock flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes when he heard these words from Odysseus. He did not expect Odysseus, who was a demon and selfish by nature, to go to such an extent. At that moment, Odysseus' eyes became devout and fervent as he stared straight at Zhang Yuan and said from the bottom of his heart, I am deeply impressed by the king's might. As long as it is for the king, I will offer everything I have. Zhang Yuan could not help but feel a vicious chill in his heart as he looked at the frenzied eyes of Odysseus. He knew very well that it wasn't him that Odysseus was loyal to, but the king of the damned. Once the cursed king was resurrected, this Odysseus would follow suit and become a great danger to the human race. This guy can't stay. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan also made a decision and said to Odysseus, Fine, since you are willing to die, inflict the cursed death word on yourself. Yes. Without hesitation, Odysseus nodded and began to apply the cursed necromancy to himself. Zhang Yuan saw that Odysseus had really inflicted a curse on himself and once again refreshed his knowledge of the cursed king. It was just a title of Curse King, yet it could firmly control a spirit archmage like Odysseus who had extremely high spirit resistance, and could even make Odysseus sacrifice his own life without hesitation. Then when the real cursed king was resurrected, what kind of strength would it display? How many people will fall under its spell? King, I'm ready. After a few minutes had passed, Odysseus, who had inflicted all sorts of cursed necromancy on himself, spoke up, full of fervor, with no fear of death visible in his eyes. Zhang Yuan came back to his senses, looked deeply at Odysseus and said, Go. Yes. Odysseus walked into the sanctuary, only to see a strange creature emanating an ominous aura, glowing with purple light and resembling an energy body, suspended in the center of the sanctuary. That was the final boss of this copy, the king of corrupted Holy Spirit. Next to the king of the Holy Spirit, there was another replica that looked exactly like Zhang Yuan, with flying swords suspended around it, but the color was black and white. Odysseus swept a glance at the king of corrupted Holy Spirits and the replicants and grinned, then swung his staff and cast Soul Blast on the king of corrupted Holy Spirits and the replicants. Duplicate Red Sky immediately blocked in front of the duplicates, while the king of Holy Spirits' eyes lit up with red light and directly shot out 2 death rays, burning 2 large holes in Odysseus' chest. Failing to use his soul explosion technique, Ordus collapsed straight to the ground, and a large amount of black gas gushed out from his corpse, quickly wrapping itself around the king of corrupted Holy Spirits. When the king of corrupted Holy Spirits realized that he was cursed, a flash of panic flashed through his eyes and he immediately cast the purification skill on himself, and just then, the Hell Inferno demon goat, which was covered in blazing flames, crashed through the walls of the sanctuary and tackled the corrupted Holy Spirit King to the ground, its eyes shooting 2 death rays at the corrupted Holy Spirit King. Death Curse. The Inferno Sheep's curse skill was similarly inflicted on the corrupted Holy Spirit King, causing the corrupted Holy Spirit King's stamina to drop at a rate visible to the naked eye, interrupting the corrupted Holy Spirit King's purification skill. When Zhang Yuan's clone on the side saw that the corrupted Holy Spirit King was being suppressed, it was about to make a move to help the corrupted Holy Spirit King out, when the space in front of it suddenly distorted, followed by a violet specter sword flying out from the sword formation space, stabbing it straight in the face. The replicant immediately gave up on helping the Holy Spirit King and directly used his blocking intuition, controlling the flying sword to bounce that purple specter sword away. However, the moment the replicant bounced off the violet specter swords, Red Sky and Zhanlu, as well as the other 7 violet specter swords shot out from 9 different directions again, directly shooting the replicant into a hedgehog. Duplicate Red Sky's passive triggers, and the duplicate's life value is forcibly changed to 1 point. The Lord of the corrupted Holy Spirit on the side took a huge amount of splash damage and began to roar angrily as the entire sanctuary began to shake violently. A powerful shockwave erupted from within the body of the corrupted Holy Spirit, directly shaking the Hell Inferno demon sheep out. At the same time, the replicants did not hesitate to launch a counterattack towards Zhang Yuan outside the sanctuary, collecting the replica Red Sky and Zhanlu, as well as the 8 replica violet specter swords into the sword formation space, and then releasing the 10 flying swords around Zhang Yuan. With the acceleration of the Ghost Sword Divine Speed skill, it was impossible for Zhang Yuan to stop those 10 flying swords. However, Zhang Yuan did not intend to stop it at first. Skill, Blocking Intuition. Zhang Yuan used his blocking intuition to block the attack of the duplicate Red Sky, and then relied on his Zhanlu passive to offset the damage of the duplicate Zhanlu and the 8 duplicate Violet Spectre swords with the temporary shield converted out of the damage, preserving his immune to death passive. Inferno Goat killed. The Rakshasa King is dead. The Ice Queen is dead. Under the life-base splash of the replicants, Zhang Yuan's 3 summons died violently on the spot. However, Zhang Yuan did not panic as he once again maneuvered his 10 flying swords to attack the replicant, once again knocking out the resurrection passive of the replicant's Goddess Kiss. Zhang Lu converted the damage into a temporary shield for Zhang Yuan. The king of corrupted Holy Spirit took another heavy hit, directly knocked out of the bloodlock skill. It rushed out of the sanctuary and flew into midair. Its chest lit up with an evil glow before a huge dark purple spell directly covered the sky of the Holy Spirit land. The land of the Holy Spirit became dimly lit. At the same time, the replicant was infuriated and once again controlled the flying swords to attack Zhang Yuan. But unfortunately, under the temporary shield transformed by the Zhanlu sword, the replicant still did not cause any damage to Zhang Yuan. In this battle between the rightful owner and the replicant, after Zhang Yuan grabbed the first move and used a violet specter sword to trick the replicant's blocking instincts, the victory or defeat of the battle was no longer in doubt. 10 sword lights shot out, directly decapitating the replicants. Successfully killed the corrupted replica Dragon Man. Experience +2. 000. -50%. Obtaining the prop Mirror of Duplication. Mirror of Replication. Legend can be used repeatedly to copy a spirit body for fighting. The strength of the spirit body is the same as the copy object. The stronger the copy object, the shorter the existence time of the spirit body. At the same time, at most only one copy of the spirit body can exist. The cooldown of the props is 1 day. Cursed King Artifact Quest, 4772/100000. King of the Abyss, +891. After killing the duplicate Dragon Man, Zhang Yuan did not bother to check what props the duplicate Dragon Man had popped out, and directly used attribute conversion to convert his spiritual strength 5 times into agility, and using the Wind Riding Boots Wind Riding skill, coupled with the acceleration of the sword formation, he turned around and ran furiously towards the statue of the Dragon Man King at the entrance of the Holy Spirit Land. The King of Sacred Spirits will unleash a map-wide attack skill when he enters the second stage, and that's when the King of Dragons statue will resurrect once again, using the power of the 5 Dragon Balls to construct a defensive boundary. Copy raiders can circumvent the King of Spirits attack by running inside the boundary constructed by the statue of the King of Dragons before the King of Spirits attack descends. This is a copy mechanism that was discovered by the seniors of Kyoto University after they had raided this copy of the realm of the Holy Spirit many times. The boundary of the statue of the Dragon Man King is sort of the underlying inherent mechanism of this copy. And even if Hardy had abyssalized the copy, this copy mechanism would not have been altered. Under the 5-fold conversion of his attributes, Zhang Yuan relied on his agility of more than 200,000 plus various accelerations to finally run back to the vicinity of the statue of the Dragon Man King before the corrupted Holy Spirit King finished storing up his power. The statue retransformed into the Dragon King, who then rose up into the air and used the power of the 5 Dragon Pearls to construct a boundary with a radius of less than 10 meters. At that moment, countless purple light spears descended from the purple spell formation that enveloped the sky, smashing down like torrential rain and piercing through the earth. However, when those light spears landed on the boundary, they were all turned into light particles and dissipated without causing any damage to the boundary. Zhang Yuan stood inside the boundary and looked at the densely packed purple light guns outside, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I have to admit that this time, if there is no Odysseus, I really can't single-handedly brush this copy by myself alone. Odysseus, I will honor your memory. Not to mention anything else, if the corrupted Holy Spirit King and the replicants attacked together, Zhang Yuan had no other means other than using the Star God's robe. According to the guide given by the headmaster, the King of Holy Spirits would change from a long-range form to a melee form after releasing this wide-range skill, with high attack and defense, and extremely fast speed. In theory, the Holy Spirit King Stage 2 was the most difficult part of this copy, but to Zhang Yuan, the Holy Spirit King Stage 2 was a giveaway without the bloodlock. Zhang Yuan's current sword formation radius was 2 kilometers, and the enemies within the sword formation would slow down by 50%, coupled with Zhang Yuan's ability to ignore defenses. The 2 major advantages of the King of Holy Spirit's melee form of high defense and high speed were gone. Before the King of Holy Spirit got close to Zhang Yuan, it would be sent to the west by Zhang Yuan's flying sword. For Zhang Yuan, after passing the Holy Spirit King stage and getting rid of the duplicate Dragon Man, this copy was already considered a pass. The King of Corrupted Holy Spirit did not disappoint Zhang Yuan, and after it released its skill, a large amount of purple light slowly condensed into a purple unicorn on the earth. The corrupted Holy Spirit King rode onto the unicorn and grabbed a purple lance from the void before charging at Zhang Yuan. In the path of the corrupted Holy Spirit King's running attack, 10 flying swords continuously flew out from the sword formation space and attacked the corrupted Holy Spirit King. When the corrupted Holy Spirit King rushed in front of Zhang Yuan, the red sky flew out from the sword formation space, turned into a red light, and stabbed into the corrupted Holy Spirit King's chest, flipping it off its horse and pinning it to the ground. Successfully killed the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit. Experience +40, 000, -50%. Obtaining the equipment Crown of the Holy Spirit. Get the Heart of the Holy Spirit *1. Crown of the Holy Spirit, legendary spiritual power increased by 50%. No equipment level restriction. Heart of the Holy Spirit, unique material for forging divine weapons. Only one in the world. Get God's Stone *3. A golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body, rising to level 35. Only after the King of Corrupted Holy Spirit was decapitated did Zhang Yuan have the time to open his storage space and check his harvest. A direct 50% increase in mental power? Zhang Yuan was completely shocked when he saw the equipment effect of the Crown of the Holy Spirit. His current spiritual power was 56,902. So as long as he brought on this Crown of the Holy Spirit, wouldn't it skyrocket to 85,353, directly increasing his spiritual power by nearly 30,000? Most importantly, his spiritual power would continue to increase, and the later it got, the stronger the gain effect this Crown of the Holy Spirit would give him. It's worthy of being a level 70 abyssal copy. The legendary grade equipment that explodes from this place belongs to the supermodel attributes in the legendary grade bracket. Zhang Yuan sighed, and after equipping the Crown of the Holy Spirit, he took out another prop, Mirror of Duplication. Looking at the description of the effect, it is able to duplicate a spirit out of it. I don't know if it is possible to duplicate the Demon Archduke. If it is possible, the value that this prop can bring out of it is estimated to be even greater than the Crown of the Holy Spirit. Zhang Yuan was now eager to try out the effects of the Mirror of Reproduction, but after seeing the one-day cooldown time, he had to hold down his curiosity. There might be a vicious battle to follow, and this Mirror of Reproduction might have an unexpected effect. After placing the Mirror of Reproduction back in my backpack, I finally came to the main event of the day. With excitement, Zhang Yuan took out the Destiny Compass along with the 3 Stones of God, a new refined 3rd-ranked specialized weapon, or a new triple specialized weapon. Either result would be an immense boost to my battle power. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate and directly put the 3 Stones of God into the Destiny Compass. Trifecta. A large number of cards in the Destiny Compass rotation. Random models of the Destiny Compass lit up 3 red light flying out. The copy of the sky suddenly turned into a starry sky. 3 stars from the sky galaxy fell. Cohesion into a sword body flashing stars sword. Divine sword 7 stars Dragon Abyss, exclusive 3rd order plus 3000 attack power. Automatically protects the owner. Holder is immune to fixation type effects. Holder is immune to lightning attribute damage. Holder receives star protection and is not affected by the pressure of the strongest person. Artifact quest, drawing on the power of the star god, 0/1. Remarks, one of the 10 great sword weapons. Protects the Lord and cleanses the world. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword slowly landed in front of Zhang Yuan, the sword emitting a soft starlight, which seemed to contain the starry sky. Beautiful to the extreme. What a beautiful sword. Zhang Yuan sighed, and just as he gripped the hilt of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, the star god's robe that he was wearing manifested itself on its own, and then both of them shone with the same starlight, as if they were resonating. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword senses the power of the star god. Does it consume the number of times the robe of the star god is recharged to recharge the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword? I can just finish the artifact quest? Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he saw the panel prompt, and then he chose charge without hesitation. The star god's power contained in the star god's robe surged out, pouring as much as it could into the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. Boom! The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword violently erupted with an extremely strong aura, and then Zhang Yuan realized that he was suddenly in a starry sky, and the flickering starlight of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword seemed to be breathing as if it was breathing, at the same frequency as the flickering of the stars in the sky. Completing the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword artifact quest, the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword evolves into an artifact that can be refined to more than 3rd order. Divine sword 7 stars Dragon Abyss, exclusive artifact level 3 plus 30,000 attack power. Automatically protects the owner. The owner is immune to control effects. The owner is immune to lightning attribute damage and can rebound lightning attribute attacks. The owner receives star protection, is not affected by the pressure of the strong, and exerts pressure on non-divine beings, resulting in a reduction of damage by 50%. Remarks, one of the 10 great sword weapons. Protects the Lord and cleanses the world. When Zhang Yuan saw the new attributes of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, his pupils contracted violently and he even forgot to breathe. Invincible. Absolutely unbeatable. Other than the word invincible, Zhang Yuan could not think of any other adjectives to describe this 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, not to mention the fact that the attack power panel was directly multiplied by 10. Those word effects of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword all received a huge boost. Is this the specialized martial art that completed the divine artifact quest? It's too perverted. Zhang Yuan's hands were shaking with excitement as he held the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. He spent several minutes calculating the damage of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, and as a result, he couldn't come up with a specific damage value even though his head was about to explode from counting, only knowing that the large number had exceeded 10 billion. This is no longer a trinity. I wonder if the demon Archduke can resist the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword? Zhang Yuan continuously lamented and immediately unloaded one of the Violet Spectre swords in his sword box and equipped the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. At this moment, Zhang Yuan felt that his entire being had gained sublimation. Buzz dash! As the heaven and earth anomaly brought about by the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword dissipated, a duplicate teleportation exit appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. When Zhang Yuan saw the blue vortex that represented the copy teleportation exit, he subconsciously was about to go up and touch it, when he suddenly gave a start and instantly woke up from his joy. No! Red Sky's artifact quest hasn't even been updated, and this abyssal copy hasn't been cleared yet. How did this copy teleportation exit appear? Just as Zhang Yuan stopped and was puzzled in his mind, a grim voice came out from the copy teleportation exit. TSK. It's not fun to be so vigilant. As that gloomy voice appeared, the copy teleportation exit suddenly turned into a purple vortex. An extremely strong pressure surged out from inside, and a large number of tentacles made of purple chi rushed out from the purple vortex and wrapped around Zhang Yuan. Get in here for my lord. The gloomy voice gave a strange laugh, and those tentacles violently pulled hard. But at that time, Zhang Yuan's body lit up with starlight around him, and those tentacles were directly ripped off, while Zhang Yuan stood still. Clowns who play tricks. Zhang Yuan sneered, and the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword transformed into a ray of starlight and instantly shot into the purple vortex. Aha! You little monster! Where did you get that artifact? A mournful scream came out of the purple vortex, and then that purple vortex closed, and the aura of the abyssal demon suddenly disappeared. Successfully repelled the demon Hardy. Experience plus 10. 000. 000, minus 50%. Can't you kill him with one sword? Forget it, that sword just now must have seriously injured him. He can't make waves this time. Spare his little life. Zhang Yuan was slightly disappointed when he saw that his panel prompted for a knockout instead of a kill, but this result was expected. After all, Hardy was one of the 7 great dukes of the abyss, a great evil that terrified the whole world. Regardless of whether his blood was thick or not, he definitely had quite a few means of preserving his life, and it was normal that he couldn't be killed by a single blow from the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. I also don't know how the principal and their side is doing. Go over and help them. After checking the surroundings and confirming that there were no more monsters in the scene copy, Zhang Yuan began to use attribute conversion to convert his spiritual attribute into agility attribute and return the same way. He planned to go back to the original point and head for the Yang copy again to help the principal and the others. Yang copy, land of the Holy Spirit. The floating island above the Sky Island had been broken into pieces. The true corrupted Holy Spirit King was suspended high in the air. A terrifying spell formation was suspended in the air, and countless purple light spears descended from the sky, poking countless holes in all of the Sky Island. In the midst of this annihilating rain of light spears, on a piece of floating island debris, the statue of the Dragon Man King held up a very small boundary, protecting Jing Bingyun's few people. In the middle of the boundary, Gu Bingying was treating the severely injured Jing Bingyun, while Su Wanting was constructing a repair spell formation, doing her best to repair Jing Bingyun's broken large shield. Under the successive bitter battles, everyone's spiritual power had already bottomed out, but the corrupted Holy Spirit King still had a second stage. A heavy atmosphere filled the air. Duan Xing looked toward the corrupted Holy Spirit King high in the sky in the distance, his eyes slightly condensed, and he said in a deep voice, "The corrupted Holy Spirit King's skill is about to end, and it's about to enter its second stage." Jing Bingyun stood up with a strong and bruised body, picking up the broken large shield. Later on, I'll turn on the desolate ancient blood to top the front. Xiao Gu, you don't need to heal me. Fully assist Duan Xing and increase his wounds. Gu Bingying's expression changed slightly. Principal, if I don't treat you, won't you? Jing Bingyun interrupted. This old man of mine should have died 30 years ago, and living to this day is already a big gain. If I can burn out here and save Kyoto University, then I, the president, will have a good death. Xiao Gu, you don't have enough mental power anymore, do you? There's no need to waste your mental power on a dead man like me next. Only by assisting Duan Xing will we be able to raid this abyssal boss. Su Wanting's voice took on a sobbing tone at this point. School, principal, no, you can't die here. You said you would lead us in a counterattack against the abyss. How can you fall here? Jing Bingyun looked towards Xiao Su and said gently, among us, I'm actually most worried about you. You're the youngest and always used to relying on others. I've always expected to see you on your own one day. So, Xiao Su, can you fulfill this last wish of my bad old man? Headmaster, Su Wanting's eyes reddened. Boom. At that moment, the dark purple spell formation in the sky dispersed, and the corrupted Holy Spirit King rode onto a unicorn with lightning flickering around its body, and took out a long spear with flickering lightning from the void. An extremely powerful aura emanated from the corrupted Holy Spirit King, directly crushing the boundary that the Dragon Man King had constructed with the 5 Dragon Balls. It's entering stage 2. Duan Xing's eyes changed slightly, and he forced himself to endure the headache brought on by the excessive consumption of his mental energy, and took out his magic guidebook. Jing Bingyun looked toward the corrupted Holy Spirit King with a terrifying aura in the distance and said, "It seems that the other party doesn't intend to give us time to say goodbye. Gentlemen, relax a little bit, the victory will definitely belong to us." Jing Bingyun picked up the shattered large shield and flew high into the air as heat began to rise around him and his muscles became red. Skill, Blood of the Desolate Ancients. Effect, burning the Draconic Bloodline. Significantly increase life value and defense within 10 minutes. Skill duration ends. Level drops by 1. Life value forcibly becomes 1 point, and life value cannot be recovered within 1 month. Jing Bingyun stood in the void, looking straight at the corrupted Holy Spirit King in the distance, knocking his fist against his large shield and roaring, "Holy Spirit King, come on!" The corrupted Holy Spirit King was successfully provoked by Jing Bingyun as it rode the Thunderbolt unicorn, transforming into a thunderous aura as it raced towards Jing Bingyun with a gun. The tip of the purple lightning spear pierced Jing Bingyun's large shield fiercely, stirring up a large thunderstorm, while Jing Bingyun stood firm amidst the thunderstorm, and even used his large shield to top off the corrupted Holy Spirit King's spear, and his sandbag-sized fist smashed fiercely on the unicorn's head. Boom! The armor at the unicorn's head was directly smashed, and the unicorn howled in agony as lightning stirred around it. However, the corrupted Holy Spirit King remained expressionless as it tugged on the reins to stabilize the wobbling unicorn and swung its lance once more, instantly piercing through Jing Bingyun's chest. Blood splattered everywhere, spilling from high above. Headmaster. Seeing this, Gu Bingying subconsciously wanted to treat Jing Bingyun, but was stopped by Su Wanting. "Teacher Gu, don't waste your spiritual energy treating the principal." At this moment, Su Wanting's eyes became unprecedentedly resolute. "Let's go all out to assist Teacher Duan and strive to kill the boss within 10 minutes. Shao Su." Gu Bingying looked at Su Wanting, her eyes a little complicated, and in the end, the thousands of emotions transformed into a pleased smile as she tenderly said, "You've grown up, ah." After saying that, Gu Bingying's eyes also became firm as she consumed her spiritual power to restore Duan Xing's spiritual power. "Teacher Duan, I'm counting on you for the rest." Duan Xing's body once again lit up with a blazing fire around him, and an inferno dragon flew out from the magic guidebook. He looked at the corrupted Holy Spirit King who was physically fighting Jing Bingyun in the air and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, even if I have to fight with this old life of mine, I have to press this abyssal boss to death here today. Ko, give me status." "Yes." Su Wanting was no longer confused and immediately constructed one gain spell formation after another to cover Duan Xing. Forbidden spell, Holy Inferno Dragon ruling. Duan Xing, who had gained the full status gain, cast another forbidden art, and an inferno dragon that was strong enough to destroy the heavens and the earth roared towards the corrupted Holy Spirit King. The inferno dragon engulfed the king of the corrupted Holy Spirit, and the sky was all flames lit up and red. However, soon after, lightning suddenly surged around the body of the Yanlong that was supposed to devour the corrupted Holy Spirit King, and then a deafening thunderclap resounded within the body of the Yanlong, and the infinite thunderstorm directly shattered the Yanlong. Jing Bingyun, who was facing the king of corrupted Holy Spirit directly, was shaken out, and Duan Xing suffered a violent backlash, immediately spitting out a large mouthful of blood. "Mr. Duan, I'm fine." Duan Xing covered his chest and stared dead at the corrupted Holy Spirit King in the thunderstorm as he said in a deep voice, "I can sense that the boss's aura is in disarray. That hit just now hit him hard. I'm going to have to use my forbidden art once more." Gu Bingying's eyes changed slightly. "Teacher Duan, can you still use forbidden arts in your mental state?" "Why can't I?" Duan Xing's eyes were filled with determination. "The principal has already reached this point. As the vice principal, I should naturally step forward at this time as well." Boom! At that moment, Duan Xing's magic guidebook began to spontaneously combust, and Duan Xing brewed another forbidden art at the cost of overdrawing his soul. The corrupted Holy Spirit King in the air sensed the danger and immediately pointed its spear at Duan Xing, and a large amount of thunderstorms coalesced at the tip of its spear. "Your opponent is me." Jing Bingyun's roar exploded in the sky, and then the blood-covered Jing Bingyun slammed into the corrupted Holy Spirit King like a missile, directly knocking the corrupted Holy Spirit King off the unicorn. Jing Bingyun threw away his large shield, circled around behind the corrupted Holy Spirit King, held the corrupted Holy Spirit King in a death grip, and roared, "Attack at me, principal!" Duan Xing, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices, looked at Jing Bingyun, who was holding the corrupted Holy Spirit King in a death grip high in the sky, and immediately shouted to Su Wanting and Gu Bingying, "Give me status." Gu Bingying and Su Wanting had completely internalized tears at this time, and they also began to overdraw their spiritual power to apply the final gain to Duan Xing. Jing Bingyun looked at the recoalesced Yanlong below, and suddenly, a teenager's back appeared before his eyes. Seeing that teenager's back, Jing Bingyun's pupils shrunk slightly. Kenshin Su? Jing Bingyun recalled the abyssal battlefield 30 years ago, when a group of students and faculty members from their Kyoto University were responsible for sniping the 3 demon archdukes under the Cursed King's command. At that time, the battle was incomparably tragic, and they had fought to the end. All of them had reached their limits. However, at that time, as the desolate ancient shield, he didn't step forward, and in the end, it was Yiqingsan's disciple Su Jianxin who stepped forward, and at the cost of sacrificing his own life, he summoned down the power of the Star God to control those 3 demon archdukes, and fought for Yiqingsan to get the final blow. Seeing the back of that teenager, Jing Bingyun was already in tears, and he murmured, "Back then, it should have been me who stood at the forefront. Because of my cowardice, Daxia lost one of the most brilliant geniuses in history. Kenshin, I'm sorry, I'm a sinner." Jing Bingyun closed her eyes. "Teachers, I'm coming." At that moment, Zhang Yuan's voice came from afar, and the sword formation covered the battlefield as the people's physical strength and spirit quickly recovered. Jing Bingyun snapped her eyes open and looked into the distance with an unbelievable face, only to see that a Dragon Man King that had come out of nowhere was carrying Zhang Yuan and flying rapidly this way. "Zhang Yuan?" Zhang Yuan jumped down from the Dragon Man King's back and landed beside Duan Xing and several others, utilizing the sword formation to restore everyone's physical and mental strength, and said with concern, "Teachers, are you alright?" Duan Xing looked at the rushing Zhang Yuan with an unbelievable face. "Zhang Yuan, how did you do it?" Zhang Yuan quickly said, "I had already raided the Yin copy, so I thought if I could come over to the Yang copy side to help you guys, so I returned the same way from the boss territory and went through the Yang copy again. Now that seems like a good time to catch up." Zhang Yuan celebrated and could not help but glance at the nearby statue of the Dragon Man King. If he hadn't had the sudden idea of using the mirror of replication to copy the Dragon King statue and relied on the Dragon King to fly over here, I'm afraid Jing Bingyun and Duan Xing would have already been sacrificed. Little Zhang Yuan, good job. Gu Bingying recovered a lot of her mental power with the assistance of Zhang Yuan's sword formation, and immediately converted her mental power to Duan Xing to support the mental exertion required by Duan Xing's forbidden art. Zhang Yuan looked towards Jing Bingyun, who was holding the corrupted Holy Spirit King in the air in a death grip, and asked Su Wanting, "Teacher Su, can you teleport the headmaster back?" Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Su Wanting was first stunned, then she looked at Zhang Yuan with a grateful face and nodded her head repeatedly. "Aha, I can. Good, I'll be attacking the boss with Mr. Duan later on. The principal and his old man are counting on you." "No problem, Buzz." The Red Shao, Zhan Lu, 7-star Dragon Abyss, and the 7 purple specter swords flew out from the sword formation space, emitting sword sounds around Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked at Duan Xing. "Teacher Duan, I can't see the attributes of this abyssal boss, but my skill has a decimation effect, so the 2 of us should be able to attack together and kill this boss in seconds." "Ha ha ha, ouch." Duan Xing laughed out loud. "Good boy. Let's have the teachers and students work together today and fuck that boss to death. Zhang Yuan, let's go." "Aha!" Duan Xing let out a loud laugh as the fire element surged around him, and the ferocious inflammatory dragon that had gathered the terrifying fire element roared towards the sky. At the same time, Zhang Yuan controlled the flying swords to shoot out, and the 10 flying swords caught up with the Yanlong, rotated around it, and eventually merged with it, transforming into 10 fire-bathed sharp weapons. Su Wanting seized the moment and folded her hands together, unfurling a teleportation array underneath Jing Bingyun's feet. A white light flashed, and Jing Bingyun teleported away. Boom! 10 flying swords and inflamed dragons run through the King of Corrupted Holy Spirits, cutting through the sky of the replica. Successfully killed the King of the True Corrupted Holy Spirit. Experience plus 10. 000. 000, minus 50%. Obtaining the Prop Holy Spirit Core. Nucleus of the Holy Spirit, material for forging divine weapons. Only one in the world. Cursed King Artifact Quest, 4774/100000. King of the Abyss, plus 893. A copy of the Abyss has been raided. Red Sky Artifact Quest Progress, February 10th. As a series of messages popped up on Zhang Yuan's panel, it was also completely declared that this copy was successfully raided. The real duplicate teleportation exit appeared in front of the crowd. Duan Xing paralyzed helplessly and looked up at the sky that had become clear again. Finally, it's over. After saying that, Duan Xing lay straight on the ground and fainted. Zhang Yuan could not help but be startled. Mr. Duan? Don't worry. He's just too tired. Gu Bingying looked at Zhang Yuan smilingly. Little Zhang Yuan, you are really surprising your teacher more and more. If I were a few tens of years younger as a teacher, I wouldn't let go of such a potential stock as you. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan could not help but blush. Teacher, what are you talking about? He's actually still shy. How cute. Gu Bingying giggled when she saw Zhang Yuan's reaction. At this moment, Su Wanting, who had settled into a seriously injured and unconscious state, came over. Teacher Gu, don't tease brother Zhang Yuan. Without him this time, I'm afraid that our raiding operation this time would have failed. That's right then. Little Zhang Yuan is our biggest contributor. But, Gu Bingying nodded slightly as she swept a glance at the shattered copies, her eyes gradually becoming grave. The abyssalized copies are getting more and more dangerous. Just like 30 years ago. When Su Wanting heard the word 30 years ago, her eyes changed slightly and she subconsciously clenched her fists. Zhang Yuan noticed this reaction from Su Wanting and was about to ask, when Gu Bingying came back to his senses at this moment and said to Zhang Yuan, Little Zhang Yuan, although the abyssal copy has already been raided, there is still some finishing touches to be done. So leave this place to me, the teacher. Next, you should be tired as well. Go back and have a good rest. I will urge the principal, his old man, to give you a reward when the matter of the replica is taken care of. Upon hearing these words from Gu Bingying, Zhang Yuan did not continue to inquire and turned to say, speaking of which, this series of battles is really tiring, so I'll go back first. Well, have a good night's sleep. Gu Bingying smiled faintly at Zhang Yuan and gave him another kiss on his forehead, and Zhang Yuan felt another strange power surging into his body. Gu Bingying laughed. This permanent continuing goddess kiss gain, consider it a reward that teacher gave you in advance. Thank you, teacher. Seeing that the goddess kiss gain on his body no longer had a time limit, Zhang Yuan immediately excitedly thanked Gu Bingying and then left the copy with a satisfied heart. Su Wanting watched Zhang Yuan leave and finally couldn't help but ask Gu Bingying, Teacher Gu, I wanted to ask before, when did your goddess kiss become a skill that requires a kiss on the forehead in order to cast it? Looking at Su Wanting's naive look, Gu Bingying guffawed. Silly sister. Of course when I want to. After Zhang Yuan exited the copy of the Realm of the Holy Spirit, he was directly teleported back to his dormitory. Although Zhang Yuan had raided a large, high-difficulty abyssal copy today, this huge harvest had caused him to secrete enough dopamine, and now he was so excited that he had no desire to sleep. Forget it, I can't sleep anyway, so I'll explore Dormitory Zero properly. I remember that Granny Cow said that starstones can improve themselves quickly, and it's about time that the tens of thousands of starstones in my possession are put to good use. When Zhang Yuan exited the dormitory, he went straight to the 6th floor of the dormitory building, where Granny Niu was cleaning. Zhang Yuan greeted with a smile. Hello, Granny Niu. Granny Cow laughed. After coming to Dormitory Zero for so many days, have you finally come to spend the starstone on you? Yes, Granny Niu. Zhang Yuan smiled and scratched his head. I'm not very familiar with this place yet. Can you help introduce me? That's fine. How many starstones did you get from your last raid on the secret realm of the stars? If it's more than 100, I can. Zhang Yuan, Granny Niu. I have more than 30,000 of them. How much? Granny Niu, who was speaking, gave a start. Her eyes were about to glaze over as she stared at Zhang Yuan with an unbelievable expression. How much did you say you have? Zhang Yuan was a bit surprised to see Granny Niu's expression of having seen a ghost and returned. Is this a lot? It's more than that. Granny Cow had a shocked look on her face. I remember that you've only swiped the Nightmare Difficulty Star's secret realm once since you lived in Dormitory Zero, right? Zhang Yuan, yeah. Isn't it possible to keep increasing the difficulty of that copy? I got so many starstones after I passed the level 55 difficulty. Level 55 Nightmare Difficulty. Gives me a reprieve. Granny Bull choked a bit as she took a long time to slow down before she said, in that copy, the number of bosses doubles with each increase in difficulty. I remember you were only level 25, right? You were able to kill 24 level 55 Starstone Knights? Zhang Yuan, I can. Cowgirl. Granny Cow was silent for a long time before speaking. I can only say that the God of Stars chose to bless you for a reason. I'm afraid that no one in this world can do such a perverted thing other than you. Since you have over 30,000 starstones, there's no need to use this infrastructure. It's not cost effective. Zhang Yuan, then how should I use it? Granny Cow, participate in the Star God Gambit. Star God Gambit? Well, that's a game between the gods and mortals. The entrance ticket to the Star God Gambit is 30,000 starstones, and upon entry you'll play a game with the projections of the gods, which is based on the preferences of the projections of the gods. If you win, the divine projection will give you a reward. And if you lose, the God of Stars will also give you a consolation prize, allowing you to raise your 4-dimensional attributes by 1,000 each, which is about the same as what you'd raise if you worked out on the 6th floor with the Stone of Stars. All in all, it's a surefire deal. That sounds like fun. Granny Cow, I want to participate in the Star God gambling battle. No problem. Follow me. Granny Nyo smiled at Zhang Yuan and led him to a copy entrance next to the copy of God's treasure trove. Introducing, after paying 30,000 starstones, the gambling copy will match the appropriate God's projection according to your situation. Aha! Zhang Yuan, under the guidance of Granny Nyo, sent 30,000 starstones into the replica, and then the entrance of this replica lit up with a blue glow. A copy of the Star God Gambit has been activated and is matching challengers with divine projections. Matching gods succeeded. The God of Pleasure has sent down a projection. Is it a challenge? Zhang Yuan saw the prompt pop up on his panel and chose the challenge without hesitation. The copy vortex lit up with light, and Zhang Yuan was teleported to a dim and old room, sitting in front of a long table. Across the long table sat a woman whose face was blocked by a thick fog. Zhang Yuan attempted to use the Eye of the Abyss on that woman and received no response. Is that the projection of the God of Pleasure? As Zhang Yuan thought in his mind, the God of Joy across the table laughed. Dear challenger, let us engage in a joyful game. Zhang Yuan came back to his senses. What is the content of the game? The name of the game is Pleasure Roulette, an exciting game I came up with carefully. A revolver-like pistol appeared in the God of Pleasure's hand and pushed it to the center of the table. There are 6 bullets in this pistol, 3 of which are blanks. We'll take turns shooting. We can shoot ourselves or each other. And if we shoot ourselves and don't get hit, we'll be able to act again. Russian roulette. Zhang Yuan looked at the pistol on the table and his eyes stared slightly, immediately thinking of the classic death game from his original world. This kind of game is all about luck and testing courage, but in this copy, the player is not threatened with death, and there is no psychological burden in shooting at himself. If that was all there was to the rules of the game, it would be too joyless. Of course it's not that simple. The God of Joy seemed to have seen Zhang Yuan's thoughts and smiled faintly. After all, this copy is not allowed to die, which greatly cuts down the excitement of this game. So I have prepared a variety of props that can be used in the game for this game, and you and I both have 3 chances to extract the props. In this game, we each have 3 lives, while the 3 props we draw can be used at any time. Zhang Yuan, has it changed from a game of courage to a game of strategy? The God of Pleasure continued. In addition, in order to make this game even more exciting and interesting, I would like to set up an extra jackpot. I just don't know if you're interested? Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. What kind of lottery? The God of Joy swept a glance at the Star God's robe on Zhang Yuan and laughed. In this game, if you win, I will give you one of my artifacts. And if you lose, well, how about you give me your artifact? Did you directly press on the divine artifact? Zhang Yuan's eyes lowered and his expression gradually became subtle. Win and get a new artifact. Lose an artifact. This seems on the surface to be a gamble with considerable risk and benefit. However, the God of Joy did not specify divine artifacts, and Zhang Yuan had quite a few divine artifacts on him, 2 of which were still hot potatoes. 1. The Blade of the Cursed King. 2. The Heart of the Cursed King. There was no need to think about either of these 2 things. Once the Cursed King was resurrected, these 2 divine artifacts would immediately turn into knives that would stab Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was dying for someone to help him take these 2 things away. In this way, he would win or lose the bet with the God of Joy. When the God of Joy saw Zhang Yuan lowering his head, he thought that Zhang Yuan was hesitating and laughed. Of course, you can also choose not to gamble and just get up and leave, and you will still have the attribute reward. Zhang Yuan pretended to consider for a long time and felt that he hadn't earned enough, and looked straight at the God of Pleasure. Fine, I can bet with you, but I want to change the jackpot. Oh, the God of Pleasure raised an eyebrow. What do you want to change? Zhang Yuan, if I lose, I can give you a divine artifact, but if I win, I don't want your divine artifact. You give me the blessing of joy. Hearing these words from Zhang Yuan, the God of Joy cackled. Silly boy. The value of a divine artifact is above the blessings from the gods. What's more, you are still the guy who is recognized by the God of Stars. If you ask for the blessings from my God of Joy, this will top the blessings given to you by the God of Stars. Are you sure you want to do this? Zhang Yuan, okay. He didn't have the Star God's blessing at all. Not only that, he was carrying the contract of the Cursed King, and behind the Cursed King there was a demon god with a higher rank than the Star God. If he wanted to defeat the Cursed King, he would have to find a god that was higher than the Cursed King's demon god rank before level 70. If the God of Joy is above the demon god, then after he wins the game, he will be able to defeat the Cursed King once and for all by the God of Joy. If the God of Pleasure cannot bless him, A god can't honor a bet, and then this thing gets rather jolly. Oh, what a strange mortal. To be honest, I'm starting to get interested in you. The god of joy looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile and snapped her fingers, and 3 blind boxes each appeared in front of her and Zhang Yuan. The props in the box are randomized, and only when you touch the box will you know the effect of the props inside. How does that ensure fairness when you gave the props? You can rest assured. As a god, I haven't fallen to the point where I have to cheat to play a game with a mortal. And this copy belongs to the god of stars. I can't hide cheating from his eyes. Do you have any other questions? No more. Okay, let's get started then. As the god of joy announced the start of the game, 3 hearts appeared above both of their heads. The next moment, a gold coin fell from the air, then was caught by the god of joy with his hand. You guess whether it's a pattern or a number towards the top. Decide the order. Pattern. Zhang Yuan casually guessed 1. The god of joy spreads out his palms just so the pattern is facing up. Good luck, little guy. You first or second? First. When Zhang Yuan chose to go first, the god of joy pushed the pistol in front of Zhang Yuan. However, Zhang Yuan did not rush to shoot, but placed his hand on the blind box in front of him, checking the props one by one. Lens confirms that the bullet currently in the chamber is not a blank. Paralyzing rope, the opponent is unable to act for the next turn. Fantasy bullet, if the bullet in the chamber is a blank, change it to a live round and vice versa. 3 props, the lens and the converter can form a tie-in, and 2 props used together can ensure a sure win of a round. The paralyzing rope is also quite powerful, and if he uses it, he can fire 2 shots directly at his opponent in quick succession, with a great probability of winning the round as well. However, this game was a 3 out of 5 game, so if he wanted to win, it would be best if he used the 3 props in 3 separate games. When the god of joy saw Zhang Yuan finish checking the props, he could not help but laugh. Little fellow, are you going to use the props directly? It's only the first shot, so of course we have to try our luck first. Zhang Yuan said back, pointing the pistol at himself and directly pulling the trigger. Click. Blanks. The god of joy laughed softly. Good luck. Next 3/5 of the odds are live fire. Are you going to shoot me? No. I'm going to have to use the props. After Zhang Yuan successfully gambled on the blanks, he did not hesitate to use the paralyzing rope, and a purple rope flew out from the blind box and bound the god of joy. There were only 2 blanks in the magazine, and the odds of him hitting 2 blanks in a row next were 1 in 10. In other words, all he had to do was shoot at the god of joy, and the probability of winning was 90%. Zhang Yuan aimed at the god of joy and pulled the trigger. The muzzle of the gun spat out flames. A bullet instantly hit the god of joy, and one of the red hearts on the head of the god of joy disappeared. The god of pleasure, however, was not flustered and laughed. TSK, it's such a pity. Although you hit me, you wasted a prop. Zhang Yuan, if you can use props to ensure a game is won, then there is no waste. I appreciate your optimism, but it's my turn to start the next round. The god of joy smiled as the pistol in Zhang Yuan's hand disappeared and a new pistol appeared in the god of joy's hand. The god of pleasure directly uses the prop perspective mirror. She glanced at the pistol and grinned. Looks like lucky sister is on my side today. The god of pleasure aimed at Zhang Yuan and pulled the trigger. A bullet flew out and hit Zhang Yuan's chest. Zhang Yuan immediately felt a fiery pain in his chest, while a red heart on his head disappeared. The gun in the god of joy's hand dissipated and a new pistol fell into Zhang Yuan's hand. Zhang Yuan picked up the pistol and thought for a moment before deciding to use the lens. In the next moment, Zhang Yuan saw the bullets in the chamber, which were blanks. Zhang Yuan's eyes stared slightly. Ha. Look at your expression. It can't be a blank bomb, can it? Are you that unlucky? The god of joy laughed, leaving no stone unturned to taunt Zhang Yuan and put pressure on him. Zhang Yuan glanced at his last prop. If he used the converter now, he could indeed win this round, but he had no props for the next 2 games, and the god of joy had 2 more props, so the odds were that he would lose the game completely. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan decided to take a gamble and fired a shot at himself before firing a shot at the god of joy. 2 blanks. The corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Was it really that bad luck? Ha. Little fellow, are you really so unlucky? Did you offend the goddess of luck? When the god of joy saw Zhang Yuan shooting 2 blanks in a row, she laughed more and more and applauded. I didn't expect lucky sister to give me so much face today. It looks like I'll be the winner in the end. The god of joy smiled as she picked up her pistol and confidently shot at Zhang Yuan. Click. Another blank bomb. At that moment, the smile on the face of the god of joy shifted to Zhang Yuan. From this it is clear that the game is indeed fair, and that the titular god of joy actually performed a clowning around. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Yuan picked up his pistol and pulled the trigger towards the god of joy, winning the round. The pistol is back in the hands of the god of joy. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's expression was relaxed and he started to reverse the Big Dipper, continuously putting pressure on the God of Joy. I still have one more prop right now. Even if you use the prop to win this small game, it's time for me to win the next game. Goddess Lord, why don't you surrender now? Is that what you think? Suddenly, the God of Joy cackled as she once again used one of her lenses to view the bullets in the chamber. When the God of Joy saw the bullet in the chamber, the corner of her mouth hooked into a subtle smile as she looked at Zhang Yuan. Little fellow, it seems that I have one. The God of Joy removes the props from the last blind box. Explosive bullets, double the damage of all bullets in this game. The exploding bullet turned into light and entered the pistol as the God of Joy aimed at Zhang Yuan. Little fellow, your divine weapon is mine. Use props. Zhang Yuan similarly used the prop converter at this time, and a half-imaginary, half-real bullet flew out of the blind box and turned into light into the pistol. Fantasy bullets? When the God of Joy saw that Zhang Yuan's last prop was actually a fantasy bullet, he could not help but be stunned. And then he fired a shot at himself. A blank round. The situation became sticky. Zhang Yuan asked, Lord Goddess, there are still 3 blanks in the pistol, 2 live rounds, and 3/5 probability blanks. Do you want to shoot yourself again? Now that both players have exhausted their props, the game reverts back to pure Russian roulette. 1 bullet, 2 points of damage. It's a game tiebreaker. I didn't expect actually ended up becoming you stressing me. It's really unexpected. However, I don't consider probability in my work. The God of Joy looked at Zhang Yuan with a smirk, and then he put his gun in aiming at Zhang Yuan and pulled the trigger. Click. A blank round. Pity. The God of Joy indifferently threw the pistol to Zhang Yuan. The probability is now 1 in 2. So take your pick. Zhang Yuan picked up his pistol but was slow to act. When the God of Joy saw that Zhang Yuan was not moving, he could not help but say, Little fellow, are you afraid? No. Zhang Yuan looked at the God of Joy and grinned. After all the fun, I suddenly want something exciting. What are you going to do? The God of Pleasure was stunned. Then she saw Zhang Yuan put the pistol against her temple and fired 2 shots in a row. Click, click, 2 blanks. The God of Joy's pupils snapped. Playing so exciting? Who? Didn't expect to be so lucky. Zhang Yuan spun the gun around with his hand and then aimed at the God of Joy. I win this bet. Bang! Zhang Yuan pulled the trigger. As Zhang Yuan won with a single bullet, the dimly lit room around him disappeared, and Zhang Yuan arrived in a large golden hall. In the center of the great hall, a woman with an excellent figure and stunningly beautiful appearance appeared before him. The God of Pleasure revealed her beauty to Zhang Yuan and smiled. Little fellow, I must say that you have made me play a pleasant game today. I really like you more and more. Zhang Yuan was not surprised to hear these words from the God of Joy. The reason why he had just fired 2 shots towards himself like a madman was because he had thought of the passive effect of the Star God's robe, plus 50% divine favorability. He does some crazy things in front of the God of Joy just to brush the God of Joy's favor. As long as the God of Pleasure's favorability was high, then no matter how the game was won or lost, it would be beneficial to his next plan. The God of Joy did not know what was in Zhang Yuan's mind, and after reviewing the game she had just played, she said to Zhang Yuan with a sense of satisfaction, Little fellow, according to the betting contract, you want my divine blessing, not the divine artifact, right? Yes. Good. I understand. The God of Joy nodded and blew a breath towards Zhang Yuan. Do you accept the blessings of the God of Delight? Note that only one God can be blessed at the same time. Accepted. Zhang Yuan chose to accept the blessing, and then he felt an extremely strong force surging into him. However, soon after, that peculiar force was rejected by Zhang Yuan outside his body. The power of the God of Joy is contaminated by the demon god, and the blessing has failed. Once again, the prompt that the gods had failed to bestow blessings appeared in Zhang Yuan's panel. Ha! The blessing failed? The God of Joy obviously did not expect this kind of thing to happen and immediately came over to Zhang Yuan, sizing him up carefully. After a long time, the God of Joy's eyes became complicated as she looked at Zhang Yuan sympathetically. Little fellow, I didn't expect you to be so unlucky. My blessing cannot be given to you. There is a demonic curse of a higher rank than mine that has taken over your body, and the blessings of the vast majority of the gods, not to mention me, can't top that demonic curse. There is a demon god curse on me? Zhang Yuan's expression became grave. He knew he had the power of a demon god in him, but he didn't realize that power was a curse. It was probably because Red Xiao had shielded that demon god curse. That's why he hadn't noticed it all along. After all, Red Xiao had only made him immune to spirit-based attacks, which didn't mean that the curse on him would disappear. The God of Joy continued. Little one, I can't give you this bestowal, so I think it's better to replace it with a divine weapon for you. Zhang Yuan came back to his senses and hurriedly said to the Goddess of Joy, Lord Goddess, the bet between us is that you blessed my deity, How can you change it to a divine artifact for me without authorization? The god of joy looked helpless. I can't get you on the blessing, can I? Zhang Yuan, that's none of my business. I only want a god to bestow blessings right now. It doesn't matter whose it is. Or is it that the goddess lord knows that this is a difficult thing to do? So she's planning to cheat? As a god, how could I possibly play? The god of joy subconsciously responded to Zhang Yuan, and suddenly thought of something, and suddenly came to a realization. Good boy. So you've been counting on me all along. You didn't want a divine artifact in the first place. You just wanted the bestowal. Did you already know that my bestowal would fail? So you specifically dug a hole for me? How are you humans worse than the abyssal demons? Zhang Yuan, as a goddess, you wouldn't want to cheat, would you? The god of joy felt a headache when he heard Zhang Yuan's yin and yang and waved his hand. Forget it, count me in this time. I'll help find a way regarding the matter of your god's blessing. In addition, you take this divine artifact as compensation for me not being able to honor the bet, the god of joy said, taking out a colored dice and handing it to Zhang Yuan. Thanks. Zhang Yuan was not polite and directly took the colored dice and checked the attributes. Chaos dice, divine grade consumable, can be used on any equipment or prop to transform its quality to divine grade. Transform any equipment or props to god level? When Zhang Yuan saw the attributes of the chaos dice, he looked at the god of joy with a shocked expression. This was the first time he had seen such a strange item. The god of joy laughed. This is a treasure that I've spent a lot of divine energy to create over this period of time, and if you're willing to do so, you can even make a bottle of primary healing potion turn into a divine grade potion. Knock dash. At this time, a melodious bell sounded in the great hall, and the god of joy gave a beat, then said to Zhang Yuan, pleasant time is always short. I should also go. As for the matter of the gods granting blessings, I will try to get it for you as much as I can, but there is no guarantee that it will be successful. Bye-bye. The god of joy waved goodbye to Zhang Yuan and then dissipated into light. Complete the star god gambit. Get star crystal *1. Is the star crystal used to energize the star god's robe? As the god of joy left, Zhang Yuan received another reward from this copy. A star crystal. Today's haul is a real exaggeration. Zhang Yuan sighed heartily and used the crystal of stars to recharge the star god's robe before he was teleported outside the copy. It was already nighttime outside the duplicate. Granny Niu had already left long ago, and Zhang Yuan did not linger on the 6th floor and returned to his dormitory alone. After a day of fighting, raiding large copies, and playing Russian roulette with the divine projection, Zhang Yuan was already quite tired. After washing up, Zhang Yuan laid down on his bed and took out the chaos dice. Convert any item and equipment to divine level. What should I convert? Red Sky? Zhanlu? It's not cost effective. They'll be promoted to divine weapons sooner or later. Purple Spectre Swords? I have 10 specialized martial arts, and there's no place for them in the late sword box. Zhang Yuan mumbled and suddenly thought of something and sprang up. Right. Is it possible to upgrade my sword box into a divine artifact? Zhang Yuan immediately took out his white plate sword box from the sword array space. This equipment was the first piece of equipment he drew after he drew a card to transfer his job. It did not have any attributes. It only had the function of loading a sword. And after he had the sword formation space, this sword box couldn't even be used for its only function. Nowadays, the only thing this sword box did was to limit him to equipping only 10 flying swords. Pure and simple side effect. What would a blank plate sword case turned into a divine weapon actually look like? Zhang Yuan looked at the blank slate sword case in front of him and instantly made a decision, placing the chaos dice on the sword case. Do you use chaos dice to upgrade the sword box? Yes. The chaos dice lit up with colorful light and quickly melted into the sword case. And then the entire sword case lit up with dazzling light, and thick gilt runes appeared on the surface of the sword case, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. At this moment, the sword box produced a qualitative change. Sword Spirit Arsenal, Divine Grade Unlimited Space. All flying swords in the sword box can be copied. Copying flying swords continuously consumes spiritual energy. The higher the quality of the flying swords, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy. There is no upper limit to the number of copies. Hiss dash. When Zhang Yuan saw this new sword case, a word instantly popped into his mind. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. After seeing the new effect of his sword box, Zhang Yuan instantly stopped being sleepy and hurriedly put on his jacket and headed to the school's bamboo forest. He had to find a place where no one was around to try out this sword spirit arsenal. The white moonlight sprinkled amongst the bamboo forest as Zhang Yuan walked to a clearing before summoning all the specialized martial arts and the purple specter sword. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes and tried to consume his spiritual energy to replicate the flying sword. Soon, the red sky, Zhanlu, 7-star dragon abyss, and the 10 violet specter swords were all copied. The flying swords surrounding Zhang Yuan turned from 13 to 26 in one go. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's mental power began to deplete rapidly. Even if Zhang Yuan had the sword formation, and the Cursed King's Blade's mental power recovery effect, he could not maintain these 13 replica flying swords for long. With the sword formation on, replicating the 7-star Dragon Abyss consumes 2,000 mental energy a second, and both Red Sky and Zhanlu are 500 mental energy a second. It's true that these Violet Spectre swords don't consume much mental energy. Each one of them consumes 100 mental energy a second. But if the number of replicas were to increase, I wouldn't be able to eat them with my current mental energy. Zhang Yuan was slightly disappointed when he saw the rate of mental power consumption of the flying swords of various qualities. He thought that he would be able to see the spectacular scene of 10,000 swords coming from the sky. Even if he only copied the Violet Spectre sword, by the time he got to 100, the rate of mental power consumption would be as high as 10,000 per second, and he would have to be drained in 8 seconds. Although with his damage, as long as he replicates a few 7-star Dragon Abyss out, a few seconds is enough to kill any enemy in seconds. But, not handsome enough. Right, don't I still have my iron sword? Zhang Yuan suddenly had a flash of insight and cancelled the duplication of the specialized martial and the purple spectre swordsman, then summoned the 10 iron swords. Reproduction. The 10 iron swords were instantly divided into 20, and instead of decreasing, Zhang Yuan's mental power was recovering rapidly under the sword formation and the Cursed King's Blade. There's a show. A trace of excitement flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes as he began to continue copying. 40, 80, 160. Until 10240 the iron swords were suspended over the bamboo forest. Zhang Yuan's spiritual power began to decrease significantly, and the consumption rate was only 100 a second and 6,000 a minute. With his current mental power, he was able to maintain the 10,000 flying swords for more than 10 minutes. Zhang Yuan excitedly looked at the 10,000 flying swords in the sky above the bamboo forest, and under the illumination of the moonlight, each of the flying swords shone with a beautiful luster. So spectacular! Zhang Yuan chanted and then tried to control the flying sword. Tens of thousands of flying swords began to fly in the air with Zhang Yuan as the center, getting faster and faster, and finally swirling up a storm of sword blades, with terrifying sword chi spreading out in all directions. Countless Kyoto students who were studying hard at night saw the wind suddenly picking up in the academy and looked in the direction of the bamboo forest, only to see tens of thousands of flying swords with glittering cold light transformed into a tornado storm. Holy shit! Everyone, look! What skill is that? 10,000 swords to the clan! Where is the big man coming to my Kyoto University? So handsome! I'm afraid that a skill of this scale can only be possessed by a legendary level profession, right? All those who saw the scene were deeply shocked by that spectacular scene. For a while, the students spread the word, and soon the entire school noticed the magnificent 10,000 swords in the air. At the same time, Zhang Yuan controlled it more and more comfortably. On the spur of the moment, Zhang Yuan leaped up, and a large number of flying swords transformed into steps for him to ascend to the sky and automatically flew to his feet. He stepped on the flying sword and lifted himself up, directly taking off hundreds of meters in the air. Ghost Sword got speed. Zhang Yuan once again accelerated the speed of the flying swords, actually causing them to roll up an updraft, allowing Zhang Yuan to hover at a height of several hundred meters. Under the full moon, Zhang Yuan stood by the void and looked at the neon night scene of Kyoto City below with light in his eyes. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's heart was endlessly unrestrained. However, happy times were always short-lived, and after watching the night view of the city, Zhang Yuan's spiritual power was about to bottom out. That's when a new problem arises. How should I land safely? As the large number of replica flying swords dissipated into points of light, the updraft disappeared and Zhang Yuan began to freefall several hundred meters in the air. It's over. I can't fly. It was only then that Zhang Yuan remembered this grim problem. But now that the speed of the descent was getting faster and faster, he did not have time to think at all. Seeing the ground getting closer to him, he had no choice but to swing for the fences and roll over to face the sky, calmly listening to the wind hooting in his ears as he waited for the landing to come. Forget it, let's go find Mr. Gu to refresh the red sky passive afterwards. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to land on the ground, a shimmering light suddenly curled around him, unloading his descending speed and allowing him to land on the ground gently. Zhang Yuan was surprised and opened his eyes, only to see that Li Shuer was panting and standing not far away, and the staff in her hand was still lit up. Obviously, it was Li Shuer who had made a move just now. Cher, what are you doing here? A trace of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes when he saw Li Shuer appear. Li Shuer put away her staff, huffed and puffed as she walked over to Zhang Yuan and questioned. Nerd, how long has it been since school started? Even if you didn't participate in the freshman training, you weren't there when you were divided into colleges. Didn't we agree to go to Kyoto University together? How come you haven't come to me even once until now? If I hadn't seen you juggling in the air at the dorm, I wouldn't have known where you were? Zhang Yuan scratched his head and laughed, and hurriedly apologized. It's really not that I didn't look for you. It's just that there are too many things going on lately, one after another, and it's simply too busy. Forget it, too lazy to bother with you guys. Li Shuer let out an exasperated breath. She seemed to be trying to say something, and then paused after some hesitation. When Zhang Yuan saw Li Shuer wanting to speak, he couldn't help but say, "What's wrong?" Li Shuer returned, "I am not aware of what you have done. Recently those elders in my family are very attached to you, and have been clamoring for me to take you back. Zhang Yuan, can it be that I'm good enough to impress your family? Come on, your national first place is impressive, but that alone isn't enough to get those elders in my family on board. You should have something else that appeals to them. Since they want to see me, I'll just go back with you. My house isn't as simple as you think." Li Shuer sighed, "Although I really don't want to talk about my family, I have to say that quite a few elders in my family are elites who play with power. They only have interests in their eyes, and everything and everyone is a tool used for profit in their eyes. I'm worried that if you go back with me, they'll use me to take advantage of you." Zhang Yuan, "So that's why you haven't mentioned your family all these years?" "Well, part of it is that." Li Shuer nodded, "but the most fundamental reason is that I don't want you to feel pressured and then alienated from me when you learn about my background." Speaking here, Li Shuer paused, then looked at Zhang Yuan. "Nerd, if, in case my family members use me to force you to do something you don't like, what will you do?" Zhang Yuan laughed lightly. "It mainly depends on what you think. Li Shuer, I certainly don't want you to be used by them, much less do something against your will because of me. In that case, I won't do it. But what if you refuse and they force us not to meet?" "They can't do it." Li Shuer was stunned, then laughed. "It's really worthy of you. You say so? Then I'm relieved. Are you free tomorrow?" "Yes." "Okay, tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. Meet in front of the school." "Good." The next day, when Zhang Yuan arrived at the school gate, Li Shuer, who had tied a single ponytail and was wearing a simple white shirt and jeans with light makeup, was already waiting outside the school gate early. By the side of the road, Butler Sue was standing quietly by the car, waiting patiently. "Cheryl, so early." Zhang Yuan went up to greet her and handed her the breakfast he bought at the cafeteria. "Here, I don't think you've had breakfast." "Thanks." Li Shuer nonchalantly took the breakfast, and without caring about the image of a lady, she took out the large meat bun in the plastic bag and took a big hard bite. Zhang Yuan greeted Butler Sue again with a smile. "Good morning, Butler Sue." Butler Sue nodded politely to Zhang Yuan and opened the car door. Mr. Zhang, please get in," Li Shuer mumbled as she ate her meat bun. "Nerd, let's get in the car first and talk on the way." "Aha." Zhang Yuan followed Li Shuer to the car and headed to the Li family manor. On the way, Li Shuer told Zhang Yuan a lot about their Li family. Li Shuer's father was Li Yuankong, the chairman of the Obsidian Guild, who was ranked third in the current Great Xia Empire, while her grandfather, Li Zhanghua, was one of the 5 kingdom elders of the current Great Xia Empire. Not only that, the Obsidian Group created by Li Yuankong was likewise one of the top 50 enterprises in Daxia, with incomparably strong assets. Along the way, Zhang Yuan listened in awe. He knew that Li Shuer's family background was very strong, but he did not expect it to be so strong. It could be said that Li Shuer's family, with its strength, power and wealth, had touched the top of the Great Xia Empire. It was an hour's drive from Kyoto University to the Li family's estate in Kyoto. Just as Zhang Yuan walked into the manor, a red-haired youth walked up and looked Zhang Yuan up and down. "Are you the Zhang Yuan who abducted my little sister? I heard that you seem to be a dick. Let's fight." Zhang Yuan froze and subconsciously used the abyssal eye on the red-haired youth. Li Feng, Hot Blade Hero, Level 48, Inferno Blade Hero. Zhang Yuan had read about it in the Encyclopedia of Professionals. It was a legendary level profession, with an output capacity twice that of a mage and a high defense. Moreover, this profession's PvP ability can be ranked in the top 10 in the whole profession, and it is an extremely unreasonable all-around profession. "He's my brother, a dumbass. You don't have to worry about him." At this time, Li Shuer followed her out of the car and spoke to Zhang Yuan, then looked at Li Feng. "Aren't you on a mission at the front line? How come you're back?" "What? I came back specifically to give you a gatekeeper, and you're still not happy about it?" Li Feng looked dissatisfied. "You girl, you haven't even married out yet, and your elbow has started to turn outward. What's going to happen in the future? You're looking for death, aren't you?" Li Shuer was like a powder keg that ignited at the slightest point, and she was angered by Li Feng in 3 or 2 sentences. "You two siblings, you quarrel every time you meet. You want to make the guests laugh, don't you?" At this moment, a middle-aged voice came out, and Zhang Yuan sniffed and looked, only to see a middle-aged man with an extremely powerful aura walking over. I know without guessing that it is Li Yuankong. Li Shuer and Li Feng, who were arguing, instantly subsided when they saw Li Yuankong and saluted him. Father. Li Yuankong nodded slightly as he swept a glance at Zhang Yuan and then said to Li Shuer, Shuer, your mom is cooking in the kitchen herself. Go over and help her. When Li Shuer heard Li Yuankong's words, her eyes changed slightly. Dad. Go on. Li Yuankong spoke again, his tone carrying an undeniable tone. Li Shuer was stunned and could not help but look at Zhang Yuan. It was obvious that her dad was trying to sidetrack her. Zhang Yuan, however, did not care and smiled at Li Shuer. I am fine. You go ahead. Sorry, take care of yourself and make sure not to aggravate yourself. Li Shuer cast an apologetic look at Zhang Yuan, and then she quickly left. After supporting Li Shuer, Li Yuankong carefully sized up Zhang Yuan again and asked with a smile. Zhang Yuan, what do you think of my family Shuer? Zhang Yuan returned. She is a very good girl. Li Feng immediately said. That's for sure. My sister is number one in the world, and her only flaw is that she doesn't treat me very well. Li Yuankong ignored Li Feng and continued to say to Zhang Yuan, then what do you think of my Li family? Zhang Yuan directly said, Uncle Li may as well be straightforward if he has something to say. There are no outsiders here. Li Yuankong gave Zhang Yuan a deep look, then smiled. To tell the truth, that old man in my family thinks highly of you and wants me to pull you in no matter what. But when I asked him the reason, he wouldn't tell me. Speaking here, Li Yuankong laughed again. I'm a businessman who only looks at benefits when doing things, so it's logical that since our family's old man has said that he's going to pull you in, then no matter what kind of person you are, I should pull you in. But, I'm also a father, and I need to make sure that my daughter isn't entrusted to the wrong person. Do you understand? Zhang Yuan understood. Well, not bad. Li Yuankong nodded in satisfaction. Regarding your character, Butler Su has already observed it for me over the years. This is something I am not worried about. So what I want to know now, do you have the strength to protect Shuer? Although you're the top student in the country, that only means you have the test-taking ability to raid copies, whereas I need to confirm your ability to fight professionals. Zhang Yuan, how to prove it? Li Yuankong looked at Li Feng. Fight him. Li Feng immediately grinned. Zhang Yuan, don't worry, my father isn't asking you to defeat me. You just need to perform well enough. Let's fight. Zhang Yuan, however, shook his head. No. Li Feng froze. No? Are you afraid? Butler Su at the back also did not expect Zhang Yuan to refuse, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. In his impression, Zhang Yuan was not this kind of cowering person. Li Yuankong could not see any change in his expression and asked, why? Zhang Yuan, I do too much damage. A direct hit will kill someone. Li Yuankong, Li Feng, Butler Su. When the three people in the courtyard heard this answer from Zhang Yuan, they all fell silent. Li Feng was the first to react and said angrily, Brat, even if you don't dare to fight, you should pull a more normal reason. You're exaggerating. A ray of disappointment also flashed across Li Yuankong's eyes at this moment. His brows furrowed slightly as he said to Zhang Yuan, if that's what you're worried about, there's no need to be. Li Feng's level is higher than yours by 13 levels and there's still Butler Su and I watching over the side. Nothing can go wrong. Zhang Yuan still shook his head firmly. Really not. At this moment, Li Yuankong was also a bit huffy. He could not help but look at Butler Su, as if he was questioning Butler Su why he had not seen Zhang Yuan's character after so many years. Li Feng was completely furious at this point and said in a deep voice, Zhang Yuan, if you insist on using this reason, then let's go to the martial arts platform to fight. There is a spell formation there, so even if you receive a fatal blow, your life will not be in danger. Our Li family also has divine level healers. Even if they are injured or disabled, they can be cured. Seeing Li Feng's insistence, Zhang Yuan sighed. In that case, let's go. Go! Li Feng aggressively brought Zhang Yuan up to the martial arts stage in the manner. The spell formation on the martial arts stage lit up, and a curtain of light enveloped the stage. Li Feng clenched his fists and stared straight at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, I wanted to be gentle with you, but unfortunately you managed to piss me off, so I won't be merciful this time. Okay, please teach me, Li. As soon as Zhang Yuan's words fell, a loud bang came from the opposite side, and Li Feng, like a scarlet red vicious beast, pounced at Zhang Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Then, a sword light flashed through Li Feng's chest. In the next moment again, Li Feng appeared outside the martial arts stage. The light curtain on the stage disappeared, and the match ended. Zhang Yuan arched his hand and saluted to Li Feng, who was still a bit confused outside the martial arts platform. Brother Li, I am sorry. Li Feng? Seconds? When Li Yuankong saw the scene in front of him, He finally couldn't tense up and his face was filled with horror. Although Zhang Yuan's sword was fast, he could see it very clearly. A flying sword appeared out of nowhere and passed through Li Fang's chest before disappearing again out of nowhere. Zhang Yuan had directly secured the level 48 Li Fang with just a single pulse attack. It was important to realize that Li Fang was not only a legendary ranked professional, he was also covered in legendary ranked equipment. Even for a level 60 boss, Li Fang had the ability to single brush it. No! Something must have gone wrong. Let's do it again. Li Fang was a bit disbelieving as he jumped back onto the martial arts stage, and the light curtain once again enveloped the entire stage. Li Fang took out 2 scarlet long knives, and at this moment, he was like a tiger about to hunt for food. Looking straight at Zhang Yuan, "Zhang Yuan, I'm really serious this time." Li Fang's words had just fallen, and then he once again appeared outside the martial arts stage. As for Li Yuankong, who was watching the battle, his heart had already set off monstrous waves at that moment. He clearly saw that a flying sword appeared out of thin air from behind Li Fang and struck through his back, the entire process taking no more than 0.1 seconds. If this were a real battle, Li Fang would have died many times already. At this moment, Li Yuankong's eyes changed completely when he looked at Zhang Yuan. He finally understood why his father had asked him to go all out to enlist Zhang Yuan. The young man on this martial arts stage was destined to be the brightest pearl in the history of the Great Xia Empire. The light emitted by the other geniuses was like a glowing fire and a white moon compared to Zhang Yuan. "No, Dad. Is there a bug in this tournament table? Twice now. I've been ejected before I even started fighting." Li Fang, who still didn't know how he lost, said to Li Yuankong, "Dad, it's time to get a new martial arts stage." "Enough." Li Yuankong spoke. "Fanger, you have already lost." Zhang Yuan was right before. It was his damage that was too high. If there was no protection, you would have died and I wouldn't have been able to save you. Li Fang pupils earthquake. Shocked. "Dad, you're not kidding, right? Have I ever joked with you?" Li Yuankong said indifferently. "But it's not your fault. It's Zhang Yuan who is too excellent. So excellent that it makes a genius like you look like a mediocrity." After saying that, Li Yuankong turned to leave and said to the crowd, "Let's go. It's time to go eat." For the rest of the lunchtime, Li Yuankong remained silent, while Li Fang was lost in thought the entire time, causing Li Shuer, who was originally worried about Zhang Yuan, to resist going to ask Zhang Yuan what exactly he had done to her family. The current situation seemed to be different from what she had expected. With the end of a delicate lunch, Zhang Yuan's meeting the parents was successfully completed. The Obsidian Guild had a temporary job, so Li Yuankong was too late to say anything to Zhang Yuan, and just handed Zhang Yuan an exquisite gift box, and instructed Butler Su to send Zhang Yuan and Li Shuer back to the school before leaving in a hurry with Li Fang. And since Li Shuer had classes in the afternoon, Zhang Yuan, after returning to the school, said goodbye to Li Shuer and went to the library alone to learn knowledge, opening the box given by Li Yuankong in the meantime. Inside lay a profession-exclusive skill scroll. Surprisingly, it's a profession-exclusive skill scroll. Zhang Yuan could not help but let out a low cry when he saw the gift in the box. He had searched the Imperial Exchange before for profession-exclusive skill scrolls, and this kind of treasure was valued at 1 billion or more, and it had always been in short supply. Once someone shelves a career-exclusive skill scroll, no matter how much the price tag is, it will be instantly auctioned off. I can only say that it deserves to be called the Li family. It's just generous. The profession-exclusive skill scrolls can be given away casually. Zhang Yuan sighed with emotion and found a single study room in the library before using this skill scroll. As the profession-exclusive skill scroll turned into a ray of light and surged into Zhang Yuan's body, Zhang Yuan immediately felt a strange power surging out of his body. Acquired skill, Sword Intent Gathering, Level 1. Sword Intent Gathering Potential, Level 1. All flying sword attacks can be stored up. Stored up attacks cannot be blocked. Up to 100 times the damage is boosted according to the time of storage. When Sword Intent Gathering Potential reaches its peak, ignoring any locking blood effect, attack build-up. Zhang Yuan was shaken when he saw his new skill. Up to a 100x damage boost and ignoring any blood lock effects? What does that mean? Zhang Yuan did not even dare to think about what kind of scene he would be like if he stored up the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword to its full strength and shot out the will in one strike. Fear has to run through the stars. I just don't know how much time this skill has to be stored before it reaches its peak. Zhang Yuan summoned an iron sword and tried to build up his strength. The flying sword was constantly vibrating in front of Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan could feel a steady stream of power pouring into the flying sword from his sword formation. The progress of the flying sword's power storage also appeared on his panel. The front went up quickly, almost doubling its power every 10 seconds of buildup, and building it up to 10 times its power in 2 minutes of buildup. However, once the power was increased to 10 times, the power storage progress bar began to rise extremely slowly, and it didn't rise a single bit more for several minutes. Is it because of the quality of the flying sword? Zhang Yuan saw that the iron sword no longer rose after storing power up to 10 times, so he immediately switched to the purple specter sword, which was the same, storing power up to 10 times in the first 2 minutes, and then slowing down drastically after that. However, unlike the iron sword, the violet specter sword's power continued to slowly increase after exceeding 10 times, and after building up its power to 10 minutes, its power finally stopped at 20 times, after which it stopped rising. Sure enough, every flying sword has a power storage limit. Noticing this, Zhang Yuan immediately took out the 3 specialized martial arts, Red Sky, Zhan Lu, and 7-star Dragon Abyss, and began to build up his strength at the same time. These 3 specialized martial arts stored their power far faster than the violet specter sword and the iron sword, and it only took 1 minute to increase their power to 10 times, and at 3 minutes, their power was increased to 20 times. After that, the 3 specialized weapons can still build up power, and they're not slow. At the 6th minute, the 3 specialized martial arts stored their power to 30 times, and at the 10th minute they stored their power to 40 times. After that, the speed at which the Red Sky and Zhan Lu stored their power dropped significantly, but it was the 7-star Dragon's Abyss that was still holding firm. 15 minutes later, the Red Sky and Zhan Lu stored power to 50 times their power, after which they could no longer raise their power, while the 7-star Dragon Abyss could continue to raise it. However, after Zhang Yuan spent half an hour storing up the power of the 7-star Dragon Abyss to 70 times its power, the progress of the 7-star Dragon Abyss's storing power stopped rising. It seems that in order to make the sword intent gathering power reach its peak, one must refine the specialized martial to its full rank, and with this kind of skill, which is supposed to be used for attacking, this skill might be of great use in the future when it is used to deal with the Cursed King. After Zhang Yuan finished experimenting with the new skill, the communicator received a message from Yiqingsong. Bamboo Grove. Come quickly. When Zhang Yuan received the news, he immediately rushed to the bamboo forest, only to see Yiqingsong and Wan Chang'an standing together, chatting about something. Zhang Yuan, you're just in time. Come over here. Seeing Zhang Yuan arrive, Wan Chang'an immediately beckoned to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan walked forward and saluted Yiqingsong and Wan Chang'an. Good day, Teacher Yi. Good day, War God Wan. Wan Chang'an asked, Zhang Yuan, do you know what we are looking for you for? You two are standing together. Could this be about my parents? After all, it was only some time ago that Yiqingsong had taken out pictures of his parents after demonization, and before that, Wan Chang'an had also received information about sightings of his parents becoming demons. The two of them looking for him together could only be about his mom and dad. Yiqingsong nodded slightly. That's right. Ever since that day when I saw the demons that looked a lot like your parents, I was a little concerned about those 2 demons and made another trip to the abyssal battlefield. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up slightly and he hurriedly asked, what have you discovered? Yiqingsong, I found a demon stronghold 50 kilometers outside the first position of the abyssal battlefield, and your mother is the leader of that stronghold. Zhang Yuan was immediately concerned. What are they doing over there? Yiqingsong shook his head. I have long been marked by the abyss, approaching the demons at a certain distance. All the demons will know my location. In order to avoid spooking the snakes, I didn't get too close to that camp, unable to probe the situation inside. Wan Chang'an said at this moment, since that stronghold is already outside the first position, and the abyssal monsters over there are all level 50 and upwards, ordinary professionals and soldiers can't go deeper, so the subterranean dragon detachment will form a squad to go and explore, and if they are able to, they can destroy that stronghold. Zhang Yuan, so, is it for me to take part in this operation as well? Wan Chang'an, I've already heard about you helping Kyoto University to raid the realm of the Holy Spirit copy. With your strength you're completely capable of this military operation, and it's possible that the demon on the opposite side is your mother, so there might be unexpected effects if you join this operation. Yiqingsong agreed. I think so too. This is also an unparalleled trial opportunity for you. Zhang Yuan, with your talent, it won't take long to get to level 70, and you will face the Cursed King then, so before you get to level 70, you have to seize every opportunity to fight against demons in real life. Do you understand? Zhang Yuan, understood. I will participate in this operation. Very well. Before we go, there is a place you will go with me. After Yiqingsong said that, a teleportation array appeared under his and Zhang Yuan's feet, and a clean white light gradually enveloped the two of them. On the occasion of the teleportation, Yiqingsong looked at Wan Chang'an again. Chang'an, after that, I will send Zhang Yuan to the first position. So let's follow the plan next. Wan Chang'an, aha. As the words fell, Yiqingsong and Zhang Yuan teleported away. This time, Zhang Yuan teleported for more than a minute, and the ultra-long distance and ultra-long time of teleportation made Zhang Yuan dizzy and had a feeling of motion sickness. As the teleportation ended, Zhang Yuan found himself in an extremely magnificent hall. Around the great hall, there stood many tall idols, each of which emitted an extremely powerful aura. Zhang Yuan swept a glance at the idols in the hall and quickly sensed the aura of the star god and the god of joy from two of them. Yi Qingsong said, "This is the hall of all gods, and the idols standing in the main hall are all gods that have blessed our citizens throughout history. Even if the people who once communicated with the gods have passed away, these gods still leave a wisp of their breath here, maintaining 1,000 threads of connection with my great Xia Empire while waiting for the next blessing giver to appear." After saying that, Yi Qingsong removed a wine gourd from his waist and walked to a statue of a god holding a sword in one hand and drinking from a wine gourd in the other. The idol lit up and the wine gourd in Yi Qingsong's hand flew into midair. Blessed One Yi Qingsong tributes the immortal wine and requests the wine sword immortal to bless my descendant Zhang Yuan. Yi Qingsong said. The immortal wine in the wine gourd flew out, and the rich aroma of the wine instantly filled the entire hall of 10,000 gods, and many of the god statues lit up, seemingly attracted by the immortal wine. In the next moment, the idol of the wine sword immortal lit up with the most shining light, and those immortal wines were absorbed by the idol. Then, a wine gourd-shaped ball of light flew out from the idol and flew in front of Zhang Yuan. Yi Qingsong said to Zhang Yuan, "This is the divine immortal gourd of the wine sword immortal. You probe your spiritual power into it, make contact with it and brand a spiritual imprint." Zhang Yuan didn't ask anything and immediately did as he was told. You have established a connection with the divine gourd. If you die in battle, the divine gourd will retain your divine soul. When Zhang Yuan saw the panel prompt, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes and he looked at Yi Qingsong. "Teacher Yi, this is Yi Qingsong, after all, you're going to the front line of the abyssal battlefield, which is the most dangerous place in this world, and any accidents can happen. You establish a connection with the divine immortal gourd, and if you die afterward, the divine immortal gourd will leave you a chance of survival." Yi Qingsong said indifferently, "Get ready, I'm going to teleport you to the abyssal battlefield." Although Yi Qingsong spoke plainly, Zhang Yuan knew clearly in his heart that Yi Qingsong had definitely paid some sort of great price for him to establish a connection with the divine immortal gourd. Zhang Yuan was touched. There were 1,000 words in his heart, but in the end, they only turned into one sentence. "Teacher Yi, I won't let you down." Yi Qingsong laughed. "Of course I know, go ahead." After saying that, the light of the teleportation array lit up under Zhang Yuan's feet, and then Zhang Yuan was teleported away. He didn't expect the strongest human in the world today is actually willing to lower his own rank to protect a junior. I really watched a good show today. At this time, a beautiful woman appeared on the statue of the god of joy. She crossed her legs and leisurely sat at the wrist of her own statue, her smooth and white feet crossed, smilingly looking at Yi Qingsong in the hall of all gods. Yi Qingsong looked at the woman and slightly saluted. "I wonder what the god of joy's descent has to say." "It's not much. I just simply find that little guy interesting." The god of joy smiled back, then added, "By the way, seeing as you put on a good show for me today, I will remind you that there have been a few blessing givers in the abyssal cursed kingdom lately, so if you run off to the abyss with as much fanfare as you did before, you won't be able to come back." Yi Qingsong's eyes changed slightly, then he thanked the goddess of joy. "Thank you goddess for reminding me." "No need for thanks. The immortal wine you just offered to the wine sword immortal. Is there any more? Offer me a bottle as well. I'm on my way to Chateau Bright Moon to bring back a bottle. Hurry up there's a lot of fun waiting for me over at Zhang Yuan's side." Abyssal battlefield. First position, Great Wall of Soldiers. After the demon Archduke Tisa's retreated, the Daxia Empire grabbed back the first position and fortified the defenses of the Great Wall of Bingo. When Zhang Yuan came out of the teleportation array, he found himself in the middle of a steel city, and there were still quite a number of occupiers installing demon-destroying cannons on the city walls. The Great Wall of Soldiers was the most dangerous city in the Daxia Empire. The soldiers and professionals here had been fighting high-level abyssal monsters for years. All of them were at level 50 and above, and every one of them exuded a biting and murderous aura. It was also because these soldiers and professionals fought valiantly on the front line, keeping the abyssal monsters out of the Great Wall of Bingo, that there was stability in the rear. This city was not only a firm shield for Daxia, but also an eye that Daxia had planted on the abyssal battlefield to observe the movements of the abyssal army. If the abyssal army invaded in force, this city was tasked with fending off the first wave of abyssal attacks and buying time for the two main positions in the rear. Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Yuan. Just as Zhang Yuan stepped out of the teleportation array, a veteran soldier of more than 50 levels came forward and gave Zhang Yuan a military salute. "I will take you to meet General Ning." Trouble. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and followed the old soldier to a separate building. The veteran stopped outside the building and said to Zhang Yuan, "General Ning and the other 3 members of the subterranean dragon detachment are setting up their tactics inside. So go in yourself." "Thanks a lot." Zhang Yuan gave a thank you and walked into the building, only to see Ning Wuwei in front of a sand table, laying out tactics for 2 men and a woman. Instructor Ning. Zhang Yuan walked into the room and greeted Ning Wuwei. Zhang Yuan, you're here. Ning Wuwei immediately put a smile on his face when he saw Zhang Yuan come in. I've already heard from the 10,000 war god about you. Let me introduce you to the team members this time. The white-haired, high-flying handsome guy is called Gao Ning, a level 62 spectral assassin, and he's our squad scout. Gao Ning nodded slightly to Zhang Yuan, not too talkative. That hairless bald guy is called Zhuang Wenxiang, level 64 dragon blood hunter, the squad's meat shield. Zhuang Wenxiang grinned at Zhang Yuan. With me here, no abyssal monster will be able to touch a hair on your head. The big sister with long black hair is called Luilan, level 60 rainmaker, squad support and healer. Luilan smilingly surveyed Zhang Yuan. It's a handsome little scion. After Ning Wuwei introduced the three to Zhang Yuan also introduced himself. Zhang Yuan, level 35, Ghost God Sword Master. When Zhang Yuan declared his rank and occupation, the expressions on the faces of those three people suddenly all had a subtle change. Obviously, they did not know Zhang Yuan's rank before. Level 35, too low. However, this was, after all, the person chosen by the 10,000 battle god himself, and although the crowd had doubts in their hearts, they didn't say so explicitly. Seeing the subtle changes in the expressions of the three team members, Ning Wuwei instantly understood what was going on in their minds and said, I know what the three of you are thinking. It's nothing more than that Zhang Yuan's rank is too low, and you're afraid that he's dragging your feet. However, we are a whole. When we get out of the city, we will have to trust our teammates 100%. Any suspicion among the team members may lead to mission failure or even squad annihilation. As Ning Wuwei uttered these words, Zhuang Wenxiang then expressed his doubts. Captain, I am not looking down on Zhang Yuan, but isn't this rank too low? It's too dangerous for him to follow us on that kind of mission. After all, we're facing a stronghold of abyssal demons, and there's even a possibility of raiding abyssal demons that are level 70 or above. Zhang Yuan is only level 35, so even if he's got outstanding talent, he can't be able to handle this mission. Right? The other two were silent, but obviously agreed with Zhuang Wenxiang's words. Seeing Zhuang Wenxiang raising doubts, Ning Wuwei immediately laughed and said, That's right, if you have doubts in your mind, you should speak them out directly, and we'll resolve them on the spot. After saying that, Ning Wuwei looked at Zhang Yuan. There are martial arts stages in the city. Is it alright for you to fight them? Zhang Yuan nodded. Yes. When Zhuang Wenxiang saw that Ning Wuwei actually wanted level 35 Zhang Yuan to PK with the three of them, he was about to speak when a thick alarm suddenly sounded in the city. Ning Wuwei didn't panic when he heard that alarm. At the Great Wall of Bingo, this kind of alarm would go off several times a day. Whenever the alarm went off, it meant that an abyssal monster had begun to attack. Generally speaking, the long-range professionals threw a few rounds of long-range attacks on the walls, and then the melee professionals harvested the bloodied monsters that hadn't died yet under the walls, and the battle would be over in 2 or 3 hours. If the sirens become any more shrill, then only then should you pay attention. Ning Wuwei laughed. It seems that there is a more intuitive way to show strength. Zhang Yuan, come up to the city wall with us. Aha! Zhang Yuan nodded his head and went up to the city wall with Ning Wuwei and the others. At this time, there were already quite a number of professionals on the city walls waiting for their turn, each of them forming their own teams, each of them shaking their fists and preparing for a big kill. After all, the abyssal monsters were all extremely experienced, and the professionals could gain a considerable amount of experience even if they used their skills to dabble a few times and mix in some assists. At the same time, after the battle, they can also rise military honors based on the abyssal monsters they killed, thus raising their ranks, as well as obtaining various resources for the army. It can be said that high risk and high reward go hand in hand at this great wall of war. Zhang Yuan stood on the city wall and looked into the distance, only to see a large amount of black mist appearing on the barren land, with densely packed abyssal monsters rushing out from it. Those abyssal monsters had both high and low levels, with the high ones being level 60 and the low ones being level 30, numbering tens of thousands. The boundary of the Great Wall of Soldiers unfolded, and a large number of demon exterminating cannons shot destructive lasers at the monster group, directly clearing a large area of the screen in one sweep. The scene was extremely spectacular. After a round of demon exterminating cannon fire, the demon exterminating cannons began to recharge, and the remaining abyssal monsters continued to charge towards the city. Remote ready. At that moment, a commander gave the order, and the long-range professionals on the city walls brewed their skills, while the auxiliaries began to add status to their respective squad members. Ning Wuwei smiled at Zhang Yuan. It's your turn to perform. Show them a hand. Zhang Yuan looked at the abyssal monsters running outside and did not directly make a move. but instead asked Ning Wuwei, "Instructor Ning, can we form a legion of people from the whole city?" "You're forming a legion?" Ning Wuwei was stunned. "Generally speaking, we will only form a legion if we want a large-scale invasion from the abyss. Normally this kind of small-scale battle will not open a legion. After all, everyone needs experience. If we form a legion, the experience will be equally divided. Everyone." When Ning Wuwei said this, he instantly understood Zhang Yuan's thoughts and laughed. "Good boy. I see what you mean. I will form the legion here." Ning Wuwei immediately flew into the sky, took out his general rank insignia, and shouted, "The entire city is at my command. Form the legion." As soon as Ning Wuwei's words left his mouth, a tower in the center of the Great Wall of Hyrule lit up with light, and then the sergeant's badges of all the professionals in the city began to follow suit. For a while, there was a lot of talk among the professionals on the city walls. Forming legions? Could it be that a new round of massive abyssal invasion is coming? Why hasn't the city pulled a high-level alert? Holy shit, I'm not even mentally prepared for this to be Armageddon? Don't dawdle. This is General Ning himself forming a legion. Join in quickly, lest you can't eat the gain effect later and get hacked to death by monsters. As Ning Wuwei formed the legion, the professionals joined in, and Zhang Yuan also joined in by the way. At this time, Luilan, who had also joined the legion, asked Zhang Yuan, "Brother Zhang Yuan, can you tell us why we need to form a legion? With abyssal monsters of that scale outside the city, there is absolutely no need to make such a big commotion." Zhang Yuan returned, "Those monsters outside are too experienced for me, so I have to let everyone share." Luilan, huh? She didn't get it. How can high experience be a bad thing? What kind of strange logic is that? Zhang Yuan just smiled without explaining too much as he jumped directly from the city wall and landed in front of a group of melee professionals. The expressions of the professionals under the walls all changed when they saw a level 35 little guy suddenly jump to the forefront of the battlefield. Who brings little children to the battlefield? Isn't this nonsense? Little brother, it's dangerous out there. Come back. Is there a formation master? Quickly teleport him back. Just as the many professionals were anxious and busy, Zhang Yuan slightly raised his hand and the sword formation unfolded. Tens of thousands of flying swords suddenly appeared in the sky. Go! Zhang Yuan controlled the flying swords and tens of thousands of flying swords shot at the blackened army of abyssal monsters in front of him like a torrential rain, and countless abyssal monsters fell like wheat and dissipated into black smoke. Everyone's Legion channel, monster kill messages popping up like crazy. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 25862/100000. King of the Abyss, plus 22,031. In an instant, the barren earth was emptied of abyssal monsters. The battlefield, the Great Wall of Soldiers, all fell into a deathly silence. Not only the many professionals in the city, even Ning Wuwei, who was standing high in the sky, was stunned by Zhang Yuan's ability at this moment. He knew that Zhang Yuan had a large range group attack means and that the damage was still extremely high, but he did not expect the damage to be so high. Just one round of attack had wiped out an army of tens of thousands of abyssal monsters. Ning Wuwei could no longer find any adjectives to describe Zhang Yuan. Ning Wuwei looked at Zhang Yuan's back outside the Great Wall of War and murmured, "Sure enough, the god of 10,000 battles was right to forcefully protect Zhang Yuan. He is our great Xia's hope of counterattacking the abyss." After a long silence, a shocking clamor erupted from the Great Wall of Hyrule. "Holy shit! It's so handsome! We have a sword immortal in this Xia! 10,000 swords to the clan! 10,000 swords to the clan! Chow! Why didn't I take a picture just now? Good boy! Awesome!" For a while, countless words of praise poured out to Zhang Yuan. None of the professionals who could fight at the Great Wall of Soldiers were people who hated the abyssal demons with a passion. And now Zhang Yuan's spectacular move to clear the screen made all the professionals present explode with pleasure. Ning Wuwei landed in front of Zhang Yuan, patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder and laughed. "Kid is not bad. How long has it been since we met? You have actually grown to this point. With this speed of your progress, that bullshit Cursed King is definitely not your opponent." Zhang Yuan humbly said, "Instructor Ning, I am still far from it. Excessive modesty can be pretentious." Ning Wuwei smilingly patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder and led him into the city, and the surrounding professionals all cast affirmative glances at Zhang Yuan. To them, as long as they killed abyssal monsters, they were good people, and as long as they killed enough, they were heavenly good people. Amidst the people's praising gazes, Zhang Yuan returned to the conference room. At this time, the eyes of Gao Ning, Zhuang Wenxiang and Luilan looking at Zhang Yuan had obviously changed. The hand Zhang Yuan showed outside the city had completely conquered them. The abyssal attack is over. Let's move on to the action meeting. Before we start the meeting, let me check with you all again. Are there any objections to the composition of this operation? Ganon, no. Zhuang Wenxiang, I'm really convinced now. I didn't expect little brother Zhang Yuan to be so fierce. Rank doesn't mean everything. Luilan, I have no objections either. When Ning Wuwei heard the reply from the three, he looked at Zhang Yuan again. Zhang Yuan, what about you? What are your thoughts on the squad members? Zhang Yuan shook his head. No objections. Okay, since we all have no objections to the composition, let's officially start the meeting. As Ning Wuwei's words fell, a virtual sand table of the abyssal battlefield appeared in the conference room. From the sandboard, one could see that a medium-sized demonic stronghold was stationed 50 kilometers to the northwest outside the Bingo Great Wall. Ning Wuwei, the above named this operation the Demon Hunting Program, and our squad is named the Demon Hunting Squad. The main goal of this mission is to discover the purpose of the abyssal demons stationing a stronghold in this place, and if possible, annihilate this stronghold. If Ning Wuwei had said that he wanted to annihilate this demonic stronghold, Zhuang Wenxiang and the others would only think that Ning Wuwei was joking. However, after seeing Zhang Yuan's strength, they began to feel that relying on Zhang Yuan's power, not to mention wiping out the strongholds, even if they were to exterminate an entire abyssal army, it did not seem to be a difficult task. Ning Wuwei continued. I know that everyone's mindset might be a bit inflated after seeing Zhang Yuan's power, but let me emphasize once again that the main goal of this mission is to figure out the purpose of the abyssal demons, and annihilating the demonic strongholds is secondary. Understand? Understood. Good. I'll assign tasks now. Since this demon stronghold is protected by a boundary, I'll break the camp's boundary from the front to attract the demon boss's attention and lure the boss away from the camp. After that, Zhuang Wenxiang, Luilan, you two feint from the front of the stronghold to attract the attention of the demon army and delay the time they need to repair the boundary. At the same time, Zhang Yuan and Gao Ning set off from the hillside northwest of the camp and sneak into the camp by air. Gao Ning is responsible for killing the surveillance magical beasts in the camp at point-blank range. Zhang Yuan heads to the depths of the camp and steals information about the abyss. And after you get your hands on them, Zhang Yuan, you will immediately launch a signal flare, and all of you together will use the mandatory return scroll to go back to the Great Wall of Bingo. Gao Ning objected. Captain, I'm better at infiltrating. Why don't you let me infiltrate alone and leave Brother Zhang Yuan to fight in the front? With Brother Zhang Yuan's ability, the effect he can exert in the front should be far greater than the effect of infiltration, right? Ning Wuwei, according to the intelligence I have received, this time, the abyssal demon is very special and is inextricably linked to Zhang Yuan, so by him infiltrating, there might be unexpected discoveries. Gao Ning was surprised. Brother Zhang Yuan is associated with the abyssal demon? Ning Wuwei said seriously. The specifics are highly confidential to the Grand Xia Empire. All you need to know is that the centerpiece of this operation is Zhang Yuan, and you don't need to ask anything else. Ganon, understood. Anyone else have any comments? Ning Wuwei paused for a moment, and when he saw that none of the people spoke up again, he said, in that case, everyone come over here to collect your equipment, and once we're fully geared up, we'll set off immediately. Ning Wuwei gave each person an equipment box. Zhang Yuan opened it, and inside were 10 bottles of advanced healing potion, 2 forced city return scrolls, a wireless headset used for squad communication, and a bracelet crafted from the bones of abyssal monsters to conceal the human aura. Depart. Together, the 5 of them put on their headphones and bracelets, and they quietly left the city, bypassing all the abyssal monsters they encountered along the way, and raced towards the demon camp. In the demon hunting squad, everyone was a high-level professional except for Zhang Yuan, who also had attribute conversion, and several people traveled extremely fast. In less than 10 minutes, all members of the demon hunting squad arrived at the demon stronghold 50 kilometers away. At this moment in the demon camp, a large number of well-trained abyssal monster squads were patrolling outside the camp, and an extremely dense black gas was converging over the camp, giving the entire camp an ominous feeling everywhere. The concentration of abyssal aura in this neighborhood is several times that of other places. The abyssal demons must be brewing some great plot. Seeing that the surrounding abyssal aura was so thick that it was about to condense into substance, Ning Wuwei immediately said to the crowd of squad members, according to the plan, you will head to your respective locations and take your positions, waiting for my signal. Yes. Zhuang Wenxiang and Luilan quietly sneaked towards the gate of the demon stronghold, while the 2 of them, Zhang Yuan and Gao Ning, headed to the small hill to the northwest of the camp to take out the abyssal monsters patrolling the hill and ambush them at the top. Gao Ning, Zhang Yuan, take your positions. Zhuang Wenxiang, Luilan in position. As the voices of the squad members came from the communicator, Ning Wuwei took a deep breath, a lance coalescing in his hands as he looked towards the demonic stronghold with eyes that became resolute. Gentlemen, it's on. After Ning Wuwei gave the order, his entire body surged out, charging towards the demonic stronghold with a mountainous momentum, and the abyssal monsters patrolling around were all sent flying by the waves of air that Ning Wuwei rolled up. A purple boundary rose up from the demon camp, and when Ning Wuwei's spear tip stabbed the boundary, the entire boundary suddenly rippled, blocking Ning Wuwei's strike. Horns sounded in the demon stronghold, and a large number of abyssal monsters rushed out from it, attacking Ning Wuwei. Kingslayer. Ning Wuwei used his forbidden skill without hesitation, and terrifying might erupted from the tip of his spear, the winds and clouds of the heavens and earth changing color as a result. Boom! A dragon's roar rang out as Ning Wuwei pierced through the boundary with a single shot, the terrifying impact instantly causing the hundreds of demons that had rushed out from the demon stronghold to burst into pieces. A mere human, how dare you attack this place, looking for death? At this moment, a rough voice came from the stronghold, followed by a burly, giant hammer-wielding demon rushing out from the depths of the stronghold, swinging his hammer toward Ning Wuwei. Good timing! Ning Wuwei let out a stern cry, holding his spear to meet the enemy. The giant hammer demon's attacks were powerful and heavy, and every time it swung its sledgehammer, it was like a mountain pressing down on it, and the ground was smashed into deep craters one after another. Ning Wuwei weaved through the shadow of the hammers like a swimming dragon, skillfully avoiding each of the giant hammer demon's attacks before accurately stabbing the giant hammer demon's vitals. However, this giant hammer demon had thick blood and high defense, and with the abyssal mage at the back adding status to it, Ning Wuwei failed to deal any effective damage to the giant hammer demon. Human, are you tickling me? The giant hammer demon grinned as he seized on a break in Ning Wuwei's game and swept the giant hammer across his body, and Ning Wuwei immediately brought his lance across his body to block. Dang! Huge sparks erupted from the giant hammer and the lance, and Ning Wuwei was directly blown out hundreds of meters as he endured the impact of hundreds of tons of force. Ha ha ha! Wonky! The giant hammer demon laughed out loud as it transformed into a black aura and chased after Ning Wuwei. Our turn. Seeing that the abyssal boss had been lured away by Ning Wuwei, Zhuang Wenxiang, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately summoned two giant axes and jumped out, chopping up several abyssal mages who were repairing their boundaries at the entrance to the stronghold. Horns sounded once more in the stronghold, and a large number of abyssal monsters poured out of the stronghold. Ha ha ha, abyssal bastards, all rush over, today I'm going to chop you all into mincemeat. Zhuang Wenxiang blocked the gate and laughed, and Luilan, who remained hidden in the dark, secretly gave Zhuang Wenxiang status. With Luilan's assistance, Zhuang Wenxiang was like a god of war at this moment, blocking the abyssal monsters at the gate of the stronghold to kill them. On the small high slope to the northwest, Gao Ning saw that the attention of the abyssal monsters was attracted by Zhuang Wenxiang at the entrance of the stronghold, and immediately said to Zhang Yuan, "Brother Zhang Yuan, it's our turn to act." Aha! With Zhang Yuan nodding his head, Gao Ning took out his dagger, leapt down from the small hill, stepped on a patrolling magical beast in the stronghold below, and swiftly stabbed the dagger into the vitals at the neck of that magical beast. Precise and clean. The demonic beast didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before it turned into black mist and dissipated. Gao Ning immediately disappeared invisibly after killing a magical beast, and then Zhang Yuan saw one surveillance magical beast after another in the stronghold quietly fall down without making a single sound. All in one hit. Worthy of being a professional assassin. So skillful. Zhang Yuan watched as one surveillance demonic beast after another fell under Gao Ning's daggers, and immediately felt a cold chill on his neck. Zhang Yuan similarly leaped down from the small hill and steadily entered the demon stronghold, rushing towards the depths of this camp, with Gao Ning secretly killing the demonic beasts in the stronghold that were responsible for monitoring the alarm. Zhang Yuan very easily sneaked into the depths of the stronghold, only to see a group of abyssal mages constructing some kind of spell formation around a huge pitch-black cube in the open space in front of the Demon Lord General's tent. What's that? Zhang Yuan hid behind a tent and used the abyssal eye on that pitch-black cube. Giant abyssal crystal core, a mysterious crystal that draws on the breath of the abyss and is capable of releasing it. Abyssal crystals. Zhang Yuan's eyes stared slightly when he saw the information given by the abyssal eye. He had learned about abyssal crystalline cores from the Kyoto University Library, and the abyssal demons used them to make copies abyssalized. Generally speaking, abyssal crystal cores were only the size of a third-order magic cube, but that abyssal crystal core in this stronghold was already over a cubic meter. Realizing that what was being done in this demonic stronghold was feared to be beyond everyone's imagination, Zhang Yuan immediately used the holographic photography function of his military wireless headset to take pictures of the giant abyssal crystal cores and uploaded them to the military server. Zhang Yuan. Less than a minute after Zhang Yuan uploaded the photo, Wan Shahan's voice rang out from his wireless headset. You quickly turn on the holographic photography function. 10,000 war gods? When Zhang Yuan heard Wan Shahan's serious and urgent voice, he immediately turned on the headset's brand new photography function and continuously photographed the situation in the demon stronghold. Wan Shahan saw that giant abyssal crystal core through the image Zhang Yuan shot and said in a deep voice, "This is trouble. God of 10,000 battles, Do you know what these abyssal monsters are up to? Wan Chang'an, with the size of that abyssal crystal core. Once the abyssal power stored inside is released, it's enough to abyssalize all copies within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. The spell formation those demon mages are constructing is called the Leap Teleportation Formation, which is capable of ignoring any boundaries and teleporting items into another Leap Teleportation Formation. Our Grand Xia Empire has always had insiders, and it's estimated that those insiders have already secretly constructed leaping teleportation arrays within the country. And once the leaping teleportation arrays on this side of the demonic stronghold are constructed, and the giant abyssal crystals are teleported into the Grand Xia territory, I'm afraid that we'll be subjected to one of the biggest catastrophes in the past 30 years. Zhang Yuan knew that the matter might be serious, but he did not expect it to be this serious, so he immediately asked in a low voice, "Can I destroy this leapfrog teleportation array?" Wan Chang'an, no way. Even if we sabotage the Abyss's plan this time, as long as we don't get rid of the mole in our Grand Xia, the Abyss side will still be able to teleport the giant Abyss crystal into our Grand Xia as long as they change the place, and then we'll be spooking the snakes, which will in turn allow the mole to hide even deeper. Zhang Yuan, then what should I do? Wan Chang'an, in fact, before your departure, we had already locked down a few suspected insiders, and we have currently sent agents to secretly monitor those people, but the identities of those people are all very special, and if the military acts hastily without evidence, it will likely cause turmoil for the country. Our side is able to monitor the energy fluctuations of the Leap Teleportation Array, so Zhang Yuan, your task now is to get them to open the Leap Teleportation Array, but not to let them teleport the abyssal crystals away. This is a very difficult task. Can you do it? Can't we get the abyssal crystals to teleport by having the Leap Teleportation Array open? Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and then asked, God of 10,000 battles, can I kill those demons after the Leap Teleportation Array opens? As soon as the Leap Teleportation Array is activated, our side will immediately lock on to the target. At that time you can do whatever you want, and any support you need, the military will fully support you. I see. Zhang Yuan's eyes became firm. This way, leave it to me. Zhang Yuan, please. After Zhang Yuan took the military order, he told his teammates about the current mission through the wireless headset. When the crowd heard about the current situation, their moods all became heavy. They had thought that this mission would be a simple sting for information, but they hadn't expected things to be so serious. Ning Wuwei, who was in the midst of a fierce battle with the demonic boss, was the first to speak in the communication channel. Zhang Yuan, since this mission was given to you by the god of 10,000 battles, the command of this operation has been given to you. What do you need us to do? Zhang Yuan, I would like Instructor Ning for you to feign defeat and then withdraw to the Great Wall of Bingo. Retreat? Zhuang Wenxiang suddenly yelled over the channel. Brother Zhang Yuan, you are going to carry out such a dangerous mission alone? How can we possibly leave you behind and run away? Zhang Yuan, the key to this mission is to make the demons activate the Leap Teleportation Array. I'm afraid that our sudden attack on this stronghold has long caused the demons to be on the alert, and if we don't retreat, it's likely that they won't activate the Leap Teleportation Array. Zhuang Wenxiang asked again, but what will you do when we leave? Zhang Yuan, don't worry. I have quite a few means to save my life. Even if the demon Archduke comes, I won't be able to die. As soon as Zhang Yuan said this, Ning Wuwei understood Zhang Yuan's determination and immediately ordered on the communication channel. Zhuang Wenxiang, this is a military order. Immediately pretend to be undefeated and flee the demon stronghold. Find a chance to teleport away. Gao Ning and Luilan, you guys directly use the return scrolls to leave. Ganon, yes. Luilan, understood. As Ning Wuwei opened his mouth, Gao Ning and Luilan instructed Zhang Yuan to be careful before directly using the city return scroll to teleport back to the Great Wall of Bing. Seeing that his teammates had withdrawn, Zhuang Wenxiang, who was blocking the gateway and bathing in blood, could only roar in unwillingness and swung his axe a few times in a great windmill, hacking down the surrounding abyssal monsters before rushing out of the demon stronghold and using the city return scroll. As the trio teleported away, Ning Wuwei said to Zhang Yuan again, Zhang Yuan, I'm withdrawing next. The abyssal boss that I fought with will be back by then, so be careful yourself. Don't worry, Instructor Ning, I know what's in my heart. Well, I do always believe in you. Good luck. After Ning Wuwei finished saying these words to Zhang Yuan, he used his gun to pick off the giant hammer that the giant hammer demon swung at him, and quickly retreated, pulling away from the giant hammer demon. Human, are you trying to run away? When the giant hammer demon saw Ning Wuwei retreat, he immediately grinned and mocked unmercifully. What a waste! Hearing the giant hammer demon's taunts, Ning Wuwei merely let out a cold laugh and suddenly accelerated, holding his purple golden lance as he stabbed towards the giant hammer demon at an extremely fast speed. Ha ha ha, did I tell you to break your defense? Human, you're no match for me at all. When the giant hammer demon saw Ning Wuwei killing again, he laughed and swung his giant hammer, smashing it against Ning Wuwei. This time, however, Ning Wuwei was merely bluffing, and the instant his lance was picked apart by the giant hammer, he immediately bullied his way to the giant hammer demon while it was being pulled by the inertia of its weapon. In Ning Wuwei's left hand, a peculiar revolver had appeared at some point, aiming at the giant hammer demon's eyes. The giant hammer demon's pupils shrunk slightly. Ning Wuwei said indifferently, "Abyssal scum, this is my gift to you." Bang! Ning Wuwei pulled the trigger, and the revolver's muzzle lit up with a dazzling light as a beam of destructive light of the same type as the demon destroyer cannon shot out from the muzzle, instantly penetrating the giant hammer demon's eyes. Aha! The giant hammer demon let out an agonizing scream as it covered its eyes and roared, its face becoming hideous as it tried to seek revenge on Ning Wuwei. But at that moment, Ning Wuwei had already used the city return scroll to leave. "Oh vile human, I will kill you." The giant hammer demon roared alone in the wilderness, and its angry roar caused the earth to start trembling, and countless abyssal monsters in the wilderness trembled as a result. However, the roar of the giant hammer demon now was ultimately impotent rage. On the other hand, in the demon's stronghold, Zhang Yuan found a hidden place to hide and secretly observed the abyssal mages who were constructing the leap teleportation phalanx. For some reason, those abyssal mages had clearly constructed a teleportation spell, but they were slow to activate it, as if they were waiting for some kind of order or a certain moment. At this time, the giant hammer demon that had been blinded in one eye by Ning Wuwei's sneak attack returned to the camp in a rage, its footsteps extremely heavy, causing the earth to shake twice with each step. The giant hammer demon walked not far from Zhang Yuan's hiding place, pestled his weapon heavily on the ground and roared, "Where is the healer? Get your ass over here and heal this general's eyes." As the giant hammer demon vocalized, a demon healer soon trotted out of one of the tents to heal the giant hammer demon's eyes. However, that demon healer had just used his healing skill on the giant hammer demon when a flash of panic flashed across his eyes and immediately prostrated himself on his knees to the giant hammer demon. "General Aruz, your wounds have been inflicted with an unhealable perpetual diminishment status, and the lesser is not capable enough to heal you." "What?" Aruz stared up with copper bell eyes. "Then what use does this general have for a piece of trash like you?" The demon healer panicked. "General Aruz, spare." Bang! The demon healer didn't even have time to finish his plea for mercy before he was directly smashed into pulp by Aruz with a giant hammer. Those abyssal mages not far away saw Aruz killing demons. They were scared pale and lowered their heads, fearing that Aruz's giant hammer would swing on their heads. "This guy, he's brutal." Zhang Yuan watched the entire process from the shadows and gained a new perception of these abyssal demons. Turns out they're not just cruel to humans, they're just as ruthless when it comes to their own kind. Aruz then called a couple of demon healers, and still got the same result of not being able to remove the permanent impairment effect at the eyes. It was only when Aruz killed all the demon healers in the stronghold that it had to come to terms with the fact that it had temporarily become one-eyed. Just as Aruz was bandaging his own wounds, a demon that looked exactly like Zhang Yuan's mother appeared in the stronghold and asked in a deep voice, "Aruz, what happened here?" "Mom?" When Zhang Yuan saw that demon, he clenched his fists and his heart set off monstrous waves. Although her aura had changed radically, Zhang Yuan recognized that this demon was his mother. What exactly happened? At this moment, Zhang Yuan's heart was filled with doubts. Upon seeing that female demon, Aruz changed his previous bloody and brutal appearance and groveled in front of that female demon and returned, "Lord Hellos, it was just a few humans who didn't know what was going on who came over to make a scene. They've already been fought off by me. Everything is still under control. You don't need to worry. You should know how important this program is." Hellos coldly swept a glance at Aruz. The king, for the sake of this plan, has not hesitated to use the precious pawns that have been lurking in the high level of the Disya Empire for many years. If there is any slip up in this plan, not only you, your entire family, will pay the price of death. Aruz trembled and hurriedly assured, "Don't worry, my lord. The leaping teleportation array is all ready. There will definitely not be any discrepancies. You can activate the leap teleportation array now with a single command. Since you're so confident, let's get right to it. And you'd better pray that this plan doesn't go a bit wrong." "Don't worry, my lord. Absolutely nothing will go wrong," Aruz assured Hellos with conviction, and then gave orders to the abyssal mages surrounding the giant abyssal crystal core. "You wastrels, didn't you hear my lord? Activate the leap teleportation formation at once." Yes, a group of abyssal mages began casting spells, and the leap teleportation array began to shimmer as if it were breathing. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately put his own mother's matter aside and stared at the leap teleportation phalanx with all his concentration. Things had to be prioritized. and he now had to take action at the moment the leaping teleportation spell was open to stop the abyssal crystal core from leaping teleportation. At the same time, the residence of a certain high-ranking official of the Great Summer's Kyoto City lit up with the light of the leaping teleportation spell. The military department captured the energy fluctuation at the first time, and then the military department immediately issued a wanted notice on that high-ranking official, and Wan Chang'an personally led a team to go to apprehend him. In the demon stronghold, the leaping teleportation array took shape, and Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to call out his flying sword, instantly killing all the abyssal mages around the array, while maneuvering the flying sword to ram the abyssal crystal cores out of the teleportation array. When Aru saw that someone was messing with him, his expression changed dramatically, and he immediately threw the huge hammer at his side in the direction of Zhang Yuan. A large number of replica flying swords coalesced in front of Zhang Yuan, at the cost of countless replica flying swords being shattered by the giant hammer. Zhang Yuan used his flying sword to pin Aru's weapon in front of himself. When Hello saw Zhang Yuan appear, a strange color flashed in her eyes, then she quickly hid it and questioned Aruz. Aruz, is this what you said, that there is no discrepancy? Aruz shuddered and hurriedly said, Lord Hellos, it's just a little accident, please give me a little time, I'll immediately finish off this human scum. After saying that, Aruz was roaring and running wildly towards Zhang Yuan, but Zhang Yuan just stood still. The red sky, Zhanluan 7-star dragon abyss trembling slightly in front of him. When Aruz rushed to Zhang Yuan's 3 specialized martial arts immediately transformed into 3 sword lights that penetrated through Aruz's body, directly shooting Aruz to burst. Aruz fell to his knees on the spot, blood spurting from his entire body, and all of the abyssal monsters in the entire demon stronghold, with the exception of Hellos, died violently. 2 streaks of golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan rose 2 levels in a row, his level coming to 37. Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest, 43682/100000, King of the Abyss, plus 40,031. The entire demon stronghold was emptied in an instant, and Zhang Yuan's attributes skyrocketed and his aura was a whole lot stronger. Still alive? When Zhang Yuan saw that Aruz did not die, he immediately used his flying sword to make up for it, when a long whip broke through the air and swept away all of Zhang Yuan's flying sword, saving the dying Aruz. Aruz looked to Hellos excitedly. Lord Hellos, help me. Shut up. Hellos whips Aruz right in the face, knocking Aruz right out. Zhang Yuan looked at Hellos and opened his mouth, but in the end, he failed to call out the word mother and only asked, You want to save it? Hellos said lightly. Someone needs to take the blame for the failure of this plan, and if it dies here, I will be guilty. Zhang Yuan was silent for a moment and added, I can feel that you don't have any hostility towards me, are you? Not anymore. Hellos interrupted Zhang Yuan's question and then said, Zhang Yuan, the abyssal battlefield is not a place you should come to, go back as soon as possible. Also, one more word of advice, Great Xia is about to have a catastrophe, and you don't have much time. As the words fell, a large amount of black fog surged out from behind Hellos, and a large number of low-grade demons from the abyss walked out from the black fog, grimacing towards Zhang Yuan and revealing their sharp fangs. Zhang Yuan ignored the abyssal monsters around himself as he stared at Hellos dead in the face and asked, Tell me, what has happened to you all? How can I save you all? This time, Hellos didn't say anything, she just wrapped her whip around the giant abyssal crystal core and the unconscious Aruz and retreated into the black mist. Get back here! Zhang Yuan angrily chased after him. Countless demonic creatures blocked his way, but all of them were chopped off by the flying swords. Zhang Yuan rushed to the front of the black fog and reached into it, but instead of grabbing Hellos, he was instead pounced on by an abyssal demon dog that rushed out of the black fog, followed by a large group of abyssal demon creatures that rushed out of the black fog and kept pouncing on Zhang Yuan. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuan was overwhelmed by the mountains of demons, and among those black mists, there was still a steady stream of demons rushing out, densely packed in a large area, even overflowing this demon stronghold. In the next moment, a fierce mental storm exploded with Zhang Yuan as the center, and all the abyssal demons in this stronghold, as well as those black mists that released the abyssal demons, all disappeared. The Cursed King's Blade Artifact Quest is complete. King of the Abyss, plus 111,031. Zhang Yuan shakily stood up from the ground and looked at the direction Hylos left in a bit of a trance. However, very soon, Zhang Yuan calmed down his emotions and consoled himself. At least, Mom still retains her sanity. Everything still has a chance to turn around. After his mood was adjusted, Zhang Yuan then noticed the prompt of the Cursed King Artifact Quest completion, sending me so many low-level monsters all at once. Not only did I brush up my attributes and complete the Cursed King Artifact Quest, I didn't even go up a level. Old Mom, she should be doing this on purpose, right? Absolutely. Zhang Yuan was in an inexplicably good mood when he saw the scene and checked the Cursed King's blade. Blade of the Cursed King, Divine Grade plus 100,000 attack power. Holder gains the skill Cursed Incarnation. When the holder attacks with this equipment, it decapitates objects with a level lower than its own. No equipment level restriction. No equipment occupation restriction. Cursed Incarnation, level 10. After using this skill, there is a 50% probability that an attack will apply an absolute curse to the target. And there is a 50% probability that an attack will apply an absolute curse to the target. And this skill does not consume mental energy. Absolute curse. The cursed person is reduced by 10% of their maximum life value per second and 10% of their maximum 4-dimensional attributes per second. The caster steals all the attributes reduced by the cursed person, and the attributes disappear upon the target's death. Those killed by this curse cannot be revived. This curse ignores bloodlocks, and this curse can only be purified by the caster. Remarks, the Cursed King's artifact contains the Cursed King's boundless resentment inside. Only those who bear the Cursed King's wrath can ascend to the Cursed King's throne. This is the weapon of the Cursed King? Zhang Yuan's entire head was buzzing when he saw the panel and special effects of the Cursed King's blade. But whoever cast this artifact would have to have a pussy face. They wouldn't be able to come up with such an exaggerated attribute. After Zhang Yuan checked the attributes of the Cursed King's blade, he took the Cursed King's blade out with curiosity. The Cursed King's blade had turned into a long, black and slender blade at this time, with a strange and icy black aura draped around its body. And Zhang Yuan was able to feel the bone-piercing coldness of the blade as he gripped the hilt of the blade. The black aura of the Cursed King's blade spread from the hilt to Zhang Yuan's hand, and then wrapped around Zhang Yuan's arm, causing Zhang Yuan's arm to become pitch black. At that moment, Red Sky's passive triggered and a red glow covered Zhang Yuan's arm, forcing those black chi back into the Cursed King's blade. Zhang Yuan felt the hilt of the blade become colder. This thing is really still the Cursed King's specialized weapon. Before the Cursed King is resurrected, we have to find a way to destroy or seal this thing. Zhang Yuan was able to sense that there was still hidden power in this weapon that had not been tapped, and if the Cursed King was allowed to get his hands on this specialized weapon, it would be an absolute disaster. Ha ha ha. I'm so lucky today. After watching a good show of master and disciple love, I watched a good show of mother and son love. The projection of the God of Pleasure appeared in front of Zhang Yuan and laughed. Zhang Yuan, why didn't I meet you earlier so that you could provide me with more fun? When Zhang Yuan saw that the Goddess of Joy had come to reality, he immediately put away the blade of the Cursed King and asked, seeing that you are so free, Goddess, and still have the time to tell me, could it be that you have found a solution to the blessings bestowed by the gods? The God of Joy stalled for a moment, then returned. Your blessing bestowal can't be dealt with in a day or two. I'm still helping you think of a way. There's no need to rush. Zhang Yuan was skeptical. Are you really thinking of a solution? Ahem. Let's skip this topic for now. The God of Joy coughed a few times, then said, don't you want to know anything about your parents' transformation into abyssal demons? A ray of light flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes as he asked excitedly. You know? The God of Pleasure covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Of course I know, but you'll have to find me some fun if you want me to tell you. Zhang Yuan, what do you want me to do? God of Joy, at the entrance of the abyss there is a stone tablet. That tablet can only be broken by the power of the Cursed King. Go and break that tablet and I will tell you. Zhang Yuan, what happens when you break it? The God of Pleasure chuckled. There will be fun to be had. And anyway, my request has been given, and it's entirely up to you whether or not you do it. Oh yeah, that might be the only way to save your mom and dad. Oh. As the words fell, the projection of the God of Joy disappeared into thin air, and Zhang Yuan could no longer sense the aura of the God of Joy. Is the only way to save my parents? Zhang Yuan muttered and looked into the distance, where there was a large amount of black gas gushing out from the earth, polluting the entire sky. Where that black gas surged was the entrance to the abyss. The abyssal monsters over there were all above level 70, and not only that, once you stepped into that area, you would be subjected to a constant infestation of abyssal power. If you stay inside for a long time, you will either hallucinate and become insane, or you will directly decay into an abyssal monster. It's an extremely dangerous area. Anyway, first touch over and take a look, and if the situation is bad, immediately use the return scroll. Zhang Yuan made his decision and rushed towards the entrance of the abyss. The demon stronghold was only 50 kilometers away from the entrance of the abyss, plus Zhang Yuan now had a bracelet that could conceal his scent. He quickly arrived at the edge of the abyss entrance. At that moment, a faint red aura lit up around Zhang Yuan, and the power of the red sky enveloped his entire body, helping him to isolate the immersion of the abyssal breath. Worthy of being red sky, even the abyssal corruption is immune. Seeing that he was not affected by the aura of the abyss, Zhang Yuan also completely put down his heart and carefully observed the entrance to the abyss. The entrance to the abyss was a huge pit with a radius of more than 100 kilometers, so deep that it could not see the bottom, and a large amount of black chi was still pouring out from underneath it. Outside the pit, there were a large number of high-level abyssal monsters roaming around. Zhang Yuan casually detected a monster roaming around in the black mist. All of them were above level 70 and were incredibly dangerous. Zhang Yuan felt that he would be able to level up to 70 in no time by practicing here. Of course, this is not cost-effective. Zhang Yuan had the talent of Abyssal King. The more abyssal monsters he killed, the more his attributes would increase. And he was only increasing his attributes by 2000 right now when he moved up a level. It was far less fragrant than going to the outskirts of the abyssal battlefield and slaughtering the low-level abyssal monsters. By quickly rising to level 70, he was instead helping the cursed king and pulling his cap down. What's more, his divine blessing hadn't been taken care of yet. There was still a second turn at level 60, and the specialized martial was 7 short of what he could improve. And to ascend to level 70 now would be looking for death. Zhang Yuan dodged the wandering abyssal monsters and slowly explored the edge of the abyssal entrance, and soon came to a stone monument that emitted a black aura. There were some demonic scripts inscribed on the top of the stone monument, and although Zhang Yuan had read books about demonic languages in the library of Kyoto University, he had not purposely tried to learn demonic scripts, and currently he only recognized a few scattered words of demonic scripts. Abyssal King, Demon King, ugh, can't read and eat the culture. Zhang Yuan roughly scanned the demonic text on the stone tablet, and with his pitiful vocabulary, he only recognized the 3 words of the stone tablet, abyss, demon, and king, and he could not understand what was actually written on the stone tablet. He couldn't read what was written on the tablet at all. However, Zhang Yuan did not come here this time to study the contents of the stone tablet, and after he took a picture of this stone tablet, he took out the cursed king's blade and slashed at the stone tablet with force. Boom! The cursed king's blade easily slashed the stone monument, and Zhang Yuan immediately stepped back and took out the city return scroll. As soon as there was the slightest breeze, he immediately teleported away. However, Zhang Yuan waited in place for a while, but nothing happened. Am I being tricked by that woman? Seeing that nothing happened, Zhang Yuan thought that the god of pleasure was playing a trick on him and couldn't help but spit out. Is her pleasure that lowly? Zhang Yuan was a little disappointed and directly used the city return scroll to teleport back to the Bingo Great Wall. However, what Zhang Yuan did not know was that at this moment, the abyss had already exploded. All the demons in the abyssal cursed kingdom received a message. Cursed King Zhang Yuan breaks the Demon King's tablet. A demon has broken the Demon King monument. Who is Zhang Yuan? Hasn't the cursed King Eridus already fallen? It must be that Zhang Yuan has inherited the cursed king's legacy, and he's coming back to reclaim the cursed kingdom from the demon dragon king Algernon. After 100 years, there's finally going to be a battle between Demon King level powerhouses. Ha, this is the abyss. It's all about killing. All mess up. The abyss is like this. The demon kings just have to fight for the throne with their lives. But us ordinary demons have a lot to think about. Meanwhile, the demon dragon king city. A demon king with an incomparably terrifying aura sat on his throne, looking grimly at the news in front of him, and said in a deep voice, Aridus, you're still shady even after you're dead. Do you want to snatch back your throne so badly? Good. This king is going to see if you are qualified to take back your throne from this king. With the demon dragon king Algernon accepting the challenge, Zhang Yuan, who had teleported back to the Great Wall of Bingo, received a message. Algernon, king of the magic dragons, accepts your challenge. Currently your support in the Cursed Kingdom, 0.01%. When the abyssal support exceeds 50%, you will fight to the death with the demon dragon king, Algernon, and the winner will be King Zhang Yuan. Algernon, the demon dragon king? Zhang Yuan was a bit confused. He had read in the book Introduction to the Abyss that after the fall of the Cursed King, the new demon king that appeared in the abyss was the demon dragon king. To this day, the human race didn't know any specific information about the demon dragon king. Zhang Yuan was a bit puzzled as to how he was about to fight to the death with the demon dragon king. Was it because I broke that monolith? Ha. Funny. Too funny. At that moment, the laughter of the god of joy rang in Zhang Yuan's ears, and Zhang Yuan twisted his head to look, only to see the god of joy laughing with his belly. A human teenager who wants to compete with the demon king of the abyss for the throne. Is there anything more interesting in this world? The god of joy laughed out tears. Zhang Yuan, you have to work hard. If you become the demon king, that would be so much fun. When Zhang Yuan heard these words from the god of joy, he realized that he had been pitted by this god of joy in a big wave. But he didn't complain when things had come to this. He was already going to deal with the cursed king anyway. Adding another demon dragon king wouldn't make much difference. Lice are not afraid to bite. Zhang Yuan regained his normal mind and said to the god of joy, I've done what you told me to do. So it's time for you to tell me about my parents, right? Sure, no problem. The god of joy wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. The demon dragon king, Algernon, wields an artifact known as the Heart of the Abyss, which is capable of transforming any living creature into a demon and granting those newborn demons great power. During these 30 years, Algernon has already created a number of newborn demons with the Heart of the Abyss, and now the cursed kingdom he rules has already caught up with the power of the cursed kingdom that once existed during the reign of Eridus. Your parents are the newborn demons that were transformed by the Heart of the Abyss, and were favored by Algernon due to the amazing strength of will they displayed to fight back. After all, your mom and dad are mortal, and as strong as their wills are, they can't defy the artifacts, and Algernon granted them both even more power, turning them into Algernon's right-hand men. Nowadays, they have completely become demons, forgetting most of their memories from their human days, and it's only a matter of time when they completely forget all their memories of being human. Zhang Yuan frowned. How should I save them? God of joy, the corruption of the Heart of the Abyss is irreversible, or at least I don't know how to change them from demons back to humans. But there is at least a way to keep their human memories if you can kill Algernon and take the Heart of the Abyss. Algernon, how strong is he? Anyway, it's no weaker than the cursed king from 30 years ago, but you don't have to worry. Your challenge quest has no time limit. As long as you don't go into the abyss, there's nothing he can do to take you, and you'll have plenty of time to develop. And what if he comes out? Algernon's departure from the abyss means that he's fully prepared to invade your human race like the cursed king did, and you won't be alone when that happens. Speaking here, the god of joy paused, and then reminded Zhang Yuan, of course, just because Algernon doesn't come out doesn't mean that other demons won't come to you, so in the future, you have to be on your toes, so you don't get taken out by some little minions, and that won't be fun. Speaking of this, the god of joy swept a glance to the side and smiled at Zhang Yuan. Someone is coming, so let's stop here. I'll leave first. As soon as the words left his mouth, the god of joy disappeared into thin air. At which point Ning Wuwei rushed over with the 3 members of the demon hunting squad. Ning Wuwei laughed. Zhang Yuan, we have already monitored that demonic stronghold being destroyed by you. Good job this time. You didn't encounter any difficulties, did you? All the best. Zhang Yuan did not say anything about the god of pleasure and the demon dragon king, and instead asked, how is the situation within the Great Xia? Has the mole been found? Ning Wuwei laughed. I was about to tell you about this. Thanks to your blessing, our military department has caught a big fish. Currently, the god of 10,000 battles is personally interrogating that big fish, and it's estimated that afterward, he'll catch a bunch of traitors even with carrots and mud. For your great contribution, the Ministry of War is prepared to award you the Medal of First-Class Merit and have your rank promoted to Colonel. On the side, Zhuang Wenxiang congratulated. Brother Zhang Yuan, congratulations, you just joined the Subterranean Dragon Detachment and made a first-class merit. In a little more than a month, you went from a major to a colonel. This rate of progress is simply unprecedented. The future is boundless. It's as if I've already seen a new god of war being born. Louis Lan laughed. Brother Zhang Yuan, can I call you Zhang War God in advance? Gao Ning nodded his head in agreement. Not bad. With Brother Zhang Yuan's ability, I bet it won't take him more than a few years to become the new god of war. Zhang Yuan was all a bit embarrassed to hear this at this time and hurriedly said, I really didn't do anything this time. You guys are too kind. Ning Wuwei smiled and patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder. There's no need to be modest. You've done what none of us could do. These honors are what you deserve. Let's go. The celebration banquet has been prepared. You're the protagonist today. Before Zhang Yuan had a chance to speak, he was pulled by the crowd to the city square. At this time, quite a number of people had already gathered over at the square, and when they saw Zhang Yuan coming over, they all clapped and cheered. Ning Wuwei smiled and explained to Zhang Yuan, when the military department decides to award the first-class merit, it will conduct an army-wide briefing to commend you. Now everyone knows that you are a hero. Go ahead and enjoy the people applauding. Ning Wuwei pushed Zhang Yuan into the square, and the many professionals directly lifted Zhang Yuan up and threw him into the air. This celebration, Zhang Yuan was in a trance the entire time. He had never heard so many compliments in his 2 lifetimes. At the banquet, Zhang Yuan was forced to drink a lot of wine, and by the time he woke up, it was already the next day. His dash, too much to drink yesterday. Zhang Yuan slapped his head and slowed down for a while before he picked up his communicator and found a text message from his grandmother. Good job. Keep up the good work. Happy face asterisk. When Zhang Yuan saw his grandmother's message and the accompanying yen text, he could not help but lose his voice and a warm current flowed through his heart. Heroes, it's a feeling that seems pretty good. Zhang Yuan returned the message that everything was fine to his grandmother and greeted his sister-in-law in passing. Then he washed up and left the room. Although the Great Wall of Bingo had held a grand celebration yesterday, today the Great Wall of Bingo had already returned to its solemn atmosphere, with everyone sticking to their posts, stopping the abyssal monsters outside the Great Wall of Bingo, and guarding the dacha at the rear. Everyone is working hard. Zhang Yuan looked at those familiar faces standing on the city wall and let out a sigh of emotion, admiring from the bottom of his heart all the professionals guarding the Great Wall of Bingo. Since Ning Wuwei and the others had other tasks to perform, they had teleported away last night after the celebration banquet had ended. Now that Zhang Yuan had nothing more to do at the Great Wall of Bingo, he teleported back to Kyoto University through the Great Wall of Bingo's teleportation array. Just as he returned to the school, the projection of the God of Joy appeared in front of him once again and greeted him. "Hi, Zhang Yuan." Zhang Yuan sighed with a tired heart when he saw the God of Joy appear. "I say, Lord Goddess, even if you want to have fun, you can't catch someone griping, right? Didn't I just screw you over once? Are you as good as haunting me like a ghost?" The God of Joy said in a serious manner. "What are you talking about? Am I the God of Joy, the kind of God who is vindictive? I'm really looking for you today for a serious matter." Zhang Yuan didn't bother to retort and asked, "Go ahead, what is it?" The God of Joy laughed. "I have a friend who may be able to solve the problem of your divine blessing." "Solve the problem of my divine blessing?" Zhang Yuan's heart thumped and he immediately became serious. But he quickly thought of yesterday's incident and hurriedly said, "Words first, this time I won't give you any fun. Don't worry, this belongs to the serious business I promised you. I won't make fun of you with this matter, even if it's the God of Rakugo. There must be principles." The God of Joy crossed her arms and laughed at Zhang Yuan, but judging from her expression, it was hard for Zhang Yuan to feel any conviction. "Anyway, you go to the copy of the Star God Gambit. A new projection of the gods will come to meet you. She's waiting for you." Oh. When the God of Joy said that, he disappeared into thin air. "A copy of the Star God Wager? It's not a loss to go there once anyway." Zhang Yuan chanted and rushed back to Dormitory 0, giving a greeting to Granny Nyo who was guarding the entrance of the dormitory before entering the nightmare difficulty copy of the secret realm of the stars in front of Granny Nyo. 10 minutes later, under the gaze of the dumbfounded Granny Nyo, Zhang Yuan came out with 30,000 starstones and went to the 6th floor to enter the Star God gambling copy. The other tenants spend an hour or two and barely manage to get dozens or hundreds of starstones from the secret realm of the stars, and after paying the rent, they all have to count on their fingers to spend the starstones. As a result, Zhang Yuan managed to get 30,000 starstones in 10 minutes. This kid shouldn't be treating the secret realm of the stars as a wholesale market for starstones. And he went in there to get in? Granny Nyo spat. She had never seen someone as outrageous as Zhang Yuan in her life. While Granny Nyo was messing around alone in the Star God gambling copy, Zhang Yuan appeared in a brightly colored, fantasy-style forest. According to the hints in the copy of the Star God Gambit, the god who descended the projection this time was the goddess of fate. In the center of the forest, there was a clear spring, and a goddess in white was sitting beside it to soak her feet, while many animals were drinking from the shore. Zhang Yuan walked to the side and bowed to the goddess of fate. "Greetings to the goddess of fate. Cheerful has already told me about you." The goddess of fate lifted her hair behind her ear and looked at Zhang Yuan. "I can guide you on how to solve the curse of the demon god, but the guidance of fate comes with a price." "Zhang Yuan, what price do I need to pay?" The goddess of fate got up, walked to Zhang Yuan, smelled Zhang Yuan's body, and said, "Your aura is very special. It is different from everyone else in this world. Even I am unable to see your destiny." Zhang Yuan's mind was shaken. As a traveler, it was his biggest secret. The goddess of fate continued, "You are the most mysterious being I have ever seen. The past comes from the mists. The future leads to the mists. Even your present is full of twists and turns. As the god of fate, I can't even see through your destiny. So it's no wonder that cheerfulness is so crazily enamored with you. However, I don't really like the unknown. So how about if you can tell me the secret you're hiding? I'll tell you how to fix that demon god's curse." Zhang Yuan was silent for a long time, weighing the pros and cons of exposing his identity as a traveler, and finally said, "Actually, I come from another world." A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the goddess of fate, then she regained her composure. "So that's how it is." At this moment, she seemed to see a lot of things clearly and did not continue to pursue Zhang Yuan, turning to say, "The cursed king, Eridis, is the bestower of the cursed demon god, and the reason why you are unable to receive the blessings from the other gods is because Eridis has offered your body to the cursed demon god. Now that your body is the cursed demon god's earthly shell, God cannot bless God, and it is for this reason that you are not blessed by the gods." "Zhang Yuan, how do I break the ice?" The cursed demon god is a deity of extremely high rank, and very few gods are able to surpass him in rank, but his power all of it, is gathered here in your place, which makes it possible to break the demon god's curse. The goddess of fate pointed at Zhang Yuan's heart location. Zhang Yuan was surprised. My heart? The heart of the cursed king. To be precise, the goddess of fate returned. This heart contains the power of the cursed demon god, and if you let this heart stay within you, sooner or later it will be taken over. However, it's also because the power of the cursed demon god is all in this heart, so all you have to do is destroy this heart. Then you can remove the cursed demon god's curse. Zhang Yuan, the heart of the cursed king is a divine artifact. Is there any way to destroy it? Destiny, find the god of the forge. Zhang Yuan, how do I find him? Goddess of fate, the god of forging is naturally interested in equipment. And if you have equipment that catches his attention, he will naturally come to you. Does one possess equipment that will catch the attention of the god of the forge? Zhang Yuan's eyes stared slightly, and the first thing he thought of was his 10 specialized martial arts. If one obtains 10 specialized arms and refines all of them to full refinement, will he or she be able to attract the god of the forge? After all, who could resist the temptation of 10 complete sets of divine artifacts? It seems you've figured out a way to do this. So I'll stop babbling and end this conversation. I'll keep your secret. The goddess of fate smiled at Zhang Yuan and was about to leave when she suddenly gave a start. Right. According to the rules of this copy, I should give you a reward after you pass the level. Let me think. What would be good for you? The goddess of fate pondered for a moment and seemed to think of something. Her eyes lit up slightly and a golden stone appeared in her palm. This should be suitable as a reward. This is... Zhang Yuan took the golden stone and checked the attributes. Second turning awakening stone, divine, remarks, coalesced by the power of the god of fate. This awakening stone can be used together with other awakening stones, and the person who awakens with this awakening stone will gain the power of the god of fate. Divine grade second turning awakening stone. When Zhang Yuan saw that goddess of fate had given him such a precious treasure, he was completely shocked and looked at goddess of fate with an unbelievable face. He remembered that the most precious thing in the star god's divine treasury was the divine grade first turn awakening stone. The value of the second turn awakening stone is far above the first turn awakening stone, and now the god of fate is the divine second turn awakening stone as soon as he strikes. Are all these goddesses rich? Are they all gods? Zhang Yuan was a bit confused. He didn't expect that he just came over and said the secret that he was a traveler, and as a result, not only did he know the solution to the curse of the demon god, but he also got a divine second turn awakening stone. The professional who used a divine awakening stone to awaken in both the first and second turns can definitely not find the second one in the world today. The goddess of fate laughed. Fate marks a price for everything. Zhang Yuan, your secret deserves this reward. When you destroy the heart of the cursed king, I can make you my bestower if you want. Zhang Yuan, goodbye. After the goddess of fate's projection disappeared, Zhang Yuan was summoned out of the star god gambling copy. Every time I enter a copy of the star god's gambling battle, I'll be able to obtain a divine item. So if I keep entering, will I keep getting it? Zhang Yuan looked at the entrance of the Star God solo battle copy and suddenly had a bright idea and immediately ran back to the first floor. Entered the secret realm of the stars once again. Spent 10 minutes earning 30,000 star stones out of it, and then went back to the 6th floor. Wanting to enter the Star God gambling battle copy once more. No divine projection has descended for the time being. Match failed. Match failed? When Zhang Yuan saw the copy prompt, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. It seems that this copy is not infinitely brushed. Thanks to the fact that I thought I had found a way to wholesale artifacts. It's just that such things are not meant to be forced. Zhang Yuan quickly adjusted his mood, put away the starstone and rushed to the school's library. After being pitted by the god of joy in a big wave, Zhang Yuan set his mind on learning the devil's language, or else he wouldn't know how he would be sold in the future. In the library, Zhang Yuan found a dictionary of demonic languages, and first took out the photos he had taken of the stone monuments, and leaned on the dictionary to translate the demonic characters on the stone monuments one by one. In the abyss, the king is honored. If you wish to replace the demon king, break this monument to clear your mind. After Zhang Yuan finished translating the stone tablet text, he instantly understood how he was targeted by the demon dragon king. The feeling is that you've taken it upon yourself to go up and pick a fight. Not to mention the demon king, even if it was the kings and emperors of the human race, they would have to fight you to the death if you made a big show of notifying the world that you were going to replace them. Sure enough, I still suffered the loss of being uneducated. If I could have read the demonic text before, I wouldn't have destroyed that stone tablet even if I had killed myself, the god of all evil pleasures. Zhang Yuan was inspired by this incident to study like never before, and began to delve into the demonic texts in the library. An hour later, Zhang Yuan, who was sitting in front of the library playing with his communicator to feel the fish, suddenly received a group message from the Abyss Raiders group. Yeah, I almost forgot there was this group. Zhang Yuan thought that he was still 8 abyssal copies short of his Red Sky's divine weapon quest, so he immediately went into the group and was then bombarded with a bunch of messages. Admin, at all members. Emergency, please level 50 or below. Raiders near Kyoto rush to Yenshan Misty Spirit Valley immediately. A special abyssal copy has appeared here, and your help is urgently needed. With the admin at all members, a large number of group members sent out messages. Crap, I'm right near Yenshan. That's Obsidian Guild's territory. They've sent people to raid the abyssal copy before and the raid failed. Failed? Then why do you need us to go? Shouldn't the military be sent out to suppress the abyssal monsters? That copy is very special. After Obsidian Guild's failed raid, no monsters rushed out. Instead, the copy's difficulty was upgraded and the challenge level cap was lowered from level 70 to level 50. The difficulty of the copy has increased, and the level of the copy limit has gone down? Is it such a loss for thieves? I always feel that Abyss is holding back a big one this time. In short, don't go over to add to the chaos without some strength, lest you put your life on the line and make the copy further upgraded. Zhang Yuan looked at the group message that was nearly brushing the screen, and his eyes could not help but condense. The Obsidian Guild. Is the Guild of Schwer's family? Isn't it? The abyssal copy raid failed. Not only did it not release the abyssal monsters, but it also further upgraded the difficulty. This is too counterintuitive. Realizing that things were a bit grim, Zhang Yuan immediately left the library and called Bai Zhenghua. Bai Zhenghua's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Yuan, I was about to contact you, but I didn't expect you to call first. Zhang Yuan, Elder Bai, are you looking for me because of the matter of the Misty Spirit Valley in Yen Mountain? Bai Zhenghua, it seems that you've already received the news from the Abyssal Raider team, so I won't be long-winded. Zhang Yuan, this time, the matter is more serious than imagined, and I'm afraid that if it's not resolved, the city of Kyoto will be turned into an inferno on earth. Zhang Yuan, I can help. Bai Zhenghua, it's great that you're willing to make a move. After the level cap of that abyssal copy is locked to level 50, you're the only one I can think of who can solve this matter. Zhang Yuan, you head to Yen Mountain Misty Spirit Valley first. I'll send you the specifics and you'll see it on the way. Good. Yen Mountain was a mountain range in the north of Kyoto City. The average level of the monsters in the mountain range was 50, and the Misty Spirit Valley was an extremely famous area in the Yen Mountain range. The valley not only has a large magic vein, but also a level 60 field copy. 10 years ago, the Obsidian Guild had spent $500 billion to buy the mining rights of the magic mining vein, and after the Obsidian Guild had sent their guild members into the Misty Spirit Valley, that field copy had logically come under the control of the Obsidian Guild as well. However, instead of choosing to monopolize the field copy, the Obsidian Guild took the initiative to open that field copy to the public, allowing anyone to come and brush up. The Obsidian Guild had even specially built a large supply point next to the replica, which contained not only a pharmacy and blacksmith store, but even an inn with a general store. After the Obsidian Guild dug out the magic ore from the mines, they sent it directly to the supply points to be processed into various potions and equipment, and then sold it locally to the professionals who came to brush up on their skills. Since the copy in the Misty Spirit Valley was a high difficulty copy, the demand for potions and equipment from the professionals was quite high, and the magic ore that the Obsidian Guild dug out of the veins every day wasn't even enough to cover the daily consumption of the brush professionals. Under this business model, the Obsidian Guild, which saved a lot of transportation costs, earned a lot of money, and the Misty Spirit Valley became the biggest cash cow for the Obsidian Guild. Therefore, when signs of abyssalization appeared in the field copies in Misty Spirit Valley, President Li Yuankang attached great importance to it, and immediately had the level 70 elite team and the guild go forward to raid the abyssal copies, attempting to normalize the copies in the shortest time possible, without delaying the business of the copies. Then, the copy raid failed, and the Obsidian Guild's raider squad was completely wiped out. In theory, after the abyssal copy raid failed, the abyssal monsters would rush out of the copy, and the Obsidian Guild would still have a chance to preserve the copy if they could suppress the abyssal monsters in time. But the weird thing was that abyssal copy didn't release the abyssal monsters. Instead it upgraded and mutated. Not only did the difficulty of the copy increase, but it also limited the challenger level of the raiders to below level 50. A level 70 raider team can be completely wiped out. A level 50 raider team going in, then I'm afraid it's only a dead end. The situation in Misty Spirit Valley was instantly beyond the control of the Obsidian Guild. When Zhang Yuan rushed to the Misty Spirit Valley after learning all about the situation through Bai Zhenghua, he found that quite a number of level 50 or below professionals had already gathered outside the Misty Spirit Valley. In addition to the Adventurers Guild releasing a bounty for a copy of the Misty Spirit Valley Abyss, the Obsidian Guild similarly released a bounty to the entire network, seeking a strong person who could solve the copy of the Abyss. However, many of the level 50 professionals who had been summoned were a mixed bag, and Li Yuankong was worried that the abyssal copy would fail another raid, so he had Li Fong guard the entrance to the valley and conduct a screening process. Only those who were under level 50 and could defeat Li Fong were eligible to enter the valley to challenge them. Unfortunately, so far, there was no one who could defeat Li Fong. Next, Li Fong punched a level 50 knight to the ground and shouted at the top of his voice, in a somewhat grumpy mood, the abyssal copy in the Misty Spirit Valley could be upgraded again at any time. While he hadn't even found a suitable teammate right now, if only Zhang Yuan was there. Li Fong sighed and was fantasizing that Zhang Yuan was nearby before he saw Zhang Yuan walk out from the crowd. Brother-in-law. When Li Fong saw Zhang Yuan, he shouted out in excitement. Zhang Yuan was startled by Li Fong's sudden shout, and before he could react, Li Fong excitedly grabbed his hand. Brother-in-law, did you come over specially to help? I am so touched. Facing Li Fong's sudden enthusiasm, Zhang Yuan was still a bit unaccustomed. Brother Li, you are too enthusiastic. Oh sorry, I got a little too excited. Li Fong hurriedly apologized and let go of Zhang Yuan's hand in a hurry, but he was still in an emotional state. Meifu, you've really solved my brother's urgent problem by coming. With your output, we only need to find 3 more slightly acceptable teammates, and we'll be able to raid that damn abyssal copy. Brother-in-law, you go into the Misty Spirit Valley first, and when I find all my teammates, I'll come find you. Li Fong instructed the members of the Obsidian Guild to make way for Zhang Yuan to enter the Misty Spirit Valley. Seeing that Li Fong directly let Zhang Yuan in without testing him, some professionals outside the Misty Spirit Valley immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Why is it that he doesn't have to fight you to get in? It's too obvious that you guys are going through the back door, isn't it? That's right. I just scouted that kid, but he's only level 37. Can he also raid this copy? If you guys don't want to give the reward, just say so. Don't disgust people here. Obsidian Guilds, you've already failed once and you're going to mess up once more. If the copy crashes, can you afford to take the blame? For a while, a large number of professionals expressed their dissatisfaction and protests to Li Fong, and at this time, Li Fong changed his previous appearance of being kind to Zhang Yuan, and the whole violently erupted with a stern aura. Waves of blazing fire spread out in all directions. Li Fong took out his twin swords that were laced with flames and said in a cold voice, my brother-in-law's output can second me. He is the deserved main C of this raider squad. If you guys are confident in yourselves, come over and challenge them despite yourselves. Don't act like a waste of dime, mixing up in the crowd and letting out your mouths. As soon as Li Fong said this, the expressions of many level 50 professions on the scene changed slightly, and those skeptical voices suddenly became much less. However, after Li Fong's complete display of chi, not a single person on the scene came out to challenge him. Inside the Misty Spirit Valley, Zhang Yuan saw that the duplicate teleportation entrance in the valley had turned into a dark red vortex, with lightning flashing around it, and a dangerous aura inside and out. At this moment, Li Yuankong was standing in front of the abyssal copy, his brows tightly locked, not knowing what he was thinking. Uncle Li. Zhang Yuan walked up and greeted him. Zhang Yuan. When Li Yuankong saw Zhang Yuan, his tightly locked brows loosened up quite a bit, but his expression remained serious, and after greeting Zhang Yuan again, he continued to stare at the entrance of the replica in silence. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on the copy. Misty Spirit Mining Abyss copy. Rank, 60. Difficulty, Abyss. Maximum level limit for team members, 50. Countdown, 3 hours, 36 minutes, 53 seconds. Difficulty directly labeled Abyss? And a countdown? When Zhang Yuan saw the information about this copy, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. It was the first time he had seen this kind of copy. Whether it was the Abyss difficulty or that copy countdown, it was a type of copy that hadn't been recorded in the books. At this time, Li Yuankong spoke. Once the countdown ends, the difficulty of the copy will be upgraded once more. Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly. The difficulty actually has to be escalated? Is this true? Aha! Li Yuankong nodded gruffly. The countdown for this copy had already ended once before, when the difficulty of this copy directly changed from Hell difficulty to Abyss difficulty, and there was also a copy level restriction. As time passes, this abyssal copy will become harder and harder, and the success rate of raiding down it will become lower and lower, until finally no one can raid it. Who knows what kind of monsters will be brewing in this kind of replica? Once this replica unleashes the abyssal monsters inside, I'm afraid that at that time, it won't just be my ancient guild that suffers a devastating blow, but the Kyoto city in the south won't be able to be spared either. Zhang Yuan, Uncle Li, let me go solo this abyssal copy alone. Upon hearing these words from Zhang Yuan, Li Yuankong's expression changed slightly and he said in shock, you want to go solo alone? Seriously? Zhang Yuan, this abyssal copy is capable of mass killing level 70 raider squads, and now that the copy has evolved, the difficulty will only be higher. Allowing unusual level 50 professionals to enter this abyssal copy is just letting them go to their deaths, including Li Feng. Li Yuankong naturally knew this in his heart, but as the president of the Obsidian Guild, he could never leave this copy of the Abyss unattended, and Li Feng was a superior candidate for raiding this copy, both in terms of level and strength. Therefore, if Li Yuankong did not let Li Feng on, not only would it be unconvincing, but it would also discourage the other professionals. After all, if a person who was clearly a superior candidate for raiding the abyssal copy didn't go to raid the abyssal copy, a fool could see the problem, and no one would be willing to raid the copy even more when the time came. Although Li Yuankong knew that Zhang Yuan was strong, he actually did not have too clear a perception of Zhang Yuan's power. All of Zhang Yuan's files were top secret of the country. Even if Li Yuankong was the son of a national elder, he was not qualified to know Zhang Yuan's specific information. Li Yuankong was now very afraid that Zhang Yuan would be planted in the abyssal copy alone. When the time came, their entire family couldn't afford to take the blame. Thinking of this, Li Yuankong resolutely said, "No, it's too dangerous for you to brush the copy alone. No matter what, we have to match you with a meat shield nurse and auxiliary. We have to ensure your survival." Zhang Yuan, however, shook his head and said, "Uncle Li, I myself am meaty and have output, as well as auxiliary abilities. If you forcefully stuff some level 50 professionals in my team, it will conversely make them a burden to me." After saying that, Zhang Yuan slightly unfolded his sword formation and enveloped Li Yuankong in it. It is! Li Yuankong saw the gain effects that Zhang Yuan had given him, especially the one that ignored 50% of his defense. It was too much. Zhang Yuan said, "Without any modesty, my supporting ability is far less than a tenth of my output ability." Li Yuankong was silent for a long time and glanced at the countdown on the abyssal copy again before finally taking out a bracelet and handing it over to Zhang Yuan. "When you are raiding the copy, you put this bracelet on." Zhang Yuan was curious. "What is this?" Li Yuankong, "This is an equipment developed by our Obsidian group, called the Ring of Life. It can monitor your life status and the duplicate in real time. As long as I judge that your life is in danger, I'll use the core of gauze to forcibly bring you out of the duplicate. Do you understand?" Uncle Li has a heart. Zhang Yuan gave a thank you, then put the Ring of Life on and added, "By the way, Uncle Li, I have one passivity to avoid death plus one chance to resurrect, so if I fall into danger at the beginning, don't be in a hurry to fish me out. I may still have a chance to turn the tide." Li Yuankong nodded. "Well, I know. Then I'm off." Zhang Yuan stopped dawdling and placed his hand into the abyssal copy. "Will you challenge the Misty Spirit Mining Cave replica?" Yes. As Zhang Yuan chose the challenge, he was sucked in by this abyssal copy. At the same time, Zhang Yuan's blood bar appeared in the middle of Li Yuankong's line of sight. "Zhang Yuan, I'm relying on you." Li Yuankong muttered a sentence, then used his communicator to contact Butler Su. "Butler Su, bring the core of gauze to Yenshan." Entering the copy, Zhang Yuan found himself in the middle of a dimly lit mine, with oil lamps hanging from the rock walls on both sides, and an extremely foul smell permeating the air. The concentration of abyssal aura in this copy was on the verge of catching up with the concentration of abyssal aura at the entrance to the abyss. Zhang Yuan felt the danger of this copy the moment he entered it. This copy, it's definitely not simple. Zhang Yuan did not dare to be careless and summoned the Inferno Sheep, the Ice Elf Queen and the Rakshasa King together, so that the three summons would be in a triangular position to surround him in the middle, preventing any monstrous things from sneaking up on him. After forming the formation, Zhang Yuan began to march forward. Since the light in the mine was very gray, Zhang Yuan could only rely on the flames burning around the Inferno Sheep to illuminate the light, so the speed of his advance was quite slow. However, strangely enough, Zhang Yuan had already advanced for some distance, but he had not even encountered a single monster, and the entire copy was quiet and a bit weird. Where did all the monsters go in this copy? Zhang Yuan was puzzled in his heart. According to the Misty Spirit Mining Cave copy introduction given by Bai Zhanghua, the monsters in this copy should be dense and numerous, but from the looks of it now, this copy of the Misty Spirit Mining Cave was as if it was dead, without any semblance of life. Just like that, Zhang Yuan did not encounter any monsters and walked straight to the deepest part of the mine, a natural cave filled with magic crystal ore. The magic crystal ore lit up with an azure blue light, making the dimly lit mine clear and bright, but the atmosphere was still eerie and gloomy. In the center of this cave, there was a magic formation outlined in blood, and nothing else. Out of caution, Zhang Yuan did not approach the magic formation rashly, but controlled the Rakshasa King to go and investigate. The moment the Rakshasa King stepped on the magic formation, that magic formation outlined in blood suddenly lit up, and then several bloody hands rushed out of the magic formation and flew to wrap around the Rakshasa King. dragging the Rakshasa king towards the center of the magic formation. The Rakshasa king is suffering from corruption. Please save him in time or you will lose him forever. It really is a trap. When Zhang Yuan saw that the Rakshasa king was entangled in the bloody hands, he immediately summoned his flying sword to cut off those bloody hands, and then he took the Rakshasa king back into his mask. The magical array, outlined in blood, reverted to peace as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly figured out how the Obsidian Guild's raider squad was reunited. The reason why there were no abyssal monsters in this copy should have all been cleared out by that raider squad. It was even possible that the Mist Spirit Mining Caves copy boss had already been successfully raided by them. However, they ended up planting themselves on that blood-colored magic array. It's better to destroy this kind of weird magic formation. Zhang Yuan stood in the distance and was about to maneuver his flying sword to destroy the magic formation when suddenly an arrow broke through the air and shot straight at Zhang Yuan's face. Zhang Yuan reacted quickly and his imperial sword split the arrow in half. Then he looked in the direction from which the arrow had come. There, an archer wearing the uniform of the Obsidian Guild but with demonic horns on top of his head and eyes like rubies stepped out. The human race has become evil? Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly when he saw that what had happened to his parents had happened to someone else. Zhong Tiancheng, level 70, Sacred Archer. Zhang Yuan used the Eye of the Abyss on the demonized archer and found that the information given by the Eye of the Abyss was still that of a professional. Is it because it hasn't been completely transformed into a demon yet? Then is there any way I can save him? Seeing that Zhong Tiancheng's attribute panel was still that of a human professional, Zhang Yuan began to have his heart set on it. At that moment, Red Sky suddenly appeared behind him and autonomously blocked a sneak attack from a demon assassin. Zhang Yuan turned around and used the Eye of the Abyss again. Han Ing, level 70, Shadow Assassin. Same, or a panel of human professionals. At this time, the Hell Inferno demon goat next to him launched an attack on Han Ing, but Han Ing quickly retreated and easily dodged the Hell Inferno demon goat's attack, then merged into the dark shadows and disappeared. Shortly after the assassin stealthed, 3 more men stepped out of the shadows. Lu Ningyi, level 70, Great Elementalist. Shi Yen, level 70, Paladin's Shield. Wu Ning Ning, level 70, Elven Holy Maiden. These 3 men were also wearing the uniforms of the Obsidian Guild, and all of them had demonic horns on their heads. Their faces were dull and their eyes were empty, as if their souls had been drained away. Those 3 did not have any words or explanations, and directly launched an attack on Zhang Yuan. However, Zhang Yuan still held the fantasy of making them human again and did not kill them at the beginning. He took both the Ice Elf Queen and the Inferno Demon sheep back into the summoning space and tried to use a large number of replica flying swords to suppress them. Zhang Yuan himself came with 90% equipment plus talent damage reduction, plus the 7-star Dragon's Abyss could also reduce the enemy's damage by 50%. The damage dealt to Zhang Yuan by these few level 70 fledgling demons was not even as much as Zhang Yuan himself returned. If Zhang Yuan used the Cursed Incarnation skill again, it was estimated that Zhang Yuan himself would not even need to move, and these 5 newborn demons themselves would die violently due to the curse. With the help of a large amount of damage reduction, Zhang Yuan managed to use a large number of replica flying swords to suppress those 5 people on the ground, making them unable to move. Zhang Yuan walked to the bowman Zhong Tiancheng and opened his mouth to ask, "Brother, can you still?" Boo! Before Zhang Yuan could even finish his words, Zhong Tiancheng exploded himself on the spot, and all the replica flying swords that were pressed on him burst into pieces. Although Red Sky and Zhan Lu together helped Zhang Yuan block the impact of the explosion, its terrifying power still blew away 1/10 of Zhang Yuan's life value. Zhang Yuan was stunned, and before he could figure out the situation, a few other newborn demons followed suit and started playing with self-destruction. The self-detonation of the 5 people blew up 50% of Zhang Yuan's life value. At the same time, a pitch-black ray suddenly shot out from the magic formation and pushed straight to Zhang Yuan's face, and the terrifying aura contained in its beam made Zhang Yuan feel fatal danger. Blocking intuition. Zhang Yuan had to use his blocking intuition to control his flying sword to bounce that beam away. TSK. What a pity, that hit just now actually missed you. At that moment, an eerie and somewhat familiar voice rang out in the magic formation, followed by a large number of blood bubbles rising from the magic formation, and a slightly aged and tired dais rose from the surging blood. Tises. When Zhang Yuan saw that one of the 7 great dukes of demons, Disses, had actually appeared in this copy, his eyes slightly stared, while his heart set off monstrous waves. Zhang Yuan, did not expect that this male could actually meet you here. Dsas stared straight at Zhang Yuan and asked grimly, "Do you know how badly you have victimized my lord? The curse that you imposed on this duke torments this duke every moment, and because of your curse, this duke has lost too much. My lord was even driven like a dog from his position as one of the 7 great dukes." Zhang Yuan, If it weren't for you, how could my lord come here in a noble body to do humble chores? But fortunately, the heavens have seen fit. The corners of Disa's mouth hooked into an oozing smile as he stared straight at Zhang Yuan and laughed. Today, you have landed in the hands of this male. My lord, I will definitely let you savor the taste of being tortured. When Tisa's words fell, he unleashed all of his aura as a demon archduke and crushed towards Zhang Yuan, trying to use his terrifying pressure to make Zhang Yuan succumb in fear. However, with the help of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, Emperor Sa's Great Duke's pressure was like a spring breeze to Zhang Yuan, and instead of making Zhang Yuan feel pressured, it soothed Zhang Yuan's emotions. At this moment, the last bit of tension that Zhang Yuan had felt when facing the demon archduke was gone. Seeing that Zhang Yuan did not move under his mighty pressure, DSAS first froze, and then sneered. It seems that you are quite tough. To be honest, there are not many people in this world who can maintain their composure under the mighty pressure of this lord. You are indeed a great danger to the heart of our abyss. But Zhang Yuan, even if you are courageous, the gap in strength between you and my lord cannot be bridged by courage. Moreover, after experiencing the defeat last time, my lord has learned from his mistakes and studied you carefully, in order to leave you without any chance of turning the tables after the next time he encounters you. You have 2 divine weapons that can make you immune to spirit attribute and water attribute damage, but my lord has mastered the 4 attribute skills of lightning, fire, poison, and darkness, and those 2 passives of yours are useless to my lord. Secondly, your attacks can ignore defense and come with the curse of the cursed king, but my lord only needs to deflate his body. You can't hit my lord. Then your curse is also ineffective against my lord. As long as these 2 points are pressed to death, Zhang Yuan, you are in the hands of this public. It is difficult to escape with your wings. Listening to these words from DSAS, Zhang Yuan silently turned on his cursed incarnation skill and at the same time began to use the 7-star Dragon Abyss to secretly build up his power and gather momentum in the sword formation space. Go on, I'm listening. What's with the attitude? Tisa's was instantly enraged by Zhang Yuan's words, and a large number of blood-condensed vipers rushed out from the magic formation, catapulting towards Zhang Yuan. A large number of replica flying swords appeared in front of Zhang Yuan, pinning all the blood vipers to the ground. Zhang Yuan, it seems that you have learned a lot of new means these days, but these flying swords of yours can block blood. But can you block thunder? Tisa sneered in mockery as electric arcs began to flicker around him. Black thunder surged out from his body, transforming into a thunder snake that cleaved all of Zhang Yuan's replica flying swords into ashes, shooting towards Zhang Yuan at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the thunder snake released by DSAS struck Zhang Yuan, and the black lightning arch wrapped around Zhang Yuan's entire body. Zhang Yuan, don't worry. This poisonous thunder of my lord doesn't do any harm. It will only paralyze your nerves and make you unable to move. After all, my lord, you are a rare choice. Now my lord is inspired and has come up with many ways to torture you. DSAS was laughing when he saw that the black thunder arc that was supposed to be wrapping around Zhang Yuan suddenly retransformed into a thunder snake at this moment and shot towards him. Tisas had no time to react, and was instantly struck by his own skill as his entire body began to become paralyzed and unable to move. As Tisas was controlled by his own skill, his expression changed drastically and he looked at Zhang Yuan with a shocked expression. What kind of skill is this? Why can it bounce back the damage of this male? The version was updated a long time ago. Zhang Yuan smiled at DSAS and opened the sword formation space. I am now immune to lightning attribute attacks as well. At this moment, Zhang Yuan had already been storing his power for a minute with the 7-star Dragon Abyss. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword turned into a starlight and shot towards Dias, who was paralyzed by the poison lightning skill. 464050629560. 12 digits exploded from Dis's head, and the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword pierced a huge bloody hole directly through Dis's chest. Tisas's breath dropped directly to the bottom, and his bloodlock passive triggered on the spot, entering a brief state of invincibility. You monster! DSAS was stunned by Zhang Yuan's horrifying damage numbers. He completely lost the will to fight, and while he was still in the invincibility time, he panicked and retreated into the middle of the blood formation. Wanting to escape from here, Zhang Yuan looked at DSAS, who was trying to escape, but made no move to continue his attack. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he smiled at Tisas. Tisas, you don't have much time left, and it's still the kind that can never be resurrected. Oh, the absolute curse has been inflicted on Dithas. After Zhang Yuan rebounded the skill to Tisas, the message alert that Tisas had been hit by the absolute curse had appeared on his panel. What did you say? Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, DSAS could not help but tremble. Then he noticed that he had been hit by the absolute curse, and a look of endless horror appeared on his face. As a demon archduke, he could not understand the absolute curse of the cursed king any better. This is one of the cursed king's forbidden arts. This curse could ignore the bloodlock skill and burn 10% of his maximum life value in 1 second. And he had just been beaten to a broken blood by Zhang Yuan right now. The most terrifying thing was that once he was killed by the absolute curse, he didn't even have a chance to be resurrected. No, Zhang Yuan, don't kill. DSAS was in extreme fear and began to beg for mercy from Zhang Yuan. But before he could finish his words, endless black chi surged out from his body and poured back into his 7 orifices. Aha! Tisas let out a pain scream before being burned to ashes by the absolute curse. Successfully killed Dithas. Experience plus 100 million, minus 50%. Obtaining the legendary equipment. The Ring of Dithas. Obtaining the legendary Ring of Dithas. Obtaining the legendary equipment Tisas necklace. Ring of Dithas, legendary strength plus 50%. Equip level 90. Ring of Dithas, legendary plus 50% agility. Equipment level 90. Necklace of Tisas, legend plus 50% spirit. Equip level 90. Disas set effect, plus 50% strength. Gain the skill Dark Thunder's domain. Domain of darkness and thunder, in a very short period of time. Inflict 100 mixed dark and thunder damage to each enemy within the skill range. With each thunder damage equal to 10 times the sum of the 4-dimensional attributes. Get Demon Archduke's Heart *1. Get Demon Archduke's Soul Remnant *1. Demon Archduke's Heart, legendary the Heart of the Demon Archduke. Extremely difficult to obtain. Can be used to forge artifacts. Demon Archduke's Soul Ashes, legendary Demon Archduke's Soul Ashes. Extremely difficult to obtain. Can assist in second turn awakening. King of the Abyss, plus 111,032. Cursed Kingdom Demon Support, 10.00%. Ding! The host has achieved the achievement Kill the Demon Archduke. Rewarded with the awakening of an advanced talent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the advanced talent, Equipment Master. Equipment Master, when wearing equipment, ignore the profession requirement and ignore the equipment level. Several streaks of golden light rushed out from Zhang Yuan's body, and Zhang Yuan directly soared from level 37 to level 41. At the same time, the treasure chest for clearing the copy appeared and opened automatically. Get God's Stone *3. Red Sky Artifact Quest Progress, March 10th. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was completely blinded by the large pile of dazzling rewards in front of him. Too much. The rewards are just too much. It's simply too much to look at. Zhang Yuan first checked his newly acquired Dis's 3-piece set as well as his new talent, and after realizing that he was able to wear equipment regardless of the equipment level, he immediately replaced his cursed 3-piece set with the Dis's 3-piece set. Afterward, Zhang Yuan checked his current panel. Name, Zhang Yuan. Title, Cursed King. Profession, Ghost Sword Master, only. Rank, 41, 15%. Power, 209,913. Agility, 197,613. Spirit, 345,484. Physique, 197,613. Occupational special attributes, strike rate, 50%. Strike damage, 500%. Talents, absolute luck, level 1. I am a sword immortal, level 2. Eye of the Abyss. Fearless body. I am a legend. King of the Abyss, plus 111,032. Master of equipment. Equipment, Sword Spirit Arsenal. Excalibur Red Sky. Excalibur Jeanlu. Excalibur 7-Star Dragon Abyss. Robe of the Star God. Boots of the Wind. Imperial Badge of Extraordinary Merit. Crown of the Holy Spirit. Necklace of Disses. Ring of Disses. Ring of Disses. Heart of the Cursed King. Blade of the Cursed King. Cloak of the Inflammatory Devil. Mask of the King of the Rakshasas. Skills, Ghost God Sword Formation, level 5. Ghost God Imperial Sword, level 5. Sword Formation Space. Attribute Conversion. Sword Gathering. Dark Thunder's Domain. Royal Wind. Poison Death Resistance. Culinary Proficiency. Toxin Specialization. Potions Enhancement. And Concealed Weapon Proficiency. Nemesis, 6 Fates. With the addition of the 4 pieces of legendary equipment as well as the Abyssal King talent, Zhang Yuan's 4-dimensional attributes had all skyrocketed to a terrifying 6-digit number. Although Zhang Yuan had lost the ranged skill Spiritual Storm after replacing the Cursed Trio, he had gained the even more ferocious Dark Thunder domain. Inflicts a mixture of 100 Dark Thunder damage to each enemy within range. Each damage is a total of 4-dimensional attributes. A rough estimate is that the base damage of a single lightning strike is 1,000,000, plus 1,520% of the damage of the Blitz, as well as 20 times the damage bonus of the talent. As long as Zhang Yuan used Dark Thunder domain, every enemy within the skill range would receive at least 1,000 times 300 million damage, and for that matter, that didn't even account for the Fatal Seed Splash bonus. Now that's a real way to catch God all electrified. He is the Thunder and Lightning Dharma King himself. This skill is also too fierce. So this is how powerful people at level 80 or 90 play? Zhang Yuan had only roughly estimated the damage of the domain of Dark Thunder and did not dare to continue calculating. The damage has completely exploded. After checking his attributes and equipment, Zhang Yuan opened his storage space again. A big part of the harvest this time, aside from the legendary equipment and advanced talents gained from killing Teeses, were the 3 stones of God. To other people, 3 stones of God did not have much value, and the odds were that they would just draw 3 pieces of trash. But to Zhang Yuan, 3 stones of God were 3 specialized martial arts. This gain is no less than the Teeses 3-piece set. More than a month has passed since I drew the Red Sky in Zhanlu, and this month I've only been able to draw the Divine First Turn Awakening Stone, and 3 7-star Dragon Abyss, and I've still managed to trigger Absolute Luck 6 times. After estimating the time and making sure that he still had enough card draws, Zhang Yuan took out the Destiny Compass directly in the copy. The 7-star Dragon's Abyss Sword has already completed the Divine Weapon quest, and with luck, I'll be able to refine the 7-star Dragon's Abyss into a full-rank Divine Weapon this time, plus a new specialized martial. I also don't know how perverse a full-rank 7-star Dragon Abyss would be. Holding great expectations, Zhang Yuan threw the 3 stones of God into the Destiny Compass. The star formation of fate lights up, and a large number of red cards rotate through the spell. Zhang Yuan looked at the cards rotating in the star array of fate and still could not help but feel the perversity of this lucky talent. People draw cards, the cards spinning inside are white and blue, and occasionally a gold flash goes by, and they get excited for half a day. But he draws cards, and all that's in the pool is red. The difference is just too great. Soon, 2 red cards flew out from the Destiny Star formation, transforming into 2 7-star Dragon Abyss swords. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword in the sword formation space flew out on its own, fusing with those 2 7-star Dragon Abyss swords, and then the entire sword erupted with an incomparably terrifying divine weapon might. The entire copy of the Abyss began to vibrate violently, filled with the power of the stars. Divine Sword 7 stars Dragon Abyss, exclusive artifact full grade attack power plus 100,000. Automatic protection. Holder is immune to control effects. Holder is immune to lightning attribute damage and can rebound lightning attribute attacks by 10 times. Holder receives star protection, unaffected by the pressure of the strong and creatures that are not gods, resulting in a reduction of damage by 90%. The sword attack must be hit. Artifact quest, collect all 10 full-rank sword weapons, 1/10. Remarks, one of the 10 great sword weapons. Protects the Lord and cleanses the world. Zhang Yuan almost forgot to breathe when he saw the effect of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword after full rank. It doesn't matter much anymore if you add 100,000 to your attack. Bounce 10x damage. Or if your enemy's damage is reduced by 90%. Most importantly, the phrase attack will hit. For simple words, but they interpreted the unique dominance of the artifact. Just by seeing this phrase, a way to deal with the Cursed King came to Zhang Yuan's mind. When he was about to level up to 70, he used the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword to gather power to store up his strength. When the power was stored up to full and then brushed some monsters to level up to 70, then he was able to give the Cursed King a big hit when he was resurrected. After seeing the new attributes of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, Zhang Yuan felt confident about his future duel with the Cursed King. After all, he had more than one full-rank divine weapon. Moreover, the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword also had a divine weapon quest, which meant that when he collected up all the specialized martial arts and fully refined them, all of them would also receive a big boost. Cursed King, although you have laid out many schemes and dug a lot of holes for me in order to be resurrected, but unfortunately, you couldn't count on me being a pervert. Zhang Yuan hemmed and hawed, and in his mind, he had already drawn a wonderful blueprint for the Cursed King. Satisfied with the divine artifact 7-star Dragon Abyss and taking it back into the sword formation space, Zhang Yuan was about to look at his new specialized martial art when he realized that the star formation of fate was still rolling cards. Why haven't you drawn it yet? Zhang Yuan was puzzled when the 3rd red card finally flew out, but what shocked Zhang Yuan was that this time, he did not draw a new specialized martial, but a red scroll instead. What's that? When Zhang Yuan saw that he had drawn an item other than a specialized martial art, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. As that red scroll flew out from the card, it turned into red light and entered Zhang Yuan's body. The Way of the Sword Immortal 1, the only mythic quest slay a god. When Zhang Yuan saw the quest that appeared on his panel, his entire body was a bit confused. The one mythic quest? Kill a god? Each of these words Zhang Yuan recognized, but when they were all put together, Zhang Yuan could not understand them at all. What kind of crazy quest would make him go on a regicide? Although Zhang Yuan was now considered to have stepped into the ranks of the world's top powerhouses when he was still mortal, even if it was that extremely unreliable-looking lazy god, Zhang Yuan was clear that he could definitely not take her. It's simply not a task that people can accomplish. That's just it. It's just a waste of one god stone. This time, being able to draw out the divine artifact is already the biggest gain. One can't be too greedy. Zhang Yuan organized his thoughts and put the Sword Immortal quest behind him as he walked to the duplicate teleportation exit that appeared not far away. However, just as Zhang Yuan was about to teleport out, he stopped again and went back to collect all the pieces of clothing of several raider squad members. These pieces of clothing were the last proof that they were left in this world after they blew themselves up. Although we've never known each other, but D-Sass is dead. I've kind of avenged your deaths, so I hope you can rest in peace in the Nine Springs. Zhang Yuan chanted to himself and left this copy with the pieces of clothes of the crowd. Abyss, Kingdom of the Damned, Magic Dragon King City. The Demon Dragon King Algernon was sitting on his throne with his eyes closed to draw on the power of the Abyss. Hylos instantly moved into the Great Hall and kneeled down on one knee to Algernon. King, Thesis has been decapitated. All the demons in the kingdom have been informed of this, and the cursed King Zhang Yuan's support level has increased to 10%. The king knows. Algernon returned lightly, his eyes still closed. By the way, how is Hardy recuperating? Hellos, ever since Grand Duke Hardy was repelled by Zhang Yuan in the realm of the Holy Spirit, he has been tainted with the curse of the Cursed King's curse of falling asleep, and currently, Grand Duke Hardy is slumbering in his domain. Hearing Hello's words, Algernon opened his eyes as he spread out his palm and a ball of blood-colored flesh emerged from his palm. Use the Abyssal Seed to remove Hardy's curse, and when he awakens, have him travel to the Grand Xia Empire and find a way to behead Zhang Yuan. Algernon said faintly, the blood-colored ball of flesh in his palm flying to Hellos. Hellos received the Seed of the Abyss and hesitated for a moment, then asked, King, Zhang Yuan now has the strength to kill a demon archduke. Now that we in the Abyss have lost a demon archduke, and Archduke Hardy himself is not the type that is good at fighting, will he be able to do so if he goes to the Daxia Empire? Algernon said in a deep voice, do I need you to question how this king acts? I wouldn't dare. Hellos shuddered and apologized. Go on. Yes. As Hellos disappeared into the Great Hall, Algernon spread his palms once again, and Zhang Yuan's virtual projection then surfaced. Zhang Yuan, if Hardy can kill you, that means you are a waste of space and not qualified to challenge this king. If you kill Hardy, the king will send you a few more demon archdukes so that your support will exceed 50% before the king himself beheads you. Algernon violently crushed Zhang Yuan's projection and closed his eyes again, continuing to draw on the power of the Abyss. Enhanced by the Abyss, Algernon's aura was rising with every passing moment, as the Abyssal Cursed Kingdom began to move. In the Misty Spirit Valley, Li Fang finally found 3 teammates who were still looking good and came outside the Misty Spirit mining cave copy, but he did not see Zhang Yuan run. Where's the brother-in-law? Li Fang looked around and found no trace of Zhang Yuan, so he couldn't help but ask Li Yuankong, who was guarding the entrance of the replica. Dad, where is Zhang Yuan? Li Yuankong didn't pay any attention to Li Fang as he was fully focused on the copy, his palms sweating with nervousness. Zhang Yuan had been in there for a while, and for most of the time Zhang Yuan was at full life value, but all of a sudden there was a moment when Zhang Yuan's life value dropped below 50%, and at that time, it almost didn't frighten Li Yuankong to use the Core of Gauze directly. Although Zhang Yuan's life value quickly recovered to full later, Li Yuankong still sweated for Zhang Yuan. After all, it was Zhang Yuan who was soloing a level 50 Abyssal copy, and since Zhang Yuan's level was only 37, even if Zhang Yuan's life value was full, there was still a risk of being killed in seconds. Li Yuankong had to be fully focused. If Zhang Yuan's life value cleared, he had to use the Core of Gauze to save Zhang Yuan at the first opportunity. Dad, Li Fang suddenly raised his volume, startling Li Yuankong. Asshole, what are you yelling for? Li Yuankong returned to his senses and angrily rebuked. Can't you see that I'm doing my job? Li Fang was confused by Li Yuankong's sudden angry rebuke. Dad, I just wanted to ask where Zhang Yuan is. I've already put together a team. Li Yuankong, Zhang Yuan has already entered the copy. What? Li Fang exclaimed out in shock. Dad, are you crazy? How can you let Zhang Yuan go in alone to solo the Abyssal copy? He's only level 37. Li Wankum, he asked for this himself. Li Fang, even if he asked to go in on his own, you should have informed me, right? I can at least resist some damage if I go in, right? Li Yuankong said nonchalantly. You punk dim sum, are you going to follow Zhang Yuan in and drag people down? This Abyssal copy can only be solved by Zhang Yuan. Li Fang, Li Fang was about to argue with reason, when there was a sudden movement in the Misty Spirit mining cave replica, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. Li Yuankong and Li Fang stopped arguing, and the two of them stared at the copy together, tense to the core. If the abyssal aura emanating from this replica vortex became even more intense, it would mean that Zhang Yuan's raid had failed and Kyoto City was doomed to suffer a great calamity. As the vortex at the entrance of the Misty Spirit mining cave replica lit up with light, The abyssal aura that surrounded the replica dispersed and the dark red replica turned back to blue. Success! Zhang Yuan has raided this abyssal copy. Li Yuankong roared out in excitement. To him, Zhang Yuan raiding this abyssal copy was too significant. On the one hand, he, the ancient guild, had kept a cash cow, and on the other hand, Kyoto City didn't need to face an unknown horrible disaster. Most importantly, if this copy of the Abyss wasn't properly resolved, the Obsidian Guild would definitely take the blame, and in the end, even his father would be affected, and maybe his father would lose his seat as a state elder. In short, Zhang Yuan had saved their Li family. With all the emotions erupting, Li Yuankong would even want to have a dance if he wasn't concerned about the other people around him. At this time, Li Fong was also dumbfounded, full of unbelief. Brother-in-law, he really swiped this copy alone? He had already prepared himself for certain death in order to raid this abyssal copy. But now, Zhang Yuan, who had lowered his head his 10 or so levels, was single-handedly brushing this copy. How can the gap between people be so wide? As the light emanating from the replica vortex dissipated, Zhang Yuan stepped out from it, and the aura emanating from him caused everyone present to be stunned again. Level 41? Li Yuankong was a bit confused when he saw Zhang Yuan's level. He remembered that Zhang Yuan was only level 37 when he entered, right? Leveling up from 37 to 41 required close to 500 million experience value, and even if Zhang Yuan was over-leveling to brush the abyssal monsters, there was no way that this Misty Spirit mining cave replica would be able to provide 500 million experience. Could it be that Zhang Yuan had killed a high-level 80+ demon in the copy? But how is that possible? Li Yuankong's thoughts were a bit confused. The shock that Zhang Yuan had given him was really bigger than ever. Uncle Li, these are the pieces of clothing of those 5 raider members. Sorry, I can only bring these out. As soon as Zhang Yuan exited the copy, he handed over the pieces of clothing of those 5 raider squad members to Li Yuankong. Li Yuankong looked at the broken clothes and could not help but be shocked. His eyes became complicated, and his excitement was immediately washed away by his sadness. Thank you for your hard work. Li Yuankong took the pieces of clothing. I thank you for their families. A show of hands. Zhang Yuan returned. Uncle Li, this abyssal copy has been raided. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. You're leaving here? Li Yuankong froze. Not staying? I still have to prepare a reward for you. No need. I've gotten enough this time. Zhang Yuan smiled. To him, there was no reward that could be better than those rewards in the copy. After rejecting Li Yuankong's goodwill, Zhang Yuan said goodbye to Li Fong, who was in a bit of a trance again, and then directly left the Misty Spirit Valley to rush back to school. He was now level 41, and according to the rules of Dormitory 0, if he could pass the Dormitory 0 trial, he would be able to live on the 3rd floor. Of course, to Zhang Yuan, whether he lived on the 2nd or 3rd floor of Dormitory 0 was not important. What mattered was that if he passed the trial, he would be able to obtain the Star God's Stone and then go to the God's Treasure House to draw the grand prize. It's a reward that just doesn't stop. After returning to the school, Zhang Yuan rushed straight back to Dormitory 0. Cowgirl. When Zhang Yuan entered the building, he saw Granny Niu beside the secret realm of the stars and immediately went forward to greet her. Granny Cow smiled and teased. Yo, Zhang Yuan, coming to the secret realm of the stars to stock up again? Granny Cow. I don't brush copies. Zhang Yuan smiled. I just want to ask how to open the trial of Dormitory 0. Granny Cow, there's no need for you to rush this. I'll naturally tell you when you reach level 40. Zhang Yuan, Granny Cow. I'm level 41. Ha? Thinking that she had misheard, Granny Niu used a detection technique on Zhang Yuan, and after discovering that Zhang Yuan was truly level 41, the whole person was completely confused. You, what have you done? She remembered that Zhang Yuan was only level 37 when he left Dormitory 0 today, right? How did this escalate to level 41? Hanging out? The first thing that flashed through Niu's mind was the word hanged, but she quickly laughed at her own stupidity. This is reality, not a game. How can you say you're hanging? Zhang Yuan smiled and explained. I just went out and soloed an abyssal copy before I rose to level 41. I'm afraid there isn't a demon archduke in your copy of the Abyss. Granny Cow spat out a sentence, but she didn't pursue it any further and then said, since you've already risen to level 41, follow me. Yes. Granny Niu led Zhang Yuan to the 3rd floor, stopped in front of the gray mist at the entrance of the 3rd floor, and said to Zhang Yuan, although what I'm saying right now is most likely nonsense, we still have to go through the process. If you want to challenge the trial copy, you first have to pay 1,000 starstones, and after failing the challenge, you need to pay another 1,000 starstones for another challenge. Is that okay? Zhang Yuan nodded. No problem. Granny Cow continued. In addition, if you succeed in passing the trial, the rent for the dormitory on the 3rd floor will be 100 starstones a day, And with this amount of star stones, I no longer have the authority to help you with a rent waiver. Can you afford this rent? Zhang Yuan nodded. Yes. He could pay a year's rent with little problem by going to his copy of The Secret of the Stars and swiping it for 10 minutes. One last thing, although Dormitory Zero will try to ensure your safety in the copy, the trial is still dangerous. If you encounter danger, you must exit the copy at the first opportunity. This copy can be exited at any time. Understand? Understood. Okay, I'll stop with the other nonsense and hand over 1,000 star stones to me. Zhang Yuan immediately took 1,000 star stones out, and with a wave of Granny Nyo's sleeve, the 1,000 star stones transformed into starlight and merged into the gray mist that shrouded the entrance of the floor. The next moment, the gray mist turned into a blue vortex. Granny Nyo said to Zhang Yuan, "Go in. When you pass the test, you will be able to live on the 3rd floor. The benefits on the 3rd floor will definitely not disappoint you. I'm looking forward to it then." With curiosity, Zhang Yuan stepped into the vortex and teleported to a room that had no doors or windows and was completely airtight. What is this? Zhang Yuan looked at the airtight room and could not help but stare. What kind of trial is this? Zhang Yuan, the trial in Dormitory Zero was too unchallenging for you, so I took the liberty of dragging you here, which is a sort of staging area between the replica space and reality. At that moment, the voice of the God of Joy sounded, and Zhang Yuan's expression collapsed. It's her again. Zhang Yuan looked at the God of Joy who appeared in the room with a speechless face. This time, what are you trying to pull off this time? Be happy. No one else has a chance to see my goddess. The God of Joy smiled at Zhang Yuan and said, "Don't worry, it's a heavenly good thing that I dragged you here." Zhang Yuan, how so? God of Joy, the original trial copy is to put some small monsters for you, after brushing all the way through, then a moderate boss. You beat it even if it's a trial pass. Not only is it boring as hell, the reward is also quite stingy. Only giving you a Star God Stone. You can't even draw anything good if you're unlucky. But the copy I'm changing for you is different. Not only is the process thrilling and exciting, but the copy rewards are also quite generous. In addition to the Star God Stone, I'll be sponsoring 3 additional pieces of legendary equipment. Zhang Yuan, not interested. Can you send me back? He was now fully equipped with divine weapons and legendary equipment, and the so-called generous rewards from the God of Joy did not make Zhang Yuan's heart fluctuate a bit. Don't you say that. Seeing Zhang Yuan's lack of interest, the God of Pleasure hastily stretched out 5 fingers. In this case, I will offer 5 pieces of legendary equipment. It's really not that I'm stingy, it's that the rewards of the copy are capped, and 5 pieces of legendary equipment is already the highest explosion rate of this copy. Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, "Lord Goddess, aren't you a bit confused about the situation? Look at the luxurious equipment I have now. Do I look like someone who lacks your few pieces of legendary equipment? Since you want me to have fun for you, you should pay my appearance fee, right? You can't just think about whoring for nothing every time. God of Pleasure, so, what do you say? What do you want?" Zhang Yuan, at least one divine weapon. Why don't you go grab it? The God of Joy rolled his eyes. Divine artifacts are very difficult to refine, and the chaos dice I gave you last time is already the last divine ranked item I've been able to get out lately. What about the equipment you're wearing? As a god, you can't wear equipment that isn't a divine artifact, right? God of Pleasure, why don't I take my clothes off for you? It's not impossible. You wish. The God of Joy balked at Zhang Yuan and then said, "Anyway, I don't have any divine artifacts to give you at the moment, so change your request. Change your requirements." Zhang Yuan mused and suddenly thought of something and said to the God of Joy, "Can you get the Zhanlu stone?" His Zhanlu sword's artifact mission was to find a Zhanlu stone, but he had consulted quite a bit of information in the Kyoto University library, but he hadn't been able to find any information about Zhanlu stones. It was as if the stone didn't exist in this world. Zhanlu stone? The God of Joy froze. What do you need that for? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. You know about the Zhanlu stone? God of Joy, of course I know. That thing is a crystal condensed from the tears shed by the goddess of water. But the goddess of water hasn't cried for a long time, and there should be no Shamla stones in the world today. Zhang Yuan, then can you make the goddess of water cry? The corners of the God of Joy's mouth twitched as he stared at Zhang Yuan with strange eyes and spat. Do you think the goddess of water is a soft girl who can be made to cry with a single punch? She's not below me in terms of bits and pieces, so how am I going to make her cry? Zhang Yuan continued to compel. Oh God of Lazy, don't you think that making a goddess who can't cry, wouldn't that scene be more interesting than watching me break into a trial copy? Hearing this, the God of Joy fell into a deep thought. That's true. Oh, Zhang Yuan, who was like a whispering demon at this moment, asked the goddess of Joy again. By the way, Lord Goddess, how does the goddess of water's strength compare to yours? Goddess of Joy, she's not much of a fighter, and a bit of a sociopath, so she's about as strong as me. Wouldn't that be right? Zhang Yuan smiled a bit broadly. Anyway, she can't help you. We're just going to make her cry. It's not like we necessarily want her to do anything. It won't be a big deal. In this case, I don't want any of your legendary equipment. As long as you give me a Zhanlu stone, so you can watch me raid your customized copy of the trial, but also see the water goddess who won't cry, and receive 2 joys at once. Doesn't that smell good? Upon hearing these words from Zhang Yuan, the god of joy reacted and looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile. Good for you, a mere mortal. How dare you start compelling the gods? A bit bold. Zhang Yuan laughed. Didn't you already have your heart set on it when I offered to make the goddess of water cry? If you don't want to do it, can I really encourage you? Ha ha ha. Little one, I'm really liking you more and more. Thanks to the god of stars, let me meet such an interesting human like you. The god of joy looked deeply at Zhang Yuan and laughed. Okay, I promise you. I'll go and make the goddess of water cry, and you go and raid the copy of the trial that I've changed. Friendly reminder, given that the rewards you're looking for are harder to get, I've beefed up the copy a little. Should that be okay? No problem. Okay, let's get started then. The god of pleasure snapped his fingers, and the space of the confined room distorted, and Zhang Yuan arrived outside a large town, and beside him, there was a 20-sided dice suspended. The voice of the god of joy rang in Zhang Yuan's ears. Zhang Yuan, this copy is a new role-playing game that I came up with. You will be playing as an assassin with the aim of assassinating the city lord of Windy City. No matter what method you use, as long as you kill the city lord, it will be counted as if you pass the trial. Of course, all of your actions in this copy will be bound by the dice, and your attributes will also affect the number of points the dice throw. Also, to make the process more interesting, you have separate attributes and professions in this copy. That's the basic rule. Good luck. The god of joy was silent after simply explaining the rules. Zhang Yuan looked at the dice hovering next to him, and then looked at the 2 city gate guards guarding the city entrance, and could not help but recall the tabletop role-playing game from his previous world, commonly known as running groups. The rules of that run are similar to this copy of God of Joy, in that players can do anything in the game, but the success of what they do depends on the number of points the dice are cast to determine. However, Zhang Yuan had only heard of this kind of game in his last life and had not actually touched the game, and he had little experience to utilize now. Forget it, let's take a step and go into the city first. Without much thought, Zhang Yuan walked straight towards the city gates, and the 2 guards immediately stopped Zhang Yuan and questioned. Stop, what are you doing in Windy City? Zhang Yuan didn't even think about it and blurted out. I went into the city to visit my family. The number of points needed to deceive the gate guards is 12. Start rolling the dice. At that moment, the dice next to Zhang Yuan spun around and finally threw out a 9. Deception fails. The gate guards will attack you. Humph. Look at your thieving eyes. You must be uneasy about entering the city. Take him down. Just as such a prompt appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, the 2 city gate guards immediately attacked Zhang Yuan with their spears in their hands. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan subconsciously wanted to call out his flying sword to attack, but he realized that a dagger had appeared in his hand. Now not only did he not have a flying sword, he couldn't even unfold his sword formation. A special copy that completely blocks personal skills? Zhang Yuan's eyes changed slightly. At this moment, the spears of the 2 city gate guards had already stabbed at him. He could not think too much and could only utilize his dagger to counterattack. The number of points needed to counterattack the gate guards is 15. Start rolling the dice. The dice spun again. This time to 20. Counterattack successful. Kill the gate guard. As if there was a strange force pulling him, Zhang Yuan easily flicked the spears of the 2 guards away with his dagger, and then like a ghost, he slit the throats of the 2 city gate guards. At that moment, the residents inside and outside the city who saw Zhang Yuan killing people let out screams, attracting another large number of guards to this side. Run first. As Zhang Yuan watched the large number of guards arrive, he immediately rushed into the city and ran towards the city's alleyways. The number of points needed to elude the guards is 16. Start rolling the dice. The dice spun once more and threw out 18 points. Dodging is successful. You've managed to escape from the guards. As Zhang Yuan saw such a message pop up on his panel, he then felt that he had become much faster and his movements had become unusually flexible. Zhang Yuan rolled over a high wall in 3 tries and easily threw off the pursuers behind him. It seems that this place is really a large role-playing copy. All behaviors have to be cast dice, all the way to the past recklessly. Surely can't raid this copy. First figure out the rules of the game. Zhang Yuan looked towards the magnificent city lord's mansion in the center of the city and did not go there directly. Instead, he found a hidden place to hide and opened his panel. Name, Zhang Yuan. Occupation, assassin. Power, 15. Agility, 25. Spirit, 5. Stamina, 5. Equipment, hardened dagger. Skills, concealment. Throat slitting, deadly strike. In this copy, all of his attributes and skills were completely reset, and none of his own equipment props could be used. Is the God of Joy afraid that I'll just kill through with my flying sword? So he got such a trashy attribute just for me? Zhang Yuan looked at his current attributes and couldn't help but spit out. It's still exciting and thrilling. He was used to 6-digit attributes, and he was still a bit uncomfortable when he suddenly returned to the level 1 state. However, Zhang Yuan quickly accepted the setting of this special copy. Since the God of Joy had created this special copy, there must be a way to pass it. Looking at his current attributes, if he wanted to raid this copy, he would have to rely on his high sensitivity. Thus, Zhang Yuan managed to sneak into a house relying on his high agility and throwing dice and stole a set of clothes to change into. He had just killed 2 guards at the city gates, and now he was definitely wanted throughout the city, and if he wanted to move around freely, he would have to at least change his face first. Zhang Yuan relied on the dice throwing to steal a set of clothes to change into, and then rejoined the streets, observing the layout of the town while approaching the city lord's mansion. Along the way, Zhang Yuan realized that this town and the replica was quite well furnished, with equipment stores, pharmacies, inns, and even a transfer hall. Thanks to the new clothes that Zhang Yuan had changed into, he was not given a hard time by the guards along the way and easily arrived near the city lord's mansion. Due to the murder at the city gate, 2 guards were killed. At this time, the city lord's mansion was already under martial law. A large number of guards patrolling around, surrounding the entire city lord's mansion. Not even a fly could fly in. According to the normal assassin's practice, what Zhang Yuan should do at this moment was to pretend to be a guard or servant in the city lord's residence, and mix into the city lord's residence first before finding an opportunity to assassinate the city lord. However, the one who created this copy was the God of Joy, and the God of Joy had clearly emphasized increasing the difficulty of this copy before Zhang Yuan entered it. Not to mention that Zhang Yuan was not an assassin by nature and had never done any assassination work, even if he was really an assassin. In this particular copy, if he relied on the normal process of raiding, 80% of the assassinations would fail. Another way must be found. Zhang Yuan hid in the shadows, observing the guards outside the city lord's mansion while analyzing. This copy was created by the God of Joy. I have to think from her perspective. The God of Pleasure wants nothing more than to see fun. So much so that she surely doesn't want me to raid the copy using the regular assassin method. It's too boring. But I'm only a level 1 assassin now. What can I do to make assassination fun and 100% successful? Zhang Yuan was in deep thought. He had thought for a long time, but he still could not think of a foolproof solution. And right at this moment, Zhang Yuan remembered the transfer pavilion he saw on the road, and a crazy idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Can he transfer? What's it to do with ghost swordsman Zhang Yuan if assassin Zhang Yuan can't do it? After this thought appeared in Zhang Yuan's mind, he did not hesitate to give up the method of sneaking into the city lord's mansion to assassinate the city lord, and instead went into the city's transformation hall and came in front of a transformation god statue. This guy isn't ashamed to change the goddess of transmigration into his own idol. Zhang Yuan looked at the transfer idol in front of him, which looked exactly like the God of Joy, and spat in his heart. Then he attempted to transfer in front of the idol. The transfer requires a required number of points of 20. Start rolling the dice. Sure enough, I can transfer. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the prompt message of being able to transfer appeared on his panel. The dice next to him began to spin and a 1 was thrown. Failed to transfer. 2 chances left to transfer. Such bad luck? When Zhang Yuan saw that the 20-sided dice had thrown out a 1 point, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes and he threw the dice once again. The dice spun rapidly, and this time, Zhang Yuan's luck exploded, and the dice finally hit 20. However, before Zhang Yuan had time to be happy, he saw that the dice, which had already stopped, was suddenly pushed by some invisible force, and the dice rolled again, finally turning into a 1 point facing up. Transfer failed. 1 transfer opportunity left. Shit. Shady. Definitely shady. Zhang Yuan saw the dice change and immediately protested loudly. Don't play like that. However, no matter how Zhang Yuan protested, the God of Pleasure did not respond. I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, but Zhang Yuan realized that the smile of the transmigration idol had become a bit brighter. The God of Rakugo purposely made up such a whole transfer hall. It can't be that it's specifically to tease me, can it? Realizing this, Zhang Yuan threw the dice once again and the result was still 1. With a 20-sided die, 3 consecutive throws to 1, with a probability of 1 in 8,000. Zhang Yuan was already sure that this was a fake thing that the God of Joy had come up with. Failed transfer. No transfer opportunity. Please find another way to pass the level. Is this forcing me to use Assassin Raider trial copies? Zhang Yuan looked at the smile of the transmigration idol and suddenly felt that the smile of this idol was somewhat mocking. Seeing the smile on the statue of Joy's face, Zhang Yuan completely gave up on the idea of honestly rating the copy and gritted his teeth. God of Joy, since you've started to play rogue, it's okay for me to play with the mechanics a bit, isn't it? You did it first. As the words fell, Zhang Yuan directly exited the trial copy in front of the transmigration idol in front of him. Although this special copy was transformed by the God of Joy, the base of this copy was still a trial copy of Dormitory 0, and Zhang Yuan could quit at any time. When Granny Nyo saw Zhang Yuan retreating from the trial copy, she was also stunned. Zhang Yuan, why did you just come out? It shouldn't be. In Granny Nyo's opinion, with Zhang Yuan's ability, he should have casually passed the trial copies. Zhang Yuan did not explain too much and once again took out 1,000 starstones and handed them to Granny Nyo. Granny Nyo, I will challenge you once more. Oh, good. Granny Nyo thought that Zhang Yuan had made some sort of mistake and wanted to re-challenge, so she did not think too much about it and used the starstone to help Zhang Yuan reset his copy. Zhang Yuan teleported in again and found that he was back outside the town. The gate guards were revived, and the entire copy had been reset. Sure enough, this copy can be read. The corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth began to turn up when he saw the copy reset. Although it would cost 1,000 starstones to read the file once, to Zhang Yuan, the last thing he lacked was starstones. Any problem that can be solved with a starstone is not a problem. This time, Zhang Yuan made light of the situation. He relied on his agility to throw the dice and managed to utilize his voice to attract the attention of the guards, easily sneaking into the town and then heading straight to the transfer hall. Zhang Yuan continued to throw the dice to transfer, but the result of 3 dice throws was still 1. Basically, the transfer hall was a trap intentionally created by the God of Joy. However, there are always more ways than there are difficulties. Zhang Yuan once again exited the copy and handed the 1,000 starstones to the question mark-filled Neo Granny before re-entering the copy. After exiting and reading the file many times, Zhang Yuan realized that when he was transferring, there was a small probability of casting at 20. However, every time he cast at 20, there would be a subtle force that would change the dice, making the dice change to 1. It must be the God of Joy who is behind this. So, Zhang Yuan came up with a solution. After 3 more rereads, Zhang Yuan finally waited for the dice to throw a 20. That's the time. Seeing that an invisible force started to push the dice and affect the outcome of the dice, Zhang Yuan immediately pressed the dice with both hands to prevent it from rolling. The dice struggled for a while, but in the end, they did not argue with Zhang Yuan and gave up their resistance. The transfer is successful and you can choose between 2 careers. Joyful Believer / Ghostly Swordmaster. Ghost God Swordmaster. Zhang Yuan chose his original profession without hesitation. The required number of points needed to transfer to Ghost Swordmaster is 20. Start rolling the dice. Still want to vote? Be shameless? When Zhang Yuan saw that the dice next to him started to rotate once again, he could not help but spit out a sentence. Seeing that the dice had rotated to 19. That was close. Do I have to reread the file? Just when Zhang Yuan was about to read the file and start over, he suddenly had a bright idea and immediately flicked with his pinky finger, making the 20-sided dice change from 19 to 20. Transfer successful. A white light flashed and the dagger at Zhang Yuan's waist disappeared as he changed from an assassin back to a ghost god swordmaster. Ha, that Rakugo god changed the dice results a lot, and it really made this dice buggy. Zhang Yuan smiled and immediately checked his attribute panel, realizing that his attributes and skills had all returned. It's back. It's all coming back. Seeing that all the familiar attributes and skills had returned, Zhang Yuan immediately gained confidence and strutted towards the city lord's mansion. Stand still. The city lord's mansion is a forbidden place, and idle people are exempted from entering. The guards outside the city lord's mansion stopped Zhang Yuan and scolded him sternly. As for Zhang Yuan, who had recovered his strength, he did not wear out his tracks at this time and directly unfolded his sword formation, covering the entire city lord's mansion. Skill, Domain of Dark Thunder. Dark purple clouds immediately covered the entire range of the Zhang Yuan sword formation, obscuring the sky. In the next moment, a large number of black thunderbolts slashed down at an extremely fast speed. A large number of high damage numbers jumped out rapidly in the city lord's mansion, and all the people within the sword array were all reduced to pieces in an instant. Successfully killed the Lord of Windy City and passed the trial copy. Obtain Star God's Stone *1. Obtain Shamla Stone IOU *1. As the domain of Dark Thunder dissipated, the large city lord's mansion was razed to the ground in an instant, and Zhang Yuan completed the trial quest and cleared the trial copy. Shamrock IOUs? When Zhang Yuan saw that he had been rewarded, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch, and he really did not know where to start spitting. This god of pleasure is too buried, isn't it? At this moment, The god of joy pulled down the evaluation of all the gods in Zhang Yuan's heart by virtue of his own power. Zhang Yuan was directly teleported back into Dormitory 0 after collecting the rewards from the trial copies. At this time, the gray mist at the entrance of the third-floor hallway had disappeared, and Zhang Yuan could clearly see the rooms on this floor. Unlike the rooms on the second floor, the rooms on this third floor had an extra sense of heaviness, and each door was engraved with peculiar spell formations, which surged with huge energies. Granny Nyo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when she saw that Zhang Yuan had finally passed the copy trial. Zhang Yuan's previous actions of constantly reopening the trial copies all made her feel that something was wrong with the trial copies. If it wasn't for the fact that Dormitory 0 hadn't been giving any warning, Granny Cow would have even wanted to go into the trial copy and observe it herself. Zhang Yuan, congratulations on passing the trial copy. Granny Nyo sorted out her emotions and smiled at Zhang Yuan. Currently, there are no residents on the third floor of dormitory number 0, so feel free to choose one. Zhang Yuan was still pointing at the one in the far corner of the building. Granny Nyo, I'll choose room 310. Granny Nyo handed Zhang Yuan the key to room 310. Alright, all your luggage in room 210 will be teleported to room 310, but it will take some time to set up the room and you will not be able to move in until tonight. Until then, you are free to move around. When you're level 50, you can come see me to continue the Dormitory 0 trial. Thank you, Granny Cow. I'll make a trip to the God's treasure trove first. Zhang Yuan put away the key and bid farewell to Granny Nyo before going up to the 6th floor and entering the God's treasure vault. What's the best thing that can be drawn out of this one? Zhang Yuan looked at the prismatic star array of fate in front of him and took out the Star God Stone, then placed the Star God Stone into the prismatic star array of fate with great anticipation. A large number of golden and red cards tumbled in this prismatic fate star array, and then a colorful card flew out from this prismatic fate star array. Color again. Zhang Yuan was excited when he saw the colorful cards flying out. The colored card he had drawn in this God's treasure trove before was a Divine Awakening Stone, which meant that what he had drawn now was not worth less than a Divine Awakening Stone. As the colored card flew out, it transformed into a red scroll. As the red scroll unfolded, an extremely strong baleful aura erupted from it, transforming into blazing sword shadows that crisscrossed the divine treasure vault. In the next moment, the red scroll transformed into a red aura and disappeared into Zhang Yuan's body. Congratulations on acquiring the 9 Heavenly Red Fury Sword Formation. 9 Heavenly Red Fury Sword Formation unfolds the sword formation. All flying swords within the formation are attached to the Red Fury Sword Intent. The Red Fury Sword Intent doesn't cause additional damage, but every 10 hits on the target will permanently lower the target by 1 level. If the target's level is less than 1, disregarding any rules, it will directly decapitate the target. The Red Fury Sword is required to use this sword formation. Sword formation diagram? Zhang Yuan was a bit confused when he saw that he had drawn a sword formation, and the effect of this sword formation diagram was even more abstract. Red Sky Sword Intent does not deal additional damage, but permanently reduces the level of the target, and leveling down to less than level 1 will directly decimate. Zhang Yuan's first reaction was that it was a chicken rib skill. After all, with his current damage, not many monsters would be able to carry 10 of his swords, let alone resist until they leveled down to 1. When Zhang Yuan used this sword formation, I'm afraid that the opponent would be dunked to death by the damage before he even started to lower his level. However, very soon, Zhang Yuan noticed the words ignoring the rules and his mind began to be active. Ignoring the rules to decapitate the target. Can I just decapitate the gods if I drop their level below 1? Zhang Yuan's heart began to beat faster when he thought about this, and the more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. After all, this formation diagram was drawn from the God's treasure trove, and the guaranteed value was God level, and it was reasonable for a God level formation to have an effect on a god. Gotta try this formation. Zhang Yuan immediately left the God's treasure vault and rediscovered Granny Nyo. Granny Nyo, can the trial copy of Dormitory 0 2nd floor to 3rd floor still be opened? Granny Cow, yes, I can, but why are you asking? Zhang Yuan, I want to go in again. Enter another trial copy? Granny Cow froze, then said, you've already obtained rewards from that trial copy. Even if you raid the copy again, you won't obtain any rewards. Zhang Yuan returned, Granny Nyo, I don't want a reward. I just want to go in. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's reply, Granny Nyo's expression instantly became odd and strange. She could not help but touch Zhang Yuan's forehead and said with concern, child, have you been under too much pressure recently? She had seen people who were addicted to all sorts of things, but it was the first time she had seen someone who was addicted to a copy of the trial. When Zhang Yuan saw the expression of Granny Nyo, he also realized that Granny Nyo was misunderstanding and immediately explained, don't misunderstand me, Granny Nyo. I'm not going crazy. It's just that I just drew a special skill from the God's treasure trove, and there are things in that trial copy that can test my skill. Forget it. I'm old and can't understand what you youngsters are saying. Granny Nyo waved her hand, no longer trying to understand what Zhang Yuan had said, and turned to say, you still have to pay 1,000 starstones if you want to enter the trial copy. No problem. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to take out 1,000 starstones and hand them over to Granny Nyo. Money is money. Granny Nyo couldn't help but sigh when she saw Zhang Yuan throwing down 1,000 starstones without even blinking. Then she said to Zhang Yuan, let's go. Follow me to the 3rd floor. Zhang Yuan followed Granny Nyo to the 3rd floor, only to see Granny Nyo gently waving her hand at the entrance of the 3rd floor hallway, and that disappearing gray mist reappeared. You go in. Thank you, Granny Cow. Zhang Yuan thanked Granny Cow and walked straight into the trial copy, once again coming to the trial copy created by the God of Joy. Since Zhang Yuan had already cleared this copy, his occupation and attributes were not restricted in any way when he came in this time. Zhang Yuan rushed all the way to the transfer hall and came to the transfer idol. The transfer idol in this copy was pinched by the God of Joy with divine power. The idol level was 999, had no attributes and was shown to be indestructible. If I can decapitate this idol, that means the gods can be decapitated just as well. Rocco Kami. I'm sorry. Zhang Yuan unfolded his sword formation and duplicated tens of thousands of flying swords before using the 9 heavens red fury sword formation. The red sky sword flew out from the sword formation space and hovered in mid-air, violently erupting a red sword intent that directly dyed all of Zhang Yuan's flying swords red. The Zhang Yuan sword formation turned red as crimson sword intent ran through the formation. Tens of thousands of red flying swords propped up the transfer hall and hovered over the city. Go! Zhang Yuan maneuvered his flying swords to attack the transmigration god statue, and countless red flying swords fell, splashing a large number of sparks on the statue. A large number of replica flying swords were shattered by the divine power of the transmogrified idol, and Zhang Yuan failed to cause any damage to the idol. However, under the constant attack of tens of thousands of flying swords, the level of the transmutation idol dropped rapidly, turning from 999 to 1 in no time. As the 990th flying sword with red sky sword intent struck the transmutation idol, the level of the transmutation idol changed from 1 to 0. Boom! The red heavenly sword in the center of the sword formation suddenly erupted with a heavenly baleful aura, and then the sky turned blood red as countless red sword shadows were inserted into the transmutation god statue. In the next second, the red sky sword transformed into a terrifying red light, instantly penetrating the indestructible transmutation idol. Bang! The transitional god statue exploded with a loud bang, and the terrifying divine power surging out of it wrapped around Zhang Yuan and shattered the entire copy. Outside the 3rd floor of Dormitory 0, the cow granny guarding the entrance to the trial copy saw the sudden crack in the copy vortex, and her entire eyes changed violently. In the next moment, the copy burst into pieces, and Zhang Yuan flew out of the copy, directly knocking a big hole in the wall of Dormitory 0 and landing outside the building. Granny Cow stared dazedly at the large human-shaped hole in the wall, 1,000 words welling up in her heart, finally turning into a cry. Granny Nell rushed through the human-shaped hole and jumped next to Zhang Yuan under the dormitory building number 0, asking with concern, "Kid, are you alright?" "Granny Cow, I'm fine." The dusty Zhang Yuan stood up and patted the dust on his body. "I'm sorry, Granny Nyo. I didn't expect the commotion to be so big that I actually lost my copy." Zhang Yuan also did not expect that he would make such a big commotion after destroying the idol, and that divine power that erupted from the idol even directly caused Zhang Yuan to consume the Red Sky Sword's death-exempt passive. "It's not a big deal. Dormitory 0 can repair everything on its own. It's good that you're okay in person," Granny Cow comforted and then asked. "But then again, what exactly did you kids do in the trial copies? The entire copy is gone." "Zhang Yuan, I destroyed the transfer idol that the God of Joy had pinched with divine power." "What did you say?" Granny Cow's eyes widened. "What did you say you destroyed?" Zhang Yuan was a bit embarrassed. "The God of Joy's transmutation idol. You destroyed the idol? How is that possible?" Granny Cow was completely confused. No matter what kind of idol it was, as long as it was blessed with divine power, then it couldn't be destroyed by mortals. If the idol can be destroyed, that means that God can be killed as well. Zhang Yuan can kill a god? Granny Nyo's brain was confused when she thought of this, and she always felt that she was dreaming. However, very soon, Granny Cow reacted and reminded Zhang Yuan, "Child, I don't care what means you used to destroy the idol, but this kind of means should never be displayed in front of other people anymore unless it is in a life and death situation. In this world, there are many strange and bizarre god religions, and there is no shortage of crazy fanatic believers. If those sick maniacs knew that you had the power to kill gods, they would kill you without a second thought. In their eyes, the gods are not to be blasphemed, and your very existence is the greatest blasphemy against them. Seeing that Granny Nyo's face was serious when she said this, Zhang Yuan also got serious and nodded his head. Don't worry Granny Nyo, I can't use this kind of skill normally, unless I meet a divine level opponent. Granny Nyo, in that case, I'm relieved. I'll go patch up the outer wall of the dormitory building. You go and get busy yourself. Zhang Yuan glanced at the human-shaped hole at the outer wall of the third floor and was quite embarrassed. Granny Nyo, let me help. Forget it, you're lucky you don't come and add to the mess. Granny Nyo refused Zhang Yuan's request for help and jumped directly downstairs into the hole on the third floor to start repairing the outer wall. It looks like Granny Cow is still a bit angry. Don't go back to dormitory 0 for the time being. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan shook his head and laughed, and stopped going back to give Granny Nyo a hard time, and instead headed to the Mingjing Academy, asking Gu Bingying to help reset the cooling and visit the principal in the meantime. After the battle in the realm of the Holy Spirit's copy, Jing Bingyun had used a forbidden skill and was unable to recover for a month, and had recently been lying in the medical center of the Mingjing Academy. Spiegel Academy is located on an island in the middle of a man-made lake in the western part of Kyoto University, and there exists a year-round white fog outside of the island, so that only students of Spiegel Academy and patients received by Spiegel Medical Clinic are qualified to go to the island. It was said that many years ago, Spiegel Academy was welcoming students from other academies to the island, but because all of the students from Spiegel Academy were beautiful milkmaids, it led to a large number of students from other academies coming to the island every day to look at the beautiful women, which seriously affected the quality of teaching at Spiegel Academy. In the end, Gu Bingying had to set up a misty boundary to prevent other students from going to the island, which allowed Mingjing Academy to return to normal. The only way to get to the island nowadays was to take the Spiegel Academy's guide boat. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the lakeside, he placed his identity card on one of the identification platforms along the shore, and soon there was a small unmanned boat that sailed out of the mist and came to guide Zhang Yuan. When Zhang Yuan boarded the boat, he didn't even need to paddle, and the unmanned boat automatically carried Zhang Yuan into the mists. After passing through the mist, Zhang Yuan saw a small island full of peach blossoms, and at this time, there were a few beautiful women frolicking and playing over the harbor, and their extremely high face value was very eye-pleasing. It's worthy of being the hidden academy that all the boys in the school want to enter. Studying at this academy makes you feel like you're going to live longer. Zhang Yuan sighed with emotion as the boat docked, and the few beauties on the shore came up and asked curiously, Mirror Academy didn't recruit any male students this year. How did you get in, senior? Zhang Yuan politely replied back. Several school sisters. My name is Zhang Yuan, and Teacher Gu has given me special permission to be able to study at the Mingjing Academy. You're Zhang Yuan. When several schoolmates heard Zhang Yuan's words, their beautiful eyes lit up, curiously sizing up Zhang Yuan as if they were seeing a rare treasure. When Zhang Yuan saw the reaction of the schoolmates, he could not help but stare. The schoolmates know about me? Of course I know. The dean has specifically instructed us that if you, senior brother, come to our Bright Mirror Academy, we must take meticulous care of you and make you feel at home. Come up here schoolboy. Where are you going? We'll take you? Do you want to go to the Peach Blossom Spring on the island? It's the most beautiful place on our island, and every freshman must go there to hit it. Zhang Yuan was surrounded by the enthusiastic school sisters at once. The nice aroma came to his nose, making Zhang Yuan a bit uncomfortable, and he hurriedly said, School sisters, I'll go there next time. I have something to look for Mr. Gu. Then we'll take you there. Zhang Yuan really couldn't argue with these Bright Mirror Academy sisters and could only follow them. Along the way, Zhang Yuan could count on seeing the bullishness of Mingjing Academy. 90% of the students are girls, and each is 9 points on the face value. Out of the hospital flower department flower level, seeing the beautiful women in the academy, Zhang Yuan had an urge to water down Yiqingsong and throw himself into Gu Bingying's arms. Senior, the dean, she's in the medical center right now giving lessons to the new students of your class. Just go straight in and find us if you need anything. Bye. See you later, schoolmates. A few schoolmates smiled and said goodbye to Zhang Yuan after bringing him outside an elegant medical building. Zhang Yuan gently pushed open the door of the medical center and a fresh medicinal fragrance came to his nose. Zhang Yuan then heard Gu Bingying's voice in class. Without making a sound, Zhang Yuan quietly walked into the medical center and saw Gu Bingying teaching Li Xuer the techniques of using the healing art. Xuer is a freshman at Bright Mirror Academy? When Zhang Yuan saw that it was Li Xuer who was attending the class, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Speaking of which, he hadn't asked Li Xuer which academy she was in. However, if you think about it, Li Xuer's Elven Holy Maiden was a rare healing profession and had a large range resurrection skill when she grew up, so it was normal for her to be chosen by Spiegel Academy. That's all for today's lesson. Xuer, you go back and digest the knowledge that today's teacher has taught you. Okay teacher. Li Xuer nodded. collected her books and got up. Then Zhang Yuan, who was not far away, could not help but be stunned. Nerd? Zhang Yuan smiled and greeted. Shuer. Seeing Li Shuer and Zhang Yuan greeting each other, Gu Bingying smiled and asked Li Shuer, Shuer, you two know each other? Yes, teacher. Li Shuer nodded. Zhang Yuan and I were high school classmates. Speaking of this, Li Shuer asked Gu Bingying with an expectant face. Teacher Gu, Zhang Yuan, he went to Mingjing Island, so is he also a student of our Mingjing Academy? Gu Bingying laughed and shook her head. If he's from our academy, then I'll wake up laughing in my dreams. Teacher. Ha? Li Shuer was stunned. Then she looked at Zhang Yuan with a surprised face. What have you done? Didn't do much. Just rated a copy of The Abyss with the Deans. You have rated the abyssal copy with the Deans? Li Shuer opened her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. The Deans of Kyoto University are all strong at the 80th level and up, right? Zhang Yuan had only just enrolled in school a short while ago, and he was already qualified to raid copies with them? Li Shuer was shocked before realizing that she could no longer see Zhang Yuan's rank. This meant that Zhang Yuan's level had already exceeded hers by 20 levels. How long has it been? Obviously, 2 months ago, they were at the same starting line and had just switched jobs. Li Shuer came back to her senses with some emotion and said to Zhang Yuan, so you are already this powerful. It seems that I can't call you a dullard anymore. I have to work harder in the future, or else I won't be worthy of you. Zhang Yuan joked, do you want me to wait for you? Don't look down on me. I certainly don't need it. After saying that, Li Shuer bowed slightly to Gu Bingying. Teacher, I'll go back first. Gu Bingying smiled and nodded. Well, cheers. I will. Li Shuer nodded her head and walked next to Zhang Yuan before stopping again and said softly, Yuan, do you still remember that incident 3 years ago? I said that. What I owe you, I will definitely pay it back in the future, even if it is for the rest of my life. Zhang Yuan was stunned and suddenly recalled the summer vacation 3 years ago. Back then, his sister-in-law insisted on taking him to climb a snowy mountain, and then they were unlucky enough to encounter a snowy road closure. He and his sister-in-law were on their way back to the stronghold when they happened to come across an unconscious and bruised Li Shuer on the side of the road. Zhang Yuan carried Li Shuer and rushed back to the hut in the snowy mountains. At that time, Li Shuer had a high fever, and it was Zhang Yuan and his sister-in-law who took good care of her for several days, so that she could regain her life. At that time, Li Shuer was still an iceberg girl with little emotional fluctuation, and after she woke up, she was wary of everything around her, and just left a sentence that she would return Zhang Yuan's favor in the future. And then she left in a hurry. Then, Zhang Yuan went to high school and became classmates with Li Shuer, and since Li Shuer's personality had changed dramatically, from a cold-faced girl who was unapproachable to a lively neighboring sister, Zhang Yuan did not recognize her for a while, and as a result, he was pleased to be given the title of a dullard. She, Cher, seems to be hiding some kind of secret. Silly boy. People have been gone for ages and you're still gawking. Gu Bingying flirted with Zhang Yuan. Say, what did you come to see me about? Zhang Yuan came back to his senses, gathered his thoughts, and took out the red sky. Teacher, can you help me reset the equipment cooldown again? No problem. Gu Bingying used her skills to help Zhang Yuan reset Red Sky's equipment cooldown while asking curiously, I'm curious, with your strength, what kind of monsters could have knocked out one of your lives? Zhang Yuan laughed awkwardly. This should be counted as my own death. Blowing up a copy. Blow up the copy? Gu Bingying couldn't help but be stunned. Then she snorted a laugh. You kid is really good. You actually managed to blow up the copy. You're really something. As Gu Bingying laughed, Red Zhao's deathless passive activated once more. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Yuan said thank you and retrieved the red sky. Then asked, by the way, Mr. Gu, the principal, he is recuperating here, isn't he? I want to go and see him. Well, he's on the second floor. Let me take you there. Gu Bingying nodded and led Zhang Yuan into a plain and elegant ward on the second floor of the medical center. In the room, Jing Bingyun was sitting in a wheelchair, playing chess with Su Wanting. Headmaster, Zhang Yuan has come to see you. Gu Bingying stood at the door and knocked, and Su Wanting immediately got up to greet. Brother Zhang Yuan. Hello, Mr. Su. Zhang Yuan responded politely, then looked at Jing Bingyun. Principal, are you feeling better? It's nothing serious. It's just the aftermath of the skill. It'll be fine if you recuperate for a while. It's just that staying here is a bit boring, Jing Bingyun said, then realized that Zhang Yuan was already level 41, and immediately smiled with joy. Zhang Yuan, you've grown again. You're actually already level 41. Just lucky, Zhang Yuan humbly replied back. Where's the luck in that? It's all about your strength. Young people still have to be confident. Jing Bingyun laughed, then added, since you're here, it's just the right time to give you your reward. Xiao Su, Bring out that thing. Yes. Su Wanting nodded her head, and her hands formed a seal, unfurling a spell formation in place, from which a blue key engraved with clouds floated out. Zhang Yuan was curious. Principal, what is this? Jing Bingyun, this is the key to the sky. It can additionally open a hidden quest when you climb the sky tower. Currently there is only one in the whole world. It is extremely precious. Key to the sky? Hearing Jing Bingyun's words, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered that when he completed the secret copy of the military ministry and obtained an S-rank evaluation, Ning Wuwei gave him a gilt black card, saying that it was an entrance ticket to the sky tower. Jing Bingyun continued, I heard that you have an entry ticket to the sky tower, and as I thought about it, this key is the most suitable as your reward. Zhang Yuan took the sky key and asked, Headmaster, where exactly is the sky tower? At that time, after Ning Wuwei had given them their entrance tickets, he had instructed them to make sure that they went to the sky tower only after they had prepared everything. As for what the sky tower was, Ning Wuwei didn't say. Zhang Yuan had later taken the time to check the information on the sky tower in the library, and only knew that it was the topmost copy of the Grand Xia Empire. And as for the contents of the sky tower, there was not much recorded in the library. Jing Bingyun patiently introduced. The sky tower is a tower climbing copy. There are a total of 100 floors. Each floor has a corresponding monster or boss. Defeat them and you will be able to travel to the next floor. The higher you climb the tower, the richer the rewards will be. And, of course, the difficulty will be multiplied. Generally speaking, it's best for professionals who are challenging the sky tower for the first time to get their level stuck at level 60 after the second turn, so that they can be guaranteed to climb up to the 50th floor or higher, and get a level 60 or higher legendary equipment guaranteed. But Zhang Yuan, you are different. Although you are only level 41, your battle power can already rival us old guys, maybe even stronger than us. You are now fully qualified to climb the tower. The current record for the highest tower climb under level 60 amongst the professionals in the Grand Xia Empire is 89 floors, set by your teacher Yi Qingsong. Mr. Yi? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Yeah, Jing Bingyun smiled. Yi Qingsong he climbed to the 89th floor at level 50, and today, he is already recognized as the strongest human. Zhang Yuan, do you have the confidence to surpass your teacher? After obtaining enough information about the sky tower copy from Jing Bingyun, Zhang Yuan asked Su wanting to use a teleportation spell to teleport him outside the sky tower copy. The sky tower was located on top of the Bohai Sea in the eastern part of the Grand Xia Empire. When Zhang Yuan was teleported to the seashore, he was able to see a round tower connecting heaven and earth standing on the sea level in the distance. That is the replica sky tower. Other field copies, basically presented in a vortex shape, will be transported to a separate copy space upon entering the copy. However, this copy of the sky tower is one of the few special copies presented in this world as a field building. Of course, each professional would still be transported to a separate copy space after entering the sky tower, and all professionals challenging the sky tower would not interfere with each other. Although Zhang Yuan had already been mentally prepared, he was still incomparably shocked when he really saw the sky tower. It's spectacular. The Tower of the Sky on the Sea is a miracle of this world. How long the sky tower had existed in this world was now impossible to examine. But there have been rumors in the Daxia Empire, 10,000 years ago, when the heavens and earth changed drastically and the Stone of God first appeared to mankind. The sky tower appeared with it. It's worthy of being a god-level copy. The aura alone is different from ordinary copies. Zhang Yuan lamented and took out the sky tower entrance ticket. The sky tower on the sea lit up with a dazzling light, immediately causing quite a commotion on the seashore. Someone is going to challenge the sky tower. Find out if the challenger is a genius or a bigot. The professionals who stayed by the Bohai Sea were all professional scouts from all the major guilds around the world, and they stayed here all year round for the purpose of recruiting professionals who were qualified to challenge the Tower of the Sky. After all, there were over 1 billion people in the Grand Xia Empire, and the Sky Tower only issued 1,000 tickets each year, and any professional who was qualified to challenge the Sky Tower was either a genius amongst the 10,000, or a great man whose instincts knew no bounds. These two types of people, either one of them, were the talents that national guilds desperately needed to recruit. Whenever the challengers appeared, these professional scouts would mindlessly send olive branches to the challengers, regardless of whether or not they could make it. Just recruiting one for the guild would be a big moneymaker. Found it. Over there. As a profession scout noticed Zhang Yuan, who was using the entrance ticket on the seashore. Other profession scouts looked at Zhang Yuan and threw detection spells. What a young face. Doesn't even look 20. How does he take care of himself? Level 41? He came to challenge the sky tower so early? Crap, that guy's crazy. Isn't that a pure waste of resources? When the professional scouts realized that Zhang Yuan's level was only 41, they blew up, denouncing Zhang Yuan for wasting his resources. How valuable is a ticket to the Sky Tower? The black market can even speculate up to several $billion apiece, and it's still priced to sell. All the people who had obtained the Sky Tower entrance ticket hated to be as high-leveled as possible by the time they challenged the Sky Tower for the first time. But it turned out that Zhang Yuan had come over at level 41? Can't you hold it in? Zhang Yuan ignored the cacophony that reached his ears and focused all his attention on the Sky Tower side. Brave adventurer, do you challenge the Sky Tower? Yes. Zhang Yuan chose to challenge, and the Sky Tower immediately shot out a white light that enveloped Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was then teleported in under the eyes of everyone. He really went in. Level 41. Even if he's a legend-level professional, he can only break through 30 floors at most, right? The first time he challenged the Sky Tower, at least 50 floors or more must explode legendary equipment. He lost a lot of money this time. But then again, have you guys ever heard of the Ghost God Swordmaster profession? The name of this profession sounds like it's fierce. In that case, could that guy have come prepared? After all, back then, Yishin broke through to the 89th floor at level 50, and that guy is level 41. So if he really has some tricks up his sleeve, breaking through to the 50th floor and upwards isn't impossible. Are you guys being funny? What makes that guy comparable to Yishin? You know that no one has been able to break Yishin's record so far. Could he still be better than Yishin? Everyone stop arguing. His challenge has begun. As the first floor of the Sky Tower lit up with light, everyone's attention was focused on it. Although there was a lot of bickering because of Zhang Yuan's rank, everyone present wanted to know how many floors Zhang Yuan could actually break through. If Zhang Yuan could reach the 30th floor, that would also mean that Zhang Yuan was also considered a rare genius, and was completely worth recruiting heavily. Meanwhile, the first floor of the Sky Tower. The Sky Key automatically flew out from Zhang Yuan's storage space and hovered in midair. Sky Key detected. Is the Sky Doorway open? Note that the Sky Doorway will make the Sky Tower significantly more difficult, and there will be a time limit for each level of the Sky Tower. Turn on. Without thinking, Zhang Yuan directly opened the Sky Tower's hidden quest. In the next moment, a door with beautiful patterns appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. The Sky Key was inserted into the lock hole, and the Sky Doorway slowly opened, in which an extremely strong energy erupted, instantly filling the entire Sky Tower. The Sky Tower has been reinforced. Good luck. As a prompt appeared on Zhang Yuan's panel, a 1-minute countdown appeared above the copy, and at the same time, 10 level 30 elite monsters appeared in the first floor. The countdown had just turned, and Zhang Yuan's flying swords had harvested the monsters' lives, and Zhang Yuan was directly teleported to the second floor, and the 1-minute countdown reset. The monsters on the second level were still level 30 elites, but their number had become 20. However, to Zhang Yuan, the number was meaningless, and he still killed in seconds and went straight to the third level. Outside the Sky Tower, the professional scouts watched in dumbfounded silence as the aperture representing the challenger's floor continued to rise like an elevator. The entire process without the slightest pause, incomparably silky smooth. What's the situation? There's a bug in the Sky Tower? Why does that guy keep skipping levels? At this time, there is a brother who knows how to laugh. Look at you guys who haven't seen the world. It's either jumping levels, or he kills monsters too fast. So it looks like he's breaking into the tower as if he's riding in an elevator. The monsters on the lower levels of the Sky Tower are low level and few in number. It's normal for him to kill the lower level monsters in seconds. And when he encounters the 10th level boss, he'll definitely be slow. And just as Brother Understanding finished his explanation, the aperture representing Zhang Yuan silky smoothly crossed the 10th floor, climbing the tower without slowing down in the slightest. Brother Knowles, the 10th floor boss has passed and that guy is still riding the elevator. Is that still normal? Brother Understand stiff upper lip, cough cough, normal. Yishin back then was to 20 layer bosses to slow down. Now this situation, can only say that he is a rare genius. As soon as Brother Understanding finished speaking, Zhang Yuan had already surpassed the 20th floor, and instead of slowing down, his speed of climbing the tower had a tendency to get faster and faster. 30th, 40th, 50th floors. In less than a minute, Zhang Yuan had already passed 50 floors, averaging a little more than a second per floor. Regardless of whether it was a small monster or a boss, all of them were killed in seconds. At this moment, everyone looked at Brother Knowles in unison. Now what? The corners of Brother Understanding's mouth twitched, and he instinctively still wanted to mouth off. But he finally couldn't hold his tongue when he saw that the aperture representing the number of floors Zhang Yuan was on had reached 60 floors and was still silky smoothly ascending. He's got hang-ups. Sky Tower, 61st floor. The countdown was only 5 minutes, while the monsters on level 61 were 2 level 60 bosses. Have the monsters become bosses on every floor from the 60th floor? Zhang Yuan looked at the two high-level bosses that appeared in front of him, and Red Sky and Zhanlu flew out at the same time, harvesting their lives. Zhang Yuan arrived at the 62nd floor. The countdown was still 5 minutes, and the level 60 bosses had become 3. Back then, Mr. Yi came to break into the tower at level 50, right? I heard from the principal that Mr. Yi also used the sky key and broke through to the 89th floor at just level 50. He's too perverted, isn't he? Zhang Yuan lamented and casually disposed of the 3 bosses in front of him and continued on to the next level. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the 70th floor, the guarding bosses had already turned into 3 level 70 mountain giants, and each boss had a physical strength attribute of more than 2 million, which was fiercer than any of the world bosses in the wilderness. The bosses were substantially enhanced, but the time limit given for clearing this level of Sky Tower was only 10 minutes. 10 minutes. In the case of not teaming up to single brush 3 level 70 world bosses, this kind of thing is afraid that only people who are open can do it, right? Good thing I'm hungover. Zhang Yuan let out a sigh of emotion as his flying sword shot out, and the 3 mountain range giants fell to the ground in response, contributing 30 million pre-tax experience to Zhang Yuan, directly allowing him to rise to level 42. Zhang Yuan went up to the 71st floor, and at this time, the outside of the Sky Tower was already dead silent. Everyone stared at the Sky Tower on the sea, even forgetting to breathe. 70 floors in less than 100 seconds. With this kind of horrible speed of climbing the tower, everyone would believe it if they said that the person who was climbing the tower inside was a god. That's a sick way to climb a tower. It's unheard of. The Great Xia Empire. Another overwhelmingly strong person has emerged. How the hell did he do that? How can mere mortals like me understand the realm of Zhangshan? At this moment, everyone present was bowled over by Zhang Yuan, even though Zhang Yuan was only at level 41. In their hearts, Zhang Yuan's status was already the same as Yi Qingsong, even higher than Yi Qingsong. 80 floors. Zhang Yuan was facing 5 level 80 Holy Spirit Lords and the countdown was only 1 hour. Can Mr. Yi even get past this kind of scene? Zhang Yuan looked at the 5 bosses with terrifying auras in front of him, and couldn't help but wonder how Yi Qingsong had managed to get by. After all, a boss of this level would not be so smooth for Zhang Yuan to kill. Turn on Cursed Incarnation. Copy 5 7-star Dragon Abyss. Hit the Holy Spirit Lords in their bloodlock status, and then trigger Absolute Curse to decapitate the Holy Spirit Lords while they're in the process of entering Stage 2. Zhang Yuan continued to climb the tower, but as the bosses were showing up with the blood-locking mechanism, the speed at which he climbed the tower was significantly slower. From 1 second to anywhere from 2 to 30 seconds. The time to pass the level depends on when the absolute curse of the Cursed King's Blade is triggered. The professionals who were watching the battle outside the Sky Tower were all relieved when they saw that Zhang Yuan's speed of ascending the tower had slowed down. Although Zhang Yuan's speed of climbing the tower was still perversely fast, compared to the rocket-like speed earlier, the crowd was now able to accept Zhang Yuan's current speed of clearing the level. This great god's tower climbing speed has finally slowed down, and sure enough, even higher damage will be stopped by the bloodlock and invincibility mechanism. According to this trend, it's already a foregone conclusion that he'll surpass Yishan. Now it's up to him to summit the 100th floor. 100 floors is unlikely, right? If we look at the history of Grand Xia, there are no more than 1,000 top powerhouses who have reached the top of the 100th floor, and there is not even a single one who broke into the tower for the first time and exceeded the 90th floor. Zhangshan is only at level 41. And his battle power can be ranked in the top 1,000 in history? I don't know if Zhangshan's current battle power can now be in the top 1,000 in history, but I do know that Zhangshan is making history every moment now, and he can definitely be in the top 10 of all the powerhouses in world history in the future. 2 fears. God bless my Daxia. The professional scouts continuously lamented Zhang Yuan's power, and at this moment, they had completely lost the idea of inviting Zhang Yuan into their guild. There was no guild in this world that could afford to provide for this great god, Zhang Yuan. As long as Zhang Yuan was willing to create a guild, they were even willing to directly quit their union and join Zhang Yuan. After 5 minutes of hard work climbing the tower, Zhang Yuan finally arrived at the 89th floor where Yi Qingsong had fallen. On this level, a giant red dragon slept. Dragons? Zhang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw the red dragon in front of him. Dragons, being one of the most powerful races in this world, were quite powerful in their own right. Even Wang Haoran's level 30-odd red dragon was able to fight against the level 80 corrupted Hell Inferno sheep, and at this time, the 89th layer of the sleeping red dragon had an aura that was far too powerful than Wang Haoran's red dragon. Zhang Yuan immediately used the Abyssal Eye. Crimson Dragon, World Lord. Rank, 90. Power, 999999999. Agility, 999999999. Spirit, 999999999. Stamina, 999999999. Skills, Strength Enhancement, Agility Enhancement, Spirit Enhancement, Physical Strength Enhancement, Exterminating Dragon's Breath, Dragon's Might, Elemental Resistance, Physical Resistance, Dragon God's Blessing, with the terrifying four-dimensional attributes, plus a series of skills that looked perverse. Zhang Yuan began to sweat. It's not wrong for Mr. Yi to fall here. Not to mention Yi Qingsong. Even Zhang Yuan himself did not have much confidence in defeating this Crimson Dragon at this moment. Countdown, 6 hours. Luckily, the Crimson Dragon was still sleeping right now, and with a full 6 hours of rating time for this level, Zhang Yuan had plenty of time to think of countermeasures. I'm afraid that the battle power of this Crimson Dragon is above that of the Abyssal Demon Archduke. Looking at its skill bar, it even has a divine blessing. In a head-on confrontation, if I can't second it, it'll surely second me, so it has to be a one-strike kill. However, it didn't seem to have me in its sights, which gave me a chance to sneak up on it. Zhang Yuan's mind stirred as he remembered his power storing skill. Sword Intent Gathering Potential, Level 1. All flying sword attacks can be stored up. Stored up attacks cannot be blocked. Up to 100 times the damage is boosted according to the time of storage. When Sword Intent Gathering Potential reaches its peak, ignoring any locking blood effect, my 7-star Dragon's Abyss Sword is fully refined, capable of storing up to 100x damage, triggering the Ignore Blood Lock effect, and with 25% Decimate, I should be able to do a one-hit kill. If you can't kill them yet, give up immediately. Knowing that the Crimson Dragon would not give himself a second chance to attack, Zhang Yuan immediately retreated to the edge of the Sky Tower, maintaining the furthest distance from the Crimson Dragon, and then he began to secretly build up his strength in the sword formation space. Outside the Sky Tower, people were whispering when they realized that Zhang Yuan had been on the 89th floor for more than 30 minutes. Has Zhangxin been stuck on the 89th floor for half an hour in a bitter battle? Back then, Yishan also lost at the 89th floor. What kind of monsters are up there? Is it really that hard? Who has climbed to the 89th floor? Come out and tell the gang? We are a group of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. It's a big deal to find one with an entrance ticket, but also 89 floors? While the crowd outside the Sky Tower was scratching their heads because Zhang Yuan was stuck at the barrier, Zhang Yuan, who was on the 89th floor, had already built up the power of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword to 70 times its power. However, Zhang Yuan found that after the power storage power exceeded 70 times, for every doubling of the power storage power after that, the amount of mental energy he consumed would also increase exponentially, and the time required would also increase drastically. Zhang Yuan had originally planned to store Red Sky and Zhan Lu together to help the 7-star Dragon Abyss replenish its damage, but now he had to give up on that plan as well and focus on storing the 7-star Dragon Abyss. After a whole hour, Zhang Yuan finally completed 100 times of storing up his strength, and the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword in the sword formation space was constantly vibrating, with starlight flowing from the sword, emitting a terrifying sword intent. Even the sword formation space could no longer hide the sword intent emanating from the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, allowing it to escape. The Crimson Dragon that was originally sleeping sensed the terrifying sword intent of the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword and woke up with a start, vibrating its wings and flying into mid-air warily. Roar! When the Crimson Dragon noticed Zhang Yuan, it immediately let out a deafening roar, and the entire Sky Tower began to vibrate violently. Go! Zhang Yuan released the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, which flew out from the sword formation space and transformed into a starry dragon, carrying a terrifying aura that distorted this copy space and roared towards the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon sensed a deadly threat from the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, and knowing that it couldn't avoid it, its body began to light up with one light after another. Strength Enhancement, Agility Enhancement, Spiritual Strengthening, Physical Strength Enhancement, Dragon God Blessing. A large number of gain effects could be added to the Crimson Dragon in a very short period of time, and the Crimson Dragon's aura suddenly skyrocketed several times. Roar! The Crimson Dragon spat out the world-destroying dragon's breath towards the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, and the flames filled with tyranny and destruction surged out of the star giant dragon that the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword had transformed into, but it was easily torn apart by the star giant dragon. The light of the stars cut through space as the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword penetrated through the Crimson Dragon and pierced through the outer wall of the Sky Tower. The Crimson Tap exploded with 14 digits beginning with 2. Without any struggle, the Crimson Dragon landed with a bang and dissipated into points of light. Successfully slayed the Crimson Dragon. Experience plus 1 billion, minus 50%. Get Crimson Dragon Egg *1. A massive amount of experience poured into Zhang Yuan's body, directly causing him to rise 2 levels in a row to level 44. What high damage! Zhang Yuan looked at the large hole in the outer wall of the Sky Tower. His entire body was a little confused. He was shocked by the damage he had done. At that moment, the passageway teleportation array to the 90th floor of the Sky Tower appeared. Zhang Yuan officially surpassed Yi Qingson. However, this time, Zhang Yuan did not rush to teleport up. Instead, he planned to rest where he was. Although the upgrade had replenished his state back to its peak, Zhang Yuan realized that the mental exhaustion brought about by his storing up the 7-star Dragon Abyss could not be replenished by the upgrade. He had to get some rest. Anyway, this level was limited to 6 hours, and he still had close to 5 hours now, so he could even just take a nap. When Zhang Yuan said he would do it, he immediately used his communicator to set an alarm clock for himself, and then just slept through the Sky Tower copy. The professionals outside the Sky Tower dispersed after seeing that Zhang Yuan had not made it to the 90th floor for several hours and no longer held any hope for Zhang Yuan to break through the 89th floor. Although it was the norm for challengers to spend hours to break through a level after the 70th floor of the Sky Tower and upwards, this normality was put on Zhang Yuan, who had been soaring all the way up before. But instead, it made everyone feel disappointed. After all, everyone's thresholds had been insanely elevated by Zhang Yuan's earlier invincible stance, causing a full banquet like Zhang Yuan's ascent to the 89th floor of the Sky Tower to become somewhat bland and tasteless in their eyes. It's a pity that although Zhang Shen's raider speed is faster than Yi Shen's, he hasn't broken through Yi Shen's limit after all. It's us who are overthinking. Yi Shen is known as the limit of humanity, so how can he be easily surpassed? However, in the future, there is no doubt that Zhang Shen will grow into a powerhouse on the same level as Yi Shen. The crowd came to a conclusion and no longer expected Zhang Yuan to break through the 89th floor. After 5 hours had passed, Zhang Yuan, who was well nourished, woke up. Phew, that's a good night's sleep. Zhang Yuan got up and stretched, then realized that the outer wall of the Sky Tower had been repaired. Worthy of being a god-level copy, if it were an ordinary copy, my sword would probably be able to directly destroy the copy completely. And this copy can actually repair itself. Zhang Yuan sighed with emotion, and seeing that there was still some time left on this floor, he did not hurry to go to the 90th floor, but took out the loot that he had obtained from killing the Crimson Dragon. Crimson Dragon Egg, a giant egg capable of hatching the Crimson Dragon. Experience required for hatching, 0/5 billion. 5 billion experience to hatch a baby dragon? Zhang Yuan could not help but laugh out loud when he saw that it took 5 billion experience to make this Crimson Dragon Egg hatch. For others, 5 billion experience would take an unknown number of years to brush up on, and with that much experience, it would be enough to raise a person from level 40 to over 50. Some weaker professions might spend most of their lives without seeing them rise to level 50, and to them, this Crimson Dragon Egg was a huge burden that they couldn't afford to raise even if it hatched. But Zhang Yuan was different. Zhang Yuan is a high-level boss killer. This 5 billion experience was just a sprinkle to him. He could score 500 million experience by killing a Crimson Dragon. Maybe he didn't even need to break through the Sky Tower for the baby dragon to hatch. Moreover, Zhang Yuan had been suffering from the fact that he had upgraded too quickly. After all, if he wanted to become stronger, he had to go and brush the high-level copies to obtain all kinds of materials and equipment. But as soon as he brushed these copies, his level would go up and up, and he simply couldn't stop. It had only been less than a month since he had signed a contract with the Cursed King, and now he was already at level 44. And if he continued at this rate, when he let the Cursed King out at level 70, it was estimated that Daxia hadn't even constructed an arsenal to deal with the Cursed King. And now, the Crimson Dragon Egg that had burst out had solved Zhang Yuan's pressing problem. Raising dragons was consuming massive amounts of experience. Otherwise Wang Haorun wouldn't have entered Kyoto University for a year. And there were red dragons helping to brush high-level monsters. And the level was only 35. Cursed King, Cursed King. With the help of the red dragon, my chances of winning are much greater again. Zhang Yuan adjusted the experience distribution ratio between himself and the Crimson Dragon Egg to the highest 1:9. That is, he put away the Crimson Dragon Egg and ascended to the 90th floor with satisfaction. And at that moment, the beachside outside the Sky Tower, when the crowd saw that the aperture representing Zhang Yuan's progress, which had stayed at the 89th floor for a long time, had suddenly ascended to the 90th floor, they were all on the verge of staring out of their eyes. Super! He surpassed Yi Qingson. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the 90th floor, he realized that the area of this floor was more than 1,000 times larger than the 89th floor. Standing on the incredibly wide floor, Zhang Yuan even felt like he was in a plane. What kind of monsters am I going to have to deal with in a field this size? Zhang Yuan inexplicably felt nervous and looked around. After all, the 89th floor boss was already the Crimson Dragon, and this 90th floor boss was definitely stronger than the Crimson Dragon. Soon, Zhang Yuan found a skeletal mage clad in black robes and holding a staff standing more than 2,000 meters away from him. Found it! Zhang Yuan immediately used the Eye of the Abyss on that skeleton mage. Undead Monarch, World Lord. Rank, 90. Power, 999999999. Agility, 999999999. Spirit, 999999999. Stamina, 999999999. Skills, Summon Undead Legion. Summon Skeleton Dragon. Summoning Enhancement. Undead Revival. Soul Burning. Necrotic Field. Damage Transfer. Cursed Storm. A Necromancer? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw that the boss on level 90 was a Necromancer. The thing he was least afraid of was human warfare, as well as spirit-based attacks. The bosses in this tier are just a giveaway. As the countdown for the 12 hours on the 90th floor began to turn, the undead monarch spotted Zhang Yuan and immediately shook the staff in his hand. Black gas surged out of the ground, and a large number of skeletons crawled out of the ground, and in the blink of an eye, an undead army numbering in the tens of thousands with an average level of 80 was formed. At the same time, Zhang Yuan heard another dragon roar. 3 level 90 skeleton giant dragons flew out from behind the undead monarch. They flapped their bone wings. Their terrifying aura swept across the sky tower. Zhang Yuan even felt that the temperature around him had dropped a few degrees. The undead monarch then raised its staff again, and an aura spread out to cover all of its summons. And the undead legion was instantly strengthened drastically. Its breath soaring. That wasn't all. Another field unfolded beneath the undead monarch's feet, directly covering its undead army. And then its undead were once again strengthened while a steady stream of new undead poured out of the ground. If this undead monarch went to the real world, I'm afraid that with its power alone, it could destroy a small to medium-sized country. This 90th floor boss is so exaggerated. What must those bosses in the back be like? Zhang Yuan looked at the densely packed undead in front of him and let out a sigh of emotion before unfurling his own sword formation, enveloping the entire army of undead. Skill, Domain of Dark Thunder. Dark purple clouds coalesced over the undead legion, shadows enveloping the entire undead army. Before the undead monarch realized the seriousness of the matter, it gave the order to attack to its own legions, and the 3 skeleton dragons then led the undead legions towards Zhang Yuan with a roar. The earth shook. However, before the undead army could touch Zhang Yuan, a large number of black thunderbolts struck down at an extremely fast speed, and countless undead were reduced to pieces and dispersed in a matter of moments. Those 3 skeleton dragons whose breath wasn't much weaker than the crimson dragon didn't even last a second, and they flew away on the spot. Although under the effect of the necrotic domain, the annihilated skeletons would be revived. Under Zhang Yuan's fatal seed splash effect, all the revived skeleton warriors in the necrotic domain did not even have the bones spliced together before they once again flew into ashes. A large number of kill alerts swiped across Zhang Yuan's panel, and the Crimson Dragon Eggs experience bar sword. These summons actually provide experience as well? A trace of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes, and he could not help but look towards the undead monarch that had already played the bloodlock passive in the distance, giving up on the idea of decapitating it with absolute curse. Right now, the undead monarch was cowering inside an energy shield, constantly using the damage transfer skill to transfer the damage he took to his newly summoned skeleton army. A steady stream of skeleton warriors were summoned and then cleaved to ashes by the dark lightning, transforming into experience for Zhang Yuan and the Crimson Dragon Egg. At the end of the domain of Dark Thunder, the undead monarch's spiritual power had been depleted, and he could no longer summon a new legion of skeletons. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's 3 specialized martial arts broke through the air and cut down the undead monarch who had lost his utilization, successfully killed the undead monarch. Experience plus 1 billion, minus 50%. Experience required to hatch Crimson Dragon Eggs, 2.3 billion/5 billion. Obtaining the Book of Summoning, a legendary equipment. Book of Summoning, legendary. All summon objects/pets of the holder receive 100% of the holder's own attributes. All summon objects/pets of the holder can be upgraded with experience, and all summon objects/pets of the holder can be resurrected in the Book of Summoning after death. Equipment level, 90. It's actually a legendary equipment that enhances summoners. Zhang Yuan could not help but exclaim in shock when he saw the equipment that the undead lord had exploded. Although he was playing with swords, he actually already had 3 summons in the form of the Rakshasa King, the Ice Elf Queen, and the Inferno Goat, and with the dragon that had yet to hatch, he now had a total of 4 summons. Zhang Yuan was now level 44, with all 4-dimensional attributes breaking 5 digits, and the level 30 Rakshasa King and Ice Elf Queen had long since been out of use. But it was different now. Zhang Yuan had the Book of Summoning, and the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen were fully capable of having a second spring and becoming top-tier combatants. Zhang Yuan immediately equipped the Book of Summoning and then summoned the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen to check their attributes. Rakshasa King, Summoner, Rank, 30, Strength, 11,000, plus 211,713, Agility, 11,000, plus 198,513, Spirit, 11,000, plus 352,684. Physical fitness, 11,000, plus 198,513. Skills, 1 flash of the sword. King's pressure. Indestructible will. Elf Queen of Ice, Summoner. Rank, 30. Power, 30,000, plus 211,713. Agility, 20,000, plus 198,513. Spirit, 80,000, plus 352,684. Physical fitness, 100,000, plus 198,513. Skills, Frostbite, Ice Blast, Icebound 1,000 miles. With the Book of Summoning's addition, the Rakshasa King and the Ice Elf Queen instantly turned from little Karami into top-tier battle forces with 4-dimensional bursts, emitting a terrifying aura. Together with the bonuses given by Zhang Yuan's skills and Fate Seat, all of these summons have turned into little Zhang Yuan. Imagine a Zhang Yuan fight afterward. A sword formation is opened, a summon is called, and then the enemy has to face a big Zhang Yuan and a bunch of small Zhang Yuan. It makes my head spin just thinking about it. That's great. Satisfied, Zhang Yuan retrieved the Rakshasa King and the Queen of Ice Elves back into the summoning space before heading to the 91st floor. Outside the Sky Tower, the crowd of professionals were still immersed in the shock of Zhang Yuan passing through the 89th floor before they saw that the circle of light outside the tower had reached the 91st floor. It's so fast this time. 91 floors cleared in less than 10 minutes? Is this Zhang Shen's hyper-evolution? All I know is that the Sky Tower gets more difficult the higher up you go. How come he's breaking through faster instead? Why is God a god? Because he's God Chang. For a while, the outside of the tower was once again abuzz. After Zhang Yuan arrived at the 91st floor, he found that the space of the Sky Tower had returned to its original size. At that moment, in the center of the tower, there stood a Valkyrie wearing a golden helmet in the shape of a bird's wing, clad in blood-red battle armor, and wielding a light shield and light lance. Zhang Yuan immediately used the Abyssal Eye, unable to detect target. Accompanied by the information given by the Eye of the Abyss, Zhang Yuan realized that the opposite side of the boss was at level 95 and up. Not daring to be careless, Zhang Yuan immediately summoned the Rakshasa King, the Ice Elf Queen and the Inferno Demon Goat, allowing them to block in front of him. In the next moment, the Valkyrie transformed into a Z-shaped golden phantom and passed through the middle of the three summons, stabbing at Zhang Yuan with a light spear in her hand. The Rakshasa King has been killed in action. The Queen of the Ice Elves has been killed in action. Inferno Goat has been killed in action. As the three little Zhang Yuan were inexplicably killed, Zhang Yuan's pupils shrank and he immediately drew out the 7-star Dragon Abyss from the sword formation space and used his blocking intuition. Dang! Zhang Yuan blocked the female Valkyrie's attack perfectly, and before he could launch a counterattack, that female Valkyrie did a backflip and returned to her original position lightly. So strong, Zhang Yuan stared at the Valkyrie in death, even though he had used his skill to block the Valkyrie's attack perfectly. At this moment, his hand holding the 7-star Dragon Abyss was still vaguely numb at the tiger's mouth. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword helped him withstand the female martial god's pressure, and he still felt an extremely powerful pressure from that female martial god. That feeling of oppression came from the depths of the soul and could not be counteracted by the effects of equipment. Reason told Zhang Yuan that this female Valkyrie in front of him was definitely not a boss that he could fight against at this stage. However, he had now reached the 91st floor, so how could he be willing to give up if he did so now? Is there any way to take the trick to get past this boss? Zhang Yuan began brainstorming. He still had a couple of crushing tricks up his sleeve right now. First choice, the already recharged Star God's robe. A single shot of Star God's power could definitely send this boss to the west. But this was only the 91st floor. If the Star God's robe was used here, then his path after that would not be easy. The second option, relying on the Cursed Incarnation to trigger the Absolute Curse. As long as the Absolute Curse triggered, he would be able to continuously steal the opponent's attributes. In this way, he only needed to survive the first few seconds when the Absolute Curse triggered to be able to decimate the boss. However, the Curse Incarnation only had a 50% probability of being applied when attacking or taking a hit, which was too much of a gamble, and he wasn't sure if the boss had any skills that were immune to curses. The third option, utilizing the Nine Heavens Red Fury sword formation that could permanently cut down the level, combined with the Cursed King's blade that could kill levels below his own in seconds. As long as the boss level was cut down to below level 44, then he would be able to achieve victory. But the hard part was, how was he supposed to hit his opponent 500 times or more and be able to not die himself? Suddenly, Zhang Yuan thought of the Mirror of Reproduction that he had forgotten in his storage space. Mirror of Replication, legend can be used repeatedly to copy a spirit body for fighting. The strength of the spirit body is the same as the copy object. The stronger the copy object, the shorter the existence of the spirit body. At the same time, at most only one copy of the spirit body can exist. The cooldown of the props is 1 day. The spirit body copied by the mirror of reproduction could eat the gain effect of Zhang Yuan's sword formation, while the boss would also suffer from the mitigating effect in the sword formation. With this addition and subtraction, the strength of the replicated spirit body would completely crush the original body. As long as Zhang Yuan used the mirror of duplication to duplicate the boss, the duplicate spirit body could completely suppress the boss body for the duration of the duplicate spirit body's existence, and in this time, Zhang Yuan replicated tens of thousands of flying swords and poured them into the boss in a brainstorming manner. And he could have hit the boss a few hundred times more. This method works. In a flash of lightning, Zhang Yuan figured out a way to break the situation and immediately took out the mirror of replication from his storage space. At the same time, the female Valkyrie moved once again and rushed towards Zhang Yuan as a golden light. Copy. The mirror of reproduction lit up with white light, and a spirit that looked exactly like the Valkyrie flew out of the mirror and stabbed the Valkyrie boss with a lance, forcing it back. Spirit body lasts 5 seconds. Seeing that the time for the spirit body was only 5 seconds, Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to use the Nine Heavens Red Fury Sword formation, and at the same time, he fully duplicated the flying sword. The Red Sky Sword flew out from the sword formation space, attaching Red Sky Sword intent to all the replicated flying swords. Spirit body, suppress the boss. Zhang Yuan gave an order to the replica spirit, and the replica spirit immediately pierced through the Valkyrie's abdomen with a shot, pinning it to the ground and making it unable to move. Tens of thousands of flying swords with Red Sky Sword intent attached to them fell like torrential rain. Seeing this, the Valkyrie pinned to the ground erupted red light around her body, forcing out the replica spirit body's lance while shattering all the falling flying swords into pieces. Hold the boss and destroy its defense, Zhang Yuan ordered to the replica spirit once again, and the replica spirit directly hugged the Valkyrie, pressing the Valkyrie to death on the ground. This time, the sea of flying swords pierced through the body of the replicating spirit body and struck the Valkyrie, crazily slashing its level. 5 seconds quickly passed. The replica spirit body dissipated, and the female Valkyrie let out a stern cry, once again erupting a terrifying red aura, shattering all the flying swords and flipping over. Just then, a black aura broke through the air. Zhang Yuan used attribute conversion to transform his spiritual attribute into agility, and holding the blade of the cursed king, he pierced the Valkyrie's abdomen. The cursed king's blade decapitation effect triggered, and the Valkyrie instantly dissipated into a point of light, successfully killed the Sky Valkyrie projection. Experience plus 1.5 billion, minus 50%. Experience required to hatch Crimson Dragon eggs, 3 billion/5 billion. Rakshasa King leveled up to 35. The Queen of the Ice Elves leveled up to 35. Obtaining the legendary equipment Valkyrie's Helmet. Sky Valkyrie's Helmet, legendary immunity to curses. Mental strength increased by 100%. Equipment level 90. A golden light rushed out and Zhang Yuan rose to level 45. This helmet can actually directly increase spiritual power by 100%. It's the same legendary equipment, but the effect is twice as strong as the crown of the Holy Spirit. Seeing the newly exploded equipment of the Sky Valkyrie, Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to replace the crown of the Holy Spirit that he had obtained from his copy of the Realm of the Holy Spirit. Although the helmet's words of immunity to curses were useless to him, the attribute of increasing mental strength by 100% was quite fragrant. As the crown of the Holy Spirit was replaced with the Sky Valkyrie helmet, Zhang Yuan's spiritual power directly skyrocketed from 355,084 to 443,855. After that, the crown of the Holy Spirit take it to the auction. A legendary equipment with no level restriction. Once this equipment is out of the way, direct wealth freedom. Zhang Yuan took back the crown of the Holy Spirit into his storage space and looked towards the entrance of the 92nd floor and could not help but take a deep breath. The mirror of reproduction cooldown was 1 day, and it was no longer possible for him to replicate the playstyle of this floor on the 92nd floor. However, each of these 90 floors upwards exploded a piece of legendary equipment, and the higher the number of floors he broke through, the higher the final reward would be. Either way, there was no way he was going to call it quits now. Anyway, go up there and check it out. 92nd floor. After Zhang Yuan came up, he found that there was a statue of a god emitting divine light in the center of this floor. The idol? When Zhang Yuan saw that idol, he couldn't help but think of that god of joy's transfer idol that she had pinched with her own divine power in the trial copy. The god of pleasure's pinch transmutation idol was filled with the same thick divine power as the idol of this sky tower, showing that it could not be destroyed. The 91st floor is the Valkyrie projection. The 92nd floor is the god's idol now. Wouldn't this mean that so many floors down the line, I'd have to do battle with the god's projection? Even though using the sky key to open the hidden quests will increase the sky tower difficulty significantly, isn't this difficulty a bit overmodeled now? Zhang Yuan was now quite skeptical that anyone could really clear the hidden difficulty of the Sky Tower. Rumble. Just as Zhang Yuan questioned the unreasonable difficulty setting of the Sky Tower, an extremely strong divine power escaped from the idol and slowly condensed into a human form in the Sky Tower. The entire Sky Tower replica shook as a result. However, perhaps it was because of the need for the gods to appear in a forceful manner, or perhaps the energy required to coalesce the projections of the gods was too huge. Zhang Yuan found that the process of coalescing the projections of the god statues was quite slow, and they were delayed in taking shape. If we go by the game design, the god projection coming down now is the game over CG animation. What Zhang Yuan, as the challenger, needed to do now was to quietly watch the grand-scale descent ceremony of the divine projection before challenging the divine projection as a challenger. But now, as Zhang Yuan looked at the idol that was constantly emitting divine power, he suddenly had an idea. If he destroys the idol and stops the divine projection from descending, does he count as passing this level? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan no longer waited honestly for the divine projection to descend, but directly copied tens of thousands of flying swords and used the Nine Heavens Red Fury Sword formation to maneuver the flying swords to bypass the divine projection and bombard the idol. A large number of flying swords burst into pieces under the divine power of the idol, but the idol's level also began to drop due to the erosion of the red sky sword intent. There's a show. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw that the idol could really have its level slashed, and regardless, he immediately maneuvered more flying swords to attack the idol. He couldn't beat the divine projection anyway, so he might as well put up a fight, just in case it worked out, as thousands of flying swords were shattered by the divine power emanating from the idol. The idol's level was cut to 1. At this time, the projection of the god of war finally coalesced in midair, and he slowly opened his eyes, looking down on Zhang Yuan with high pride, and faintly said, "Challenger, I am the god of war, and your journey will stop." Before the war god could finish speaking, Zhang Yuan's Nine Heavens Red Fury Sword formation shattered the idol and the war god's projection dissipated on the spot. The terrifying divine power that escaped from the idol spread out in all directions, and Zhang Yuan, who had experienced it earlier, immediately summoned the Hell Inferno Demon Goat to the front of him, allowing the Hell Inferno Demon Goat to bear the impact of the divine power on his behalf. Inferno Goat has been killed in action. As the news alert of the Hell Inferno Sheep's death in battle appeared, the divine power that erupted from the destruction of the idol gradually subsided. The statue of the god of war in the center of the Sky Tower had disappeared. Zhang Yuan did not have any kill alerts, nor did he receive any prizes. However, the teleportation array to the 93rd floor appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. After, Zhang Yuan's expression became subtle when he saw the teleportation array on the 93rd floor appear. He seems to have found a pass for skipping classes at the Sky Tower. In this copy, the pre-shake of the divine projection descending was long, and he had enough time to cut down the level of the idols before the divine projection descended, and then destroy the idols that carried the power of the divine projection. Although this would result in the loss of the reward for defeating those divine projections, to Zhang Yuan, he could not manage those divine projections at all. So what was the point of defeating the reward? And if he were to skip class directly to the 100th floor with this method, he would have done something that no one had ever done before. The first time you challenged the Sky Tower, you went straight up to the 100th floor. It was important to know that the first time a professional challenged the Sky Tower there was an additional reward, and since Zhang Yuan had used the Sky Key to open the Sky Tower hidden difficulty, the reward would be further increased. God knows how rich the rewards given by the Sky Tower will be after clearing 100 floors. With plain expectations for the 100th floor, Zhang Yuan went to the 93rd floor through the teleportation array. Like the 92nd floor, this floor also had a statue of a god in the center. Without saying a word, Zhang Yuan directly unfolded the Nine Heavens Red Fury Sword formation to attack the idol, grabbing it and destroying it before the divine projection descended. Who made you guys rock so long before you came out? As Zhang Yuan watched another divine projection dissipate before it could coalesce, he whistled in a good mood and continued to the next level. Outside of the Sky Tower, tens of thousands of professionals had already gathered on Bohai Beach, and there was a steady stream of professionals teleporting in from all over. Ever since Zhang Yuan surpassed Yi Qingsong's record and made history, more and more people who had heard the news had rushed here, wanting to see how many floors Zhang Yuan would eventually reach. Then, the tens of thousands of people present witnessed something bizarre. After Zhang Yuan was on the 92nd floor, his speed of climbing the tower became faster and faster, and in just a few minutes, he directly rushed up to the 99th floor. No one could explain what was happening inside the Sky Tower anymore. All they knew was that everything that was happening in the Sky Tower right now was a miracle. Inside the Sky Tower, Zhang Yuan did not realize that he was already in the limelight, and after he destroyed the idols on the 99th floor, the teleportation array to the top floor appeared in front of him. Finally, Zhang Yuan could no longer hold back the excitement and thrill in his heart as he looked at the teleportation array in front of him. Although he had skipped these last few levels to come here, the intensity of this sky tower could already catch up to his mythic trials in the King's Burying Ground replica. It's really worthy of being a hidden mission of a god-level copy. Wanting to break into the 100th floor, it's not enough to open a hang, and you have to specialize in finding the loopholes of this copy. This mission is afraid that it's not prepared to be completed by anyone. Zhang Yuan spat to himself as he stepped into the teleportation array to the 100th floor. A white light flashed and he arrived at the 100th floor of the sky tower. There were no longer any boss monsters or even idols in this level. Only a sky doorway that he had seen in the first level. The sky key appeared out of thin air and slowly fell into Zhang Yuan's hand. Is this a pass? Zhang Yuan looked at the sky key in his hand and did not think much about it as he walked straight to the sky doorway, inserted the key into the lock hole and gently turned it. Click! As the sky doorway slowly opened, Zhang Yuan realized that behind the door was a field of flowers that was under a blue sky and white clouds. In the middle of a field of flowers sat a woman in white with her back to him. She is? Zhang Yuan looked at the back of the woman in white and always felt that the back was incomparably familiar. Zhang Yuan, sure enough, only you can come here. The woman in white spoke softly, while Zhang Yuan's pupils shrunk violently after hearing the woman in white's voice, and his heart set off monstrous waves. That's not possible. At this time, the woman in white turned around, and her face, surprisingly, looked exactly like Li Shuer. Share, this is the latest chapter. Add my WeChat, MMY66618 more hot long novels recommended. Gee who, today's headlines, tomatoes, and other kinds of short stories under the generation of Generation Fin.